Introduction. At the Jing cave of Qianyuan Mountain resides a celestial being named Taiyi Zhenren, who unexpectedly receives a secret edict from the goddess Nuwa. The fire spirit pearl has fallen to the mortal realm. You must guide him on the path to divinity. After 3 years and 6 months of gestation, a demon offspring is born, inciting the wrath of King Zhou. Yet, Li Jing resolutely declares, "Nezha is my son." Nezha smiles and proclaims, "The universe circle, the mists of heaven, bring them forth. The wind and fire wheels, the fiery spear, present them to me. The heart's iron soldiers also summon them to me." Chapter 1 Prologue. In the primordial chaos, when Pangu first divided heaven and earth, the Taiyi, the 2 elements, and the 4 symbols emerged, bringing forth the heavenly rat, earthly ox, and human tiger, all to evade the beastly calamities and shelter the virtuous. Outside Kunlun Mountain, radiant light shone, revered by the world as a sacred peak. Yet, few could have anticipated the fierce confrontation between Tongtian Daoren, the leader of the Jie sect, and Yuanshi Tianzuan, the leader of the Chan sect. Junior brother, the fire spirit pearl is a treasure of heaven and earth, rightfully belonging to my Chan sect. I offer you the first level of the Xianqing Qi. In exchange, what say you? Yuanshi Tianzuan proposed, his gaze never straying from the vibrant fire spirit pearl before him. Tongtian Daoren responded with a cold smile. The first level of Xianqing Qi? If you were to present the entire Xianqing method, I might consider it. Is that so? Then it appears we have reached an impasse, Yuanshi Tianzuan remarked, furrowing his brow. Well then, let me experience the profundity of your Xianqing method. Tongtian Daoren retorted sharply. Both were leaders of their respective sects, emerging from the primordial chaos after Pangu's creation, and possessed considerable abilities. Since Pangu's awakening, Hongjun Laozu had acquired the laws of the cosmos, marveling at the boundlessness of the heavenly way, and thus transformed this cosmic law into the 4 doors of Xianhuang Qi, distributing them among his 3 disciples. The eldest disciple, Taishang Laojun, received the Tianguan Qi. Yuanshi Tianzuan received the Xianqing Qi. Tongtian Daoren acquired the Huangqing Qi, while the Diqing Qi remained unclaimed. For even Hongjun Laozu could not fully grasp the heavenly laws, leaving the Diqing method uncomprehended. At this moment, both had undergone prolonged contemplation, thoroughly mastering their respective methods. Heaven and earth, Xianhuang, the universe in chaos, come forth. Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke calmly, and in an instant, radiant light enveloped him, his words manifesting as law. The surrounding space began to collapse inch by inch. Is this your prowess? Tongtian Daoren sneered, flicking his robe, reversing the spatial rules. Junior brother, in that case, do not blame me for my ruthless actions, Yuanshi Tianzuan stated coolly, but his hand had already formed a seal. Though neither moved from their places, their words manifested as law, countering each other's moves, as the vast Kunlun Mountain began to crumble beneath their contention. Unbeknownst to them, amidst their duel, the fire spirit pearl had been dislodged and cast away, its whereabouts unknown. Outside Kunlun Mountain, a figure shrouded in radiant colors observed the trembling mountain with a resigned shake of the head. With a wave of his right hand and the utterance of a seal, the stability of Kunlun Mountain was restored in the celestial realms. The 2 primordial beings sensed the arrival of a formidable presence, prompting them to cease their conflict. Is it the revered Nuwa? They uttered in unison. Indeed, it was the goddess Nuwa who had descended. You 2 have diverged over the fire spirit pearl, yet it has now vanished from sight. This pearl is a creation of the heavens, not something that belongs to any individual. It has descended to the mortal realm, governed by the laws of destiny. As for you 2, given the circumstances, it is best that you cease your quarrel, she proclaimed. Though reluctant, the 2 exchanged glances at Nuwa and acquiesced, bowing respectfully as they replied, "We shall heed the decree of the goddess Nuwa." Meanwhile, Nuwa sensed that someone in the mortal realm was slandering her. With a flick of her fingers, she felt a jolt of surprise. It was none other than Emperor Xian of the Shang dynasty. Noticing that the 2 had ceased their dispute, Nuwa became aware of Xian's calumny against her. Initially intending to confront him directly, she reconsidered, acknowledging that the whereabouts of the fire spirit pearl remained unknown. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and said, "So it is." Chapter 2. The birth of Nezha at Chintang Pass. Within the resplendent confines of the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qianyuan resided the illustrious Taiyi Zhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals under the auspices of the primordial supreme. His prowess was unparalleled. Taiyi Zhenren dedicated his days to the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment, eschewing worldly affairs. Yet, he harbored a singular passion, the cultivation of flowers, with a particular fondness for lotus blossoms, shunning all other flora. As Taiyi Zhenren tended to his beloved lotus, an unexpected phenomenon unfolded within the cave as vibrant rays of light burst forth, and the creatures of the mountain began to vocalize, seemingly heralding the arrival of a significant figure. Taiyi Zhenren, perplexed, attempted to divine the cause, muttering, "What could this be? Is there a shift in the heavenly order?" Before he could finish his thought, Nuwa had already appeared before him. "Greetings, Goddess Nuwa," Taiyi Zhenren exclaimed, taken aback, for she was the mother of Earth, the embodiment of the consciousness of Pangu, who fashioned humanity from clay and mended the heavens, her deeds immeasurable. "Do not stand on ceremony, Zhenren. I have come to request your assistance," Nuwa stated. "Your words are too gracious, goddess. Should there be a mandate, I shall comply," Taiyi Zhenren responded earnestly. "Your master nearly caused a grave error over the primordial treasure, the fire spirit pearl, but I intervened just in time. The pearl has now descended into the mortal realm. Its immense power poses a substantial threat. If wielded by a human, the consequences may be manageable, yet in the hands of a demon, turmoil across the three realms is inevitable. Thus, I hope you can guide him onto the right path, ensuring that he may one day ascend to the ranks of the immortals," Nuwa implored. Upon hearing this, Taiyi Zhenren was struck with gravity, realizing the significance of the treasure, especially since it had incited conflict even among those who dismissed the heavenly court. The personal intervention of Nuwa underscored its importance. "I shall abide by the decree of Goddess Nuwa," Taiyi Zhenren assured her promptly. "Go forth now, the fire spirit pearl is likely to manifest soon," Nuwa concluded, ascending in a cascade of radiant light before vanishing from sight. In the heart of the Kunlun Mountains, just as the goddess Nwa departed, radiant beams of light cascaded once more. Apart from Nwa, it seemed that only the ancient sage Hongjun, transformed from Pangu's 7 souls, remained. Upon seeing his 2 disciples, Hongjun shook his head in resignation. "You two have nearly instigated a catastrophe of monumental proportions. Are you aware of your transgressions?" "We acknowledge our errors," they replied in unison. "Very well. Nwa fashioned humanity from clay, and all mortals are her progeny. You must not descend to the mortal realm and sow discord. Do you comprehend?" Hongjun admonished. "Understood, but regarding the fire spirit pearl." The words of the primordial Tianzuan were abruptly cut short by Hongjun. "The fire spirit pearl has already reincarnated into a human. Do not covet it. The innate treasures are governed by the principle of fate. Recently, I have contemplated the heavenly way, and I have received divine intent, indicating that some patterns may need alteration. I will transmute this enlightenment into a scroll, known as the List of Deifications. A great calamity approaches. Those named in this list shall ascend to the ranks of immortals. Which of you wishes to bear the list?" Seeing the fire spirit pearl lost, and now burdened with such a daunting task, the primordial Tianzuan was reluctant. "Let it be given to my junior brother." The Taoist of the heavens paused, initially inclined to respond, but considering that all his disciples were merely weeds and beasts, he refrained from further comment, recognizing the opportunity for deification. Just as the Taoist of the heavens was about to step forward to accept the list, Hongjun interjected, "I am aware of your vast interests, Taoist of the heavens. I possess a celestial stone. After the deification is complete, I fear there may be repercussions. You shall forge a blade to vanquish the immortals, to intimidate all celestial beings. Let the primordial Tianzuan take the list." Reluctantly, the primordial Tianzuan complied with the master's decree and accepted the list. Nwa created humanity from clay, Swearin discovered fire to eliminate raw food, Shinnong governed the world by sampling herbs, and Xianyuan established rights and marriages. At this moment, the human realm should have mirrored the harmonious era of Yao, Shun, and Yu, yet it was rife with grievances. The tyrant King Zhou of Shang, known as the Exen, even defiled the temple of humanity's progenitor, Nwa, by inscribing a lewd poem. The phoenix and dragon adorn a splendid canopy, bedecked with fine gold and exquisite designs. Distant mountains bend in vibrant hues as fluttering sleeves reflect the rosy attire. Pear blossoms weep in a contest of beauty, while peonies enveloped in mist exhibit their allure. Only those enchanting enough to sway can reclaim the joys of the sovereign. King Zhou, originally named Zishou and later known as Dexine, was the youngest son of King Yi. Upon ascending the throne, he initially adhered to strict self-discipline. However, after a visit to Nwa's palace, he encountered the daughter of the Marquis of Shang, Su Husu, Daja pressuring Su Hu to yield her as a concubine. Despite Su Hu's exceptional valor, he ultimately succumbed to Dexine's royal status and the might of General Huang Feihu, surrendering and offering his 2 daughters to the tyrant. As for King Zhou, let's set that aside for now. What we must discuss is the valiant General Li Jing, stationed at the Changtong Pass, who had a wife named Yin Shenyang. It is peculiar to note that Li Jing and Yin Shenyang had 2 sons, Jinjia and Muza. However, 3 years prior, the 3rd child, who was expected to be born, failed to arrive, and the pregnancy lingered for 3 years and 6 months. During this time, Li Jing sought the counsel of numerous renowned physicians, all of whom assured him, Madame Li is unharmed. Yin Shenyang was a kind-hearted woman, yet she sensed something peculiar within her womb. Thus, each day she would visit the Nuwa palace to light incense and beseech the goddess Nuwa for guidance. Today, however, as she had just ignited the incense and was preparing her offerings, a flash of crimson light surged forth and entered her abdomen. In an instant, Yin Shenyang was gripped by excruciating pain. "Ah, I am about to give birth. I am about to give birth," she cried out. Her servant, witnessing her agony, hurriedly prepared hot water and silk. Amidst Yin Shenyang's piercing screams, the child finally emerged. Yet, the midwife's face turned ashen, and she gasped in horror, exclaiming, "A monster! A demon!" With that, she fled the scene. Li Jing had long awaited outside for the arrival of his child, but upon hearing the midwife's terrified shout, he rushed inside. "My lady, are you unharmed?" he called out, but before he could finish, he beheld a floating orb of flesh, glowing a vivid red, which cast an eerie illumination throughout the room. "Demon!" Li Jing hissed, drawing his sword and charging towards the grotesque orb. At that moment, Yin Shenyang regained consciousness and, upon seeing the orb, her face turned pale, whether from exhaustion after childbirth or sheer terror. As Li Jing struck down with his sword, the orb's crimson radiance intensified, blinding him with its brilliance, akin to the sun. After what felt like an eternity, the light began to dissipate, revealing that the orb had been cleaved in 2, and from within it emerged a child who appeared to be 3 or 4 years old. "Father, mother," the child called out, leaving Li Jing in a state of shock. Having sought the path of immortality from a young age and trained under the esteemed Master Di of the Western Kunlun, who had once foretold of Yin Shenyang's pregnancy as an ominous event, he had been warned that the child born would be anything but ordinary. Yet here stood a living, breathing child, and even as he gripped his sword, his hand trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 3. Mount Qianyuan, the master of Taiyi, my lord. This is our child. This is our child. At this moment, Yin Shenyang had finally processed the situation. Li Jing, upon hearing her words, was also filled with joy. What a fine child. How could he possibly be a demon? He exclaimed with excitement. Li Jing cradled the infant and handed him to Yin Shenyang, who, upon seeing him, noted that the child's complexion was rosy and that he appeared no different from any other child. "My lord, please bestow a name upon our child." At that moment, Li Jing realized that the child had yet to be named. After 3 years and 6 months of pregnancy, they had contemplated countless names, yet now found themselves at a loss. "My lord, a Taoist has come, saying he wishes to congratulate you on the birth of your precious son," reported a guard from outside. "Please let him in." Li Jing, who had dedicated his life to the pursuit of the way, was overjoyed to hear of a visitor. His master was the esteemed Zhenren Due from West Kunlun, and the arrival of a Taoist was indeed a delightful surprise. The Taoist entered the hall and greeted Li Jing with a respectful gesture. "I am but a humble practitioner, here to congratulate General Li on the birth of your esteemed son." Li Jing hastily returned the greeting. "Please, esteemed one, take a seat. May I inquire as to which sacred mountain you hail from, and in which cave you reside?" Without hesitation, the Taoist sat down and replied, "I am Taiyi Zhenren from the Golden Light Cave of Mount Qianyuan. Upon hearing of your joyous news, I have come to offer my congratulations. Might I have the honor of holding the child?" Though Li Jing found the request a bit perplexing, he could not refuse such a genuine sage. He presented the child. Upon observing the infant, Taiyi Zhenren noted that he was the size of a 3-year-old, with a rosy complexion and a latent aura that seemed on the verge of surging forth. Taiyi Zhenren inquired hastily, "At what hour was this child born?" Li Jing replied, "During the Cho hour." Taiyi Zhenren furrowed his brow, calculating with his fingers and muttering incantations. Is the Cho hour not auspicious, esteemed one? Li Jing, seeing the Taoist's troubled demeanor, quickly asked. After a period of silence, Taiyi Zhenren's furrowed brow relaxed, and he queried Li Jing, I know your master is Zhenren Diyue, who happens to be my esteemed senior's disciple. Has he not cast a divination for this child? At this, Li Jing suddenly recalled Diyue Zhenren's prophecy. This child, conceived for 3 years and 6 months, is neither a demon nor a monster. With a sigh, Li Jing responded, my master has indeed spoken. This child is neither a demon nor a monster. Taiyi Zhenren shook his head in resignation. What your master says holds merit, yet it does not tell the whole story. Li Jing, puzzled, asked, what do you mean, esteemed one? Taiyi Zhenren explained, this child, conceived for 3 years and 6 months and born during the Cho hour, is destined to encounter a calamity of 1,700 killings. Both men fell into silence. Then Taiyi Zhenren suddenly asked, does this child have a name? How many sons do you have, General? Li Jing replied, I am humbled to have 3 sons. My eldest is named Jing, who has taken Master Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan of the Yundong Cave on Wulong Mountain as his mentor. My second son is named Mu Jia, who has taken Master Puxian Zhenren of the Baihe Cave on Jiugong Mountain as his mentor. As for this third son, he has just been born and has yet to be named. Upon hearing this, Taiyi Zhenren declared, very well. I shall name this child Nezha, and he shall be my disciple at the Golden Light Cave of Mount Qianyuan. What say you, General? Ah, Nezha, Nezha. Suddenly, the child was beset by an excruciating headache, as if possessed by a demonic force, with vital energy coursing through his body. Yet, at that moment, Nezha began to experience peculiar memories in his mind. Nezha, isn't he from the investiture of the gods? Could it be? As Nezha struggled violently, the energy of the fire spirit pearl began to surge, and the very fabric of reality started to shift. A tempest arose, accompanied by thunder and lightning, while the energy surrounding Nezha threatened to explode. In that instant, he ceased clutching his head and instead grasped the location of his dantian. Taiyi Zhenren thought to himself, this is dire. The fire spirit pearl is an innate treasure, and if its energy were to leak out, Qintang Pass would be obliterated in an instant. From the sleeve of Taiyi Zhenren, an object flew forth, resembling a long crimson ribbon, radiating celestial light in an instant. Go! Taiyi Zhenren bellowed, and the red ribbon shot out, binding Nezha in a moment. Following that, another object emerged from his sleeve, a golden talisman that soared toward Nezha's head, further ensnaring the already bound Nezha. Taiyi Zhenren leapt forward, swiftly arriving at Nezha's side. Placing his hand upon his head, Nezha, I shall impart to you a mantra. Follow my instructions precisely. Nezha, understanding the gravity of the situation and quickly dismissing the events preceding his time travel, was acutely aware of the transformations occurring around him. Following Taiyi Zhenren's guidance, Nezha began to disperse the energy of the fire spirit pearl from his dantian throughout his body, repeating the process over and over. Time passed. Though Nezha could not discern how long, he suddenly felt the energy saturating the meridians of his entire being, yet it no longer permeated within, having reached a state of fullness. Soon after, his meridians began to swell, as if on the verge of bursting, while the energy of the fire spirit pearl continued to emanate, seemingly undiminished. Master, I feel unwell, Nezha shouted in distress. Taiyi Zhenren was taken aback. Had he already broken through? Concentrate the energy at your acupoints and force it open. Then you will perceive meridians unlike any you have encountered. When you reach saturation again, force it open once more. Do you understand? Progress step by step. Do not be hasty, Taiyi Zhenren instructed gravely. He then turned to Li Jing and said, General, I must protect Nezha. Allow no one to enter. Upon hearing this, Li Jing promptly complied. Meanwhile, in Chaoga City, the winds howled, and torrential rain fell incessantly. What is happening today? What offense have I committed to provoke such relentless downpours? Emperor Xin inquired of the national master, Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao replied, originally a disciple of the Yushu sect. I was once a Black Panther who apprenticed under the primordial Heavenly Venerable, but I was later expelled and joined the Bio sect. I was cast out for vying for the investiture of the gods against my senior brother, Jiang Zia, and I have heard whispers regarding the Fire Spirit Pearl. The Fire Spirit Pearl has unexpectedly been born, and Xinguang Bao understands why the relentless rain continues. However, he harbors thoughts of seizing the Fire Spirit Pearl. Possessing this innate treasure would allow him to cultivate gradually, ultimately leading him to confront Yuan Shi for retribution. Yuan Shi, you expelled me from the sect on that fateful day. Await your regret. Xinguang Bao muses inwardly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet, he certainly would not disclose this to King Zhou. At this moment, Xinguang Bao raised his head, counting on his fingers and murmuring incantations, though he was not actually performing any spells. Shortly after, he addressed King Zhou. Your Majesty, there is dire news. A monster has appeared in our great Shang. King Zhou's expression darkened upon hearing this. A monster? I, the king, have instilled fear across the seas, ensuring the people live in peace. How dare this sky bring forth a monster, causing fierce winds and torrential rains that displace my subjects? Investigate this at once. Yes, Your Majesty, Xinguang Bao responded promptly, moving forward to accept the command. Chapter 4. Dispersion of Spiritual Energy. The path of cultivation. After a fortnight of incessant rain, it finally ceased. At this moment, Nezha had absorbed all the spiritual energy. Observing the sky returning to normal, Taiyi Zhenren released his hold from Nezha's mud pill palace, and Nezha opened his eyes. He glanced around, and then at himself. Master, please take back the Hunyuan ribbon and the Qiankuan circle. Taiyi Zhenren was momentarily taken aback. You know the names of these two treasures? The Hunyuan ribbon and the Qiankuan circle are indeed Nezha's artifacts. Renowned from the investiture of the gods. How could Nezha not know? Yet, Taiyi Zhenren had never mentioned their names, and he silently regretted revealing them. However, he remained unaware of Nezha's true identity and heaved a sigh. Very well, very well. Since you are destined to possess these two treasures, I shall bestow them upon you. Relieved, Nezha hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. At this moment, Taiyi Zhenren was already aware of the Fire Spirit Pearl's power and recalled the decree from the goddess Nuwa, secretly relieved that matters had settled. With a wave of his hand, the Hunyuan ribbon and Qiankuan circle flew from Nezha and into his grasp, which he then offered to Nezha. Nezha eagerly reached out to accept them. The Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan ribbon were indeed his supreme treasures. Taiyi Zhenren gazed at Nezha with a slight smile. After all, he had never taken on a disciple before. Although Nezha had been specially entrusted by the goddess Nuwa, it did not hinder him from being his disciple. Reflecting on this, he felt a deeper sense of joy, and his smile widened. Nezha, since you have entered my Qianyuan Mountain-esque Golden Light Cave, I shall naturally impart the cultivation methods to you. You must diligently practice. In time, you shall transcend the suffering of life and death and escape the cycle of reincarnation. As Taiyi Zhenren took on his first disciple, uncertain of what to teach, he directly imparted the highest secret technique of the Yushu sect, the Xianqing method, to Nezha. At this moment, Nezha stood in stunned silence, for the investiture of the gods had not mentioned that he required further cultivation. It was known that Nezha was extraordinary from birth, yet it made sense. Without diligent training, how could one attain such formidable strength? Moreover, there lay ahead the inevitable conflict with King Wu against Zhou. Thus, it would be prudent to enhance his skills through rigorous practice. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude once more. Upon seeing Nezha bow in respect, Taiyi Zhenren pointed his finger at Nezha's forehead, transmitting the Xianqing Qi technique into Nezha's mind. This method, derived from the comprehension of the Tao by the venerable Hongjun, could not be contained within mere bamboo scrolls, hence it was simulated through celestial techniques. At that moment, a vague silhouette appeared in Nezha's consciousness, continuously imparting the method. Nezha, if you wish to transcend life and death, to break free from the cycle of reincarnation, you must ceaselessly comprehend the Tao. As you deepen your understanding, your realm will continuously elevate. The path of cultivation is boundless from the moment you embark on your practice. You must perceive the spiritual energy, transforming spirit into divinity, embodying the ethereal. You may achieve the stature of a loose immortal, and beyond that, there are true immortals. Taiyi loose immortals, Taiyi true immortals, Taiyi profound immortals, Taiyi golden immortals, and the quasi-saint de Luo golden immortals, culminating in the sage Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal. Do you comprehend this? Taiyi Zhenren inquired once more. I understand, Master, Nezha replied with a nod, displaying a demeanor of obedience. Observing Nezha's earnestness, Taiyi Zhenren felt a sense of satisfaction, though he could not reconcile this with Nuwa's instructions. Very well, I have been away for half a month and must return. I have imparted the methods of cultivation to you. Practice diligently. Should you have any questions, seek me at Qianyuan Mountain's Golden Light Cave, he instructed, as clouds formed beneath his feet, lifting him into the sky. By the time Nezha looked up, his figure had vanished completely. Nezha remained rooted in place, pondering earnestly yet unable to fathom why he had arrived in this world of divinity. Nevertheless, having arrived, he resolved to adapt. Moreover, he was already well versed in the investiture of the gods. At the very least, Nezha ultimately achieved enlightenment, being enshrined as the great deity of the three altars. The third prince of Nezha. Was this not a splendid fate? With this thought, a faint smile graced his lips. Nezha, my son, Jing remarked. Having witnessed Taiyi Zhenren's departure and knowing that Nezha was now safe, he dismissed his guards and hurried into the courtyard. Upon seeing his father, Nezha's heart leapt with joy as he approached and called out, "Father!" Jing, having merely speculated before, was now overjoyed to find Nezha unharmed. "Gather everyone in the city. I, Jing, shall host a full moon banquet for my son." Although Nezha spoke with the eloquence of a human and presented the form of a 3-year-old, in truth, he had only been born 16 days prior. "Nezha, what gift would you like for your full moon celebration?" "I shall grant it," Jing said, cradling Nezha in his arms, radiating boundless affection. Nezha laughed playfully. Nezha desires no gifts. Upon hearing this, Jing chuckled, "So obedient. You even understand your father's feelings. You truly are my son." The people of Chintang Pass are well aware that the diligent General Jing has been blessed with a son, and his upright governance has earned him the affection of the populace. As this joyous news spread, the entire community rejoiced for the couple, and many esteemed individuals hastened to visit the Li residence. As seasons transitioned seamlessly, 7 years have passed, and at this moment, Nezha is already 7 years old. To strike at the formidable warriors and to conquer Jingchu, one must navigate through obstacles and traverse the treacherous paths. To intercept their movements, one must follow the lineage of Tang's descendants. Nezha struggled with the recitation, faltering in his words. Inchenyang looked at him with a smile and said, "Silly child. It is to intercept their movements and to follow the lineage of Tang's descendants." "Oh, I understand now, mother," Nezha replied. "Do you not enjoy reciting your lessons?" Inchenyang inquired, observing Nezha's impatience with a smile. "Mother, I cannot manage the Shang song. Please spare me. I have my training to attend to. If master finds that I have made no progress, I shall surely face his wrath," Nezha said cautiously. It seems that the task of memorization is universally unappealing. For even the exceptionally gifted Nezha finds the Shang song to be a source of vexation. "Very well, my dear. Knowing your disdain for recitation, I propose this. If you can recite the entire Shang song, I shall grant you an entire day of freedom from any admonitions," Inchenyang offered. Upon hearing this, Nezha's demeanor transformed. He straightened his posture and began to recite fervently. In a mere quarter of an hour, he had flawlessly memorized the entire piece. "Mother, I have finished. I am off to play now." With that, Nezha dashed away, leaving Inchenyang smiling, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts about her son. Nezha, bounding and leaping, soon found himself at the foot of the city. A spark of inspiration struck him. He swiftly devised a plan, performed a hand gesture, and in an instant, his appearance transformed, mirroring that of the soldiers guarding the city. Atop the city walls of Chintang Pass, soldiers are stationed year-round, and even Nezha had never ascended there. Now, having altered his form and attire, he was met with nods of acknowledgement from the incoming soldiers. Typically, they would recognize him as the esteemed young master of the 3 realms, yet in this guise, they merely nodded without further greeting, indicating that his transformation had successfully deceived them. Following another group of soldiers, Nezha ascended the battlements, his curiosity piqued by this unfamiliar territory. Upon the parapet, he noticed a tower, its grand door firmly shut, secured by a massive bronze lock. Nezha gazed at the imposing lock, a smile creeping onto his face, for it posed no challenge to him. Seizing the moment while the soldiers were momentarily distracted, he performed a hand gesture, transforming into a gust of wind that slipped through the crack of the door. Within this attic, an astonishing cleanliness prevailed, free of any dust, and the lampstand appeared to have been recently attended to, with the oil in the bowl still plentiful. This was far from amusing. Nezha silently lamented his folly. As he contemplated this, he found himself seated on the ground. At that moment, a sudden burst of golden celestial light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a hexagram pattern on the floor. The Emperor Fuxi established the Bagua, concealing myriad laws within its embrace. Nezha found himself positioned directly opposite the northwest position, seemingly activating the hexagram. Gazing at the golden celestial light beneath him, Nezha appeared momentarily entranced. After a brief duration, the celestial light contracted, transforming into a blinding point of brilliance. Nezha promptly extended his right hand, and the golden talisman on his wrist enlarged. This talisman was none other than one of his 2 significant treasures, the Qianquan circle. Just as Nezha believed the golden light might harm him, it instead soared towards the lampstand. It was then that Nezha noticed a large red cloth draped over something atop the lampstand. Grasping the Qianquan circle, Nezha prepared to execute a spell, summoning the misty silk from his robe sleeve. "Who goes there? This place is a forbidden area of Chintang Pass. Reveal yourself," shouted the soldiers outside. Clearly, The soldiers had sensed the earlier golden light and recognized something was amiss. Yet, the key to the attic had always been personally safeguarded by Li Jing, who also replaced the lamp oil each morning. Li Jing, engrossed in military texts in his study, sensed the disturbance from the golden light emanating from the attic and hurriedly made his way there. Upon opening the door, he beheld Nezha's hand nearly touching the red cloth. "Nezha," Li Jing called out sternly. Nezha, having been discovered by the soldiers, had already cast a binding spell to immobilize them. Now, with more intruders approaching, his anger flared. Just as he prepared to cast another binding spell, he found Li Jing's flushed face fixed upon him. "Father," Nezha instantly softened. "You ungrateful child. This is the forbidden area of Qintang Pass, and you dare trespass." With that, he seized Nezha's arm and began to lead him away. The onlookers, witnessing this, remained silent, for it was evident that Li Jing was genuinely furious. Dragging Nezha back to the Li residence, Li Jing scolded, "What were you doing on the city tower? It is a forbidden zone." Nezha, unsure how to defend himself, could only lower his head. "Master, what has transpired?" In Shenyang hurriedly approached. Before Nezha or Li Jing could speak, In Shenyang had reached Nezha's side, checking him over. "Are you all right? Did your father strike you?" Quickly apologized to him. Seeing In Shenyang so protective of Nezha, Li Jing felt a headache coming on. Nezha's mischievous nature often led to trouble, yet each time he sought to reprimand him. In Shenyang intervened. "Nezha, come here," Li Jing said, exasperated. Nezha glanced at In Shenyang. At that moment, it was clear that she had become his talisman. However, In Shenyang boldly took Nezha's hand and approached Li Jing, declaring, "If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me. My son has caused trouble, and I shall bear the consequences." Li Jing, observing In Shenyang's maternal protectiveness, could only respond with a sigh of resignation. "I never intended to punish him," he replied. "Nezha is also my son. Yet, everyone in Qintang Pass is aware that the city tower is a forbidden area. I must maintain a semblance of authority before outsiders." Upon hearing that Li Jing did not wish to reprimand him, Nezha quickly interjected, "Thank you, father. You are the best." Li Jing, amused by Nezha's playful demeanor, chuckled softly. "You are a young man, destined to stand tall in the world. Why do you resort to such childlike antics?" Nezha blushed at his father's words. "Dad, what exactly lies beneath that red cloth?" Nezha inquired, recalling the earlier scene at the city tower. Li Jing's expression shifted slightly. "Why do you ask about that?" Nezha's curiosity had been piqued, and he was unwilling to relent easily, tugging at Li Jing's hand. "Father, please sit. Let me massage your back, and you shall tell me what it is, all right?" As he spoke, Nezha began to pat Li Jing's back with his small hands. At this moment, In Shenyang, too, seemed to be drawn into the intrigue. "Indeed, my lord, since marrying into the Li family, I have known that place to be forbidden. Yet I remain unaware of what lies within." Li Jing glanced at In Shenyang, then at Nezha, who was diligently massaging his back, and sighed. "Very well. I shall reveal it to you." He continued, "Before our dynasty, there existed the Great Yu the Great, as well as the emperors Yao and Shun. Furthermore, there was a divine figure, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. The Yellow Emperor engaged in a fierce battle with Qi Yu, and the outcome was uncertain. It was then that he received guidance from the goddess Nuwa, who instructed him to craft a bow using the southern branches of Mount Tai, the horns of the Yani cattle, the sinews of the Jingmi deer, and the glue from river fish. This bow was named the Qiankuan bow, also known as the Xianyuan bow. He also fashioned arrows from the branches of the Tongtian tree, imbuing them with the faith of all people. There were 3 arrows in total, and it was these arrows that pierced Qiyo's heart, earning the title of the Zhentian arrow. "Dad, what does this have to do with the forbidden area atop the city tower?" Nezha queried, perplexed. Li Jing observed Nezha, noting that he was now enthralled by the tale. His small hands ceasing their massage, he pulled Nezha close, cradling him in his arms. "My son, do you understand? Within that pavilion lies the treasure of Qintang Pass, the Qiankuan bow and the Zhentian arrow." Upon hearing this, Nezha gasped in astonishment. The Qiankuan bow and the Zhentian arrow. Yet, when I was there, I distinctly saw a golden bagua symbol on the ground, which transformed into a point of light. Li Jing was taken aback by Nezha's revelation. "Are you certain of what you speak?" Nezha nodded in affirmation. Li Jing closed his eyes, striving to regain his composure, and contemplated, could this be fate? "My son has awakened the Qiankuan bow and the Zhentian arrow." After Li Jing calmed his emotions, he gazed at Nezha and continued, "The Qiankuan bow has not been drawn since the time of the Yellow Emperor, and the Zhentian arrow, tainted by the blood of Qi Yu, has lost all its spirit. Later, my master, the real person Dui, received guidance from a wise being and drew the Xiantian bagua of the human emperor Fuxi, leaving behind a prophecy. The one who draws the bow shall reveal the bagua. Upon hearing this, Nezha was astonished. The bow was indeed formidable. Li Jing, too, felt a mix of surprise and joy, for since the era of the Yellow Emperor, no one had been able to draw the Qinquan bow, and the Zhentian arrow was entirely devoid of spiritual essence. Looking at Nezha in his arms, Li Jing couldn't help but ponder if this was fate. Nezha, how about I bestow upon you the Qinquan bow and the Zhentian arrow? Li Jing proposed. Nezha was overjoyed. After all, this was another treasured artifact. He quickly stood upright and exclaimed, "Thank you, Father. This is the key to the attic. Find a time to retrieve it. But remember, these two treasures are extraordinary. Do not draw the bow unless absolutely necessary," Li Jing cautioned with earnestness. After a brief conversation, the family dispersed. Nezha returned to his room and began to meditate. During his teachings, Taiyi Zhenren had imparted a method to Nezha, allowing him to cultivate while meditating at night, thus eliminating the need for sleep. This was one of the reasons for Nezha's rapid progress in cultivation. As Nezha focused inwardly on his meridians, he felt an abundance of spiritual energy. Reflecting on 7 years prior, when he had almost reached the level of a loose immortal, he had recently broken through that realm. However, Nezha was puzzled as to why his heavenly calamity had yet to arrive. Typically, a breakthrough in cultivation was accompanied by a heavenly tribulation, yet it was still delayed. Nezha had inquired about this with Taiyi Zhenren, but the sage merely shook his head and offered no further explanation. Since Taiyi Zhenren was reluctant to elaborate, Nezha could only suppress his curiosity and patiently continue his training. On a sweltering summer day, while Nezha was immersed in his cultivation, he was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Opening it, he found Yin Shinyang gazing at him fondly. "Mother, what is it?" he asked. Yin Shinyang replied, "Nezha, today your father is going to the military camp, and he promised me he would take you along." Upon hearing this, Nezha was overjoyed. Li Jing of Chintang Pass had been designated by Emperor Yi as a trusted minister, and alongside Huang Feihu, Su Hu, and Ji Chong, they were known as the four great kings of the Shang dynasty. Although Su Hu had rebelled, the title of the four great kings was not easily earned, and their prowess in battle was well documented. The thought of going to the military camp with Li Jing filled Nezha with excitement. "Mother, I'll gather my things right away. Please wait for me at the door," Nezha exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Nezha quickly changed into a fresh outfit, concealed the Qinquan circle and the Hunyuan silk, grabbed some snacks, and made his way to the entrance of the Li residence. Li Jing sat majestically upon his steed, his posture proud and dignified, flanked by 30 warriors brandishing the banner of the Shang dynasty, while 20 others held aloft the flag of the Li family. Accompanying them were nearly 300 soldiers, rendering the scene undeniably grand. "Father," cried Nezha as he approached Li Jing's horse, excitement evident in his voice. Upon hearing Nezha's arrival, Li Jing felt a surge of joy within, despite his expression remaining unchanged. After all, this marked Nezha's inaugural entry into the military camp. He bent down, grasping Nezha's wrist, and effortlessly lifted him to sit before him. Li Jing raised his arm and commanded, "Let us depart." As his horse moved forward, the entire troop followed closely behind. It was mid-May, and the midday sun cast an oppressive heat upon them. Even the formidable Li family army found the sweltering sun difficult to endure. Li Jing, feeling the heat intensely, glanced back at his soldiers and noted that they had reached a shaded area, prompting him to make a decision. "Halt, let us rest and regroup." Nezha dismounted and looked up at the sky, sensing the unbearable warmth. It was truly a time when the sun scorched the earth, and the tender willows and young grain seemed to wither. Travelers dreaded the oppressive heat, and beautiful maidens shunned the stage, reluctant to perform. The pavilion offered little respite from the sweltering air, and the waterside felt like being engulfed in flames. Though fragrant lotus blossoms graced the nearby garden, even the gentle rain and soft thunder could hardly lift spirits. At this moment, Nezha was drenched in sweat. Despite being in the cool shade, he felt exceedingly overheated. He decided to loosen his garments. Just then, a soldier returned with water, and Nezha eagerly seized the water gourd, draining it in one go, yet still felt parched. "Where did this water come from?" Nezha inquired. In response, "My lord, there lies a waterfall not far ahead, with a stream below from which the water was drawn." The soldier replied. "Very well, I understand," Nezha said, waving his hand to dismiss the soldier. Grasping the gourd, he headed toward the location indicated by the warrior. After a short distance, he indeed discovered the waterfall. Overcome by the heat, Nezha leaned by the riverbank, splashed his face, and drank deeply. Yet it was insufficient to quench his thirst. In a moment of spontaneity, he plunged his entire body into the water, feeling an overwhelming sense of refreshment and deciding to bathe. However, He had previously discarded his clothes in the woods, so he summoned his treasured artifact, the 7-foot Heaven silk, to aid him in his bathing. While indulging in the cooling waters, Nezha failed to notice that the Heaven silk had turned the water a deep crimson. This river, known as Jiwanko, was the mouth of the East Sea, and at that moment, the Heaven silk was causing chaos within the crystal palace beneath the waters. Meanwhile, within the palace, the East Sea Dragon King was in a deep slumber when he suddenly felt the world spinning around him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw fruits and delicacies scattered across the hall. Yasha! Yasha! The Dragon King bellowed in fury. The Yasha, Li Jin, hurried forward. Might I inquire what the Dragon King desires? Seeing Li Jin, the Dragon King's fury intensified, and he slammed his dragon bed, exclaiming, "Did you not notice the Crystal Palace is in turmoil? Why don't you hurry and investigate which great demon is causing trouble?" At that moment, Li Jin comprehended the Dragon King's intent and promptly descended to instruct his underlings, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, to look into the matter. Following the intensity of the tremors, Li Jin determined the direction and arrived at the mouth of the Jiwan River, where he beheld Nezha bathing, holding a piece of silk brocade, which he was inserting into his body. This brocade, however, seemed extraordinary, casting the entire waters of Jiwan River in a vivid crimson hue. Li Jin, witnessing this, though unaware of the nature of the treasure in Nezha's possession, surmised that the chaos in the Dragon Palace must be attributed to this artifact. The Yiksha hastily summoned the shrimp soldiers and crab generals for assistance, then performed a water-splitting gesture, creating a waterway from beneath the Yiksha's feet to Nezha's. As Nezha continued his bath, he discovered the water had vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a horde of monsters, the foremost of whom bore a fearsome visage, complete with sharp fangs, crimson hair, and azure skin. Before Nezha could speak, the Yiksha interjected, "You, child, possess such a remarkable treasure, yet feel no compunction in oppressing the East Sea, disturbing the entire Crystal Palace." A thought suddenly flashed through Nezha's mind. In the investiture of the gods, he had slain the East Sea's patrolling Yiksha and the Dragon King's third son, only to face the grim fate of returning flesh and bones to his parents. Nezha lifted his gaze, but found it difficult to meet the eyes of the patrolling Yiksha. For if he were to follow the narrative of the investiture of the gods, he ought to strike him down. Yet, a new idea flickered in his mind. What would transpire if he diverged from the tale? As the third watch approached, the story began to gain momentum. Chapter 7. Release the Yiksha. A visit from the Dragon King. Nezha reflected on the events depicted in the investiture of the gods. Though unafraid, he was aware that ultimately, he would be enshrined as the great deity of the three altars of the sea. Contemplating the potential consequences of slaying the Yiksha, he feared the inevitable repercussions, returning flesh to his father and bones to his mother. Furthermore, considering In Shinyang's indulgence towards him, he could not bear to cause his mother sorrow. "If you want tea, let me bathe, then I shan't bathe at all," Nezha declared, soaring to the riverbank. Performing a gesture to retract the Heaven silk and turning to depart, the Yiksha, upon entering the water, noticed that the tumult had subsided. Seeing that Nezha had left, he returned to the Crystal Palace with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Li Jing, upon Nezha's return, again issued orders for another expedition. Meanwhile, the Yiksha had returned to the Crystal Palace, where he found the table once more laden with an array of fruits and delicacies, which eased his mind. Li Jin, who was that formidable demon earlier, possessing such powers? The Dragon King inquired upon Li Jin's return. Li Jin hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, it was merely a young boy taking a bath." Upon hearing this, the Dragon King slammed his hand upon the table, sending the delicacies tumbling to the ground. "Audacious Li Jin, do you dare deceive me, believing I am but a child of 3? Li Jin, sensing the Dragon King's fury, stepped forward and said, "I have not lied. The turmoil within the Crystal Palace is indeed due to a child bathing. However, this child possesses a treasure, a 7-foot-long red silk, which was stirring in the water, causing the disturbance." Upon hearing Li Jin's words, the Dragon King entertained another thought. If such a powerful artifact could yield such effects in the hands of a mere child, what might it accomplish if it were in his possession? Contemplating this, he immediately commanded, "Li Jin, investigate the origins of that child." Meanwhile, Nezha had followed Li Jing to the military camp, where the Li family army was currently undergoing rigorous drills. The collective roar of thousands of soldiers resonated like thunder, reverberating through the skies. Nezha gazed upon the training warriors. Feeling profoundly moved, Li Jing did not linger long at the training ground. After a brief moment, he nodded and led Nezha into the command tent. In the center of the tent, Li Jing took his seat, while the various captains and deputy commanders stood on either side. "General, our soldiers have been toiling day and night. It won't be long before we march against the Western Rome, reported a deputy commander. Upon hearing this, Li Jing responded with a nod. Good. Relay to the three armies to rest for half a month. We shall set forth against the Western Rome after that. After issuing the military order, he handed a command token to the deputy commander, who promptly accepted it. Seeing Li Jing busily engaged, Nezha found it dull and stepped outside to observe the drills for a while before returning to the tent. He discovered that Li Jing was still in discussion with the deputy commanders, so he sat quietly in a corner. While Nezha was meditating, he suddenly sensed something amiss in his surroundings and opened his eyes. Night had fallen, and upon calculating the time, he realized it was the hour of the tiger. Glancing at Li Jing, he noticed that he had fallen asleep on the table. Father, Nezha whispered. Hearing his son's voice, Li Jing awoke with a start. What is it, Nezha? With a furrowed brow, Nezha replied. Father, it was sweltering during the day, but now it has suddenly turned damp. This weather seems unusual. I just calculated. And we should not be expecting rain in the coming days. This situation may be more complicated than it appears. Li Jing, too, sensed the dampness in the air. Especially since his master, the real man Dui from the western Kunlun Mountains, was of the highest order. He also performed a calculation. After doing so, he suddenly shouted, Friends of the sea, reveal yourselves. Yet, as his voice echoed, the humid air receded. Li Jing shook his head. I know not from which little demon this arises. Perhaps it is merely passing by. Though Nezha felt uneasy, the humidity had dissipated, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. Father, let us return home, Nezha suggested. Li Jing smiled. It is already the hour of the tiger, the soldiers are asleep, and the night road is perilous. We shall depart at dawn. However, Nezha insisted. Father need not worry. My master has already taught me the art of cloud riding. You need only inform the watchful soldiers, and I shall carry you back. Li Jing, hearing Nezha's words, nodded in agreement. Very well. After arranging matters with the night watch soldiers, Li Jing and Nezha stepped out of the military tent. At this moment, Nezha hoisted Li Jing onto his back. Despite his small stature, he managed to lift Li Jing, an image that might appear somewhat unseemly, yet Nezha remained unfazed. With a leap, he conjured a cloud beneath their feet, carrying the father and son away. As they traversed the Ninebei River, Nezha suddenly recalled a scene from the investiture of the gods and unwittingly spoke. Father, if one day I were to commit an unpardonable sin and had to repay you by severing my bones and flesh, would you blame me? Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. Nezha, have you gotten into some trouble? Speak, my son, and rest assured I shall not punish you. Nezha replied, I have not caused any trouble. I merely pondered a hypothetical situation. Li Jing chuckled and patted Nezha's head. You are my third son, Nezha. Should you ever cause a great calamity, I would protect you with my life, no matter the cost. Upon hearing this, Nezha felt warmth in his heart, realizing that Li Jing was not as cold-hearted as depicted in the investiture of the gods. Meanwhile, in the crystal palace of the East Sea, the 81 celestial stones atop the hall illuminated the chamber as brightly as day. Li Jin had returned to the crystal palace and reported to the Dragon King, Your Majesty, we have ascertained the identity of that boy. He is the son of Li Jing, the guardian of Chintang Pass. The Dragon King frowned at this revelation. As the deity responsible for rain and clouds, he had a connection with Li Jing, who was a disciple of the celestial master of the Western Kunlun. Li Jing, I did not expect your three sons to possess such extraordinary destinies. One is a disciple of the Bodhisattva Manjushri, another under the tutelage of the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra. And these three children are indeed remarkable, possessing such precious treasures. The Dragon King mused to himself, unaware that he had crushed his wine cup in his hand. Seeing this, Li Jin hastily withdrew. The following day, the East Sea Dragon King transformed into a refined scholar and made his way directly to Chintang Pass. Nezha was meditating when he suddenly sensed the familiar surge of tidal energy. Upon stepping outside, he discovered the sun shining brightly, showing no signs of rain, and decided to consult with Li Jing. However, upon entering the hall, he found Li Jing engaged in conversation with a scholar clad in white, and the tidal energy in the hall intensified, accompanied by a foul odor. Spotting Nezha outside, Li Jing quickly waved him in. Nezha, come in. This is your Uncle Ao, the Lord of the East Sea. Nezha blurted out, East Sea Dragon King, you are Ao Guang. Li Jing's expression darkened, and he sternly admonished, Nezha, how dare you call your uncle by his full name? The Dragon King was taken aback that Nezha recognized him, but then realized something was amiss. Although he bore the surname Ao, he was not Ao Guang, but Ao Guang, signifying radiance and brilliance. Forgive me, father. Forgive me, Uncle Ao. Nezha quickly apologized upon noticing Li Jing's grim demeanor. At this moment, Nezha was reluctant to offend the inhabitants of the East Sea. According to the descriptions in the Investiture of the Gods, he felt a pang of compassion for Li Jing and his wife. When Ao Guang witnessed Nezha's apology, he chuckled and promptly responded, "No worries, no worries. Truly, you are General Li's offspring, addressing me, the Lord of the East Sea, so familiarly. In the future, you shall surely achieve great things." Li Jing, hearing these words, sensed something amiss, as if he were being reproached for his shortcomings in parenting. "Please forgive me. Brother Ao Guang, my son is yet to understand the ways of the world, so I hope you will not take it to heart." Nezha regarded Ao Guang. Although he felt no particular affinity, he found nothing objectionable about him aside from his unpleasant odor. Moreover, since he had not harmed the Yiksha, Ao Guang could not flood Chintang Pass. Although Nezha was aware he had not yet caused any trouble, he feared that the recent turmoil in the Crystal Palace, due to his bathing incident, might have prompted Ao Guang's visit. Therefore, he inquired, "Uncle Ao, is there something you wish to discuss during your visit today?" Li Jing, upon hearing Nezha's query, beamed and replied, "Indeed, Nezha, your Uncle Ao has come to propose a delightful matter for you." "A delightful matter?" Nezha asked, puzzled. He recalled that, according to the Investiture of the Gods, Ao Guang had once flooded Chintang Pass, coercing him into returning his bones to his father and flesh to his mother. Such a figure did not seem likely to bring good tidings. Could it be that the Investiture of the Gods was merely a fabrication? Nezha's mind was awash with doubts. Li Jing, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Yes, Nezha. Your Uncle Ao wishes to bestow upon you his most cherished daughter, Ao Ling, as your bride." Nezha felt his mind go blank. After a moment's pause, he managed to stammer, "Father, I am but 7 years old." Li Jing chuckled. "It is not as if you are to marry immediately." Ao Guang also laughed. "The child is still too young. Just look. He does not even comprehend what it means to take a wife." Yet Nezha was well aware of the implications of marriage. Nevertheless, seeing the two men engaged in such jovial conversation, he refrained from expressing his thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, Nezha was contemplating the situation in his mind. He considered that forging a marital alliance was certainly preferable to making an enemy. Furthermore, he reasoned that should he marry Ao Ling, he could simply ignore her thereafter. As the two men exchanged cups and conversed, the night fell unnoticed. Once the Dragon King departed, Li Jing's face was flushed from drink. Observing this, Nezha assisted his father back to their quarters. Yin Shenyang was busy sewing when the father and son entered. She hurried to help, supporting Li Jing onto the bed and attending to him diligently. Nezha, having set his father down, was about to leave when he noticed that the garment Yin Shenyang was mending was the very one he had torn during his recent play. This sight suddenly reminded him of his past life, where his parents had divorced, leaving him lonely and desolate, ultimately leading him to despair and take his own life by the river. Witnessing the deep affection between his parents in this life, along with their tender care for him, stirred profound emotions within Nezha. Nezha, with a heart heavy with trepidation, felt his eyes welling with tears. The words that had been pent up within him could no longer be contained. He turned his body upright, his legs bending as he knelt down. Mother, Yin Shenyang, witnessing Nezha's distress, was bewildered and hurried to support him. "Nezha, please rise. What troubles you?" Nezha remained on the ground, grasping Yin Shenyang's hand as he spoke slowly. "Mother, Nezha knows that I am a harbinger of disaster. I have wronged our family, my father, and you." Upon hearing Nezha's words, Yin Shenyang was reminded of the words of the immortal Dui and the immortal Taiyi. Anxiously, she exclaimed, "Who said such things? Who has told you this?" Nezha, gazing at her, clenched his teeth as if summoning great resolve. "Mother, I have a foreboding that I might slay the night patrol demons of the East Sea and the third prince Ao Bing, which would enrage the Dragon King, leading to a flood in Chintang. At that point, I would be left with no choice but to repay my father with my bones and my mother with my flesh. I do not fear death, but I do not wish to bring sorrow to my parents." At this moment, Yin Shenyang's heart was tumultuous, overwhelmed by the shock of Nezha's words. Hearing his earnest and eloquent expression, particularly the haunting phrases of repaying his father and mother, filled her with profound sorrow, and tears streamed down her face. She tightly embraced Nezha, sobbing, "Do not speak such nonsense. The Dragon King bears no grudge against our Li family, neither in the past nor the present. Moreover, he shares a bond with your father, having even come to propose a union today. How could you possibly find yourself at odds with the East Sea?" Nezha, recognizing Yin Shenyang's concern, refrained from disclosing the entirety of the events surrounding the Investiture of the Gods, and instead sought a pretext. "Mother, every word I speak is true. I have taken refuge under the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, and my master, the immortal Taiyi, is one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. a true celestial being. When I was born, my master foretold that I would encounter 1,700 tribulations of slaughter. I do not wish for conflict with the East Sea. However, the recent arrival of Ao Guang has stirred an intense premonition within me. In Shenyang, having received guidance from the goddess Nuwa and being a disciple of the mother of Li Mountain, held a lifelong devotion to Nuwa and possessed some understanding of the celestial realm. Upon hearing Nezha mention the immortal Taiyi, her belief deepened. Cradling Nezha, her heart felt as though it were pierced by 1,000 steel needles, and she wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Nezha, my son." Li Jing, having just fallen asleep, was jolted awake by the sound of In Shenyang's cries. Upon seeing her tightly clutching Nezha in her embrace, weeping profusely, he was instantly roused from his stupor. Li Jing hastily rose to support In Shenyang. "What has happened, Shenyang?" Upon seeing that Li Jing was awake, she collapsed into his arms, saying, "My lord, Nezha." Nezha wishes to repay his father with his bones and his mother with his flesh. The moment Li Jing heard her words, it was as if a thunderclap had echoed in his mind. Nezha, could this truly be the case? Nezha, aware of Li Jing's mounting anxiety, recounted the events once more. After a moment of silence, Li Jing finally spoke. "Is there truly no way to resolve this?" Nezha gazed up at Li Jing and said, "Father, this is Nezha's premonition. I believe that if I were to leave Qintang Pass, perhaps we would not encounter so many troubles." Li Jing looked at Nezha, his heart heavy with distress. Yet he felt utterly helpless. After all, this was his own son, merely 7 years of age. How could he allow him to depart from Qintang Pass? "Nezha, is there truly no other way? How could your mother and I bear to let you venture out alone?" Li Jing lamented sorrowfully. "Father," Nezha replied, "my actions are intended for our family's eventual reunion. My master, Taiyi Zhenren, has foretold that I am fated to face 1,700 calamities, a most ominous sign." He continued, "You need not worry excessively, for I possess the Qianquan Circle and the Misty Silk for protection. As a disciple of Taiyi Zhenren, I am shielded from ordinary demons. Please, take care of Mother. Once I have overcome these calamities, I promise to return and reunite with you both." Upon hearing this, Madame Shi cried out in despair. Though Li Jing's heart ached, he understood the gravity of the situation and realized that now was not the time for hesitation. He gritted his teeth and asked, "When will you depart?" "Tonight," Nezha replied. He understood that lingering would only complicate matters, so he resolved to act swiftly. Gazing at his parents, a profound sorrow enveloped him. With solemnity, he bowed thrice and, with a decisive gesture, transformed into a gust of wind, soaring away. "Nezha," Madame Shi cried. Her heart constricted at the sight of her son vanishing, and she fainted. Li Jing supported her, but he could only worry silently for Nezha, whispering to himself, "Nezha, remember to return and visit your father and mother." Chapter 9. The Golden Light Cave. Taiyi weeps. Nezha, transformed into a gentle breeze, flew away from the Li residence. Although he had distanced himself, Madame Shi's anguished cry echoed in his heart, tightening his chest and drawing tears from his eyes. He silently vowed, "Mother, do not worry. When I have resolved the 1,700 calamities, even if I do not ascend to godhood, I shall certainly return." Within the Golden Light Cave, rare treasures lay hidden, waiting to descend upon the mortal realm. Nezha descended from the clouds, realizing that the only sanctuary available to him was the Golden Light Cave. After all, Taiyi Zhenren was one of the 12 golden immortals under the guidance of the primordial heavenly sovereign, and Nezha could only hope that his master would assist him in overcoming his tribulations. As Nezha alighted, he saw a celestial crane standing quietly beside the lotus pond. Absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, Nezha approached the crane and performed a respectful greeting. "Elder Crane, Nezha pays his respects." The crane, upon hearing this, transformed into a child of 3 feet in height, beaming with joy. "Ah, it is Nezha. Have you come today seeking guidance in the arts?" Nezha replied, "I wish to speak with my master regarding a matter, and I would be grateful if you could relay my message." The crane chuckled. "I am merely a guardian of the mountain, not a disciple of the sage. However, your talents evoke my envy." The celestial crane, having spoken, gracefully ventured into the Golden Light Cave, only to return shortly after, conveying the message that the true man beckoned him inside. Upon hearing that Master Taiyi had summoned him, Nezha respectfully performed a gesture of reverence towards the celestial crane and proceeded into the cave. Inside, Taiyi Zhenren welcomed Nezha with a smile, for he cherished this singularly precious disciple from the Jinyuan Mountains Jinhua Cave, and Nezha's extraordinary intellect brought him even greater joy. "Ah, Nezha, have you come today to seek your master's guidance?" Taiyi Zhenren jested lightly. Nezha, reflecting on the purpose of his visit, knelt on the ground with sincerity and implored, "Master, I beseech you to save me. Understanding Nezha's mischievous nature, Taiyi Zhenren inquired, "What trouble have you found yourself in this time?" Nezha replied, "Master, yesterday the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, came to my home, insisting that I marry his daughter, Ao Ling." Taiyi Zhenren furrowed his brow. "This does not seem like a grave matter. Do you find the young lady unworthy?" "Indeed, why should Ao Guang's daughter wed my disciple? I shall promptly decline this proposal on your behalf." Nezha was taken aback, not expecting the typically meticulous and ethereal Taiyi Zhenren to exhibit such arrogance. However, astonished as he was, Nezha urged, "Master, please do not act hastily. Allow me to explain further." Taiyi Zhenren, intrigued, asked, "What more is there?" Nezha continued, "When Ao Guang visited, I was struck by an ominous premonition. I sensed that I would become adversarial with the East Sea and would slay the Sea Patrol Yasha and his son, Ao Bing." Upon hearing this, Taiyi Zhenren's expression turned serious. "Why do you harbor such foreboding?" Nezha, aware that he could not divulge the events of the investiture of the gods, replied, "I cannot say for certain, but an image has persistently lingered in my mind, depicting Ao Xing attempting to flood Chintang, compelling me to repay my parents with my flesh and bones." "How dare he?" Taiyi Zhenren exclaimed in anger. "Ao Xing is merely a reigned deity in the heavenly court. Should he dare to harm my disciple, I shall dismantle his crystal palace." Nezha was further astonished by Taiyi Zhenren's fierce temperament and the depth of his affection. "Master, if I were to slay someone from the East Sea, would you intervene?" Nezha timidly inquired. Taiyi Zhenren affectionately patted Nezha's head, assuring him, "Fear not, you are my disciple. Whether you kill Ao Xing's son or even Ao Xing himself, I shall support you." Taiyi Zhenren's genuine nature left Nezha at a loss. Though he was aware of his master's protective instincts from reading the investiture of the gods, he never anticipated such unwavering loyalty. "Master, compared to Ao Xing, who is mightier?" Nezha asked. Swallowing hard, Taiyi Zhenren scoffed, "Does Ao Xing even qualify as a dragon? Were it not for his tenuous connection to the Zhu Long, he would have long been devoured by formidable demons." "I am Nezha," Nezha declared. "Is this truly the realm of the investiture of the gods?" He pondered, feeling a sense of doubt regarding the narrative he had once accepted. Although Nezha was perplexed, he had already ventured out and could not simply return to marry Ao Ling. "Master, I have informed my parents that I am leaving to evade calamity. Now that I am outside, I have no desire to return. Might you impart further skills to me?" Taiyi Zhenren gazed at Nezha, feeling a pang of anguish. Nezha's talent was extraordinarily high, and over the past 7 years, he had taught him nearly everything he knew. Now, he pondered what more he could possibly teach. With a wry smile, Taiyi Zhenren replied, "Nezha, your cultivation has likely reached the level of a transcendent immortal. Beyond the techniques of the Xianqing Qi Ju, there is little more I can impart." "Ah, master, you must be jesting. You are surely deceiving me." Nezha rose and began to massage Taiyi Zhenren's back. Shaking his head, Taiyi Zhenren, with a resigned smile, said, "Very well, since you have distanced yourself from your family, it is time for you to undergo some trials. Only through such experiences can you truly integrate your abilities." Understanding the wisdom in Taiyi Zhenren's words, Nezha realized that after such a long period of practice, he was uncertain of his progress, especially since his advancement had slowed significantly after reaching the realm of the transcendent immortal. Therefore, he decided to descend the mountain for training. With this thought, Nezha bowed 3 times to Taiyi Zhenren, saying, "Master, you have imparted to your disciple the supreme teachings and shown great affection. After descending the mountain, I shall be unable to serve you, so I hope you will not hold it against me." Taiyi Zhenren shook his head, reflecting inwardly. "Alas, I have but one disciple, and you are exceptionally gifted. You have accompanied me for so long. Now, accompany my legacy." With a flick of his fingers and a muttered incantation, a radiant light erupted from the lotus pond, and at its center, a resplendent 5-colored lotus flower blossomed. "Nezha, this is the Qianyuan Mountain's treasure, the 5-colored lotus. Should you encounter danger outside, as long as your spirit endures, you can attach yourself to this lotus and be reborn." Then, with a wave of his hand, 2 fiery spears, each measuring 8 feet in length, materialized before him. This treasure is called the fire-tip spear. Although it does not rival the Qinkuan circle or the mixed Heaven silk, it is still a rare artifact, and I present it to you. Nezha's eyes welled with tears, for he understood the significance of the 5-colored lotus. It was a divine artifact that Taiyi Zhenren had painstakingly nurtured for 3,000 years, prepared for the day Nezha would face the arduous trials of the Taiyi Golden Immortal. "I cannot accept this, master. Please keep it for yourself." "Your own golden immortal tribulation is approaching," Nezha implored. Taiyi Zhenren chuckled. "Silly disciple, You are the heir of the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain. Even if I were to depart, you must carry on this lineage. Now go forth." With that, Taiyi Zhenren performed another incantation and vanished from sight. Kneeling on the ground, Nezha earnestly bowed 3 more times, murmuring, "Thank you, Master." At that moment, Taiyi Zhenren's eyes became misty as well. Chapter 10. The city of Chaoga. After bidding farewell to the Grand Master Taiyi, Nezha hurriedly descended from Mount Qianyuan. Although he was perplexed by the stark contrast between the tales he had read and the reality he encountered, having left his parents and parted ways with his master, he was resolute in his decision to navigate this world of deification, as it was the investiture of the gods. He resolved to seek out the divine list and locate Zhang, who, by all accounts, was his uncle. Calculating in his mind, Nezha realized that Zhang had already descended the mountain. This meant that Zhang was initially assisting King Zhou, with no news of the Western Prince's rebellion. At this moment, he must be in Chaoga. With clarity of purpose, Nezha descended upon the clouds and promptly flew towards Chaoga. Upon arriving in Chaoga, Nezha inquired among the passers-by and learned that Zhang was residing at the home of a gentleman named Song Yiren. After obtaining the address, Nezha hastened to his destination. The abode of Song Yiren appeared to be wealthier than that of the average citizen, though it could not compare to the Li family estate. At this time, Zhang was inside, embroiled in a quarrel with his wife. After descending the mountain, he had sought refuge with Song Yiren, who had taken a great liking to him. However, seeing Zhang, who was over 70 and still unmarried, Song Yiren had earnestly leveraged his connections to arrange a marriage for him with a woman named Madame Ma. Yet, Zhang, engrossed in his pursuit of immortality and wisdom, lacked agricultural skills and business acumen, which rendered him financially inept. Today, armed with the capital provided by Song Yiren, he intended to trade livestock, only to have his goods confiscated by the authorities upon entering the city, resulting in a significant loss, which led to a fierce argument with Madame Ma. Unbeknownst to Nezha, who incessantly referred to him as Uncle Zia, he eventually located the room. Upon witnessing the couple's dispute, Nezha rolled his eyes and turned to leave. "Uncle Zia," he called out. Zhang was taken aback, having never seen this child before. Yet here was a child addressing him with familiarity. He formed a gesture to still Madame Ma and inquired about the figure retreating. "Who are you?" Nezha turned back. "You cannot be Zhang, can you?" Despite Zhang's ethereal appearance, the earlier scene of contention made it difficult for Nezha to associate him with the esteemed leader of the gods. "I am Jiang Shang, known as Zia, with the Taoist title Fei Xiong. You seek me, yet do not recognize me," Zhang replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. Realizing the truth, Nezha understood that denial was futile. The man before him was indeed Zhang. He hurriedly approached and performed a respectful salute. "Uncle, I am Nezha, disciple of the Grand Master Taiyi from the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qianyuan. My master sent me down the mountain for training and at a loss for direction. I heard you were in Chaoga, hence my visit." Upon hearing this, Zhang felt a surge of joy, quickly pulling Nezha closer and examining him with keen interest. "You are a disciple of my senior brother Taiyi. How has he been of late?" Nezha replied, "Master has been well. It has been over 30 years since our last parting. During the time my senior brother was with me, he frequently guided me in the ways of the Tao. I never anticipated that he has taken on disciples of his own." Zhang expressed a hint of nostalgia, recalling how, given the protective nature of Taiyi Zhenren, he had been well guarded as a junior. Seeing Zhang in this state, Nezha was astonished that his master had managed to cultivate such extensive goodwill. "When did you arrive in Chaoga?" Zhang inquired. Nezha responded, "I arrived just a short while ago after performing the cloud decision this morning." Zhang was taken aback. After all, Qianyuan Mountain was quite distant from Chaoga. To think this child possessed such remarkable abilities, especially since Zhang himself could not perform the cloud decision and had relied on Earth escape technique when descending Kunlun Mountain. "My senior brother is indeed formidable. It is astonishing that his disciple is equally impressive," Zhang mused. "Zia, how has business fared for you today?" Nezha turned to see a middle-aged man at the door, dressed in fine silk, appearing far from an ordinary citizen. Upon hearing Song Yiren's inquiry about his business, Zhang sighed, recalling the livestock confiscated by the officials. "Do not mention it. The livestock I purchased has all been taken by the soldiers." Song Yiren, upon hearing this, let out a hearty laugh. "No worries. We shall seek another task tomorrow." He then turned his gaze to Nezha. "Whose child is this?" Zhang promptly stepped forward. "This is my disciple Nezha, a student of my senior brother Taiyi Zhenren." Having spent considerable time with Zhang, Song Yiren was aware of the 12 golden immortals, and, upon learning that Nezha was Taiyi Zhenren's disciple, He immediately bowed respectfully. Ah, so you are the esteemed disciple of an immortal. My apologies for the lack of respect. Nezha, noticing Song Yiren's humility, quickly replied, Please, sir, do not be so formal. You appear to be of a similar age to my father, so I ought to address you as uncle. Seeing Nezha, a clever and polite child, Song Yiren remarked, Since Nezha is here, I shall have someone prepare a feast in the southern courtyard, where we can enjoy the flowers while dining. Nezha contemplated declining, for he no longer required sustenance. Even hunger could be alleviated by spiritual energy, and any consumption was merely for pleasure. However, given Song Yiren's warmth and his current situation of relying on others, he felt it inappropriate to refuse, and thus nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more words with Zhang, Nezha made his way to the southern courtyard. To his surprise, Song Yiren had already arrived, the table lavishly adorned with a variety of dishes, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all in abundance. Yet, Nezha's thoughts were not on the food, but rather on the elegant environment of the courtyard. From the entrance, 2 rows of golden willows hung gracefully, and a garden adorned with blooming peonies and fluttering butterflies lay against the wall. A swing was also set up beside the garden. However, Nezha furrowed his brow, for Taiyi Zhenren had imparted some knowledge of feng shui to him. Should a 5-room building be erected here, the master of this place would surely be either wealthy or noble. Without waiting for Nezha's confusion to settle, Zhang spoke up. Why does Brother Yiren not consider erecting a 5-room building here? Sighing, Song Yiren replied, You two, one a seeker of immortality and the other a disciple of an immortal, are not unfamiliar with feng shui. However, I have attempted to build here 7 or 8 times, only for it to be inexplicably burned down each time, so I have decided against it. Inexplicably burned down? Nezha furrowed his brow. Song Yiren nodded silently. Nezha glanced at Zhang, only to find him looking back, and as their eyes met, they exchanged nods of understanding. Zhang said, Brother Yiren, we share a bond of 3 bows. Today, my disciple has come to seek refuge with me, and your warm hospitality leaves me deeply grateful. If you trust us, I will choose an auspicious day to construct this 5-room building. Chapter 11. The 5-room building and the great demon behind it. Seeing Song Yiren's agreement, Zhang immediately cast a divination and selected a favorable date. As the ground was broken for the 5-room building, Nezha joined in the efforts. Though small in stature, he was able to lift earth that even a dozen strong men could not move, simply by gesturing with his fingers, much to the astonishment of all present. After the ground was broken, Nezha remained steadfastly by the site, recalling Song Yiren's words about the previous constructions being burned down. So he decided to meditate and cultivate here overnight. He calculated that once the main beams were raised the next day, the 5-room building would be complete. However, just past midnight, a fierce wind suddenly arose, stirring up sand and stones, and dust filled the air. Sensing something amiss, Nezha halted his meditation and opened his eyes, only to discover a mysterious fire blazing on the ground. Amidst the flames, several sinister creatures flickered, their faces twisted and grotesque. Extending his right hand, Nezha's golden weapon instantly enlarged, transforming into the Qian Kuan circle, which he grasped firmly. The fire, fueled by the wind, began to spread. Yet Nezha swiftly performed a hand gesture, using his magical powers to encircle the flames. Though the fire ceased to spread, the tempestuous wind continued to rage. Nezha hurled the Qian Kuan circle, which gleamed with golden light, and declared in a commanding voice, Are you waiting to perish? Come forth. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qian Kuan circle soared above the fire, poised to strike down. Spare us, O Celestial One. Spare us. 5 small ghosts cried out as they emerged from the flames. These 5 apparitions bore grotesque visages, their skin not resembling that of humans, but rather colored in shades of green, red, blue, black, and yellow, each ghost corresponding to a distinct hue. Glaring at the apparitions, Nezha admonished, How audacious you are, daring to recklessly set fire to another's dwelling. Do you not fear that someone resides within and that lives may be lost? The green-skinned ghost, seemingly the leader of the group, hurriedly stepped forward and pleaded, O Celestial One, spare us. We were unaware of your esteemed presence. Please forgive our transgressions. Nezha positioned the Qian Kuan circle before the green ghost and reiterated sternly, I ask you why you set fire to another's dwelling. Speak another word, and do not blame this Qian Kuan circle for its ruthlessness. The azure specter cast a glance at the Qian Kuan circle, its already fearsome visage becoming even more grotesque. My esteemed immortal, it lamented, my 5 brethren and I have endured great hardship. We have diligently cultivated our essence and never intended to intrude upon human lives. We sought merely tranquility and perhaps, in time, to attain the status of a ghost. Yet, Who could have foreseen that a formidable demon lurks within the tomb of the Yellow Emperor in the southern city, compelling us to commit acts of murder and soul-snatching for its own nefarious purposes? Still unwilling to divulge the truth, the Yellow Emperor ascended on a dragon. How could there be a tomb, since you refuse to speak? Then prepare to meet your demise, Nezha declared, raising the Qianquan circle high, ready to bring it crashing down. The 5 specters cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy. Master, show us clemency. Just then, Jiangxia rushed onto the scene. Upon seeing Jiangxia, Nezha noted his disheveled appearance, reminiscent of a madman, but quickly realized that it was likely due to being awoken from slumber at this late hour. Uncle Xia, this little demon is causing harm. Why should we show compassion? Nezha questioned, puzzled. Jiangxia replied, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. The Taoist way embodies compassion. Furthermore, they have spoken no falsehoods. The Yellow Emperor indeed has a tomb, albeit merely a ceremonial one. Nezha regarded Jiangxia, noting the stark contrast in temperament with his master, Taiyi Zhenren. He wondered how the fiery disposition of Taiyi could align with the amiable nature of Jiangxia. But recognizing Jiangxia's authority, he simply nodded in acquiescence. Jiangxia then turned to the 5 specters, forming a seal with his hands and casting it upon them. This seal is my talisman. If you heed my words, you shall journey to Shiqi Mountain to transport earth, construct bridges, and pave roads for the benefit of the common folk. In due course, you may even attain your proper place. However, should you bring harm to the populace, this seal will explode, and you shall be reduced to ashes. Thank you, esteemed immortals. Thank you. The specters chanted, bowing deeply. Nezha, seeing that Jiangxia had dealt with the specters, spoke up. Uncle, as the saying goes, to uproot the weeds, one must eliminate the roots. The specters have mentioned they are under threat from the jade and stone peepa spirit. If we do not eliminate this spirit, Uncle Song may face mortal peril. Jiangxia considered Nezha's words and nodded in agreement. You are correct. However, the jade and stone peepa spirit is undoubtedly linked to these 5 specters. As they have not returned, she will certainly act with caution. Locating her will not be a simple task. Nezha, contemplating Jiangxia's insights, furrowed his brow in thought. Suddenly, a memory surfaced from the investiture of the gods, recalling how Jiangxia had dealt with the jade and stone peepa spirit. Nezha recognized that their current reality seemed somewhat divergent from that of the investiture of the gods. After all, his experiences and Taiyi Zhenren's attitude towards the Eastern Sea starkly contrasted the narratives within the epic. Nevertheless, he resolved to treat this as a last-ditch effort. Uncle, my master imparted to me some extraordinary abilities, one of which is the art of divination. I employed this technique just now, and if you trust me, we shall locate the jade and stone peepa spirit by tomorrow. Jiangxia was taken aback, astonished at the revelation. Your master has indeed bestowed upon you such remarkable skills. You truly embody the essence of a Taiyi golden immortal. Upon hearing this, Nezha felt a wave of speechlessness. Jiangxia truly was quite naive, believing everything he said. It seemed that the ancients indeed possessed a simple and honest character. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Nezha and Jiangxia set out. At this moment, Jiangxia donned a Taoist robe, appearing invigorated, while Nezha dressed as a young boy, trailing behind him. With the silver obtained from Song Yiren, Jiangxia purchased a stall, adorned with a flag inscribed with the words heavenly secrets and marvelous calculations. This entire endeavor was, of course, Nezha's idea. However, he was uncertain, as this world did not entirely follow the narrative of investiture of the gods, and he could only hope that the jade stone peepa spirit would indeed appear. Although the streets bustled with people, none approached for divination, leaving Nezha anxious and restless. He called out loudly, "Divination here. No charge if it does not work." This outcry caught the attention of Lu Qian, a man of fallen fortune. Upon hearing Nezha's call, Lu Qian thought to himself that only he could discern the truth of the divination, and if he deemed it inaccurate, then it would be so. Resolute, he approached Jiangxia's stall. Nezha observed Lu Qian, pondering what brought him to this scene, for the entire purpose was to lure out the jade stone peepa spirit. Noticing Nezha's discontent, Jiangxia gently pulled him aside and whispered, "In public, the performance must be full and complete." Upon hearing Jiangxia's words, Nezha restrained himself. Jiangxia looked up and saw Lu Qian's gaunt face, yet his eyes glinted with malice, prompting surprise from Jiangxia. "Good sir, do you wish to seek a divination?" Lu Qian nodded. "Indeed, please divine for me." Jiangxia inquired, "What would you like to know?" Lu Qian raised his head, stroked his chin in contemplation, and after a moment, lowered it again. "Please divine for me the events of the day ahead." Chapter 12. The Monsters Appear. In Shun Gongbao emerges Lu Qian was indeed a clever man. while others sought readings about their future fortunes or romantic prospects. He chose to inquire about the events of a single day. If the predictions failed to materialize, it would reveal Zhang Ziya's lack of skill and expose him as a fraud. Zhang Ziya smiled slightly and presented a divination stick. Choose one. Lu Qian selected a stick and handed it to Zhang Ziya, who, after examining it, remained silent and inscribed 4 lines on a sheet of white paper. Continue southward. Beneath the willow shade, an old man awaits. 120 coins for the green insect, for pastries, and 2 bowls of wine. Upon receiving Zhang Ziya's predictions, Lu Qian was taken aback, for his daily routine consisted of chopping wood and selling it to a wealthy household in the southern part of the city. At that moment, he was indeed carrying the wood he had gathered, making the first line already come true. However, Lu Qian was not inclined to acknowledge this, silently reasoning that Zhang Ziya had merely observed him approaching from the north. There were still 3 lines remaining. Zhang Ziya did not ask for payment and gestured to Lu Qian to proceed. Lu Qian snorted softly, shouldering his burden and departing. Upon witnessing Lu Qian's departure, Nezha prepared to call out once more, only to be approached by an elderly man who remarked, "Good sir, why must you provoke anyone, particularly that rogue Lu Qian?" Zhang Ziya, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly and replied, "No matter." The old man, observing Zhang Ziya's calm demeanor, sighed in resignation. As the afternoon wore on, no one came to seek divination again, and Nezha, feeling disinclined to shout, found himself pondering in silence. "Disciple, have you employed the technique your master passed down to you?" Zhang Ziya inquired. Nezha, with a hint of helplessness, understood that Zhang Ziya spoke of the so-called prophetic arts. Yet the true one of Taiyi had never taught any such art. It was merely a fabrication derived from the investiture of the gods. Nezha shook his head. "I have not used it." Zhang Ziya felt a chill in his heart. "Very well, it seems my brother's technique requires further refinement." With that, he prepared to rise and pack away the divination stall. Just then, fortuitously, Lu Qian appeared. Master Jiang, you truly are a divine being." His voice preceded him as he hurried toward them. Nezha looked up and was astonished to see Lu Qian racing in their direction. Upon reaching the divination stall, Lu Qian knelt before Zhang Ziya, exclaiming, "Master Jiang is indeed a living deity." The onlookers, witnessing Lu Qian kneeling before Zhang Ziya's stall, flocked closer to observe. It turned out that after departing from Zhang Ziya, Lu Qian had journeyed southward to sell firewood to a wealthy household. Upon entering, an elderly man called out to him, inquiring about the price of the firewood. Lu Qian, with a clever mind, had quoted 100 coins instead of the actual 120. The old man, not haggling, retreated inside to fetch the money. With nothing else to do, Lu Qian noticed the yard was in disarray and took it upon himself to sweep the area. The old man, glancing out to see Lu Qian diligently working, felt a surge of joy, marveling at the existence of such kindness in the world. Consequently, he instructed his grandson to offer Lu Qian some pastries and wine. After chopping wood, Lu Qian, feeling parched and hungry, went directly to the wealthy household, where he poured himself a bowl of wine and began to enjoy the pastries. Once he had finished the pastries, he poured himself another bowl of wine. At that moment, the old man emerged, stating, "Here is 100 coins for the firewood," as he handed Lu Qian the payment, followed by a small pouch. "This 20 coins is a token of celebration for my daughter's wedding." Upon hearing this, Lu Qian recalled Zhang Ziya's earlier words and quickly inquired, "How many pastries did I eat?" The child replied, "I brought out 4, and you devoured them all." At that moment, Lu Qian could not help but admire Zhang Ziya's prowess, and he hurried off to find him. As Lu Qian recounted his tale, the crowd around them gasped in astonishment, and the number of those seeking divination surged, some even engaging in a scuffle. Just then, Nezha's nostrils flared, and he looked up to see a blue demonic light streaking across the sky. "Uncle, look!" Nezha exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Ziya whispered, "Do not rush. She is approaching us. Let us observe the situation and act accordingly." Nezha said nothing further, but focused intently on the radiant demonic light ahead. This ethereal glow enveloped none other than the Jade Pipa spirit, due to the sudden disappearance of 5 little ghosts. The Jade Pipa spirit sought out Su Daji for counsel today. As she prepared to return, her curiosity was piqued by the gathering crowd. On the periphery, the Jade Pipa spirit transformed into a woman clad in mourning attire, weeping as she approached the divination stall. The crowd parted, requesting that the master perform a reading for her. Upon seeing the Jade Pipa spirit approach, Zhang Ziya felt a twinge of admiration. His esteemed senior, Taiyi, was indeed remarkable for creating such a formidable technique. Moreover, his young apprentice, merely 7 years old, had mastered it to perfection. "Let her come first," Zhang Ziya acknowledged. realizing that with the main figure present, the readings for others were unnecessary. Although the Jade Peepa spirit donned mourning garb, she walked with an exaggerated sway of her hips. As she advanced, Nezha extended his right hand, causing the Qianquan circle to materialize instantly. Zhang Zia shot him a glance, cautioning, "Do not act impulsively." Nezha found Zhang Zia's demeanor rather effeminate, but he respected his senior and refrained from using the Qianquan circle, instead concealing it behind his back. Zhang Zia addressed the Jade Peepa spirit, "Please extend your right hand." She complied, remarking, "Your divination skills are truly remarkable, perhaps due to my being a woman?" Zhang Zia smirked coldly, "Whether you believe it is up to you." The Jade Peepa spirit chuckled, "You jest, master." Zhang Zia grasped her hand with his left and pressed his right hand against her vital point. "Nephew, act now." As soon as the words left Zhang Zia's lips, Nezha swung the Qianquan circle downwards. The onlookers gasped, chastising, "You too. How dare you bully a woman in broad daylight?" Nezha retorted, "Silence. You ignorant mortals. She is a demon." Just as the Qianquan circle was about to strike the Jade Peepa spirit, a powerful hand intercepted it. "Brother, how have you fallen so low as to engage in trafficking women with a child?" Nezha was astonished. The Qianquan circle, weighing 1,000 pounds and a treasure of the Golden Light Cave, was now halted by this hand. Zhang Zia looked up, snorting derisively, "Who are you calling brother? You traitor?" Zhang Zia's disciple, Nezha, quickly realized that the sharp-faced man with a goatee before him was none other than Shen Gongbao. "Shen Gongbao, as a fellow practitioner, do you wish to obstruct my effort to capture this demon today?" Nezha declared fiercely. Shen Gongbao was taken aback, pondering the fact that he had never encountered this child before, yet the boy seemed to know his name. "Who are you to know my name?" Shen Gongbao spoke gravely. Nezha, equally incensed, had originally intended to eliminate the Jade Peepa spirit, but now, with the spirit before him, an unexpected interference had occurred. "I am Li Nezha," he declared with indignation. As he spoke, he exerted greater force, and seeing Nezha struggle against Shen Gongbao, Zhang Zia hastily formed a hand seal. His eyes ignited with true fire. He fixed his gaze upon the Jade Peepa spirit, sealing its demonic aura and preparing to incinerate it. "Brother, she is no mere spirit. She is the sister of Su Daji. Do you dare to kill her?" Shen Gongbao, clutching the Qianquan circle, sensed Nezha's increased strength and found himself struggling to hold his ground, prompting him to threaten Zhang Zia. "Is that so? My duty is to exterminate demons." Nezha interjected before Zhang Zia could respond. The Qianquan circle was firmly grasped by Shen Gongbao, while Nezha, invoking a hand seal, summoned the Heaven silk from his robe. A radiant crimson light erupted, resembling flames. Upon the appearance of the Heaven silk, Shen Gongbao's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly withdrew his right hand, forming a new seal through which a surge of spiritual energy shot forth to collide with the Heaven silk. The two engaged in a fierce contest of magic, neither yielding ground. Noticing that Shen Gongbao had countered the Heaven silk while still holding the Qianquan circle, Nezha bellowed, "You shall perish." He brought the Qianquan circle down upon the head of the Jade Peepa spirit with great force. The impact caused blood to flow from her forehead. Panic. A murder has occurred. The fortune teller and his apprentice have killed. It was unclear who shouted first, but chaos erupted among the surrounding populace as they scattered in terror. Coincidentally, an official happened to pass by. Witnessing the scene, he quickly halted his horse, exclaiming, "I am Baigan, the Prime Minister of the realm. You two dare to commit violence under the clear sky." Nezha, however, paid no heed to Baigan's words and prepared to strike again with the Qianquan circle. In that moment, Shen Gongbao recognized an opportunity. He swiftly altered his seal, directing a surge of spiritual energy towards Nezha's chest. Sensing the imminent danger, and with Zhang Zia fully engrossed in restraining the demonic energy of the Peepa spirit, Nezha found himself in a precarious situation. The energy raced towards him, leaving him no choice but to evade, stepping back 2 paces, causing a nearby building to collapse. "Die!" Nezha roared, as the Qianquan circle in his grasp suddenly radiated with immense light, with a force that could rival mountains. He took advantage of Shen Gongbao's distraction and brought the circle crashing down upon the head of the Jade Peepa spirit once more. "A life has been lost. A life has been lost," the terrified citizens cried out. Baigan, witnessing the Peepa spirit's body go limp and fall, gasped in horror. "You two have truly beaten a woman to death. How cruel-hearted you are." Zhang Zia, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "My lord, you have misunderstood. My surname is Jiang, my given name is Shang, and my courtesy name is Zia. I am a disciple of the primordial supreme being. If I were to take a life, my master would not condone it. Today, what my disciple and I have slain are genuine monsters." Baigan interjected, Do not heed Jiang Ziya's nonsensical talk. Murder demands retribution, and debts must be repaid. This is a matter of natural justice. In broad daylight, he and his accomplice ruthlessly struck down my loyal subjects of the Shang dynasty. Where then is the existence of law and order? Shen Gongbao, standing by, added by gone. Both of them seemed to possess valid arguments, making it difficult to reach a conclusion. Very well, since you assert she is a demon. While you claim she is merely an ordinary woman of our dynasty, let us proceed to the palace. There, among those who cultivate the Tao, we shall find clarity. Thus, Bai Gan led the way, while Jiang Ziya, still clutching the vital point of the Pipa spirit, followed closely behind alongside Nezha and Shen Gongbao. Fearing that Nezha had not truly dispatched the Pipa spirit, Jiang Ziya hoisted her upon his back, yet maintained his grip on her vital point. Upon arriving before the star-picking tower, Nezha lamented, "Indeed, King Zhou is excessively indulgent. This tower must stand at least 60 zhang high. I wonder what purpose such a structure serves." Bai Gan instructed the three to wait outside while he entered to make an announcement. Shen Gongbao scrutinized Nezha and remarked, "You, young lad, may be youthful, yet your prowess is considerable." Nezha replied with disdain, "Shen Gongbao, your fate is not a fortunate one. You will surely be dragged to fill the eye of the North Sea." Irritated by Nezha's words, Shen Gongbao began to retort, but then changed his tone, waving his sleeve dismissively, "Merely idle words." Nezha laughed, "Idle words, you say? Do you dare me to strike you down now and cast you into the eye of the North Sea?" Though angered, Shen Gongbao was taken aback by Nezha's previous display of skill. "I am a Taiyi Zhenren immortal, while you are but a child of lesser cultivation, speaking such bravado." Noticing Shen Gongbao's arrogant demeanor, Nezha summoned the Qiankuan circle into his hand, sneering, "Shall we put it to the test?" Unable to withstand Nezha's repeated provocations, Shen Gongbao could no longer contain himself. He chanted an incantation, summoning a flag that emanated a dark, ominous light, filled with resentment. "You have indeed refined the 100-ghost flag," Jiang Ziya could not help but exclaim. Nezha, wielding the Qiankuan circle and with the Tianling swirling above his head, declared, "Your malice is evident. It would be better to eliminate you now." Before his words had fully faded, Nezha soared into the air and brought the Qiankuan circle crashing down upon Shen Gongbao's head. With a cold smile, Shen Gongbao recited his incantation, causing the flag to radiate with dark light, from which over 30 ghostly figures emerged to ensnare Nezha. Nezha seized the Tianling in hand and flung it towards the horde of spirits. A crimson light erupted, illuminating the palace walls in a fiery glow. With a single sweep, anguished cries resounded, and in an instant, only half of the 30 ghostly figures remained. As Jiang Ziya gazed upon Nezha's formidable presence, he was taken aback, recognizing the prowess of Taiyi Zhenren. Yet, he had not anticipated that the disciple of Taiyi Zhenren would be so formidable himself, compelling him to reassess Nezha's capabilities. The 100 Ghosts banner, forged by Shen Gongbao, was no simple task. It was adorned with malevolent spirits, and he had endured considerable hardship to subdue them. However, to his astonishment, Nezha eradicated more than a dozen in an instant, causing him great distress as he hastily collected the remaining souls. Nezha, witnessing Shen Gongbao gathering the ghostly shadows, gripped the universe circle firmly and prepared to strike down upon Shen Gongbao's head once more. Shen Gongbao quickly retreated, forming a hand gesture while simultaneously summoning a sword from his mouth. A thunderous crash echoed as the sword collided with the universe circle, causing the star-picking tower to tremble, and the stone slabs beneath them disintegrated into dust, even making Shen Gongbao's shoes sink slightly. Nezha was propelled backward by the force of the rebound. Observing this, Jiang Ziya rushed forward, covering the distance in a few swift strides to catch Nezha. Chapter 14. Five-Colored Light. True Fire Exorcises Demons. Shen Gongbao. How dare you privately gather the 100 ghosts and forge such a wicked artifact? Jiang Ziya exclaimed in fury. Shen Gongbao retorted with a cold smirk. "I hold you in high regard, calling you brother, yet Yuan Shi Tianzuan has already expelled me. Moreover, I am now a disciple of Tongtian Taoist. What I forge is of no concern to you." Nezha rose, grasping Jiang Ziya's arm. "Uncle Ziya, there is no need for concern. Today, I shall rid you of this scourge." As Nezha's words fell, the golden light emanating from the universe circle intensified, and he soared once more towards Shen Gongbao. Before the star-picking tower, "How dare you act so recklessly?" A youthful voice resonated. Suddenly, a radiant five-colored light enveloped the area, diminishing even the brilliance of the universe circle. The dazzling radiance pierced Nezha's eyes, making it difficult for him to keep them open. Nezha raised the Muntian silk above his head, forming a hand gesture. and his spiritual energy surged forth, infusing the Muntion silk, which instantly gleamed with renewed vigor. Yet, it appeared that the light of the Muntion silk was being suppressed by the five-colored radiance, prompting Nezha to think, this is a master. He halted in his tracks, retracting the light of the Muntion silk until it formed a protective halo around him to shield against the five-colored glow. Observing Nezha's pause, the youth also withdrew the five-colored light, stating, this is the star-picking tower. You are not permitted to act with impunity. Beside the youth stood Baigan, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Who are you? Nezha inquired, as the youth appeared to be in his 20s, yet the five-colored light had compelled him to cease his actions. This is General Feng Bin, the gatekeeper of King Zhou, and a practitioner of the Tao. You two have brutally slain that woman, claiming her to be a monster. Let General Feng Bin verify this matter, Baigan introduced. Feng Bin, Nezha mused, finding the name vaguely familiar, yet not well known. Just as he contemplated, another young man emerged, and to Nezha's surprise, this newcomer bore an uncanny resemblance to Feng Bin. Feng Xiang, your arrival is timely. There exists a demon that requires your attention, Feng Bin addressed the newcomer. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiang nodded, his gaze intensifying as a fierce fire ignited within his eyes, erupting forth to engulf the jade Pipa spirit held by Jiangxia. Observing Feng Xiang's action, Jiangxia shook his head, stating, this spirit is formidable. Even with your true fire's might, it may still prove insufficient to vanquish this demon. Rather than taking offense, Feng Xiang retracted his flames, inquiring, do you possess a solution? Jiangxia replied, indeed, having identified the demon, I shall exorcise it forthwith. With that, Jiangxia formed a seal with his hands and uttered an incantation, and as he completed it, true fire erupted from his mouth. This fire was composed of three colors, blue, orange, and red. Nezha exclaimed, the three pure flames. As the flames surged forth, Nezha felt no heat. Yet the jade Pipa spirit began to wail in agony. Alarmed, Nezha recalled having struck with the Qian circle with immense force, yet the demon remained unscathed. After a brief moment, black smoke began to rise from the jade Pipa spirit. It struggled momentarily before gathering its demonic energy, forming a blue barrier to shield itself. This spirit seeks to escape. My apprentice, assist me, Jiangxia commanded. As he spoke, the intensity of the three pure flames intensified. Nezha, noticing this, summoned the Qian circle, which shimmered with golden light, shattering the barrier with a single blow. Retrieving the Qian circle, Nezha wielded the fire-tip spear, a pair measuring 8 feet in length, one held in each hand, as he invoked the incantation, causing the spearheads to burst forth with blazing flames. Though the fire-tip spear could not rival the Qian circle, its power did not rely on the wielder's cultivation, instead capable of emitting the three pure flames independently. With Nezha's flames, a piercing scream erupted from the jade Pipa spirit as it revealed its true form. Indeed, a remarkable individual, remarked King Zhou, who had been observing from the sidelines. Jiangxia, having extinguished the flames, was now drenched in sweat and appeared fatigued, his lips pale. Nezha, however, did not focus on King Zhou, but rather on the woman beside him, as he detected an additional demonic aura aside from that of the jade Pipa spirit. Following the scent, he beheld Daji, who was undeniably beautiful, with flowing dark hair, a delicate face, and eyes akin to autumn waters. Her figure was alluring, surpassing even the most exquisite blossoms. Upon witnessing the jade Pipa spirit revert to its original form, Daji's complexion turned pale, and her heart burned with indignation. Gritting her teeth in frustration, my king, since it is a Pipa spirit, why not bestow it upon me as a reward? Daji proposed. Instantly, King Zhou felt a rush of exhilaration, his body tingling as he replied, very well, since the beauty desires the Pipa, it shall be granted to you. Disregarding the opinions of those around him, King Zhou made his decision directly. A cold smile crept upon Nezha's lips as he inwardly lamented, with a king like this, it is no wonder the Shang dynasty shall fall. Naturally, King Zhou was oblivious to this thought, and commanded his attendants to fetch a Pipa to present to Su Daji. Embracing the Pipa, Su Daji felt as though her heart was being torn apart, an anguish akin to being fried in oil. In her despair, she silently vowed, Jiangxia, I shall ensure you pay blood for blood. Raising her head, she forced a smile, and said, my king, I find myself unwell, and shall take my leave. Upon hearing that Daji was unwell, King Zhou grew anxious and instructed, Baigan, these individuals are indeed exceptional talents. Please entertain them well, while I escort the beauty back. Nezha, feeling helpless, could only offer a bitter smile. Baigan stepped forward, saying, please do not take offense. I failed to recognize that monster at the market. Nezha turned his head only to discover that Shun Gongbao had vanished without a trace. He then looked at Fong Un and remarked, "Your cultivation is not even at the level of a loose immortal. How do you explain the five-colored radiance?" Nezha was perplexed, judging by the intensity of the five-colored light. It certainly suggested a cultivation level on par with that of Taiyi Zhenren, if not higher. Yet, the cultivation levels of Fong Un and Fong Xiang were far from impressive. Prompting his inquiry, Fong Un's expression darkened, but Nezha lifted the Qianquan circle, seemingly indicating that if the five-colored radiance was indeed his doing, then a confrontation was inevitable. Fong Un hastily averted his gaze and explained, "It is a manifestation talisman from my master." "A manifestation talisman? What is that?" Nezha asked, puzzled. Upon hearing Nezha's ignorance of the manifestation talisman, Zhang Zia interjected to clarify. A manifestation talisman seals a portion of one's cultivation within a container using profound sealing techniques. Typically within a Hunyuan pearl. It can be gifted to another, and at a critical moment, when the seal is undone, that portion of cultivation will materialize as one's true form, albeit at less than 1/10 of the original power. Upon hearing Zhang Zia's explanation, Nezha grasped the earlier events. Zhang Zia then turned to Fong Un, stating, "This manifestation talisman likely requires a cultivation level of at least Taiyi Golden Immortal to forge, and the method has long been lost. It is intriguing that your masters possess such a technique. I wonder which sect they hail from." Fong Un and Fong Xiang exchanged glances before Fong Un replied, "Our master has commanded us not to reveal his identity. Otherwise, we would face dire consequences." Seeing their resoluteness, Zhang Zia refrained from further inquiries. Nezha's mind was filled with thoughts of the investiture of the gods, attempting to discern which powerful figure it could be. However, after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss, for the current circumstances did not unfold precisely as described in the tale. Upon reaching the banquet, a splendid array of delicacies and fine wines awaited, an overwhelming feast for the senses. Nezha, intrigued, inquired, "What is the purpose of the little deer beside us?" This dish was specially prepared by the king for the two extraordinary individuals. A man with a distinctive handlebar mustache entered the room. "Fei Zhong, why have you? A treacherous villain, come here?" Baigan expressed his disdain for such a scoundrel. With a sly smile, Fei Zhong replied, "Do not misconstrue my intentions, esteemed Baigan. I have been sent by the king to entertain the two renowned demon hunters from another realm." Baigan let out a cold snort, dismissively waving his robe. Nezha observed Fei Zhong and recalled that, aside from Su Daji, there were two notorious villains, Fei Zhong and Yu Han, in King Zhou's court. Baigan's demeanor confirmed Fei Zhong's dubious character. "You come to entertain us, yet you bring this young deer. What does that signify?" Nezha inquired. Upon hearing this, Fei Zhong's spirits lifted instantly. "Ah, young warrior, you are unaware of this exquisite dish known as 3 delicacies of the white deer." 3 delicacies of the white deer? What does that mean? Nezha was perplexed by Fei Zhong's words. With a beaming smile, Fei Zhong explained, "This dish is exceedingly rare and requires a 3-month pregnant doe. As her meat is at its most succulent, the chef swiftly uses a golden scissor to sever the doe's heart, ensuring she falls without affecting the flavor. With the heart still pulsating, the blood is collected in a bowl, and one dips the still beating heart into the blood for the first delicacy. The second delicacy involves cooking the live fawn from the doe's womb in exquisite lamb broth, resulting in tender and delectable meat. The third delicacy consists of a small fire pit where the chef slices the deer meat, cooking it as it is being cut. By the time the last slice is consumed, the meat continues to quiver, yet the taste remains untouched. Enough! You vile traitor, how could you be so cruel?" Baigan rebuked sternly. Fei Zhong, however, paid him no heed. "Esteemed minister, this is a feast for the two extraordinary beings. It does not concern you." Nezha, troubled by Fei Zhong's account, found it hard to remain composed. While killing is merely a matter of striking an enemy, Fei Zhong's cruelty was beyond comprehension, forcing the deer to witness its own demise. "We shall not partake. Leave." Nezha roared in anger. Zhang Zia also found the act excessively barbarous. "Take the deer away. We will not eat." This scheme was not conceived by Fei Zhong, but rather orchestrated by Su Daji, who sought to warn the two men after the demise of the Pipa spirit at their hands. Upon returning, Su Daji placed the Pipa atop the star-picking tower, hoping it would absorb the essence of the sun and moon, yearning for the day it could revive. Seeing Nezha and the others in a fury, Fei Zhong recognized his purpose had been fulfilled and turned to leave. Nezha glanced at Baigan and Zhang Zia, both appearing ashen-faced, evidently shaken by Fei Zhong's revelations. The more Nezha contemplated, the angrier he became, and with a flash of light, The Qianquan circle materialized in his hand, ready to set out and confront Fei Zhong and Su Daji. What are you doing? Jiang Zia intervened hastily, sensing Nezha's fury. Master Uncle, can we truly ignore this? Nezha retorted, brimming with indignation. Nezha, along with the two brothers Fong and Fong, could hardly stand by idly while we engaged in conflict. The number of transformation talismans remains uncertain to both of us. Yet, even if there were but one, our combined strength may not suffice to overcome our adversaries. Analyzed Jiang Zia. Bai Gan gritted his teeth and replied, Rest assured, my lords, my kingdom would never condone such nefarious deeds. I shall report this matter to the king on the morrow. Bai Gan, devoted to his nation, was unaware that the white deer had already been consumed by King Zhou countless times. Filled with indignation, Nezha lowered his head in silence, drowning his frustrations in drink. An unspoken banquet unfolded, with all three men tormented internally until dusk arrived, marking their departure. Upon exiting the palace and arriving at the doorstep of Song Yiren, Nezha clenched his fists and declared, Master, I cannot bear this any longer. I must eliminate Fei Zhong. Jiang Zia, upon mentioning Fei Zhong, felt a surge of emotions. Nezha, you must not act impulsively. Nezha retorted, Master Zia, my teacher, Taiyi Zhenren, harbors a deep-seated aversion to evil and is resolute in his actions. How can you, as a disciple of the Yuanshi Tianzuan, remain so passive? Jiang Zia, moved by Nezha's words, lamented, On this descent from the mountain, I was tasked by my master, your grandmaster, Yuanshi Tianzuan, to seek out virtuous individuals to include in the investiture of the gods. After a century, they may achieve their rightful place. Yet King Zhou's tyranny has silenced the virtuous, who dare not speak out. You may call me cowardly or incompetent, but if I fail to complete the investiture, how can I recklessly endanger myself? Nezha gazed at Jiang Zia and sighed. Very well, master, allow me to illuminate a path for you. King Zhou is unjust. Yet there exists a wise ruler in the west, the Duke of Shibua, whom you can assist in opposing the Shang. I am not one to tolerate humiliation. Today, I must enter the palace and put an end to Fei Zhong, ensuring you are not implicated. If you trust me, go to the west immediately. With that, Nezha transformed into a gust of wind and soared away. Jiang Zia reached out instinctively to grasp Nezha, but found only empty air. Alas, Nezha, why do you not heed my counsel? Jiang Zia lamented helplessly. Nezha returned to the royal palace, adopting the guise of a eunuch. Do you know where Fei Zhong is at present? He inquired of an approaching eunuch. Lord Fei is attending to the king and queen at the stargazing tower. I advise against visiting now, for the queen is in a foul mood and is punishing us servants, the eunuch replied. Nezha pressed further, punishment? Is she intent on taking lives? The eunuch glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was in earshot, and pulled Nezha aside, whispering, The queen has ordered the capture of many venomous snakes and commanded that the shoes and socks of the offenders be removed and thrown into the pit of snakes, which she has ominously named the Vermin Basin. As the night deepened, the ominous Vermin Basin loomed, filled with malevolence, the innocent blood of Pallas made staining the ground. No resting place remains for their beauty, their souls still tainted by the foulness of death. In the homeland, dreams are but empty songs under the moon, while here the weight of unresolved grievances lingers heavily. The air was thick with resentment, and the Zhou family's legacy remained undisturbed. After hearing the eunuch's words, Nezha disregarded the counsel and made his way directly to the star-picking tower. The ground before the tower had been reduced to dust by the recent clash between Nezha and Shun Gongbao, and craftsmen were now laboring diligently to restore it. Approaching an elderly man, Nezha inquired, Do you happen to know where Su Daji's venomous pit is located? The old man was taken aback, startled by Nezha's audacity to address her so directly. He quickly covered Nezha's mouth, exclaiming, Young master, you must be new to the palace. How can you dare speak her name so freely? Realizing in his rage that he had assumed the guise of a eunuch, Nezha pushed the old man's hand away and repeated, Where is the venomous pit created by Lady Daji? The elderly man glanced around cautiously, then pulled Nezha into a secluded spot, ensuring no one was watching. Young master, he began, that pit is exceedingly treacherous. What business do you have there? Nezha, quick-witted, concocted a lie. I have heard there are many poisonous snakes within, and recently, I have fallen ill. The physician prescribed a remedy that requires the essence of these snakes. Hence my inquiry. The old man nodded in understanding, but sighed heavily, continuing, Indeed. The king recently mandated that every household in the city surrender a poisonous snake for the creation of the pit. To find such snakes now may require venturing far beyond the city limits. Nezha's brow furrowed in concern, lamenting the king's folly. Old man, do you know the exact location of the pit? If I cannot procure the snakes, I fear my life may be forfeit. Observing Nezha's earnestness, the elderly man whispered, "The pit lies beneath the star-picking tower. It is a dungeon." Armed with this knowledge, Nezha formed a resolve and transformed into a gust of wind. The old man, about to speak, suddenly found himself alone, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Falling to his knees, he prayed, "Oh, living deity, have you come to save us?" Unbeknownst to the old man, Nezha had already become a mere mosquito, arriving at the dungeon. Below the star-picking tower lay a vast pit, 24 feet wide and 5 fathoms deep, teeming with venomous snakes, over 10,000 in number. Standing at the edge were several figures, Su Daji, King Zhou, Fei Zhong, Yuhan, and 72 palace maids and eunuchs, all of whom were restrained by soldiers, shackled in heavy chains. "You believe I am responsible for your mistress's demise," Daji declared with a fierce voice. "Let me assure you, the fate of Lady Jiang is of no concern to me. However, your insubordination warrants your demise." With a command, she ordered, "Strip them of their garments, leave no shoes or socks, and cast them into the pit." At Daji's order, the 72 individuals were publicly stripped bare and one by one, pushed into the pit. In an instant, they were drenched in sweat, tears streaming down their faces, their cries echoing in despair. Witnessing their suffering, Nezha's heart ached. Yet when he glanced at the king and Daji, they observed the scene with morbid interest, pointing and laughing with apparent delight. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Nezha was instantly engulfed by a fierce rage. The Qianquan circle in his grasp radiated with brilliant light, illuminating the surroundings with its golden glow. The Hunyuan silk adorned his head, safeguarding him from harm. "Ah, you tyrant Dxin," he exclaimed. "You are cruel and merciless, inflicting suffering upon the innocent. Today, you have devised this heinous poisonous cauldron. Before anyone else can act, I shall take your life." With that declaration, Nezha swung the Qianquan circle towards the head of King Zhou. The guards, Fei Zhong and Yuhan, were alarmed by Nezha's sudden assault and cried out in panic. King Zhou and Daji were rendered pale with fear, standing frozen in shock. Just as the Qianquan circle was about to descend, a radiant 5-colored light enveloped the entire dungeon. Nezha winced from the pain in his eyes, but did not relent, enduring the discomfort as he aimed for King Zhou. Just as victory seemed within his grasp, a sword sliced through the air, wielded by Shen Gongbao, who swiftly pulled King Zhou and Daji away. The clash between the Qianquan circle and the sword produced a thunderous echo, shattering the stone floor into dust that swirled throughout the dungeon. At that moment, King Zhou regained his composure. "I acknowledge your extraordinary abilities from another realm. You were just here to assist me in eliminating demons, and I had intended to extend my hospitality. Little did I know you harbored such treacherous ambitions, seeking my life." Nezha spat disdainfully. "You dare call yourself a king? While the common folk suffer, you indulge in pleasures and even take a demon as your wife, losing your sanity. Today, I shall ensure your reincarnation." Daji, witnessing Nezha's renewed aggression, urged, "Quickly, protect the king. Seize this man." Shen Gongbao smirked. "I did not anticipate your celestial prowess to be so formidable. Those 2 treasures must have aided you considerably." While he spoke, he was not idle. He formed a seal and directed it towards Nezha. Illuminated by the 5-colored light, Nezha had no choice but to raise the Hunyuan silk, forming a protective ring to repel the radiant assault. Yet, Shen Gongbao's seal, imbued with potent spiritual energy, surged forward. Nezha glanced back, noting the location of the poisonous cauldron. In a decisive move, he spun the Qianquan circle and hurled it at Shen Gongbao's seal. Then, drawing forth his fire-tipped spear, he bellowed, "Everyone, find a safe place away from the serpents and gather together." His commanding voice roused the others from their stupor, prompting them to huddle in a snake-free area. The fire-tipped spear unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the poisonous snakes, and soon the dungeon was alight with fire. Thick smoke billowing forth, momentarily suppressing the 5-colored light. The clash between the Qianquan circle and the seal caused the earth to tremble, dust rising in clouds. "I may perish today, but the poisonous cauldron is destroyed. You must flee for your lives," Nezha declared, transforming the Hunyuan silk into a rope for the others to climb. "Kill them," he commanded, forming a decisive gesture, the Qianquan circle returning to his hand, its golden radiance shining once more. "Whoever dares to move will face death." The soldiers, awestruck by Nezha's prowess, hesitated to act. Observing the unfolding chaos, Shen Gongbao lamented, "What a bunch of useless fools." With a deft flick of his palm, the 100 Ghosts banner materialized in his hand. At that moment, a sudden beam of yellow light descended from the heavens, enveloping all the palace attendants within a scroll-like formation. It then surged towards Nezha. Nezha, Do not resist. I shall rescue you. A voice called out, startling Nezha, who recognized it as that of Jiangxia. Aware of the voice's owner, Nezha ceased his resistance and allowed himself to be drawn into the scroll. Shngbo's face turned ashen as he murmured 3 words, the investiture of the gods. After drawing Nezha into the scroll, it transformed into a beam of yellow light that shot skyward, vanishing from sight. Chapter 17. Pursued and fainting, the investiture of the gods transported the group to an open space on the outskirts, where it finally came to a halt. The scroll unfurled, and the 72 individuals, along with Nezha, fell to the ground. Nezha immediately spotted Jiangxia sitting cross-legged, though his complexion was pale and devoid of color. I'm relieved you're safe, Nezha rushed to inquire. Master, what has happened to you? Jiangxia offered a faint smile. I am fine. It is merely exhaustion of my spiritual energy. A few days of rest will suffice. The investiture of the gods was a creation of Hongjun Laozu from the Tao of Heaven, and Jiangxia, being merely a Taiyi loose immortal, had forcibly activated it, leading to his current state of depletion. Nezha clenched his fists. I am sorry, master. I should have heeded your advice. Jiangxia's expression softened with kindness. It is my fault. You are right. I was too timid. Look, we have saved so many lives. Nezha, glancing back at the palace attendants, felt his eyes moisten. You must flee for your lives. Upon hearing Nezha, the attendants quickly formed groups, supporting each other as they scattered in all directions. Master, allow me to assist you. Nezha offered, moving to help Jiangxia. As he rose, 3 beams of light suddenly descended before him, revealing 3 figures. Shngbo, Sudaji, and Feng. Thinking of escaping? It won't be so easy, Shngbo sneered. Jiangxia, you kill my sister, and I shall make you pay in blood, Sudaji declared with a fierce tone. At that moment, 9 massive foxtails appeared behind her, fangs bared, as she transformed into a beastly form, continuously roaring. Nezha gently laid Jiangxia on the ground, gripping the Qianquan circle tightly. The Mengtian silk instantly soared above him, forming a radiant halo. Multicolored rays spread out. Even the sun's light seemed to be obstructed by the brilliance of the 5 colors. Shngbo brandished the 100 Ghosts banner, summoning over 30 spirits. Sudaji let out a low growl, her 3 tails lunging toward Nezha. With the Qianquan circle in hand, Nezha infused it with spiritual energy, its golden light dazzling as he struck at the approaching spirits. He deftly maneuvered his body to evade the attacks of Sudaji's demonic tails. A mere loose immortal. Even with your treasures, I wonder how long you can endure. As the words of Shen Gongbao echoed, he formed a seal with his hands and conjured a precious sword, striking down towards Nezha's head. Aware of the sword's formidable power, Nezha hastily executed a spell, surrounding himself with a barrier of spiritual energy, and raised the universe ring high, preparing to smash it against the sword. At this moment, all present exerted their utmost strength, and Nezha felt his inner energy depleting rapidly. When the universe ring collided with the sword, spiritual energy erupted in all directions, causing trees within a 10-mile radius to topple, while those closer were shattered into pieces. Shen Gongbao's expression turned grave. The sword was a fundamental treasure forged from his own Dantian. Should the sword sustain damage, he too would be affected. Gripping the universe ring tightly, Nezha let out a fierce shout and struck the sword once more. A tremendous roar ensued, sending dust and debris flying, to everyone's astonishment. A crack appeared on the sword. Shen Gongbao staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as the damage to his treasure took its toll. Nezha was not faring any better. He was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, drained of spiritual energy, the heavenly silk fell from his head, losing its brilliance and transforming into an ordinary red ribbon. Sudaji, who had struggled to breach Nezha's spiritual barrier and the protective halo of the heavenly silk, now saw both defenses stripped away. With a low growl, her tail expanded dramatically, striking down heavily upon Nezha's shoulder. Nezha was driven deep into the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Shen Gongbao formed another seal, summoning 30 malevolent spirits to confront Nezha once again. Realizing that his and Jiangxia's fates were likely sealed, Nezha closed his eyes, awaiting the final blow before death. Just as he shut his eyes, he suddenly felt warmth on his face, as if something liquid had fallen upon him. Opening his eyes, he was astonished to see Jiangxia lying in front of him, blood seeping from his mouth as well. Overcome with guilt, Nezha's heart burned with fury upon witnessing the spirits clawing and biting at Jiangxia's back. From his Dantian, an unnamed fire surged forth, instantly revitalizing his spiritual energy, threatening to burst forth from his body. Nezha felt a peculiar familiarity, as if he were reliving the moment of his own birth. The chaotic energy surging within him. However, now that his energy had returned, he could not afford to hesitate. With a thunderous roar, infused with a torrent of spiritual energy, he unleashed his fury. Without the need for any incantation, the two small spirits gnawing at Jiangxia were instantly obliterated. Abruptly, the previously sunny weather transformed. Fierce winds howled, and torrential rain poured down. Nezha carefully lifted Jiangxia and placed him aside, summoning the universe ring once more. The ring shimmered with a dazzling golden light, outshining even the five-colored radiance. Shun Gongbao and Su Daji's expressions shifted dramatically, sensing the terrifying power emanating from Nezha, who was now enveloped in a flame-like red glow. Shun Gongbao pondered inwardly. The Fire Spirit Pearl. This child is the reincarnation of the Fire Spirit Pearl. Suddenly, he recalled that when the Fire Spirit Pearl descended into the world, a tempest had raged, accompanied by torrential rain that lasted for an entire fortnight. At this moment, Nezha's spiritual power had already surpassed that of Shun Gongbao, yet Shun Gongbao could not discern Nezha's cultivation level. The Qiankuan circle soared forth, attacking Shun Gongbao, while the Henyuan silk was raised again, this time aimed at Su Daji. Both treasures were unleashed simultaneously, prompting Shun Gongbao to hastily defend himself with his sword. Su Daji, too, shielded her body with her 9 tails. The sword shattered piece by piece, and 3 of Su Daji's tails were severed. Retreat, Shun Gongbao shouted. The 3 swiftly formed hand seals and transformed into a gust of wind to escape. Nezha intended to pursue them. Yet as soon as he grasped the Qiankuan circle and Henyuan silk, his mind suddenly went blank, and he fainted. Jiangxia, witnessing Nezha's unconsciousness, disregarded his own injuries and rushed to Nezha's side. Observing Nezha's battered form and ashen complexion, Jiangxia's heart ached deeply. Without hesitation, he hoisted Nezha onto his back. Amidst the downpour, Jiangxia, drained of spiritual energy, could not employ the earth escape technique and was compelled to proceed on foot. This area had recently endured a fierce battle, leaving it in a pitifully muddy state. As Jiangxia stepped forward, the mire engulfed his ankles. Nevertheless, he did not abandon Nezha, instead trudging forward with painstaking effort. In his current predicament, Jiangxia sought merely a place to shield them from the rain. Meanwhile, Nezha lay in a deep unconsciousness, yet his consciousness ventured within his own body. He recalled the recent battle, locking his awareness in the Dantian. Before him floated a brilliant red pearl, wreathed in flames that shimmered in 7 hues: azure, crimson, white, orange, blue, green, and black. The pearl hovered above Nezha's Dantian. Nezha recognized this pearl, having previously perceived it as a dull and lifeless entity, merely believing it to be a manifestation of his dual golden elixirs. However, it was now evident that his understanding was flawed. As Nezha focused his consciousness on the pearl, an unexpected golden light repelled his awareness. This golden radiance formed a distinct pattern that Nezha recognized as the talisman of Taiyi Zhenren from the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain. Chapter 18. The rain has not ceased. A misunderstanding. How can one trust the words of a tyrant when the affairs of state are fraught with treachery? Had it not been for the loyal counsel of Emperor Dan, blood would have flown in Gaojia. 7 years in Yoli have been marked by rain. As the intricacies of Fushi's 8 trigrams unfold, destiny has always favored the enlightened sovereign, regardless of the brilliance of Qishan's son. Nezha was perplexed as to why Taiyi Zhenren had been aware of the anomalies within him all along, even inscribing his talisman upon him, yet had never mentioned it. Did his master intend to harm him? Impossible. His master had imparted skills and bestowed treasures upon him. If he sought to do harm, why would he have suppressed Nezha's inner power at the moment of his birth? What could be the purpose of his master's actions? Nezha gazed intently at the pearl before him, plunged into deep contemplation. Carrying Nezha on his back, Jiangxia struggled to move through the torrential downpour. Nevertheless, he managed to bring Nezha to a desolate pavilion to seek refuge from the rain. Upon their arrival, Jiangxia noticed a young couple already sheltering there. He smiled and gestured toward them, receiving their warm smiles in return. After gently placing Nezha down, Jiangxia retrieved a medicinal pill from his bosom, consumed it, and began to meditate in an effort to recuperate his energy. "Third brother, look at those 2. They seem to be fleeing," the woman remarked. The young man replied, "Mind your own business. We will return home once we locate our people." The woman responded with a soft "oh" and fell silent thereafter. Jiangxia, still uneasy about Nezha, ceased his meditation after a while, feeling a slight restoration of his internal spiritual energy, enough to stave off hunger. The relentless rain continued to pour. As Jiangxia gazed out from the pavilion, his brow furrowed with concern for Nezha. The unusual celestial phenomena heightened his anxiety. Noticing that Jiang Zia had awakened, the lively young woman approached him, saying, "Old sir, I see your clothing is of fine material, yet it resembles that of a fugitive." Jiang Zia's heart became vigilant at her words. "I was fishing by the river with my grandson when the sudden downpour frightened him, causing him to faint. Which explains our disheveled appearance." The woman continued, "Oh, I see. But, old sir, do you happen to know of someone named Nezha in Chaoga City? He appears to be the same age as your grandson." She pointed at the already unconscious Nezha. Jiang Zia felt a stir in his heart, his facial muscles tensing for a moment as he quickly replied, "I have not heard of him. Chaoga City is home to millions, even among little ones like my grandson. There are thousands. How could I possibly know them all?" Before the woman could respond, the young man sat upright. "If you haven't heard of him, why do you seem so anxious?" Jiang Zia felt his heart race. The young man had discerned his unease. "I am not anxious at all," he retorted. The young man scrutinized Jiang Zia for a moment before shifting his gaze back to Nezha. "Your grandson also possesses this 7-foot red ribbon," he remarked, reaching for the magical garment adorning Nezha. The Hunyuan ribbon was a treasure of the Golden Light Cave, already marked with Nezha's seal. Although Nezha lay unconscious and unable to wield spiritual energy, the treasure instinctively protected its master. The seal flickered momentarily, repelling the young man's hand. Stunned, the young man realized that this red ribbon was, in fact, a magical artifact. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke sternly, "Aside from Nezha, who else possesses a treasure like this 7-foot red ribbon?" Seeing that his identity had been revealed, Jiang Zia no longer concealed the truth. "Indeed, I am." However, he was interrupted by the young man. "You dare to kill and seize treasures?" He then turned to the woman, saying, "Sister, this is Nezha. Take him aside." As the woman moved to approach Nezha, Jiang Zia, resolute, summoned the small amount of spiritual energy he had just regained and declared, "You shall not touch him." However, the youth seized the fist with a firm grip, exclaiming, "Humph, you old man appear kind and benevolent, yet you are so malicious." Jiang Zia retorted, "Malicious? I fear you too are the truly nefarious ones, obeying that foolish monarch." Jiang Zia referred, of course, to King Zhou of Shang, but upon hearing this, the young man's expression darkened, his anger palpable. "How dare you speak of my father in such a manner? You are seeking death." With those words, the youth summoned his spiritual energy and directed an attack at Jiang Zia. Nezha, caught in his own deliberations, suddenly felt a jolt within him and recalled that his physical body remained unconscious. He hastily withdrew his consciousness, returning it to the center of his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Jiang Zia engaged in combat with someone. Alarmed, he rushed forward to join the fray, but as he attempted to rise, he found himself weak and on the verge of collapsing. Seeing Nezha about to fall, the woman reached out and caught him in her embrace, urgently calling out, "Brother, stop fighting. Come and see Nezha." The two combatants paused simultaneously, turning their attention to Nezha. "Nezha!" Jiang Zia exclaimed, swiftly approaching and taking Nezha from the woman's arms. Upon seeing that Jiang Zia was unharmed, Nezha felt a flicker of joy and called out, "Master Zia." The woman and the youth were taken aback, realizing that Nezha and the old man shared a master-disciple relationship. "You are Nezha's master?" the youth inquired. Jiang Zia responded with a cold snort, "My surname is Jiang. My given name is Shang, and my courtesy name is Zia. If you wish to harm my disciple, you must first step over my corpse." Hearing this, the woman appeared immensely pleased. "Nezha, brother, he truly is Nezha. He truly is Nezha." The youth nodded at his sister and turned back to Jiang Zia, saying, "Mr. Jiang, you misunderstand. My sister is betrothed to your disciple. We are, in fact, family." Upon hearing this, Nezha's expression changed drastically. "You are Ao Ling?" The woman blushed, a hint of shyness gracing her features as she replied, "You know of me?" Nezha was suddenly overwhelmed with frustration. He had left home specifically to evade the denizens of the East Sea, only to find that they had sent someone to pursue him. It seemed that the events described in the investiture of the gods compelled Nezha to remain vigilant. Although Taiyi Zhenren had assured him that he need not fear the East Sea, Nezha wished to avoid causing any trouble for his master. "What do you want from me?" Nezha furrowed his brows and asked. "My father has arranged a marriage for me, and it is you. I came to visit my in-laws at Chintang Pass, hoping to meet you as well, but they informed me that you were out on your training journey. Therefore, I secretly slipped away with my third brother to see you." Ao Ling explained, her shyness evident as she lowered her head. Nezha found himself at a loss for words, bemused by the situation. It seemed that ancient women truly had little say in their fates. Why would she not resist at all? With a wry smile, Nezha lamented, "But I am only 7 years old. From the looks of it, the remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken. Upon hearing this, Ao Ling glanced at Nezha's stature and then at Ao Bing's, scratching his head awkwardly as he said, I am also 7 years old. However, our dragon clan has but one chance to transform into human form. I wish to appear more beautiful, yet I did not expect you to dislike it. Nezha, after hearing this, could only manage a bitter smile. Between us, there is not even a semblance of affection. How can there be talk of marriage? Ao Ling replied, It is a matter dictated by our parents and the words of a matchmaker. Besides, I do like you. As the third watch approached, Nezha looked at Ao Ling, feeling a throbbing headache. How can you, having never met me before, profess to like me at first sight, merely due to that absurd decree of your parents and the matchmaker? Ao Ling, seeing Nezha's reluctance, hurriedly waved her small hands. No, I want you to play with me. Nezha was momentarily at a loss for words. Play? Surely she does not truly believe herself to be merely a 7-year-old child. Nezha sought an excuse to dismiss Ao Ling. I am not free to play with you. I have pressing matters to attend to. You should return to the East Sea. And upon my return, we may discuss this so-called marriage. Ao Ling, upon hearing Nezha's words, lost all enthusiasm. Her smile faded, and her eyes grew red and swollen, as if she might cry. Observing Ao Ling's distress, Nezha felt a twinge of guilt for his previous remarks. After all, Ao Ling, despite her adult-like appearance, was still just a child of 7. All right, do not cry. I will play with you for a day, but you must listen to me. Furthermore, I will spend another day with you tomorrow, and the day after, you shall return. At this moment, Zhang interjected, Nezha, Ao Ling is of your age, and she has traveled a great distance to seek you. Is it not somewhat heartless of you to behave this way? Nezha responded with resignation, Master, I am not like you. How can I marry someone with whom I have no emotional connection? Moreover, I am only 7. I am far from ready for marriage. Zhang shook his head. I have just consulted an oracle for you, and from the signs, it appears you indeed share a marital bond. Just as Nezha was about to speak again, Ao Bing stepped aside and took out a conch shell from his waist, pressing it to his ear. Moments later, he turned to Ao Ling and said, Father has discovered our secret escape and urges us to return. No, I shall not go back. I wish to remain with my husband, Ao Ling declared proudly. Upon hearing the term husband, Nezha felt a surge of frustration. I am not your husband. Even if there is a decree from our parents, there has yet to be a matchmaker's word. We are not wed. Ao Ling exclaimed, Haha, you have acknowledged it. You have finally admitted to the decree from our parents. Let us return and find a matchmaker, and we can be married. Nezha, observing Ao Ling's exuberance, felt as though his head might spin. Reason seemed utterly futile. Ao Ling, we must return, or else we shall incur our father's wrath, which we cannot bear. Ao Bing urged. I will not return, Ao Ling stated emphatically. Ao Ling appeared resolute, while Ao Bing sighed. If you are not returning, I shall make my way back alone. He said helplessly. Do not worry, third prince. You may return first. Should the Dragon King express displeasure, I, Jiang Shang, shall intercede for this young lady. She shares a profound bond with my disciple, so you may rest assured, Zhang replied. Seeing Zhang speak, Nezha attempted to rise and offer further persuasion. But his body faltered, and he collapsed once more. Ao Ling hurriedly supported Nezha. Third brother, look. Nezha is gravely injured. I cannot return. I must care for him. Ao Bing shook his head in resignation. Very well, I shall return. I will hold off my father. But remember, once Nezha has healed, you must return immediately. Thank you. Mr. Jiang, Ao Bing said, bowing respectfully. He then turned to Nezha, warning, do not harm my sister, or you shall not be spared. With that, Ao Bing transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished from sight. Nezha quickly called out, Hey, don't leave. Take her back. But by the time he spoke, Ao Bing had already disappeared. Do not speak. You are gravely injured and need to rest, Ao Ling said. Nezha felt a twinge of irritation at Ao Ling's concern and decided to close his eyes. After Nezha and Zhang battled Shen Gongbao, under Daji's persuasion, Emperor Xin ordered a citywide lockdown to search for Zhang and Nezha. Zhang could only seek refuge in a humble abode outside the city. For Nezha's injuries required ample recuperation. 5 days swiftly passed, and Nezha's condition had significantly improved. Noticing that the firewood in the yard was unchopped, he felt grateful for the host's hospitality, and thus, he decided to chop the wood for them. He also made his way to the nearby river to fill all the water jars. Once everything was completed, he prepared to meditate and cultivate. Just as he settled down, he spotted Zhang entering with a straw hat, followed closely by Ao Ling, who held a sugar figurine. Upon seeing Nezha, Ao Ling rushed forward. Here, have some. After 5 days of interaction, Nezha perceived that Owling was indeed like a 7-year-old child, innocent and kind-hearted, without any malicious intent. Occasionally, she would make surprising remarks, calling Nezha her husband, which left the host family stunned. It was only through Jiang Ziya's forced explanation that it was merely a local dialect that the situation was smoothed over. "I shall not eat." "You have it," Nezha replied, declining the sugar figurine with a hint of indifference. He then turned to Jiang Ziya and inquired, "Uncle, how are things outside?" At that moment, Jiang Ziya's expression was grave as he spoke. "Lord Baigan has passed away." Nezha recalled Baigan, who was portrayed as a loyal minister in the investiture of the gods, possessing a heart of profound wisdom. Later, after offending Daji, she deceitfully claimed to suffer from a heart ailment that required the heart of someone with a heart of profound wisdom for cure. Enchanted by her beauty, King Zhou, blinded by desire, indeed had Baigan's heart removed. After his heart was taken, Baigan encountered a woman selling vegetables by the roadside. The woman happened to be selling heartless vegetables. Baigan asked her, "If vegetables can be heartless, can a person without a heart still live?" The woman lamented, "If food is consumed without intention, how can a person live without purpose?" Upon hearing this, Baigan felt a sudden pain in his chest, coughed up blood thrice, and collapsed, losing consciousness. Yet, the current circumstances appeared to diverge from the narrative of the investiture of the gods. In that tale, when Baigan met his demise, Jiang Ziya had already arrived at Shiqi, whereas now, both he and Jiang Ziya found themselves outside of Chaoga City. How, then, would Baigan meet his end? Nezha wished to discern the discrepancies between the investiture of the gods and the present events. Jiang Ziya explained, "On that fateful day, Baigan guided us to the star-picking tower and, in the presence of Daji, slayed the jade and stone Pipa spirit. Daji, harboring a deep-seated hatred for us, compelled Baigan to disclose our whereabouts. Yet, how could Baigan possibly know of our location? Consequently, he was publicly subjected to a gruesome fate. His heart and liver ripped from him." As Jiang Ziya spoke of Daji, his teeth were clenched in anger. Having endured such events, he was now resolved to take action. Nezha pondered deeply, questioning whether he could indeed change the course of events. "Master, there is another matter. You previously urged me to seek refuge with the Western Duke, Ji Chong, yet the Duke has come to Chaoga to offer his life in protest," Jiang Ziya remarked. In Chapter 20, Journey to Shiqi, the Land of Red Earth, Nezha observed Jiang Ziya, who was filled with sorrow, and recalled that the demise of Baigan was, in part, due to their actions, which weighed heavily on his heart. "Master, this tyrant, DXine, cruelly oppresses loyal subjects, prioritizing construction over the lives of the common people, and now even his own royal uncle is not spared. We must hasten to Shiqi and assist the Western Duke in raising an army against Zhou." Jiang Ziya, filled with righteous indignation, gritted his teeth and declared, "A ruler of virtue should not behave in such a manner. Very well, we shall proceed to Shiqi." Nezha felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of launching the campaign against Zhou, for after the downfall of the tyrant, a divine investiture ceremony would follow. With the gods appointed, even if he were to harbor enmity with the East Sea, there would be no cause for fear. Thinking of the East Sea, Nezha turned to Ao Ling. "Ao Ling, my master and I are heading to Shiqi. Perhaps you should return to the East Sea." Ao Ling, who was savoring a sugar figurine, paused her enjoyment upon hearing Nezha's suggestion. Standing up, she declared, "I will not return. If you wish to send me away, I shall accompany my husband to Shiqi." Nezha, exasperated by Ao Ling's obstinacy, replied, "What business do you have in Shiqi? If there truly is a battle, who will look after you?" Ao Ling, brimming with indignation, retorted, "Who needs your concern? I fear you might seek companionship with other girls in Shiqi. Of course, I must follow." Jiang Ziya burst into laughter. "Nezha, take her along. After all, Ao Ling is the daughter of the East Sea's sovereign, and she deserves some respect. None would dare harm her." Upon hearing this, Ao Ling hurriedly approached Jiang Ziya, playfully declaring, "Uncle Ziya, you are so kind." With that, she turned to Nezha and made a face. Nezha could not comprehend why Jiang Ziya was so fond of the young girl, who incessantly chattered and caused headaches. Yet he wore a face of indulgence. Shaking his head, Nezha felt displeased but had no choice but to comply. Upon exiting, he noticed that the kind-hearted host who had taken him in had yet to return. Jiang Ziya had placed some silver coins on the table, covered with a bowl meant for drinking water. After completing the arrangements, he turned to Nezha and Ao Ling and said, "Let us depart." As they stepped outside, Nezha was about to perform the cloud summoning technique, but Jiang Ziya stopped him, offering a wry smile. "Although you are adept in your magical arts, I lack the ability to ride the clouds. I can only perform the earth escape technique." Nezha was taken aback, unable to fathom that Jiang Ziya could not traverse the skies. What about you? He inquired of Ao Ling. I cannot either, but I can fly. However, I transform into my true form while in flight, Ao Ling replied. Let us not dwell on it, Nezha. We should proceed on foot for now. If the townsfolk were to catch sight of a true dragon, it would undoubtedly stir up trouble. Once we reach the market ahead, we shall procure some horses, Zhang Zia suggested. Very well, Nezha acquiesced reluctantly. In the blink of an eye, the group had traversed over a month's journey. One day, upon entering a village, they were met with the sight of groups of young men, seemingly in their mid-teens, who should have been in the prime of their youth. Yet, these individuals were so impoverished that they could scarcely afford clothing. Their emaciated bodies were exposed, ribs protruding, as if they lacked the strength even to stand. What ails you? With hands and feet, you ought to be cultivating the land. Why do you find yourselves in such dire circumstances? Nezha approached a few who were slumped beneath a tree and inquired. The group cast a glance at Nezha and his companions, but remained silent. Ao Ling, please share the provisions you purchased along the way with them, Zhang Zia instructed. Upon hearing the mention of food, the individual's eyes sparkled with hope. However, before Ao Ling could distribute the items from his bundle, they were suddenly besieged, a throng of people surging forward in a frenzy to seize the food. Quick to react, Nezha swiftly pulled Ao Ling aside. At that moment, one who had managed to snatch some food emerged from the crowd, ravenously devouring the morsels. After a few bites, he appeared to choke, prompting Zhang Zia to pat his back, allowing the man to cough and regain his composure. You must be from afar, the man remarked. Nezha replied. Indeed, yet I wonder why you did not respond to my earlier question. The man smiled awkwardly and said, speaking makes one hungry. Nezha furrowed his brow. To feel hunger merely from conversation indicated a grave level of deprivation. My friend, I must ask you, with hands and feet, why do you allow this land to remain barren, neglecting to cultivate it? Zhang Zia inquired, perplexed. The man shook his head, offering a bitter smile. Look at this soil. Not even weeds can thrive here. What use is there in farming? And why is that? Zhang Zia pressed further. The man, however, forced a bitter smile and said, you are unaware that this land was once fertile. Yet, 3 years ago, for reasons unknown, all the crops withered overnight, even the weeds perished. We attempted to sow seeds several times thereafter, but to no avail. Each time, they all succumbed to desolation. Consequently, those with relatives outside have sought refuge there, while those without have taken their families and left. The few of us remaining, besides those unable to abandon our homes for the sake of the elderly and children, are but the frail and the ailing. All crops withered overnight without reason? Nezha inquired. The man nodded. Indeed, Zhang Zia asked, in your vicinity, are there any malevolent beings? Could they be the cause of this calamity? The man replied, I have never seen nor heard of such a thing. If there were malevolent beings, we would have long since become their prey. How peculiar that a barren land stretching for miles is not the work of malevolent forces. Could there be another explanation? Zhang Zia pondered. You should leave promptly. This place is unfit for human habitation. We, too, can only await our demise by starvation, the man concluded. Sinking wearily into the shade, eyes closed, seemingly awaiting death. Master, without malevolent beings, we are unable to assist. We should depart, Nezha suggested. Zhang Zia, feeling helpless yet wishing to help, merely sighed. The group continued on their journey until nightfall. Ling then spoke. I shall not walk any further. I am weary after a day of travel. Seeing Ling halt, Nezha sighed. Then let us rest. Zhang Zia nodded in agreement, but remained silent. Noticing Zhang Zia's furrowed brow and anxious demeanor, Nezha asked, Master, are you still pondering the events of the day? Zhang Zia replied, I initially thought the neglect of the crops was merely an excuse for laziness. Yet, even this mountain is stripped bare, devoid of life. Nezha remarked, Master, each person has their fate. Even my master, a Taiyi golden immortal, faces a tribulation lasting 1,500 days. How much more so for ordinary folk? Zhang Zia nodded, but gazed at the barren mountain with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Nezha ceased his attempts to persuade him, recognizing that this was a personal struggle for Zhang Zia. Meanwhile, Ling had already fallen asleep against a rock. Nezha thought to himself, what a carefree girl. And after a wry smile, he began to meditate and practice. After all, unlike Nezha, not everyone possesses the ability to forego sleep. Even someone of Zhang Zia's caliber had not mastered such a technique. In the stillness of the night, while Ling slept soundly and Nezha was engrossed in his cultivation, he suddenly felt as though his dantian might explode. Nezha hastily ceased his practice and focused his awareness on his dantian. Within it, the once tranquil fire spirit pearl erupted with a surge of spiritual energy. The 7-colored flame of the fire spirit pearl blazed fiercely, relentlessly assaulting the talisman inscribed by the Supreme One, Taiyi. This was the first time Nezha encountered such a situation. He felt an unbearable discomfort throughout his body, as if his dantian were about to explode. The profound spiritual energy from the fire spirit pearl surged repeatedly amidst the flames, persistently battering the talisman, whose golden radiance never wavered, continuously obstructing the flames from breaking free of the dantian. As spiritual energy coursed through his being, Nezha poured his own strength into the golden talisman, striving to suppress the golden flames. Inside his dantian, it resembled a battlefield, and Nezha was drenched in sweat from the pain. After a relentless infusion of spiritual energy, he finally managed to temporarily subdue the fire spirit pearl. Following the fierce battle within his dantian, Nezha felt his mind go blank and succumb to unconsciousness. Hearing the commotion, Jiangxia rose and found Nezha collapsed on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. He rushed forward, calling out, "Nezha, Nezha." Yet, Nezha showed no signs of awakening. Jiangxia gathered his spiritual energy and extended his celestial awareness into Nezha's body. This distinction highlights the difference between a loose immortal and a supreme loose immortal. While a loose immortal can only perceive their internal state as consciousness, a supreme loose immortal possesses the ability to access the sea of consciousness, projecting their awareness outward, which is why Shen Gongbao could discern Nezha's level as merely a loose immortal. As Jiangxia's celestial awareness, intermingled with spiritual energy, penetrated Nezha's body to probe his condition, a sudden surge of unnamed fire incinerated it upon entry, extending its assault toward Jiangxia's sea of consciousness. Hastily, Jiangxia severed the connection. Suddenly, Jiangxia recalled that Nezha had previously appeared drained of energy, yet had abruptly regained vigor. Watching Nezha unconscious, powerless to assist, Jiangxia lamented softly, "Nezha, oh Nezha, what has befallen you?" At that moment, Ao Ling awoke, witnessing Jiangxia cradling Nezha, whose pallid visage bore traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. "Uncle Jiang, what has happened to Nezha?" Ao Ling gazed at him, her heart aching. "I do not know. It may be a consequence of his previous ailments," Jiangxia replied. Seeing Jiangxia at a loss, tears streamed down Ao Ling's cheeks, saturating her face. "Nezha, you must be fine, you must be fine. When a true dragon weeps, the heavens will surely weep." As Ao Ling wept, the skies darkened, and rain began to pour. Jiangxia, feeling helpless, could only silently pray for Nezha's safety. Unfazed, Ao Ling cried out passionately, "Nezha, awaken! Nezha, Nezha!" Each cry resonated with heart-wrenching sorrow. The weather mirrored her turmoil, with Ao Ling's cries growing more anguished and the rain intensifying. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by a resounding thunderclap. Meanwhile, Ao Ling clutched Nezha tightly against her chest in the downpour, her face indistinguishable between rain and tears. Yet, a remarkable transformation began to unfold on her countenance, hinting at her potential to transcend into a dragon. Ao Ling's desperate calls ultimately stirred Nezha's consciousness back to life. Nezha opened his eyes and beheld the heartbroken Ao Ling, and he felt a flicker of emotion within him. "I am fine. Please do not weep," Nezha spoke gently. Upon hearing his voice, Ao Ling realized that he had awakened. She ceased her tears, and the rain, akin to her sorrow, abruptly halted. With urgency, Ao Ling inquired, "Nezha, what happened to you? You made me worry to death." Nezha, uncertain of how to address the situation, chose to conceal the truth, for the power of the jewel within him was overwhelming. To alleviate their concern, he fabricated a tale. "I was meditating, and the spiritual energy surged through my meridians, causing me to faint." Despite his reassurances, Ao Ling remained troubled. As she formed her hand seals, she inadvertently released the dragon pearl. "You must not cultivate anymore. I will give you half of my dragon pearl," Ao Ling declared, preparing to split the jewel. Nezha hastily covered her mouth, preventing her from completing the seal. "Silly girl, if you divide the dragon pearl, not only will you revert to your true form, but if the pearl cannot be restored, you will be trapped in the sea forever," Nezha urged her. Ao Ling pushed his hand away, insisting, "If I must remain here, then so be it, as long as you are safe." Nezha felt a swirl of emotions. Though Ao Ling was playful, her kindness was profound, willing to sacrifice half of her dragon pearl for him. "I assure you, I am fine. If you split the pearl, I would never wish to see you again," he exclaimed. Hearing this, Ao Ling quickly retracted her offer. "I will heed your words. Please do not ignore me." Though she appeared as an adult after her transformation, she remained a child of merely 7 years, pure-hearted in nature. Nezha continued, "Remember, even if I were to die, you must live on and never do anything so foolish again. Should you entertain such thoughts, even as a ghost, I would refuse to see you. Realizing Nezha was genuinely angry, Ao Ling fell silent, nodding fervently. Yet, warmth filled her heart, for she perceived that his stern words were born of care. Disciple, look over there, Jiang Zia exclaimed, pointing ahead. Few things could evoke such surprise from him, prompting Nezha to follow his gaze. Before them stood a great mountain, now marred by a rift created during Ao Ling's tears, which had summoned thunder and lightning. The mountain, devoid of trees and composed solely of stone, now revealed a gaping wound, from which flames erupted, exuding a mysterious aura. This presence was neither demonic nor divine. And Nezha furrowed his brow in confusion. Jiang Zia echoed his sentiments. Indeed, it is neither demon nor immortal, yet this aura is immense, instilling a sense of dread within me. Rising to his feet, Nezha grasped the Qianquan's circle tightly. Master, I shall investigate, he declared. Jiang Zia cautioned, it is unwise. This aura is exceedingly strange, and you may not be able to handle it alone, especially after your recent missteps in cultivation that have left you injured. Nezha insisted. I am unscathed. Ao Ling interrupted Nezha, insisting, no, you cannot go alone. If you go, I must accompany you. Nezha frowned. Could you please refrain from causing a disturbance? Ao Ling replied. What do you mean by causing a disturbance? You are injured, and I cannot bear to let you venture forth alone. Is this not a valid concern? Jiang Zia chuckled. Nezha, there is no need for haste. Let us rest a while and set out together at dawn. It would be prudent to have each other's support. Chapter 22. The cultivator transforms into a dragon the following day. After recovering from his exertions, Nezha felt his wounds had mended somewhat. However, he sensed that after the battle, his spiritual energy had become significantly denser. This energy, invisible and intangible like the air one breathes, now bore a tangible quality. Taiyi Zhenren had once remarked that to attain the status of a Taiyi immortal, one's internal energy would flow like an unending stream. Nezha and his companions arrived at the mouth of a great chasm in the mountain, gazing down at the crimson expanse below, ablaze with fierce flames and emanating a powerful and eerie aura. As they observed the volcanic spectacle, another figure approached. This individual, adorned with a cloud-patterned cap and flowing robes, wore a sash around his waist and straw sandals on his feet. His countenance was striking, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of elegance. Upon noticing Nezha and his companions, he offered a slight smile, which they returned. Observing the sea of fire, he furrowed his brow and cautioned, You three should leave at once. This place is exceedingly perilous. Do not put yourselves in danger from mere spectacle. Nezha retorted, And are you not concerned for your own safety? Jiang Zia tugged at Nezha's sleeve, signaling him to remain silent. He then turned to the stranger and smiled. Forgive the child's impetuousness. The man replied, No offense taken, but this locale is indeed treacherous. It would be wise for the elder to escort his daughter and grandson away. Without further ado, he leaped into the flames, surprising Nezha and his friends, who realized he too was a practitioner of the mystical arts. They witnessed a radiant aura envelop him, shielding him as he plunged into the inferno. It's so hot and uncomfortable, Ao Ling remarked. As a member of the Eastern Sea's aquatic clan, she was naturally averse to such intense heat. Nezha quickly formed a protective barrier, casting the Hunyuan silken ribbon over Ao Ling's head, encircling her in a shield of light. Is it better now? He asked. Ao Ling nodded. It's no longer hot. Perhaps you and Master Uncle should wait for me here. I wish to descend and investigate, Nezha proposed. No, I want to go with you, Ao Ling replied, unwilling to let Nezha face the danger alone. Nezha sighed. This fire is inherently adversarial to your waterkin. Would you not be courting death? Pouting, Ao Ling insisted. I still want to be with you. The night prior, Nezha had sensed Ao Ling's affection when she boldly divided the dragon pearl to share with him. His feelings were complex, yet he found his fondness for her growing considerably. At this moment, Ao Ling unexpectedly insisted on accompanying him into the fiery abyss. Although Nezha was concerned for Ao Ling, he understood that if he did not take her along, she would undoubtedly sneak in after him. With a resigned sigh, Nezha grasped Ao Ling's hand firmly, instructing her not to let go, for if she did, his fire-evading technique would be rendered ineffective against the inferno. Jiang Zia nodded in agreement with Nezha, and together they formed a protective shield against the flames, leaping into the surging sea of fire. Unbeknownst to Nezha, from the moment he took Ao Ling's hand, her face had flushed with shyness. The sea of flames stretched for hundreds of miles, and Jiang Zia soon grasped why the surrounding villages were devoid of any vegetation. With such a mountain nearby, it was impossible for crops to flourish. Nezha, holding Ao Ling's hand, charged deeper into the inferno, where the heat intensified with every passing moment. Even within the protective barrier, a hint of warmth seeped through. Noticing the perspiration pouring from Ao Ling's palm, Nezha hastily quickened his pace. The sea of flames was finite, and upon traversing it, they descended underground, where countless tunnels awaited. Nezha sensed a powerful aura growing stronger, compelling him to pursue its source. However, just as he prepared to enter one of the tunnels, Ao Ling, who had been clutching his hand tightly, suddenly faltered and collapsed to the ground. Ao Ling! Ao Ling! Nezha called out in alarm. Zhangzia checked her pulse, observing. As expected of the water tribe, this sea of flames is unbearable for her, and she is suffering from dehydration. What should we do, master? Nezha asked anxiously. First, carry her and find a place with water where she can recover, Zhangzia instructed. Nezha, forming a hand gesture, enlarged his body slightly and lifted Ao Ling onto his back. Zhangzia was busy calculating as they navigated through the intricate tunnels. I feel unwell, Ao Ling murmured weakly. Nezha quickly reassured her. Do not fear, I will find water. He then urgently inquired of Zhangzia. Master, where is the water source? It's coming soon, Zhangzia replied. Ao Ling, I think I might die. Thank you for staying with me for so long. It brings me joy. After I die, please return my body to the East Sea. You may keep the dragon pearl. Consider it my eternal companionship with you. Ao Ling expressed with a faint smile. No, you will not die? We haven't even wed yet, Nezha comforted her. But suddenly, he felt something amiss. Ao Ling's hand transformed into a dragon's claw. And as he looked back, he saw a dragon tail extending over 4 feet long. In disbelief at the incongruity of her form, Nezha gently set Ao Ling down, standing beside her and repeatedly calling her name. Ao Ling. Ao Ling. At that moment, the memory of the dragon pearl being divided replayed in Nezha's mind. He realized that he had genuinely fallen for this little girl. Zhangzia observed Nezha and Ao Ling, unsure of how to intervene. If he heeded Nezha's words, it would have been better for both him and Ao Ling to wait outside. With a roar of anger, Nezha's fist struck the ground. Uncertain whether it was due to the sheer force of the strike, the ground trembled and the entire tunnel collapsed. After a cloud of dust settled, Nezha gazed ahead and discovered a large water pool, approximately 30 yards in length and width. His heart leaped with joy, and he quickly summoned his spiritual power to place Ao Ling's dragon form into the pool. Nezha remained silent, fixated on Ao Ling in the water, not once blinking. Fortunately, Ao Ling's transformation was evident. After the water level dropped by over a yard, Ao Ling's dragon eyes opened. With a roll in the pool, Ao Ling felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Ao Ling, you are finally awake, Nezha exclaimed joyfully. Hee, Nezha, I am awake, Ao Ling replied, lifting her head to see Nezha and promptly transforming into her human form. It is good that you are awake, Nezha said, his heart brimming with excitement. Perhaps you should stay in the water a little longer, he suggested, noticing Ao Ling's desire to leave the pool. However, Ao Ling replied, No, the water is not pure. I cannot linger. Nezha nodded. Then when we exit, I shall find you a small river where you can stay a while longer. Zhangzia, witnessing Ao Ling's awakening, sighed in relief. Yet, Nezha did not notice the blue, thread-like mark that had appeared upon Ao Ling's forehead. Chapter 23. Yang Jian's emergence. Seeing that Ao Ling was unharmed, Nezha felt a weight lift from his heart, and the trio proceeded towards the source of the most potent aura. Ao Ling, observing Nezha ahead, felt her cheeks flush as she recalled his words just before her near unconsciousness. We are not yet married. She hastened her steps and took hold of Nezha's hand. Initially, Nezha intended to shake her off, but upon turning to see Ao Ling's downcast gaze and rosy cheeks, he hesitated to refuse and simply continued walking. After Nezha had caused a section of the tunnel to collapse, revealing the life-saving pool for Ao Ling, Zhangzia realized that there were actually 2 levels beneath. Nezha also noted that the tunnel was winding and complex, seemingly not a natural formation. Who could have constructed such a place amidst the raging inferno, and for what purpose? Additionally, what was the function of the gigantic pool? The group proceeded cautiously, yet the inexplicable aura grew ever stronger. This tunnel was devoid of light, and the group, torch in hand, walked for an indeterminate time. This location resembled neither a relic nor a powerful being's tomb, lacking even a grand hall. Suddenly, they encountered the cultivator they had met outside. So you have all come in as well. It appears we are fellow practitioners, he remarked, having noticed Nezha and his companions. Hearing the man identify himself as a cultivator, Nezha inquired, Might I ask which mountain or sect you hail from? The man chuckled and said, I am Yang Jian, a disciple of the Jade Emperor of the Golden Cloud Cave on Yuxiao Mountain. Yang Jian? Is he not the one with 3 eyes? Why is there no third eye? Nezha pondered, suspecting that this individual might be an impostor. Jiang Zia interjected, I am a disciple of the primordial heavenly master. My surname is Jiang. My given name is Shang, and my courtesy name is Zia. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian promptly bowed and said, Master Uncle. Jiang Zia stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ah, so you are a disciple of my elder brother, the Jade Emperor. No wonder you possess such great powers. Do you know who this is? Yang Jian turned to see Nezha beside him and replied, I do not know the little nephew. Jiang Zia explained, this is not your fault. With so many disciples across 3 generations, you have hardly met. This is Nezha, a disciple of your master Taiyi. Yang Jian looked at Nezha and remarked, so you are my junior brother. What a joyous occasion to encounter Master Uncle Jiang and Brother Nezha here. However, Nezha appeared puzzled. For this Yang Jian was different from the one in the investiture of the gods. He asked, you claim to be a disciple of my master Hoarding. Do you have any proof? Sensing Nezha's skepticism, Yang Jian responded, my master taught me the 8-9 profound arts, but never provided me with any credentials. Upon hearing 8-9 profound arts, Nezha was convinced that this man was indeed Yang Jian, as he was the only one besides a monkey named Yuan Hong who could wield such abilities in the entire narrative. Yet, Nezha felt a tinge of regret upon realizing that Yang Jian lacked the third eye. There is no need for you to explain, Master Nephew. Although you possess great powers, you would never dare impersonate my elder brother from the Hoarding sect. If he were to discover this, he would certainly come to confront you personally. Yang Jian reflected that although his master, the Jade Emperor, had few means, he possessed the ability to sense someone calling him from miles away. Yang Jian's presence here was also orchestrated by the Jade Emperor. With a smile, he turned to Jiang Zia and respectfully inquired, Master Uncle, your words resonate with truth. May I ask why you and Brother Nezha have come to this place? Jiang Zia replied, we were originally on our way to Shichi when we encountered some issues. Last night, this mountain was struck by lightning, revealing the blazing fire, prompting Nezha and me to investigate. Yang Jian remarked, such compassion from the Taoist sect. Nezha asked, since you entered before us, have you noticed anything unusual? Yang Jian smiled wryly and shook his head, nothing at all. Nezha exclaimed, that shouldn't be. The eerie aura here is most potent, yet you found nothing? Yang Jian mused. This place does not resemble a labyrinth or a tomb. It is unclear who could have constructed it. As soon as Yang Jian finished speaking, a fierce wind suddenly erupted within the enclosed tunnel. Although the group did not hear a voice, their consciousness was assailed, and Nezha felt a tremor in his sea of consciousness. Ao Ling, on the other hand, coughed up blood and fainted. Ao Ling, who are you? If you have the ability, come out. Nezha shouted in fury upon seeing Ao Ling succumb to unconsciousness. Jiang Zia advised, we should first let her enter the investiture of the gods. This is a form of soul attack. After Jiang Zia spoke, a beam of yellow light enveloped Ao Ling. May I inquire which immortal graces us with their presence? Might I request a glimpse? Yang Jian inquired with a serious expression. Get out. The same 3 words echoed, but this time they were delivered as a low growl. Infused with an immense spiritual force that felt as if 100,000 mountains had descended upon them, the 3 promptly harnessed their powers to resist. Nezha was shaken to his core by the utterance of those 3 words, his internal spiritual energy surging wildly. After a prolonged period of meditation, he finally managed to calm the turmoil within. The Qiankuan circle appeared in his hand, radiating golden light that illuminated the underground passage. Nezha hurled the Qiankuan circle forward. Under tremendous force, it surprisingly failed to shatter the stone wall. Yang Jian, witnessing this, was equally astonished. He had unknowingly grasped a silver-tipped treasure spear. Nezha, brother, I shall assist you. The 2 simultaneously channeled their energy, infusing their respective weapons with spiritual power, yet the stone wall remained unscathed. Get out. The single word that followed was even more potent than the previous 3, carrying a weight of oppressive spiritual energy. Run. Yang Jian urged immediately. The 3 swiftly employed their abilities, Jiang Zia with his earth escape technique, while Nezha and Yang Jian moved as swiftly as the wind. Yet, despite their efforts, the overwhelming force caught up to them, unleashing devastation that propelled them through the mountains and into the sunlight, crashing heavily onto the ground far away. Dazed and bloodied, the 3 hurriedly sat down to recuperate. They meditated for an entire day and night before Nezha finally stabilized his chaotic spiritual energy. Upon opening his eyes and seeing that Jiang Zia, Yang Jian, and Ao Ling were unharmed, he felt a sense of relief. Who could that be? Capable of exerting such pressure with a mere word? Nezha inquired. Jiang Zia, with a resigned expression, replied, I have never encountered such a being. Yang Jian, furrowing his brow, added, my master has never mentioned anyone like this. Such abilities likely surpass even his own. As they conversed, they suddenly felt the earth tremble. To their astonishment, the mountains began to rise, not just one but an entire range lifting from the ground and ascending into the air. This mountain chain, stretching nearly 100 miles, now floated above them, shrouded in a dark aura that obscured their vision of the peaks. You mortals have awakened me. I grant you a transformation. A voice seemingly emerged from the mountains, resonating like thunder, yet this time devoid of any accompanying spiritual energy, as if it were the voice's natural tone. Chapter 24. Division of Transformation. The peaks, uprooted from their foundations, left behind only 3 shadows of darkness, leaving Nezha and the others bewildered. Zhang furrowed his brow, slowly articulating, this is indeed his vessel, not mere mountains. Nezha was taken aback, unable to fathom that a mortal vessel could be so immense. Yang Jian pondered for a moment, addressing his master. Master, when the great being departed, he left behind these 3 strands of dark light, claiming them to be 3 portions of fortune. Since you and brother Nezha, along with your sister-in-law, are present, I shall return to Yuling Mountain. The implication of Yang Jian's words was clear. He intended to relinquish the 3 portions of fortune. Naturally, Nezha was reluctant to accept this. For Yang Jian appeared to be a person of integrity, one who had shared in their tribulations. Brother Yang Jian, please wait. Take 1 portion of this fortune. It would not be in vain for you to have made this journey. Yang Jian was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Nezha's evident understanding. However, upon witnessing Nezha's resolute demeanor, he decided against further refusal. In that case, I shall take 1 portion. He then added, Brother Nezha, your loyalty and righteousness do not go unnoticed. Shall we pledge brotherhood? Nezha's heart soared at this proposition. It was a wish come true. The two immediately fashioned an offering from the earth, binding themselves as brothers. From this day forth, we are brothers. Should there be any way in which I, Yang Jian, can assist you, seek me at Yuling Mountain. Even in death, I shall stand by your side. Brother Nezha, Yang Jian declared, forming a gesture and soaring into the clouds. Nezha mused to himself. Yang Jian is indeed a true man of resolve. Master, I took the liberty of gifting 1 portion of fortune to brother Yang Jian. We still have 2 remaining. Please, take 1 for yourself. Nezha said after Yang Jian had departed. Zhang Zia responded, let it be. Both you and Ao Ling are young. It would be better if this fortune were bestowed upon you. Yet Nezha insisted, Master, it is rare for a cultivator to encounter fortune. There is no need for modesty. Ao Ling and I may yet become one family. It is already a stroke of luck for my family to receive 1 portion. Seeing Nezha so earnest, Zhang Zia conceded with a nod, absorbing the dark light into his being, beginning to comprehend its essence. Nezha turned to Ao Ling. Here, take this. It is for you. Ao Ling responded, I do not desire any fortune. I only wish for your companionship. Nezha smiled ruefully, recognizing Ao Ling's straightforward nature and her unwavering kindness towards him. Despite the fortune's origin from a great being, let us experience this together, Nezha suggested, to which Ao Ling nodded in agreement. Holding Ao Ling's hand, they both reached out to touch the dark light. The moment their hands made contact, the dark light split in 2, merging into their consciousness. Young ones, I was pursued to this point and fell into unconsciousness, but suddenly sensed the aura of a primordial treasure, which roused me. Regardless of whether it was your call that awakened me, I express my gratitude. As for my name, it is perhaps best that you remain unaware. This portion of fortune is for you. Nezha recognized the voice as familiar, recalling it to be the same as that which he had heard when the great mountain had soared away moments before. As the voice faded, a sensation spread from Nezha's mind palace throughout his entire being, leaving him in a state of unparalleled comfort. Once the dark light dissipated, a painting appeared within Nezha's mind palace, depicting the figure of a person, with markings indicating every part of the body. In the upper left corner of the painting, there were inscriptions. Nezha gazed at them for an extended period, yet failed to comprehend their meaning. Nonetheless, the painting conveyed its own consciousness to him. The path of physical cultivation, wherein the body is revered, leads to mastery. With a single punch, one can shatter the heavens, and with another, the earth. Upon reaching the pinnacle, a single strike could even disrupt the very essence of the Tao. Layer upon layer of incantations flowed into Nezha's mind. These mantras imprinted upon him like an indelible mark. Once the transmission concluded, Nezha opened his eyes and observed that Ao Ling and Zhang Zia had yet to fully grasp the teachings. He recalled the principle of physical cultivation. With a punch, one could rupture the heavens. With another, the earth, and even the Tao itself could be dismantled with a single blow. Was this incantation truly as formidable as it suggested? Yang Jian, having cultivated the 8-9 mysteries, despite reaching his peak, remained merely skin and bones. Nezha suspected that the incantation was somewhat exaggerated. At that moment, as Jiangxia and Ao Ling remained in their state of contemplation, unable to proceed, Nezha resolved to test the physical cultivation incantation himself. The first layer of this ancient divine technique was straightforward. Physical cultivation, as the name implies, involves honing the body. The initial stage requires one to continuously temper their flesh until it is impervious to blades. Though Nezha had attained the status of a celestial being, he had never practiced fleshly refinement, so he decided to experiment with his own flesh. Channeling his spiritual power into a sharp blade, he made a small incision upon himself. And without protective energy, blood soon flowed forth. Nezha chuckled, acknowledging that even if the results were not as remarkable, at least he had gained insight into his vulnerabilities, which he deemed a form of enlightenment. Unbeknownst to him, Ao Ling had awakened and rushed to his side upon seeing his bleeding arm. "How did you get hurt again? Let me take a look. I'll bandage it for you," she urged. Nezha, observing Ao Ling's anxious demeanor, swiftly utilized his spiritual energy to mend his wound. "Do not worry, I am fine. I was merely testing my resilience." Ao Ling rolled her eyes at him. "Can't you spare me some worry?" As Nezha regarded Ao Ling, he sensed an intriguing change in her. She seemed to exude a newfound grace, suggesting that her own experiences were shaping her as well. "Ao Ling, will you truly not return to the East Sea?" Nezha inquired suddenly. In recent days, dangers had loomed, and he was acutely aware of the volatile fire pearl within him, uncertain of when it might erupt again. Taken aback by Nezha's question, Ao Ling responded, "I will not return. Wherever you go, I will follow." Nezha replied, "But the outside world is perilous, as you have witnessed, like when we traversed that sea of flames. It was exceedingly dangerous." "I am not afraid," Ao Ling asserted. Noticing Nezha's furrowed brow, she softly added, "At worst, I will listen to you in the future. I will not go where you forbid me." Nezha, far from oblivious, understood well the depth of Ao Ling's affection, given his memories from 2 lifetimes. "Very well, then. You shall accompany me. Together, we will seek the rivers and oceans, allowing you to savor the waters of the world." Ao Ling shyly nodded, initially wishing to embrace Nezha, but due to their considerable size difference, she ended up cradling him instead. "Cough, should I continue to pretend for a while longer?" Jiangxia, unable to endure the overly sentimental exchanges between the two, interjected. "Ah, Uncle Jiang, you are awake." Owling's cheeks flushed a vibrant red as she gently pushed Nezha aside. Nezha, however, seemed unfazed, for he had already set his heart on Owling. "Master Uncle, you are awake," Nezha remarked. Jiangxia responded, "I did say this, young lady, and you share a deep bond. It appears I was not mistaken." Nezha replied, "Master Uncle, please refrain from jesting about me." Suddenly, Jiangxia's expression turned solemn. "Nezha, thank you." Nezha, bewildered, asked, "What do you thank me for?" Jiangxia's hand shimmered with light, revealing a magnificent whip. "Thank you for bestowing upon me this divine artifact, the heavenly whip, which was indeed a gift of fortune," Jiangxia stated. Nezha humbly replied, "Master Uncle, you flatter me. As the 3rd watch arrived, I shall take my leave for a meal. Remember to eat as well. By the way, tomorrow Nezha and Jiangxia will arrive at Shichi. Hehe. Please do remember to cast your votes and collect." Chapter 25. The return to Shichi. Nezha returned home. King Wen maintained his loyalty and virtue, diligently overseeing great works. The people's labor was not in vain, as their toil was rewarded with fine silks. The foundations of Shichi were as steadfast as rock. While the tyranny of King Zhou's reign crashed like waves, the fates aligned at Mengjin as the flying bear appeared in dreams. Upon arriving outside Shichi, Nezha and his companions observed a flurry of construction activity. "Nezha, did you not say that the Duke of Shibua is a wise ruler? Why then does he, like King Dxin, engage in such rampant construction?" Jiangxia pondered, reminded of King Dxin's excesses. Nezha calmly replied, "Master Uncle, while Dxin indulged in frivolous construction for nefarious purposes, the Duke of Shibua is indeed a sagacious leader. Observe how the laborers seem quite content. Perhaps we should inquire about the purpose of this endeavor." Jiangxia nodded in agreement, and they approached the construction site. Spotting a robust young man, Jiangxia inquired, "Brave one, your construction appears grand and not typical of mere lodgings. What is being built here?" The young man, dusty from toil, responded, "You must be travelers from afar. Our lord, the Duke of Shibua, excels in the art of divination. He has discerned through his auspicious readings that if a spirit platform is erected here, it will allow for the observation of omens and signs." Upon hearing this, Jiangxia nodded thoughtfully to himself, realizing, No wonder I could not foresee matters regarding the Duke of Shibwa. He then reflected on King Dxion's construction of the deer platform, which was merely an indulgent display devoid of purpose, contrasting sharply with the spirit platform intended for predicting fortune and understanding the people's sentiments. The disparity was so vast that words could scarcely convey it. With this realization, Jiang Ziya's anticipation for the Duke of Shibwa grew even stronger. After bidding farewell to the young craftsman, the group entered the city, where they encountered notices posted about the need for laborers to assist in the construction of the spirit platform, offering a daily wage of 2 taels of silver. The Duke of Shibwa is indeed a wise ruler, Jiang Ziya thought to himself, feeling a surge of joy and gratitude. Jiang Ziya lamented that it had already been 2 years since he descended the mountain. In the city of Chaogu, he had been silenced and constrained, unable to expand his horizons. However, upon entering the city of Shiqi, it felt as if he had finally returned to his natural element. Master Uncle, where are you headed? Nezha inquired, observing Jiang Ziya laughing heartily while striding down the street. Of course, I am going to pay a visit to the Duke of Shibo, Jiang Ziya replied. Nezha chuckled. You are a cultivator, yet how can your emotions be so tumultuous? The time for your meeting has not yet arrived. Jiang Ziya, perplexed, responded. Nezha, you summoned me to Shiqi to assist the Duke, and now that I have arrived, why do you claim the time is not right? Nezha remarked, a person of the way must be summoned by another of the way. If you rush in like this, others may think you a charlatan. How could I be a charlatan? Under the guidance of the primordial lord, aside from myself, all others have mastered the art of cloud riding. Only I possess an interest in military strategy. Jiang Ziya felt somewhat disheartened by Nezha's words. Yet Nezha laughed. Dear Master Uncle, good things take time. If you proceed this way, you will merely be regarded as a guest, even if you are brimming with talent. What good is it if you are not utilized? It was quite amusing to see an octogenarian like Jiang Ziya being compared to a child by Nezha. Given that Jiang Ziya had spent his days on Kunlun Mountain, devoid of worldly experience, he could not possibly compete with Nezha, who had lived 2 lifetimes. With a mysterious smile, Nezha continued, Master Uncle, trust my words. Not only will I ensure you assist the Duke of Shibo, but I will also make you the foremost military strategist of Shiqi. Had these words been uttered by an ordinary child, Jiang Ziya would have dismissed them as mere folly. However, having spent time with Nezha, Jiang Ziya held immense trust in him. Nezha, what do you propose? Jiang Ziya asked. Nezha smiled enigmatically. First, we must fish, and I have a premonition that while you fish, you may encounter more than one fated person. Fishing for fated individuals? What do you mean by that? Jiang Ziya inquired, now thoroughly perplexed by Nezha's words. Nezha recalled the descriptions from the investiture of the gods. Realizing that Jiang Ziya should have another disciple, Wu Ji, whom he had taken on before becoming the strategist of Shiqi. However, Nezha could not disclose this directly to Jiang Ziya, as it would lead to complex explanations later on. Master Uncle, if you believe in my words, simply fashion a straight-line hook and fish by the way river every day, Nezha instructed. A straight-line hook? How could that possibly catch any fish? Jiang Ziya questioned. Puzzled, Nezha replied, this is known as Jiang Taigong fishing. Only those who are willing will take the bait. As they exchanged words, they were unaware of Ao Ling, who held a conch shell similar to the one Ao Bing had used previously, pressing it close to her ear to listen intently. Before she could gather all the words from the conch shell, Ao Ling lost her grip, and it fell to the ground, rolling to rest at Nezha's feet. What is the matter, Ao Ling? Nezha asked. Seemingly startled, Ao Ling replied, Nezha, my parents have been captured. Upon hearing this, Nezha's heart immediately sank. What is happening? What has happened to my father and mother? Ao Ling remarked. My elder brother mentioned that the shrimp soldiers of the East Sea informed him of a sudden influx of people to Chintang Pass, capturing your parents. Nezha, filled with anxiety, grasped Ao Ling's hand tightly. Master Uncle, my parents are in peril. I must return to Chintang Pass at once. Remember to act as I instructed. The Westby will surely come seeking you. No sooner had Nezha spoken than he performed a cloud technique, soaring towards Chintang Pass alongside Ao Ling. What else did your brother say? Are my parents unharmed? Nezha inquired. Ao Ling responded. I am unaware. My elder brother did not disclose further details. At that moment, Nezha, oblivious to the dangers faced by Li Jing and Yin Shenyang, was consumed by urgency, hastening his flight to Chintang Pass. Within Chintang Pass, Li Jing and his wife had already been imprisoned in a dungeon. Li Jing, you have truly raised a remarkable son, daring even to attempt an assassination against the king, remarked a prison guard, his whip relentlessly striking Li Jing. Enough. You may withdraw for now. A commanding voice resonated from outside. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the guard trembled in fear and hastily ceased his punishment. General Huang, The visitor was none other than Huang Feihu, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Shang dynasty. General Li Jing has served the nation loyally, safeguarding Qintang Pass for many years. You are unworthy of such treatment, Huang Feihu admonished sternly. The guard quickly knelt. I was wrong, I was wrong. Huang Feihu, disdainful of such lowly scoundrels, simply uttered, Begone. The guard scurried out of the dungeon. Brotherly, are you unharmed? Huang Feihu inquired urgently. Li Jing replied, There is no need for further words, Brother Huang. As loyal subjects, we serve our sovereign. I appreciate your goodwill. Huang Feihu, however, sighed in resignation. That son of yours. I recall he is merely 7 years old. How has he gotten himself into such dire straits? Li Jing responded, The matter concerning Nezha is due to my lack of proper guidance. Should I perish, I implore you, Brother Huang, to spare my wayward son and advise him against returning to the great Shang. Huang Feihu, recognizing Li Jing's unwavering desire to protect his son even in death, refrained from further discussing Nezha. He approached the guard's desk, filled a bowl, and said, Brother Li, we serve together in this court. I know you to be a man of integrity, loyal to your country. Let us share a drink. General, trouble brews outside. A child and a woman are battling the soldiers atop the city walls, proclaiming their search for his father. A soldier reported at the door. Li Jing's heart raced. Deducing the most likely scenario was that Nezha had returned. Upon seeing Huang Feihu prepare to exit, Li Jing hastily cautioned, Brother Huang, my son is named Nezha. Do not harm him. Huang Feihu paused, sighed, and proceeded outside without delay. Nezha, oh Nezha, run quickly. Your father is well, Li Jing murmured to himself. Huang Feihu emerged to find a child and a woman seemingly suspended in midair, approaching the dungeon. The child, wielding a golden spear in his left hand and a crimson halberd in his right, could only be Nezha. At this moment, Nezha was consumed by rage. He had just visited the Li residence with Ao Ling, only to discover that within the gates stood not a single familiar servant, but a throng of soldiers. This realization confirmed Nezha's suspicions that Li Jing had indeed been captured. After interrogating a soldier, he learned that Li Jing was imprisoned in the dungeon, prompting him to make his way there. However, the soldier he had apprehended reported back to his superior, leading the captain to dispatch soldiers to seize Nezha. With the chaos ring and the mystic silk in hand, Nezha faced the advancing soldiers. He hurled the chaos ring, instantly dispatching an entire squad. And with a deft flick of the mystic silk, he felled another 10 or more. The streets had descended into chaos, yet the number of soldiers continued to swell. Reluctant to linger in battle, Nezha ascended into the sky, directing his flight towards the dungeon. Seeing Nezha soar through the air, Huang Feihu recognized him as a practitioner of the immortal arts and felt an immediate sense of wariness. He whistled, summoning a majestic eagle that charged at Nezha. This eagle was a fearsome iron-clawed divine eagle, acquired from the northern seas, with talons like hooks and a gaze like lightning as it surged toward Nezha. Undeterred by the avian challenge, Nezha unleashed the radiant chaos ring, striking the eagle down with overwhelming force. Huang Feihu watched in shock as the iron-clawed divine eagle plummeted from the sky, crashing at his feet, bloodied and with half its head gone. Quick, bring forth the 5-colored divine ox. He shouted urgently. The 5-colored divine ox, renowned for its immense strength and fearless nature, stood as a guardian to Huang Feihu's family, capable of traversing the clouds. Nezha descended gracefully, landing before Huang Feihu, the chaos ring poised before him. Where is my father, Li Jing? He demanded. Huang Feihu replied. You are Li Jing's son? Ignoring the question, Nezha threatened, in 10 breaths, if I do not see my father, you shall perish. The 5-colored divine ox, radiating divine light, charged toward Nezha. Clenching the chaos ring, Nezha prepared to strike the ox's head. Huang Feihu, realizing the potential devastation of the golden weapon, shouted in alarm, Stop. The ox halted, yet Nezha's chaos ring showed no mercy, colliding with the ox's head. A muffled grunt echoed, and blood spilled forth. I shall take you to see your father, Huang Feihu said, feeling a deep respect for Li Jing. With Nezha's arrival to rescue him, Huang Feihu thought it prudent to assist. Upon entering the dungeon, Nezha beheld Li Jing, shackled and battered. Father. Nezha could no longer contain his emotions. He shattered the prison door with the chaos ring and rushed inside. Li Jing, upon seeing Nezha, was overwhelmed with tears. Nezha, my son, why have you returned? Huang Feihu, witnessing the profound bond between father and son, felt compelled to interject. Brotherly, this is not a place to linger. We must leave at once. Li Jing was taken aback by Huang Feihu's unexpected words. Brother Huang, there is no need for further discussion. Your wife is in the women's prison. You must go at once, he urged. Huang Feihu nodded. At that moment, Nezha gathered his spiritual energy to free Li Jing from his shackles. "Father, let us depart," he said. Ao Ling entered from outside, exclaiming, "Father, Nezha, there are many people outside." "Ao Ling, why are you also here with Nezha in this chaos?" Li Jing remarked, surprised to see a woman joining Nezha in such a bold endeavor. "Father, let us not waste words. We must rescue Mother first," Nezha insisted. "The pursuers have arrived. Do not concern yourself with me. Go with Ao Ling," Li Jing urged. "Father, how can you say such things? Without you, there would be no Nezha. How could I abandon my parents and partake in this absurdity? I shall lead you out," Nezha declared, his chi ring glowing with brilliance. "Brother, are you all right?" A voice called from outside the prison as a squad of soldiers entered. Upon seeing them, Nezha raised his chi ring to strike. "Stop!" Huang Feihu shouted urgently. The newcomers were none other than Huang Feihu's brother, Huang Feibiao. Seeing that Li Jing was no longer shackled and Huang Feihu was unharmed, he felt a sense of relief. Nezha was pulled back by Li Jing. "Nezha, do not act rashly. King Wuqing has not harmed us. Do not make an enemy of him." However, Huang Feibiao suddenly turned and shouted, "Attack!" Among the soldiers who had entered, more than 10 unexpectedly turned against their comrades. In an instant, the prison was left with but a handful of individuals. Huang Feibiao knelt down, proclaiming, "Brother, let us rebel alongside General Li." Huang Feihu was taken aback by his words. "Feibiao, do you understand what you are saying? The Huang family has served the Shang for 7 generations with loyalty. How can you utter such treasonous words?" But Huang Feibiao raised his head and looked at Huang Feihu. "Brother, what has become of our loyal family? We have served faithfully. Yet Xin has killed both my sister-in-law and Huang Fei. Do you not feel the pain?" At that moment, a captain among the soldiers also knelt, saying, "Your Highness, as a subordinate of yours, I too believe it is time to rebel. King Zhou is devoid of virtue and does not deserve our loyalty any longer." The rest of the prisoners also knelt, declaring, "We pledge our lives and loyalty to King Wuqing. Please, Your Highness, rebel against the Shang." Huang Feihu, upon hearing Huang Feibiao's words, thought of his own wife, not wanting her to be sullied by Xin, who had forced her to her death. His sister, merely seeking justice, had been thrown from the star-picking tower, meeting a tragic end. Tears streamed down Huang Feihu's face as he reflected on these sorrows. Nezha spoke, "Uncle Huang, your actions have shown that you mean no harm to my father, proving your integrity. Yet, Xin has committed such atrocities that even your generals cannot bear to witness. How can a true man endure such humiliation?" Huang Feihu lamented, "My young son, Huang Tianxiang, is but 4 years old. How can he bear the name of a traitor and suffer the same fate as us, wandering in distress?" Nezha remarked, "Though I am but 7 years old, if brother Tianxiang were older, I would gladly impart my skills to him. However, if you, Uncle Huang, remain indecisive, I fear brother Tianxiang may never grow up. Even if he does, upon learning that his mother was slain by Xin, will he not harbor resentment towards you for living in cowardice?" As the second watch approached, the narrative continued in Chapter 27, The Pass of Lintong. The seasoned warrior, Xiao Yin, observed the young Nezha, and an unfamiliar sentiment stirred within him. This child, merely 7 years of age, appeared to possess a deeper understanding than many adults. "Uncle Huang, if you continue to waver, I may be compelled to take my father away," Nezha declared to the contemplative Huang Feihu. Huang Feihu grit his teeth and wiped away his tears, reflecting on his tumultuous life of battles, now culminating in such a dire fate. "Alas, to have so many brothers here today, I, Feihu, shall rebel against him," Cheng Tang. Upon hearing Huang Feihu's resolve, Huang Feibiao and the other soldiers rejoiced. Nezha then proposed, "Uncle Huang, this is not a moment of despair. I have a master, Jiang Zia, who resides at Shiqi. Why do we not seek refuge there? Very well, let it be known, all who wish to follow me, Huang Feihu, shall depart at noon tomorrow. Those who do not wish to follow will face execution." Huang Feihu, a seasoned warrior, understood the necessity of eradicating threats completely. The following day, Huang Feihu and Li Jing's forces prepared to set forth towards Shiqi, their ranks formidable and resounding throughout the realm. Meanwhile, King Zhou lounged upon his dragon throne. His fury ignited upon hearing the news. "Preposterous! Huang Feihu dares to rebel against me. When Taisher, I command you to lead 50,000 troops to ambush Huang Feihu on the road." Obeying the order, When Taisher swiftly mobilized 30,000 soldiers and set off. Upon learning of Huang Feihu's rebellion, Shen Gongbao was taken aback, as he had intended to use Huang Feihu to capture Nezha. The unexpected alliance between Huang Feihu and Nezha, however, hinted at Nezha's exceptional abilities. Yet, Shen Gongbao considered it fortuitous, for when Taisher, a disciple of his sister, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, was of higher cultivation than himself. If Windfire could indeed capture Nezha, the coveted fire spirit pearl would be within his grasp. As Windfire's contingent arrived at the pass of Lintong, they beheld a formidable array of troops awaiting them. Windfire, mounted on the vibrant five-colored ox, recognized the opposing commander, the General Zhang Feng, clad in armor and accompanied by the thunderous sound of drums. Zhang Feng's presence was striking, with a phoenix-winged helmet weighing heavily upon golden shoulders and a willow leaf armor adorning a crimson robe, adorned with 8 precious gems and purple gold. The double-knotted tassels resonating like a plum blossom mirror. The divine whip strikes like a leaping leopard. The 100-forged hand unleashes a flurry of clouds. The blade raised as autumn frost. Victory accompanies those who traverse the precipice. Such was the formidable reputation of Zhang Feng, the steadfast commander of the pass of Lintong. As Nezha and Windfire approached the battlefield, before Windfire could utter a word, Zhang Feng had already spoken. Both of you are esteemed ministers of the Shang dynasty. And I am well acquainted with your father, Windfire. Yet here you stand, one fighting for a son and the other for a woman, opposing the rightful rule of Shang. Windfire retorted, Uncle, my family has served the sovereign loyally for generations, yet Emperor Xian indulges in debauchery, heeds slanderous counsel, and elevates demons to concubines. My actions are driven by necessity. Zhang Feng replied sharply, Silence. The king's decisions are not for you to judge. Windfire continued, I was summoned to apprehend my brother Li Jing, yet I did not realize that he is a trusted minister of the late king. Without discernment, you would condemn my entire family based on one side's words. Is this the conduct of a wise ruler? Furious, Zhang Feng declared, Well then, let us sever ties today. Show me your prowess. With that, his steed leaped into the air as he swung his great blade at Windfire. Windfire, wielding 2 bronze hammers, urged his 5-colored divine bull forward. I shall assist, Nezha exclaimed, his Qianquan circle shimmering with golden light, ready to charge forth. Nezha, trust your Uncle Huang. Besides, Zhang Feng is advanced in years and surely no match for him. Li Jing intervened, restraining Nezha. Reluctantly, Nezha stood by, spectating the duel. The 2 warriors exchanged blows for 30 rounds, but Zhang Feng soon felt his strength waning and turned his horse to flee. Windfire, sensing victory, pursued on his divine bull. Zhang Feng seemed to anticipate this chase. Suddenly, he halted his steed. With a flourish of his battle robe, he launched a finely forged blade. Windfire dropped his hammers and drew his sword, striking down the blade before it could reach him. Seeing his weapon thwarted, Zhang Feng called out to his lieutenant. Xiaoyin, where are you? A general emerged from the ranks, rushing forth to intercept Windfire's sword strike. With a swift hand, he startled Zhang Feng's horse, causing it to bolt back toward the formation. Xiaoyin then shot a note towards Windfire. You possess great strength. If you are capable, let us battle again tomorrow. With that, he galloped back to camp. Windfire, witnessing the enemy's retreat, returned to Li Jing and the others. He unfolded the note, which read, Do you remember Xiaoyin? At midnight tonight, the drum will signal, aiding you to exit the city. Windfire pondered, recalling that Xiaoyin was once his own retainer, whom he had entrusted to the defense of Lintong Pass. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng returned to Lintong Pass, urgently summoning Xiaoyin to the hall. Today, your assistance was invaluable, otherwise, I might have perished at Windfire's hands. Xiaoyin replied, Windfire is a formidable warrior, capable of contending with thousands, especially with Li Jing by his side. Their alliance is daunting. Zhang Feng added, Indeed. Even my finely forged flying daggers were overcome by Windfire. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyin proposed, General, why not take advantage of the night and launch a surprise attack as we exit the city? Zhang Feng agreed, a splendid idea. Xiaoyin remarked, Though Windfire and Li Jing possess unparalleled bravery, they are not impervious to arrows. Zhang Feng, upon hearing this, chuckled, Indeed. You are worthy of your position as the deputy commander of Lintong Pass. Let us proceed as you suggest. By the second watch of the night, Zhang Feng had assembled his men in readiness. Inside Windfire's grand tent, Xiaoyin was present. He said, General, when the drums sound 3 times, you need only to exit the pass alongside me. Windfire replied, Your kindness overwhelms me. General, I am eternally grateful. Xiaoyin responded, You speak too highly of me. Were it not for your guidance in days past, how could I have attained the position of deputy commander at Lintong Pass? To betray you for personal gain would be an act of the utmost ingratitude, one I could never commit. At precisely the 3rd watch, the drums echoed thrice. Xiaoyin led Windfire and his men to the foot of Lintong Pass. Sir Xiao, is that you? A soldier stationed at the fort began to inquire. but was interrupted by Xiao Yin. How dare you? Must I report my actions to you? That cunning Huang Feihu requires vigilant defense on our part. Yes, yes, Sir Xiao. The soldier responded hastily, commanding his subordinates to open the gates. After conducting a surprise attack, Zhang Feng discovered the camp of Huang Feihu deserted. Realization dawned upon him. You, Xiao Yin, have truly deceived me. With that, he hastily led his troops in pursuit. Upon arriving, however, Huang Feihu and his men had just reached the gate. Xiao Yin, are you also turning against us? Zhang Feng seethed. Nezha, without further ado, unleashed the Qinquan circle, striking Zhang Feng's head and causing a grievous injury. Observing this, Xiao Yin swiftly thrust forth his spear, striking Zhang Feng down from his steed. Will you not open the gates? Do you wish for death? Nezha's Qinquan circle shimmered with golden light. The defenders of the pass, numbering scarcely a dozen, upon seeing Huang Feihu's army, hastily opened the gates. Here comes the first watch. Chapter 28. Before the pass, Feihu severely wounded Xiao Yin escorted Huang Feihu and his men beyond the city gates, stating, General, the road ahead is fraught with peril. Take care along your journey. Nezha interjected, General Xiao, having slain Zhang Feng before the eyes of many, it may prove difficult for you to escape. Come with us. Xiao Yin replied, if we wish to avoid pursuit, I must remain behind to hold the line. This shall be my final service to General Huang. Huang Feihu insisted, join us. I fear for your safety. Xiao Yin reassured him, do not worry, General. The soldiers loyal to me within Lintong Pass are not fewer than those of Zhang Feng. I shall be fine. Seeing Xiao Yin's resolute stance, Huang Feihu clasped his fists and said, I cannot repay your kindness today, but should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yin, the group pressed onward through the night, covering over 80 miles until they reached the foot of Lintong Pass. Observing the weariness of his soldiers, Huang Feihu decided to set up camp. Suddenly, Jing spoke, Brother Huang, do you know the commanding officer of this pass? Huang Feihu inquired. What do you mean, brotherly? Jing explained. In the past, during our training in Beihai, the commander of Lintong Pass, Qintong, was one of your subordinates. He committed a grave error that warranted execution, yet due to our intercession, he was allowed to redeem himself through merit. He is now the very commander of this pass. Huang Feihu, upon hearing these words, felt a tumult of emotions within. Who would have thought that the commander of Tongguan harbors a grudge against both you and me? At this moment, we are both infamous criminals. It is likely he seeks revenge and blames us for his plight. Nezha reassured, fear not, for with my presence, he shall meet his demise on the spot. However, Huang Feihu responded, there is no need, dear nephew, since I have wrought this great error. It is only fitting that I bring it to an end myself. Once they had rested adequately, Huang Feihu commanded the soldiers to form ranks and advance. Upon arrival, they found Qintong already arrayed for battle. Upon seeing Huang Feihu and his companions approach, Qintong revealed a scornful smile. Huang Feihu, who would have imagined that you, the esteemed prince of martial valor, have descended to the status of a bandit? Truly, it is as the saying goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Qintong, brimming with arrogance, elicited a sense of annoyance in Nezha, who raised his Qinquan circle, ready to strike. Yet, Huang Feihu halted him. Dear nephew, allow me to handle this. The five-colored divine bull emerged, its twin hammers raised high, and struck towards Qintong. Unlike the aged Zhang Feng, Qintong swiftly retaliated with his halberd. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding, battling for no less than 30 rounds. The clamor of battle echoed ominously. Dark clouds loomed overhead, an aura of death pervaded the air, long spears gleamed like silver, and halberds swung with ferocity. With gritted teeth and flushed faces, the ground trembled beneath their confrontation. Suddenly, the five-colored divine bull radiated with brilliant light. With a stomp of its hooves, the earth quaked, unseating Qintong from his mount with a resounding whinny. Witnessing this, Nezha could not help but admire Huang Feihu's martial prowess. Reflecting on his own reliance on treasures and spiritual power, he realized his own skills paled in comparison. A mere mortal like Huang Feihu, relying solely on martial ability, was indeed remarkable. It seemed prudent for him to pay greater attention to the cultivation of physical techniques. Observing Qintong on the ground, Huang Feihu swung his copper hammer towards him. Yet, Qintong merely smirked, retrieving a fire dragon dart from his waist, a weapon bestowed by a practitioner of great skill, capable of striking true every time. Recognizing the imminent danger of the fire dragon dart, Huang Feihu quickly attempted to block it, but was still struck beneath his arm. As Huang Feihu fell from the divine bull, Nezha hurriedly soared forward, his Qinquan circle glowing brilliantly, aimed directly at Qintong. Caught off guard by Nezha's swiftness, Qintong hastily launched his fire dragon dart. In response, Nezha too raised his Qianquan circle to defend. At that moment, a young man appeared before Nezha, seemingly out of thin air, capturing the fire dragon dart within a floral basket. "Who are you?" Qintong inquired, furrowing his brow. Huang Feihu, upon seeing the young man, noted his violet robe, adorned with a flaming golden crown, a sword at his waist, and riding a magnificent jade qilin, his attire fluttering as if he were an immortal. When the youth turned, Huang Feihu's eyes welled with tears. "You are my son, Tianhua," he choked out. Tianhua gazed at Huang Feihu. "Father, how could a man of your stature, the prince of martial valor, fall to such a fate? My master instructed me to descend and rescue the loyal and righteous. How could it be you, my father?" Huang Feihu lamented. "My child, you have been away for 13 years, and in this time, I possess nothing. When Emperor Xian sought to dishonor your mother, she, in her fiery spirit, leaped from a height to preserve her honor. Your aunt, seeking justice, was tragically cast down from the star-picking tower and met her demise. I, as your father, was left powerless, which compelled me to join your uncle Li in rebellion against Qingtang." Upon hearing this, Huang Tianhua was moved to tears. "Father, I shall forsake the pursuit of enlightenment atop Qingfeng Mountain and instead journey to Chaoga to avenge our mother by slaying that Emperor Xian. But Qingfeng Mountain is the sacred domain of my master, the celestial virtue of pure emptiness. This man is my brother in the path," pondered Nezha, the foremost deity in the investiture of the gods. Seeing Huang Tianhua's fervor, Nezha quickly interjected, "Brother, do not act rashly. I am a disciple of the Taiyi Zhenren from the Golden Light Cave on Qinyuan Mountain. While the tyrant King Zhou is indeed unjust, we must prioritize escorting Uncle Huang and my father, who are mere mortals, safely out of peril." Huang Tianhua replied, "Junior brother, the grudge of a mother's murder is one that cannot be overlooked. I implore you to escort them safely, while I confront them in Chaoga." Nezha responded, "The commander Feng Yi, under Emperor Xian's command, is a formidable opponent, and I am not yet his match. Otherwise, I would not have put my father in such dire straits. Are you truly resolved to go?" Huang Tianhua asserted, "I must go." Nezha chuckled. "What a man of deep loyalty. Let us escort them out first, and then I shall accompany you, ensuring your safety." Huang Feihu, unable to bear the thought of his son facing this alone, urged, "Tianhua, heed Nezha's counsel." Seeing his father's insistence, Huang Tianhua did not dare to argue. "Very well. I shall first eliminate him and then escort my father and the other warriors through the 5 passes." Qintong, observing Huang Tianhua's earlier deft handling of the fire dragon dart, felt a pang of anxiety. As Huang Tianhua fixed his gaze upon him, Qintong broke into a cold sweat. Huang Tianhua drew forth his treasured sword, known as Mo Yi, which was neither gold nor silver, neither copper nor iron, the material of which was a mystery even to the celestial virtue of pure emptiness. With a swift motion, he unleashed the sword, and in an instant, Qintong's head was severed, his eyes wide in disbelief. With Qintong's fall, the morale of his subordinates surged, and a thunderous battle cry erupted as they charged into the fray. Huang Tianhua approached Huang Feihu, prepared to speak, when suddenly, an individual appeared before him. "Master!" Huang Tianhua called out. Nezha, upon hearing Huang Tianhua address the figure as master, recognized him as the celestial virtue of pure emptiness and performed a respectful greeting, "Uncle." The celestial virtue of pure emptiness, noticing the Qianquan circle in Nezha's possession, understood immediately. "Your master has entrusted you with the treasured artifact of Qinyuan Mountain, which is indeed remarkable." Though both he and Taiyi Zhenren hailed from the same lineage, the celestial virtue of pure emptiness was well aware of Taiyi Zhenren's proud nature and unparalleled abilities. The fact that he had bestowed such a treasure upon his disciple spoke volumes of the latter's esteemed position in his eyes. Nezha humbly replied, "Uncle, you flatter me." To which the celestial virtue of pure emptiness responded, "Your master and I share the same teachings. I know him well. So there is no need for excessive modesty on your part. The second update has arrived. My brothers." Chapter 29. The cloud-piercing pass and the resurrection of the original consort. Nezha understood the character of Taiyi Zhenren. Otherwise, he would not have disregarded the people of the East Sea. Upon hearing the words of the celestial master of clear void and moral virtue, he chose to remain silent. The celestial master turned to Huang Tianhua and said, "Tianhua, as a seeker of immortality and truth, how could you succumb to the tribulations of the mortal realm?" With tears streaming down his face, Huang Tianhua replied, "Master, my mother and aunt met a tragic end, and my father was forced into treachery. As a son, how can I turn a blind eye?" The celestial master responded, "The fate of Cheng Tang is not yet fulfilled. How can you act against the heavens?" Huang Tianhua countered, "If I do not avenge this great grievance, even if I return to Qingfeng Mountain, my heart will not be in the pursuit of the Tao." Hearing this, the celestial master felt a headache coming on, for every word Huang Tianhua spoke was reasonable. Nezha, witnessing the steadfastness of both master and disciple, stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Brother, if you believe, you and uncle should return for now. When the time comes for Shibua Ho to raise his banner, it will be evident that Cheng Tang's downfall is imminent. At that moment, you can descend the mountain to aid him, and uncle will not hinder you. This way, you can align with the will of heaven and avenge your mother, achieving a harmonious resolution." The celestial master looked at Nezha, astonished. "How do you know so much?" Nezha replied, "My master has imparted all his knowledge to me. Thus, what he knows, I must also understand." The celestial master cautioned, "Brother, this is reckless. The secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. By revealing them, you may find yourself entangled in the consequences." Nezha laughed and said, "Thank you for your concern, uncle. But if Tianhua does not know the full details, he may not agree to return to Qingfeng Mountain with you. Please forgive my impetuousness." The celestial master, feeling helpless, recognized Nezha's assistance in persuading Huang Tianhua. Very well, Tianhua. Nezha speaks the truth. You must descend the mountain to confront Zhou in the future." Upon hearing this, Huang Tianhua expressed his gratitude, saying, "Disciple thanks you, master," and then turned to Nezha, "Thank you." Nezha smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing at all." He then turned to Huang Feihu and said, "Father, Tianhua will accompany master up the mountain for now. When the time comes to raise an army, Tianhua will descend to assist you in avenging mother by vanquishing Dxian." Huang Feihu initially wished to keep Huang Tianhua by his side, having not seen his son for over a decade. However, seeing the celestial master present, he reluctantly allowed Tianhua to follow him up the mountain. After a fierce battle, Huang Feihu commanded his soldiers to rest for the night before embarking on their journey the next day. After marching over 80 miles, they arrived at the cloud-piercing pass. Although the pass was also arrayed for battle, it differed from the other two. The soldiers were beating drums and playing suona, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a wedding celebration. Huang Feihu and Li Jing exchanged glances, their hearts filled with suspicion. At that moment, a figure emerged from the ranks, unarmored and devoid of weapons. "Father, Uncle Huang, be cautious. I will scout ahead," Nezha declared. With that, he soared into the air and approached the figure, producing the Qian Kuan circle before him. "Who are you?" he inquired. The figure responded, "Little hero, I am Qin Wu, the commander of the cloud-piercing pass. Having heard of the arrival of the martial king, I have come to welcome you." Nezha let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Surely you are not unaware of the previous gatekeeper, Qin Tong? It is said that he is your brother, now slain beneath the hooves of horses. Not only do you refrain from avenging him, but you also lay out a grand display to welcome us into the city. Could it be that there are hidden troops within, and your intent is merely to lure us inside?" Qin Wu, upon hearing this, appeared awkward and replied, "Oh, young hero, what are you saying? King Wucheng has fought valiantly across the lands, and few can rival him. My brother, through his own folly, brought about his own demise, and thus he deserves his fate." Nezha questioned, "Do you truly not wish to avenge your brother?" Qin Wu responded, "Even 10 fingers vary in length. Although Qin Tong and I share the same mother, there exists a distinction in wisdom and folly between us." Nezha sneered, "A heartless and ungrateful person like you is better off dead." With that, he raised the Qiankuan circle high, preparing to strike Qin Wu on the head. Li Jing, mounted on his steed, intervened. "Nezha, show him mercy." Nezha, recognizing the wisdom in Li Jing's words, refrained from delivering a fatal blow. If Qin Wu's assertions held any truth, passing through the Chuanyun Pass would indeed be significantly easier. With Li Jing's timely interjection, Nezha found an opportunity to relent. He lowered the Qiankuan circle and addressed Li Jing. "Father, why should I not slay him?" Li Jing replied, "General Chun has willingly opened the city gates, demonstrating his sincerity. We must not act rashly." Hearing Li Jing's words, Qin Wu felt a wave of cold sweat, for had it not been for Li Jing, he might have indeed faced Nezha's wrath. General Qin speaks wisely. I invite General Li and King Wu Cheng to partake in a drink within the city to refresh after their arduous journey, Qin Wu hastily offered. As they entered the city, Huang Feihu and Li Jing were warmly welcomed into Qin Wu's residence, where a lavish banquet awaited. As a condemned man, Huang Feihu felt indebted. For today, General Qin's nobility not only allowed him and his companions to pass, but also hosted them at a feast. He raised his cup in gratitude, saying, I toast to General Chun. Chun Wu quickly stood up. Your Highness, you flatter me. I am aware of the Huang family's 7 generations of loyalty. Today, it is the king who has wronged you. What fault is there in you? This cup is one I should raise in your honor. Nezha observed the convivial exchange of drinks among the guests, but pulled Ao Ling aside as they exited the residence. Nezha, what troubles you? Ao Ling inquired promptly once outside. Nezha replied, I wish to request something of you. Ao Ling, taken aback, responded, there is no need to ask, just tell me. Nezha whispered his request into Ao Ling's ear for a while before ceasing. Ao Ling's expression turned somewhat grim. Can this truly be accomplished? Nezha smiled confidently, rest assured. Should we not proceed in this manner, the soldiers who have accompanied us may suffer great casualties. Ao Ling shook her head vehemently. No more deaths. That is too cruel. Observing Ao Ling, Nezha felt increasingly aware of her naivety. Reflecting on her unwavering support throughout their journey, he silently vowed to cherish this kind-hearted girl for the rest of his life. After bidding farewell to Ao Ling, Nezha began his search within the city. Meanwhile, the banquet at the Chun residence had concluded. Huang Feihu, feeling drowsy from the drink, stepped into his room, only to be met by a chilling breeze. Do not light the lamps. Huang Feihu was taken aback. Who are you, and how did you come to be in my chamber? I am your wife, my lord. She replied. Huang Feihu exclaimed, my wife? She has already passed away. Who exactly are you? My lord, I am your first wife, Jia. We have 4 sons, the eldest, Tianhua, the second, Tianlu, the third, Tianjue, and the youngest, Tianxiang. Do you not remember? Huang Feihu was astounded. Wife? Why do you appear here? I was destined for reincarnation. Yet I could not bear to part from you, my lord. Thus, I have followed you. A great calamity is upon us, and I must reveal this to you. Huang Feihu replied, a great calamity? What do you mean? My lord, Chunwu has intoxicated you and is now leading his troops here. You must flee at once. No sooner had she spoken than a chilling wind swept through, and Huang Feihu, illuminated by the moonlight, glimpsed a figure drifting out of the window. Wife, wife, he called out, but received no response. As the third watch approached, a gust of wind carried the figure to the entrance of the Chun residence, where Nezha seemed to have been waiting. The wind ceased, and the figure halted. It was none other than Ao Ling. Nezha gazed at Ao Ling, hardly able to believe his eyes. Clad in a white gown, she descended gracefully from the heavens, resembling a celestial maiden from the moon palace, exuding an ethereal charm that transcended the mundane. What are you staring at? Ao Ling asked, noticing Nezha's awestruck silence. You are truly beautiful, Nezha replied, his cheeks flushing. What are you saying? Ao Ling responded, slightly embarrassed. Nezha, realizing he had been lost in admiration, quickly added, it's nothing, nothing at all. Ao Ling chose not to elaborate, but instead gazed down at Nezha, contemplating their future together and the day they would wed. Nezha, understanding yet shy, diverted the conversation. Have you accomplished what I asked you to do? Ao Ling nodded affirmatively. I have done as you instructed. Huang Feihu, still peering out the window, hoped his wife would return. After a moment of silence, he sensed the chill of the wind and recalled her warning, hastening outside to rouse his companions. Seeing Huang Feihu organizing the troops, Nezha understood that Ao Ling had fulfilled her task. Do you not find it exhausting to follow me through these trials? Nezha asked Ao Ling. She shook her head. Not at all. Wherever you are, I shall be. A warmth enveloped Nezha's heart, and without further words, he transformed to match Ao Ling's stature and embraced her tenderly. Nezha, are you not departing? Jing inquired, noticing they had not mounted their steeds. Father, do not worry. You and the others should leave first. Chunwu will undoubtedly pursue upon discovery. I will remain here to hold them off, and will follow shortly, Nezha replied. Be cautious, Jing advised his son. Nezha gazed at Jing and reassured him. Do not worry, father, my future bride has yet to enter our home, so I shall not dare to encounter any mishap. Upon hearing this, Jing burst into hearty laughter. Then we shall wait for you ahead. As Jing and his companions departed, a multitude of warriors suddenly gathered within the mansion. Chunwu arrived at the entrance of Huang Feihu's quarters only to find the door ajar. Pushing it open, he discovered that Huang Feihu was no longer present. A steward soon reported, General, all soldiers of the Huang and Li families have fled, not a single one remains. Chunwu, gritting his teeth in fury, commanded, pursue them. At that moment, Nezha and Ao Ling descended from the sky, declaring, there is no need to chase. I am right here. Seeing Nezha, Chunwu's heart darkened with a cold smirk. Prepare to meet your end. Nezha brandished the Chinquan circle, casting it towards the mansion. Upon impact, the earth trembled, causing many soldiers to lose their balance. Ao Ling began to chant a spell, invoking the East Sea's rain-bringing incantation. Soon, a torrential downpour engulfed the area, transforming the ground into a river within the span of a short time. Let us go, Nezha urged, taking Ao Ling's hand as they turned their cloud towards the direction of Li Jing and the others. By the time they caught up, dawn had broken, and Huang Feihu had ordered his soldiers to set up camp and rest. Li Jing was overjoyed to see Nezha and Ao Ling return. Just then, Yin Shenyang pulled Ao Ling aside, eager to take her into the main tent. "Mother, what are you doing?" Nezha queried, perplexed. Shenyang, with a playful grin, replied, "I am merely conversing with my future daughter-in-law. What concern is it of yours, you little rascal? Only mothers may manage their sons. Must a son dictate to his mother?" Nezha, forcing a smile, responded, "I dare not interfere." Li Jing laughed heartily. "Nezha, you have endured much turmoil these days. Your mother is feeling downcast. Let her have a moment to speak." Shenyang ushered Ao Ling into the main tent, then glanced outside to ensure no one was watching before speaking. "Ao Ling, as the third princess of the East Sea, your status is noble, and following this scoundrel, you may suffer hardships," she said. Upon hearing this, Ao Ling quickly interjected, "Shenyang, do not speak such nonsense. My betrothal to Nezha is a matter settled by you." Shenyang replied, "What of it? If you are unwilling, I shall ask your father to annul it." Ao Ling's face flushed. "Shenyang, do not jest with me." Noticing Ao Ling's blush, Shenyang understood the girl's feelings. "Nezha is quite mischievous. Should he ever bully you, do inform me, and I shall discipline him on your behalf. But remember, do not tell your father or brother," she advised. Shenyang's words left Ao Ling somewhat bewildered, yet Shenyang was aware of the underlying tension, recalling the scene from the day Nezha departed and the words exchanged. She feared that a rift might form between Nezha and the East Sea. Thus she spoke to Ao Ling as she did. "What do you mean by that, Shenyang?" Ao Ling asked, confused. Shenyang chuckled, "You will be husband and wife. It is inevitable that couples will quarrel. If you inform your father or brother, it may lead to complications. Just tell me, all right? Do you agree, Ao Ling?" Ao Ling, moved by Shenyang's sincerity, nodded in agreement. "Yes." Upon seeing Ao Ling nod, Shenyang felt a surge of joy within her. "What a good child. I shall prepare a substantial red envelope for you, my dear daughter-in-law." Ao Ling, feeling somewhat bashful, tugged at Shenyang's sleeve and said, "Shenyang, please do not speak so frivolously." All right, Shenyang replied. "I tend to ramble, but you are indeed very well behaved, and I hold great affection for you. I also hope you will soon step into the Li family." The two women engaged in a lively exchange, their words intertwining merrily. In another setting, however, Li Jing and Nezha found themselves in a different atmosphere. "Nezha, do you truly believe that Shibo Ho will raise an army?" Although Li Jing had no doubts regarding Nezha's capabilities, the act of rebellion against one's sovereign was no trifling matter. "Do not worry, father. Has Nezha ever misled you?" "I suspect my master has already been appointed as a military strategist in the West Qi," Nezha replied. Li Jing sighed. I, Li Jing, have spent half my life in battle for the Shang dynasty, and now I find myself compelled to raise an army." "Father," Nezha said, "it is common knowledge that Emperor Xin is a fool. I attempted an assassination but failed, which led to you and mother being captured. Even if we were to turn back, there would be no future for the Li family." Li Jing gazed at Nezha. "My son speaks wisely. Even if you were to slay Emperor Xin, you would still remain my son, Li Jing. If rebellion is to be, then so be it." Hearing this, Nezha felt warmth in his heart. "Father, let us not speak of the East Sea matter any longer. I feel embarrassed regarding my association with Ao Ling." Li Jing burst into laughter. "A man must marry, and a woman must wed. You are a fine young man, yet here you are, feeling shy. Once you reach the age of marriage, I shall promptly arrange everything for you." Nezha felt a swell of happiness, though still somewhat bashful, replied, "Father, I was referring to the grievances of the East Sea. Please do not mention it again, and kindly inform mother as well." Li Jing nodded. Recalling the reasons behind Nezha's departure, "I understand." End of Chapter 4. A Promise Unbroken. Please grant your votes and support. Much appreciated. Chapter 31. The Barrier at Jiepai Pass. A dilemma for Flying Tiger. After a period of rest, the army regained its vigor and marched forth, arriving at Jiepai Pass. Yet, no one noticed that Huang Feihu's face was ashen. At Jiepai Pass, the troops were arrayed, each soldier a formidable warrior. For this was the stronghold of Huang Feihu's father, Huang Gun. Naturally, Huang Gun was aware that his son had traversed 3 passes and was now awaiting Huang Feihu's arrival. "Uncle Huang, if you find it difficult to speak, allow me to go," Nezha offered. Huang Feihu's face twitched. He recognized that although Nezha was only 7 years old, he was deeply loyal and principled. Nevertheless, when it came to confronting his own father, Huang Feihu resolved to face it himself, for in his heart, he believed he had done nothing wrong. With a deep sigh, Huang Feihu slowly said, "Nephew, it is better that I go." At that moment, Huang Feihu's 4 loyal generals, Huang Ming, Zhou Ji, Wu Qian, and Long Huan, stepped forward to dissuade him. "General, you uphold loyalty, righteousness, propriety, and filial piety. Although this situation is one of coercion, how will you address the old master when you see him?" Long Huan lamented. Zhou Ji suggested, "General, perhaps it would be best if we went instead." Wu Qian and Huang Ming nodded in agreement. "Indeed, General, let us take the lead." Huang Ming added, "General, it may be wise to avoid meeting with the old lord." Huang Feihu raised his hand, signaling the 4 major generals to cease their words. "As a son, I am also a subject. There is no need for further discussion." Having spoken, Huang Feihu mounted the divine cow and rode forth. Upon seeing Huang Feihu approach, Huang Gun, despite his heartache, forced a smile. "Who might you be?" Huang Feihu, bowing atop the divine cow, replied, "Unfilial son Feihu cannot show full respect." Huang Gun retorted, "Why do you pay respects to this old man?" Hearing Huang Gun's words, Huang Feihu felt a sharp pang in his heart. "I am your eldest son, Feihu." Huang Gun bellowed, "Do you dare claim to be a son of the Huang family?" He clasped his fists and bowed towards Chaoga. "My Huang family has served loyally for 7 generations, blessed by the emperor, and stood as loyal ministers of the Shang dynasty. How could we be labeled as traitors? Furthermore, there are no disloyal men or remarried women in my family. Today, for a woman, you dare to tarnish the reputation of 7 generations of loyalty. You come here to meet me in battle, rebellious and seeking glory, committing murder against your own officials. How could my Huang family have a son like you?" Tears welled in Huang Feihu's eyes. "Father, my sister was also killed by them. How can I stand idly by?" Huang Gun scolded, "Silence. You rebel against the Shang and engage in battle with me. What face do you have to mention your sister while being unfaithful and unfilial?" Huang Feihu responded, "Should I dismount and go to Chaoga to apologize? This way, I could still be a loyal servant, and you would still have a filial son." Huang Gun replied, "You wretch, it seems you possess some awareness. I know you intend to seek refuge in Shiqi. If that is the case, if you truly pass this boundary, I will don shackles and chains to go to Chaoga in penance, deserving the scorn of the people." Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu prepared to dismount from the divine cow. Nezha, sensing Huang Feihu's wavering resolve, quickly flew forward. "Uncle Huang, do not. Today, the old general is confused, but you must not be. The tyrant Xin is licentious. Even if you wish to surrender, what of the soldiers behind you?" Huang Gun, angered by Nezha's words, retorted, "You little brat, sharp-tongued. Is it you who instigated Feihu's rebellion?" Nezha brandished the Qianquan circle, golden light shimmering. "As for Huang Tianxiang and Huang Tianlu being your grandsons, I, Nezha, am not. If you remain obstinate, I shall show no mercy under this Qianquan circle." Seeing a mere 7-year-old so audacious, Huang Gun's fury ignited, and he swung his long knife towards Nezha. "You little rascal. Prepare to die." Nezha raised the Qianquan circle to defend. Knowing Nezha's formidable skills and fearing for Huang Gun's safety, Huang Feihu quickly interjected, "Cousin, stand down." Nezha deflected Huang Gun's blade, and then the Muntian silk flew forth, binding Huang Gun. With a loud shout, he urged, "Father, hasten and take Uncle Huang through the gate." Hearing Nezha's command, Li Jing quickly issued orders. Huang Ming, Zhou Ji, and the others, seeing Huang Feihu's reluctance to leave, rushed in to escort him away. "Nezha, do not harm the old lord," Huang Ming cautioned. Nezha reassured, "Do not worry, I understand the gravity of the situation." Upon witnessing Huang Feihu and the others enter the pass, a sense of dread enveloped Huang Gun. Noticing tears streaming down Huang Gun's face, Nezha swiftly unfastened the misty ribbon. Huang Gun knelt before Chao Gu, lamenting, "My king, I have wronged you." As he spoke, he unsheathed his treasured sword, intending to take his own life. Nezha, quick-witted and agile, skillfully knocked the sword from his grasp with the Qianquan circle. "Do you recognize my grandfather, Li Da?" Nezha inquired. "What of it?" Huang Gun replied. "My grandfather served in the same dynasty as you, and my father served alongside your son, Huang Feihu. Is it the family teachings of my grandfather that compel us to rebel against the mighty Shang?" Nezha continued, "Emperor Xin is a ruler devoid of virtue, condemned by all. Your daughter, Lady Huang, is your kin, and Huang Feihu is your son. What then of Emperor Xin? Even a tiger does not consume its young. How can you forsake your daughter's vengeance for the sake of Emperor Xin, while also endangering your son? What face do you have to present to the ancestors of the Huang family in the netherworld?" Huang Gun's heart ached further at Nezha's words. "As if pierced by 1,000 needles, I have failed as a father, unable to avenge my daughter, unable to remain loyal to the king. I am ashamed before the late king, ashamed before my children, ashamed before my ancestors." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and he wept bitterly. "Indeed, your shame lies with the late king, not with Emperor Xian," Nezha asserted. "The Huang family has served loyally for 7 generations. Yet which of them did not assist a wise and benevolent ruler? How can Emperor Xian be compared to them?" Huang Gun understood this truth. Yet the loyalty to his monarch was a deeply ingrained belief, a conviction he could not easily abandon. Seeing Huang Gun silent, Nezha spoke again. "The venerable General Huang fears the stigma of betrayal after a lifetime of war. If you were to join us in rebelling against the Shang, would the Duke of Shibua, Ji Chong, not also be your sovereign? Would you not be a loyal subject?" With that, Nezha performed a gesture and ascended the city tower, unleashing twin flames from his fiery spears, igniting the granary of the boundary pass. Descending from the clouds, he approached Huang Gun once more. "Now that the granary is in ruins, even if you go to Chao Gu to plead for forgiveness, death is inevitable. However, if you choose to accompany me, not only can you avenge Lady Huang, but you will also have your son, Feihu, and your grandson, Tianxiang, by your side. Moreover, do you truly believe that by seeking forgiveness from Emperor Xian, you can achieve martyrdom?" Huang Gun gazed at Nezha, his resolve hardening. "My king, I have failed you. It is not that I desire to rebel, but the voices of the many are hard to silence. I cannot avenge my daughter's death. I only hope to see my 4-year-old grandson, Tianxiang, grow up. Forgive me." Bowing deeply before Chao Gu, Huang Gun rose, removing the grand seal from his person and plunging it into the signpost of the boundary pass. "Let us depart, Grandfather Huang," Nezha urged. Huang Gun sighed. "Very well. Let us go." As the first chapter concluded, a plea for recommendations, collections, and monthly votes echoed through the air. Chapter 32, Violation of Heavenly Laws. Nezha's fury. Huang Feihu, amidst the throng, caught sight of Nezha soaring through the clouds, with Huang Gun on his back. "Father." Upon Nezha's descent, Huang Feihu immediately knelt before him. Upon seeing Nezha return, Ao Ling approached him, expressing relief at his presence. Nezha sensed something was amiss with Ao Ling and inquired, "What troubles you?" Ao Ling replied, "Father is aware of my unauthorized rainfall at Chuanyun Pass and wishes for me to return and face punishment." Nezha recalled the night when he and Ao Ling had stayed behind to assist others, during which Ao Ling indeed summoned a heavy downpour that flooded the border pass. "This matter arose due to my actions, and you aided me. I shall accompany you back to the East Sea," Nezha declared. Ao Ling nodded, cautioning, "My father has a volatile temperament. If he seeks to punish me, it is best that you remain silent and observe." Nezha said nothing further, bidding farewell to Li Jing and Shinyang before taking Ao Ling by the hand and soaring through the clouds. In just 2 hours, they arrived at the East Sea. Within the Crystal Palace, the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas sat in silence, each one refraining from speech. The East Sea Dragon King wore a furrowed brow, appearing quite despondent. Nezha, holding Ao Ling's hand, entered the hall and greeted respected uncles. Upon hearing his voice, Ao Guang looked up, only to see Nezha holding Ao Ling's hand. He quickly rose and snatched Ao Ling's hand from Nezha's grasp. "My dear child, how could you reign without permission? Do you understand the gravity of this offense?" Although the words were harsh, the Dragon King's tone was gentle. Ao Ling remained silent, her head bowed. Ao Xing added, "The Heavenly Emperor has decreed that you must ascend to heaven to atone for your actions." Ao Ling's expression was impassive as she nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall go." Ao Xing sighed 3 times. "My dear child, do you comprehend the severity of this crime? Though I have many dragon sons, you are my sole precious daughter. I cannot bear to see you suffer." Ao Ling replied, "I will bear the consequences of my actions. You need not worry excessively." Hearing this, Ao Xing's voice trembled with emotion. Unauthorized rainfall warrants a sentence on the execution platform. Nezha was taken aback, shocked to learn that such an act was met with such severe repercussions. "Uncle Ao, could there be a mistake?" Nezha asked, struggling to believe it. The Dragon King, consumed by melancholy, felt a surge of indignation upon Nezha's words. It is you. My dear child has never erred, yet after just a few days in your company, she commits such a grave transgression. You must be the instigator. Guards, seize him." The shrimp soldiers and crab generals approached Nezha, ready to act. But Ao Ling stood protectively in front of him, declaring, "Do not move. Who dares to bind Nezha? I will end my life right here." Nezha felt warmth in his heart at her words, but gently pulled Ao Ling behind him, stating, "Uncle Ao, do not be concerned. This matter originated from me. And if punishment is to be meted out on the execution platform, I shall take her place." "Very well, Then go, but stay far away from my dear child." The Dragon King waved his sleeve, seemingly unwilling to witness such a scene. "Brother, let us ascend to the heavens together and plead for leniency," the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, interjected. Ao Guang remarked, "Look, your uncle is still trying to find a way to plead for you. Yet you are willing to sacrifice everything for this insufferable boy." Ao Ling replied, "I shall do whatever Nezha instructs me to do." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang was so furious that he could barely stand. "Are you truly following Nezha's lead in making enemies of your father? Have you lost your senses, child?" Before Ao Ling could speak, Nezha interjected, "Each must bear the consequences of their own actions. Regardless of the situation, I shall take the brunt of it. She is merely a 7-year-old girl. There is no need for such a commotion." Ao Guang bellowed, "She is my daughter. Why should I refrain from speaking?" Nezha retorted with equal fury, "She is my betrothed, and I declare that you shall not speak." With that, he turned to depart from the East Sea. "I shall ascend to the heavens to face punishment. The denizens of the East Sea need not worry." Seeing Nezha leaving, Ao Ling felt compelled to intervene. However, as she attempted to move, Ao Guang chanted a spell, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy that enveloped the hall. "You shall remain here." Ao Ling protested, "The engagement with Nezha was arranged by my father. How can I stand by while he faces punishment?" Ao Guang, filled with rage, declared, "Let us see who dares to let you leave today." In defiance, Ao Ling transformed into her true form, a dragon over 10 zhang long, and charged at the barrier. "Brother, this is not right for our niece," Ao Shun remarked, astonished at how the situation had escalated. "Crash through it. That is far better than heading to the heavens to meet death," Ao Guang replied. At that moment, a blue filament danced above Ao Ling's head, glowing brilliantly as spiritual energy surged, and she astonishingly broke through the barrier. "Brother, she possesses the blood of the ancestral dragon." Ao Ming, the Dragon King of the South Sea, exclaimed. The other 3 had also witnessed the blue light. "Hurry, we must pursue. Our lineage can hardly afford to lose such a precious bloodline," Ao Guang shouted anxiously. Ao Ling caught up with Nezha, transforming back into her human form, her hair disheveled and streaked with blood from her earlier collision. Nezha, seeing her condition, felt a pang of sorrow. "Foolish girl, you should not have come." Ao Ling grasped Nezha's hand, declaring, "I have said it before, wherever you go, I shall follow." Nezha's eyes reddened as he gazed at Ao Ling. "Rest assured, I will not allow them to harm you." As they spoke, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings had already caught up. Ao Ling urged, "We must hurry. Do not let my father catch up." Without hesitation, Nezha took Ao Ling's hand and ascended on a cloud. At that moment, Nezha was reluctant to go to the heavens. As he was uncertain of what awaited them there, he could rely solely on his master, Taiyi Zhenren. Arriving at the entrance of the Golden Light Cave, Nezha noticed that the crane boy was absent and led Ao Ling inside. "Master, master," Nezha called out. Taiyi Zhenren seemed to have anticipated Nezha's arrival. Sitting calmly upon a mat, "What trouble have you encountered upon your return?" he inquired. Nezha quickly knelt and then spoke. "Master, this is Ao Ling, the betrothed my father arranged for me. Recently, while I was in Shiqi with my father and General Huang Feihu, Ao Ling committed a grave error by summoning rain to assist me. I humbly request your guidance." Taiyi Zhenren chuckled. "Though you were compelled to harm others in the name of saving someone, the fact remains that you have caused injury, and thus, the heavenly laws cannot absolve you." Nezha, sensing that his master was reluctant to assist, implored, "Master, please save Ao Ling. If she perishes, I shall lose all desire to pursue my path of cultivation." Taiyi Zhenren paused at these words, surprised, for he recalled that his disciple had previously shown little fondness for the girls of the East Sea. "Nezha, are you truly determined to save her?" he inquired. Nezha replied earnestly, "Indeed." Taiyi Zhenren responded with a smile, "Since she is my disciple's wife, it is only natural for me, as her master, to intervene. However, I cannot directly involve myself in matters of the heavenly court. Yet, you may seek out a certain individual who will undoubtedly assist you." Nezha asked, "Please enlighten me, master." Taiyi Zhenren replied, "There is no need for complications. Do you remember your vow that should you have enmity with the East Sea, you would repay your father with your bones and your mother with your flesh? If heavenly beings come to your aid, you must act accordingly, and that person will surely lend a hand." Nezha, upon hearing Taiyi Zhenren's words, felt somewhat bewildered. He pondered who might be willing to help him, but could not think of anyone he knew. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas assumed that Nezha had ascended to heaven to plead for forgiveness and flew up to the heavenly realm in a flurry. Upon entering the celestial domain, it appeared as a paradise adorned with golden light and vibrant rainbows, filled with auspicious clouds and mist. The entrance was known as the South Heavenly Gate, crafted from exquisite glazed tiles, guarded by 8 heavenly soldiers. Beyond the gate, colossal pillars adorned the interior, shimmering with golden scales and radiating light. The heavenly palace boasted 33 layers, and the dragon kings were escorted to the Jade Clear Palace, where they beheld a towering figure of a golden deity, immovable and emanating a formidable aura. The dragon kings bowed in reverence to the Emperor Haoyin, led by Ao Guang. The Emperor Haoyin remained silent, but a celestial maiden spoke. What brings you four to the heavenly realm? Ao Guang, unaware of Nezha and Ao Ling's whereabouts, could only respond truthfully. My daughter has committed the transgression of summoning rain without permission. We come to plead for forgiveness. The Emperor Haoyin replied, the one who has violated the heavenly laws is your daughter. What concern is it of yours? Under the immense pressure of the Emperor's presence, Ao Guang found himself at a loss for words. Since you have ascended, summon your troops to bring your daughter forth. I will also dispatch the god of war from the South Pole to accompany you, declared the Emperor. Ao Guang realized he had no opportunity to speak amidst the sage's overwhelming authority. Even his pleas for mercy were stifled. With a heavy heart, he bowed to accept the command. Ao Guang gathered 30,000 heavenly troops, accompanied by his 3 brothers and the god of war from the South Pole, and descended back to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Nezha found himself within the Golden Light Cave, observing Taiyi Zhenren deep in meditation, which stirred feelings of restlessness within him. Stepping outside the cave, he recalled the treasures he had brought from Chintang Pass, the Qianquan Bao and the Zhentian arrow. Resolutely, he retrieved them. The Qianquan Bao glimmered with silver light, while the Zhentian arrow stood taller than Nezha himself. Lying on the ground, he positioned his feet against the bow, knocking the Zhentian arrow, and let it fly with great force. As the arrow flew forth, Nezha felt a dull ache in his arm and sighed inwardly. Acknowledging the exceptional quality of the Qianquan Bao, despite channeling his entire reservoir of spiritual power, he could only unleash a single arrow. Unbeknownst to him, 1,000 miles away lay the Skull Mountain, home to a formidable demon known as Lady Shiji. The arrow struck true, piercing the body of her child, Kaiyun. Upon discovering her child's lifeless form, Shiji's eyes blazed with fury. How dare you, Li Jing, to slay my offspring? She fumed, rising on her cloud to hasten towards the Chintang Pass, only to find that the garrison was no longer commanded by Li Jing. At that moment, Ao Xing arrived with a host of celestial soldiers. What brings you to summon such a multitude of heavenly troops, my friend? Shiji inquired. With a deep sigh, Ao Xing replied, my daughter has violated heavenly decrees, and I have come to apprehend her. If you seek my kin from the East Sea, why come to the Chintang Pass? Ao Xing explained, my naive daughter has been abducted by Nezha, son of Li Jing, and I thought to investigate this place, being the former estate of Li Jing, in hopes of any tidings. Upon hearing Li Jing's name, Shiji's eyes ignited with rage. Very well, you have slain my child. Thus, I shall take your son's life and return to see if you dare to show yourself. With a decisive gesture, she discerned Nezha's location. Follow me. I know where he is. In a brief moment, the entire Qianyuan mountain was swarming with celestial soldiers, while Shiji, Ao Xing, and the war god of the South Pole arrived at the entrance of the Golden Light Cave. Sensing the presence of others, Taiyi emerged from the cave, followed closely by Nezha and Ao Ling. Shiji, what brings you to Qianyuan Mountain? Taiyi asked, surprised to see her among the visitors. Shiji cast the Zhentian arrow to the ground. Li Jing has killed my child. I have come to exact vengeance upon his son. Nezha gasped in shock at the sight of the Zhentian arrow, realizing that the arrow he had randomly released had inadvertently taken the life of this woman's child. Master, this Zhentian arrow was merely a manifestation of my inner turmoil, Nezha stated. Taiyi chuckled, it matters not, it is merely a child. What does it matter if Shiji seeks retribution? His brazen dismissal only served to inflame Shiji's ire. Taiyi, though you are of the way of the revelation and I of the way of the interception, we share a common origin. Today, your disciple has slain my child, and you exhibit such indifference. Taiyi remained unfazed, and what of it? Your disciple lacks discipline and skill. Do you expect me to bear the blame? Shiji felt a surge of unbridled fury rising within her. Very well, if your disciple is indeed lacking in skill, then allow me to experience firsthand the prowess of Brother Taiyi. As the saying goes, the naturally stubborn stone of Shiji precedes, having nurtured its spiritual essence for millennia, drawing from the moon and dining on the stars to seek treasures, filling the void to restore the heavens anew, boasting of cloud-spinning arts. Listen to the dragon's roar and tiger's roar of the immortal. With the 8 trigrams cloud dragon scarf in hand, I tread upon the azure phoenix of Skull Mountain. Seeing this, Nezha could no longer bear the burden upon Taiyi's shoulders and stepped forward. Master, this calamity was wrought by Nezha, let me face it. With that, he brandished the Qinquan circle and ascended into the fray. Taiyi did not speak, but merely watched Nezha intently. As the Qinquan circle descended, Shiji let out a cold smirk. Gripping the artifact tightly with one hand while forming a seal with the other, striking down upon Nezha's shoulder. With that blow, Nezha winced in pain, and the Qinquan circle fell into Shiji's grasp. Nezha quickly summoned the Hung Tian Ling, muttering incantations to bind Shiji. Unperturbed, Shiji released the Bagua Cloud Dragon Scarf from her sleeve, ensnaring the Hung Tian Ling instead. Nezha was taken aback, realizing that his two treasured artifacts had been effortlessly seized by her. Taiyi Zhenren chuckled, calling out to Nezha, who, upon hearing his master's summons, had no choice but to cease his efforts and approach him. Taiyi Zhenren said, I understand your mischievous nature. Now that you have caused such a catastrophic situation, what are your thoughts? Nezha replied resolutely, each person must bear their own consequences. I will not implicate anyone else. Taiyi continued, remember, you are not alone. No matter the circumstances, you are always my disciple, and there will forever be a master at your back. Upon saying this, Taiyi Zhenren suddenly gathered a surge of spiritual energy, casting a shadow over the entire Qianyuan mountain, obscuring even the sun's light. I, Taiyi, have cultivated for 14,500 years. A millennium ago, I became a Taiyi golden immortal. Do you know why I can never escape the heavenly tribulation of 1,500 years, nor sever the ties of my 3 corpses? It is because I once had a disciple whose life I failed to protect, leaving me with deep remorse and entangled in mortal tribulations. Today, a new disciple emerges beneath my golden light cave, and should you seek to take his life, I, Taiyi, shall risk my own to protect him. Who among you dares to harm him? You shall die. The word die echoed throughout Qianyuan mountain, reverberating endlessly. With a wave of his hand, a colossal palm formed from spiritual energy slowly descended upon Shiji. In that moment, Shiji was utterly panicked. The pressure exerted by Taiyi was such that even the celestial Taoist would have been intimidated. Taiyi Shixiang, spare my life, she pleaded. Taiyi replied indifferently, a mere stone, having received a modicum of fortune, dares to wreak havoc upon my Qianyuan mountain and seeks to take my disciple's life. If you do not die, who shall? The hand descended gradually, and Shiji's form began to crumble, her spirit extinguished. Ao Guang and the Southern Pole War God, among others, were astounded, never expecting Taiyi would go so far as to eliminate her for Nezha's sake. Nezha, deeply moved, tears streaming down his face, knelt before his master, saying, Master, let me bear the blame for my mistakes. Did you not say that as long as I repay my parents, all will be well? Taiyi gazed at Nezha and declared, whoever dares to harm those of my Qianyuan mountain possesses the power to obliterate it from existence. Nezha, return home. Taiyi spoke once more, leading Nezha and Ao Ling back to the cave, entirely dismissing the 30,000 heavenly soldiers and the Southern Pole War God and his companions. Third update. Do you enjoy this, Taiyi? Hehe. Chapter 34. The Aspiration of Zhuanxiu. The sage's restraint. Nezha and Ao Ling followed Taiyi back to the Golden Light Cave. Outside, Ao Guang exchanged glances with his 3 brothers. Do you have any ideas? He asked helplessly of the Southern Pole War God. Ao Guang, tormented by his own heart, took a long time to make a decision. Owling, being of the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, was also his own flesh and blood. However, if the Emperor Haoyin were to be enraged, not only would he be unable to protect his daughter, but it was likely that the entire aquatic race would face dire consequences. Moreover, the blood of the ancestral dragon could be refined in due time. Although he was reluctant to part with his daughter, he could not afford to oppose the Emperor Haoyin. The god of war of the South Pole awkwardly remarked, my cultivation is insufficient. This Taiyi is determined to protect Nezha. It will likely require the intervention of a formidable power to subdue him. The strength displayed by Taiyi had already surpassed that of many. Nezha, witnessing that Taiyi was still seated on his cushion, felt a surge of anxiety. Master, your disciple is unworthy. Please punish me, he implored, kneeling on the ground, filled with remorse. Owling's reckless act of bringing rain was for her own sake, and Taiyi's involvement stemmed from his unintentional killing of Shiji's child. Everything was his fault, yet Taiyi, favoring kin over justice, defied heavenly decrees and prevented Ao Guang and the others from taking him away. Taiyi mused inwardly, foolish disciple, do you not comprehend? If the entire Eastern Sea aquatic race perishes, so be it. What significance does a mere rainstorm hold? This is the heavenly court, taking aim at my Qianyuan mountain. With a slight smile, Taiyi inquired, Do you know who caused the last uproar in the heavenly palace? Nezha replied, disciple does not know. Taiyi continued, as my disciple of the Golden Light Cave, there are certain matters you are entitled to know. You have an elder brother, named Zhuangxiu. Upon hearing this name, Nezha's heart was unsettled. Zhuangxiu the emperor was indeed his elder brother. In the past, Zhuangxiu had engaged in a fierce battle against Gonggong and had defeated him. Enraged, Gonggong crashed into Mount Buzhou, causing the celestial pillar to collapse and the Milky Way to descend, resulting in catastrophic floods in the mortal realm. Fortunately, the compassionate Nuwa had forged multicolored stones to mend the heavens. Seeing that Nezha remained silent, Taiyi's expression softened. You need not blame yourself. Had your abilities surpassed his, would you still fear heavenly decrees? Zhuangxiu attempted to sever the connection between heaven and earth and failed. It is you whom the master sees hope in. Do you understand, Nezha? Each of Taiyi's words pierced Nezha's heart like a dagger. Yet, Taiyi recognized that only by instilling this memory in Nezha could he facilitate his swift growth. This was Taiyi's path, and it was also why Nuwa had implored Taiyi to spare no effort. He saw the reflection of Zhuangxiu in Nezha and cherished both Zhuangxiu and Nezha alike. Taiyi had not intended to reveal these matters to Nezha so soon, but he feared that withholding this knowledge might deprive Nezha of future opportunities. Nezha, remember this. The Lady of the Earth established reincarnation to separate the ghostly realm. Yet the boundaries between the mortal realm and the celestial realm remain indistinct. My Qianyuan mountain belongs to the Qingwei sect. We must ensure the severance of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Nezha was already in tears, exclaiming, Nezha remembers, Nezha remembers. Taiyi extended his hand, and the Qiankuan circle and the Muntian silk, which had just been taken by Shiji, reappeared in his grasp. After handing them to Nezha, his hand shimmered with radiance, revealing two more treasures. These are the golden bricks and the 9-dragon divine fire shield, relics of your elder brother in his lifetime. Nezha realized that this was not the time for evasion. The reinforcements from outside were likely to arrive soon. In the impending battle, it was feared that Taiyi would not be able to protect himself and Ao Ling. With tears in his eyes, he accepted the situation. Taiyi Zhenren pointed his finger at Nezha's forehead, and a surge of magical decree entered Nezha's mind. This technique of 3 heads and 8 arms is a recent insight of mine, Taiyi stated. Given the current uncertain circumstances, should I encounter unforeseen misfortune, remember that the fire spirit pearl within you must be destroyed, even if it costs your life. With a flourish of his hands, Taiyi conjured a pearl, channeling his spiritual power into it until it shattered, the remnants entering Nezha's body. This spirit pearl, I bestow upon you today. The spirit pearl, a precious treasure of the Chan school, was a mystery how Taiyi Zhenren came by it, but he had given it all to Nezha without hesitation. As the pearl entered his being, Nezha felt his physical form gradually strengthening. Even his cultivation level was rapidly ascending. The spiritual energy within him transformed into streams of spiritual water, continuously flowing through his meridians, propelling Nezha into the realm of true immortality. However, the flow of this energy began to slow, becoming viscous as if on the verge of solidification. Should this energy fully solidify, his dantian would awaken the sea of spirit, intended to store this solidified spiritual power, a state akin to that of a Taiyi Sanxian. Taiyi observed Nezha's rapid cultivation increase and nodded approvingly. Nezha understood that this was Taiyi's preparation for the forthcoming battle, yet his heart ached, tears streaming down his face for his master. In the Taiyi Palace, the Emperor Hoarding furrowed his brow, pondering, Taiyi, are you truly prepared? After lying low beneath the Yushu gate for so long, have you not forgotten your so-called disciple? Your master has sacrificed the heavenly Tao, transforming it into the investiture of the gods to diminish the powers of mortals. Do you not grasp this painstaking effort? The emperor sighed, reflecting on his position as a disciple of Hongjun Laozu, yet burdened with the governance of the heavenly court. Hongjun had informed him that the court would soon see an influx of celestial beings, but what could he do about it? As Houtian contemplated, a radiant 5-colored light suddenly descended. It was the goddess Nuwa. Upon recognizing her, Houtian quickly rose. Your Majesty, there is no need for formalities. Nezha, while he may have erred, is still in alignment with the heavenly Tao. We need not create such a fuss. Once he completes his endeavor against Zhou, I will make my own judgment, Nuwa proclaimed. Houtian received the decree, surprised that Nuwa herself had come to protect Qianyuan Mountain, and thus he complied. Outside Qianyuan Mountain, Tongtian Daoist and Yuanshi Tianzuan had already arrived. You are early, my junior brother, Yuanshi Tianzuan greeted Tongtian Daoist with a smile. You are not late either. Your disciple has slain mine. Are you here to protect him or to offer him as an apology? Tongtian Daoist retorted. Though he is my disciple, he is not solely mine. His master is someone neither of us can afford to provoke. With a flick of his robe, Tong Tian exuded a commanding presence. Do not attempt to use him as leverage against me. The primordial supreme being chuckled, I dare not, I dare not. However, it is the master's command. And you must not interfere. The countenance of the celestial sage shifted momentarily. The master forbids my intervention? At that moment, a radiant display of 5-colored light flickered, and an aged figure descended slowly. Elder brother, the newcomer was none other than the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. Tong Tian, the master understands your resentment, which is why I have been instructed to bring you back, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord stated impassively. Yet, the celestial sage felt a deep sense of vexation, surprised that the Ancient One truly favored Taiyi. Noticing the furrowed brow of the celestial sage, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord discerned his discontent. Tong Tian, do you have something to say? Realizing that the Grand Supreme Elder Lord was resolute, the celestial sage, though reluctant, waved his sleeve and departed. Chapter 35. Capturing Taiyi. The Battle of Sisui. Upon witnessing the celestial sage's departure, the primordial supreme being smiled at the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. Thank you, elder brother. The Grand Supreme Elder Lord, devoid of expression, replied, you need not thank me. This is the master's will. With that, he turned and left. The primordial supreme being sighed in relief as he watched them go. Observing the Qianyuan mountain enveloped in a formidable spiritual energy, the primordial supreme being chanted a spell, merging his energy with his voice, drawing closer to the barrier. Hearing this, the true man Taiyi emerged from his cave and dispelled the spiritual barrier. Master, Taiyi greeted the primordial supreme being with a respectful gesture. The primordial supreme being remarked, you honor me as your teacher, yet aside from the Xianxing Qi technique, I have imparted no other skills to you. Taiyi, undeterred by the primordial supreme being's words, inquired, has the master come to convey a decree? Recognizing Taiyi's steadfast demeanor, the primordial supreme being understood that Taiyi had made his resolution. It is merely a rainstorm. It is not of great consequence. Those who perish can be recorded by your junior, Zia, in the canon of the gods, thus achieving a rightful conclusion. Taiyi was astonished, realizing that his master had indeed lent him assistance. The primordial supreme being smiled at Taiyi and gazed skyward. Do you comprehend? Taiyi replied, I understand. The primordial supreme being continued, he bears much upon his shoulders, and we all owe him a debt. However, without a decree, it is best that you do not descend the mountain. Taiyi recognized that the Ancient One had shielded him this time, yet he feared he might never leave Qianyuan Mountain again. Nevertheless, as he looked at Nezha, a smile broke upon his face. I shall abide by the decree. Very well. You may all depart. This matter no longer concerns you. The primordial supreme being gestured for Ao Xing to withdraw his forces. Ao Xing, astonished that even the primordial supreme being had come due to Ao Ling's reign, remained unaware of the underlying affairs involving several innate saints. Nezha, you may descend the mountain. Taiyi instructed, noticing that Ao Xing and his company had already retreated. Nezha knelt, seemingly far removed from the portrayal in the investiture of the gods. Master, Nezha wishes to remain by your side on Qianyuan Mountain for eternity. Taiyi replied, be obedient. From now on, this mountain shall depend on you. Nezha gazed at Taiyi, his heart a tapestry of emotions. He had never anticipated that this seemingly frail elder possessed such formidable abilities, nor could he fathom the depth of the elder's protectiveness. Observing Taiyi's unwavering resolve, Nezha felt a tumult of sentiments within him, and he bowed deeply in respect, proclaiming, Nezha will faithfully obey my master's command. After Nezha departed with Ao Ling, Yuanshi Tianzuan also took his leave, but not before leaving behind the Levection banner atop Qianyuan Mountain, sealing the mountain's fate. Taiyi looked up at the golden Levection banner, his heart heavy, murmuring, Nezha, my disciple should not bear such burdens. Nezha remained oblivious to the meaning of absolute heaven and earth, nor did he understand which sect Taiyi referred to as Qingwei. Yet he recognized the profound kindness that the true immortal bestowed upon him. Upon leaving Qianyuan Mountain, Nezha and Ao Ling sought out Li Jing and the others. The journey from the East China Sea to their departure from Qianyuan Mountain took merely 2 days. However, Huang Feihu and Li Jing had already arrived at the gates of Sisui Pass with their troops. Nezha, feeling despondent, approached Li Jing and Yin Shenyang. Noticing her son's silence, Shenyang sensed that he bore a heavy heart. Nezha, come here, she beckoned. Yet, he merely uttered a single word, mother, without elaboration. Shenyang continued, Nezha, I am aware of your remarkable abilities, but even the most talented individuals encounter difficulties. Just as I carried you for 3 years and 6 months, knowing you were my child, and that I had to bring you into this world, do you understand? Upon hearing her words, Nezha sighed inwardly, recognizing the weight of her statement. Indeed, his mother bore him for 3 years and 6 months because he was her son, and his master fought fiercely to protect him. Thus, he too must fiercely protect those around him. While the two conversed, soldiers emerged from Sisui Pass, forming ranks to confront the enemy. The commander of Sisui Pass, Han Rong, clad in golden armor, approached the front lines. Huang Gun, I never expected you to rebel alongside your son, Han Rong taunted, his words laced with provocation. Huang Gun replied, with the emperor's misrule, the West Baihu embodies the principles of righteousness. We naturally must lend our support. Han Rong scoffed, such grandiose words. Rebels are rebels. Do not think that your Huang family, or even Ji Chong, would be spared, should the king command. I would swiftly conquer Shiqi and bring Ji Chong to the king in Chaoga. Huang Feihu interjected, Father, there is no need for further words. Beyond this pass lies Shiqi. I shall confront him in battle. With that, Huang Feihu mounted his 5-colored divine ox and charged forward. From Han Rong's army emerged an imposing figure. His complexion resembling burnished gold, with a fiery red beard, seated upon a golden-eyed beast and wielding a Fangtian Huaji. Though Huang Feihu felt a surge of surprise. His years of combat had acquainted him with many extraordinary individuals. Gripping his copper hammer firmly, he propelled himself into the fray atop his 5-colored divine ox. Yu Hua, having never encountered Huang Feihu, sensed the approaching warrior's formidable presence and did not dare to underestimate him. The ox and beast intertwined, and thus began their fierce duel. Huang Feihu, a master of martial arts, wielded his copper hammer with a ferocity that stirred the air, while Yu Hua, brandishing a halberd, moved like a silver python. They exchanged blows, fiercely contesting for 50 rounds, yet neither could claim victory. Huang Feihu struck down with a hammer, simultaneously whistling as the 5-colored divine bull reared its front legs, its hooves crashing heavily upon the ground. Yu Hua barely managed to block the copper hammer when the earth trembled, causing the fiery-eyed golden beast to throw him off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Feihu swung again, aiming for Yu Hua's head. Sensing impending doom, Yu Hua lifted his battle robe, prompting Huang Feihu to suddenly recall Chun Wu's fire dragon dart and retract his strike. Yet, Yu Hua produced a jade ingot, named Soul Slaughter. As he chanted an incantation, a dark aura erupted from the ingot, invading Huang Feihu's mind and corroding his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Huang Feihu felt as though his head might explode, instinctively dropping his hammer to clutch his skull. Yu Hua, with a clap of his hands upon the ground, ascended onto the 5-colored divine bull, seizing Huang Feihu by the left and right, while the fiery-eyed golden beast fell to Yu Hua's feet. With a commanding shout, Yu Hua summoned the beast back to his side. Upon witnessing his son Huang Feihu being captured, Huang Gun panicked and cried out, Who will rescue my son Feihu? Huang Feibiao swiftly rode forward, assuring, Father, do not fret. I shall rescue my elder brother. Upon seeing another approach, Yu Hua threw Huang Feihu to the ground and commanded his soldiers to bind him, then urged the fiery-eyed golden beast onward. Who are you? Release my elder brother. Huang Feibiao, upon seeing the assailant's visage, felt a surge of dread. Yu Hua sneered coldly. I am Yu Hua, the deputy general of Sisui Pass, known as the 7-headed general. You rebels must choose. Will you dismount and surrender? Or will you meet the same fate as the one before you? Enraged, Huang Feibiao retorted, I care not for your title of 7-headed general. Release my elder brother and let us pass through the gate. Chapter 36. Defeating Yu Hua and rescuing people. Noticing Huang Feibiao's desire to escape, Yu Hua declared, I, Yu Hua, have yet to meet the king, yet I remain loyal. You of the Huang family, who claim to be loyal for 7 generations, wish to ally with the West Qi. What a grand jest. With that, he unfurled his halberd, dancing it like a silver python. Huang Feibiao, wielding his spear, immediately countered. As Huang Feihu's brother, his prowess was not to be understated. They exchanged strikes, neither gaining the upper hand. However, Yu Hua, having fought 2 battles, began to show signs of fatigue. His battle robe billowed as he lifted the jade ingot high. A surge of black mist penetrated Huang Feibiao's mind. Yu Hua patted the fiery-eyed golden beast and lifted Huang Feibiao onto the creature. Seeing both of his sons captured, Huang Gun felt a pang of anxiety. Old master, do not worry, my brother will rescue the master. Just as Zhou Ji spoke, Wu Qian and Huang Minglong charged forward towards Yu Hua. Yu Hua, with a cold chuckle, raised the jade ingot high, unleashing 4 streams of black mist towards the 4. Be careful. But before the warning could fully escape Dragon Ring's lips, the black mist invaded their minds, causing a splitting headache that sent them tumbling from their horses. The soldiers captured 4 more individuals, and Yu Hua gazed at the distant encampment, Who else dares to challenge? The commanders, witnessing the capture of Huang Feihu, Huang Feibiao, and the 4 esteemed generals, were stripped of their courage. Huang Gan, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Heaven is determined to bring ruin upon the Huang family." Casting a glance at Tianlu and Tianxiang beside him, Huang Gun drew his sword, prepared to advance. Li Jing hurriedly intervened, saying, "Old Master Huang, there is no need for such rashness. Yu Hua wields a jade ingot, surely a sinister artifact. Even the most skilled fighter may struggle against it." Huang Gun retorted, "What of that? Must we all dismount and surrender?" Li Jing turned to Shenyang and Nezha. "Nezha, our forces are obstructed by practitioners of dark arts. Do you possess any means to counter this?" Nezha, feeling despondent, found resolve in Shenyang's words. Having refrained from intervening earlier, he recognized the jade ingot as a powerful talisman. "Do not worry, father. I shall vanquish him." With the Qianquan circle radiating golden light, he soared to the front lines. Yu Hua, startled to see Nezha riding the clouds, pondered if he too was a practitioner of the Tao. "I am a disciple of the Penglai Chichi sect, a 4th-generation disciple of the Jia sect. Pray tell, where do you cultivate your skills?" Nezha scoffed. "Where I cultivate is of no concern to you. Even if the Supreme Old Lord himself were to come, he would still have to offer me a gold brick to pave my way." Yu Hua, taken aback by Nezha's audacity, remarked, "Such boldness. Allow me to witness your prowess." With that, he brandished his halberd and charged forth. Nezha, burdened by past grievances from Qianyuan Mountain, could not let this opportunity for vengeance slip away. Wielding the Qianquan circle, he struck at Yu Hua's head. Yu Hua hastily raised his halberd in defense, but the halberd's material was no match for the Qianquan circle. With a thunderous crash, Yu Hua's mount, the golden-eyed fire-eyed beast, collapsed beneath him, leaving Yu Hua himself in a disheveled heap on the ground. What a ruthless technique, Yu Hua thought to himself. With a flourish of his battle robe, he lifted the jade ingot high. Nezha sneered, "Is this what you call a soul-harvesting tool?" Ignoring Nezha's mockery, Yu Hua began to incant, dark energies swirling around him, surging toward Nezha. Nezha, retracting the Qianquan circle, produced the Hunyuan silk. With a sweep of the silk, the dark energy became ensnared. Nezha then retrieved the gold brick that Taiyi Zhenren had just bestowed upon him. "I stated that even the Supreme Old Lord must leave me a gold brick," he declared. Throwing the gold brick, Nezha chanted an incantation, shouting with urgency. The brick hurtled toward the jade ingot in Yu Hua's grasp. With a resounding impact, the jade ingot shattered, and realizing his talisman was destroyed, Yu Hua understood he was no match for Nezha. Clambering onto the golden-eyed fire-eyed beast, he hastily fled. Nezha hurled the gold brick, striking Yu Hua on the shoulder. He staggered, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he clung fiercely to his mount. As Nezha prepared to pursue, Li Jing urgently interjected, "Nezha, do not chase. It is imperative we rescue our comrades and secure our passage." After a fierce battle between Nezha and Yu Hua, a sense of relief began to wash over them. Han Rong, witnessing Yu Hua's retreat, sighed inwardly, pondering the formidable talents among the rebels, even if they were just mere children. Could it be that heaven sought to bring ruin upon the Shang dynasty? Yet, Han Rong understood that as a high-ranking official of the Shang, his loyalty must remain unwavering. With a rallying cry, he commanded his troops to advance. Alas, the tide of fortune had turned, leaving him with a fate of dismemberment. Emerging from the Sisui Pass and marching past the picturesque Taohua Ridge of Shouyang Mountain, they approached the city of Shiqi. "Feihu," he mused, "we have defied the Shang dynasty and crossed 5 barriers, yet we are uncertain whether the Duke of Shibua will accept us." Huang Gun felt a gnawing anxiety as they neared Shiqi, and he felt compelled to voice his concerns. Huang Feihu, too, found himself at a loss regarding the situation. Noticing Huang Feihu's unease, Nezha reassured him, "Grandfather Huang, there is no need for concern. My master, Jiang Zia, will most certainly welcome you all. If you remain apprehensive, I shall take to the skies and ascertain the situation firsthand." Li Jing interjected, "Nezha, while our forces have suffered significant losses, we still number over 3,000. If we were to suddenly appear at the gates of Shiqi, we might be mistaken for an enemy ambush. It would be prudent for you to inform them first." Accepting Li Jing's counsel, Nezha took to the clouds, departing ahead of the group. Upon arriving in Shiqi, Nezha first ventured to the banks of the Weishui River, the designated meeting place with Jiang Zia. However, he soon discovered that Jiang Zia was no longer there. He approached an elderly fisherman nearby and inquired, "Old man, where is the esteemed figure who was fishing here with a straight hook a few days ago?" The old man, noticing Nezha's youthful innocence, began to recount a tale. Not long ago, the Lord had a dream in which he was pursued by someone by the Weha River, only to be saved by a bear with wings. This prompted him to gather his officials, declaring his intent to find the sage from his dream. And indeed, there was a remarkable individual by the riverside, fishing with a straight hook. While fishing with a straight hook may appear foolish, this man had foretold a dire fate for a young man, warning him of his mother's impending death. Initially, the young man had scolded him, but upon returning home that night, he found his mother gravely ill. Remembering the fisherman's words, he hurried back for help. The fisherman then insisted that the young man become his disciple before he would offer aid. Since ancient times, filial piety has been paramount, and the young man readily accepted the offer. The fisherman instructed him to dig a trench by his bed, matching its length and making it 4 feet deep. He then advised placing a lamp by his mother's head and another by her feet, along with bowls of rice, 1 handful in each. The young man was to lie in the trench, covered with straw, and by morning, all would be well. The young man followed these instructions, and to his amazement, his mother's health improved by the next day. As night fell, the narrative concluded. Chapter 37. Official promotion to minister. Feihu enters the city. Nezha was well aware of the matters concerning Jiangxia and Wu Ji, for it seemed that, aside from himself, the fates of others were not significantly different from those depicted in the investiture of the gods. Observing that the elderly man seemed eager to continue his tale, Nezha promptly interjected, "Elder, I am aware of the immense powers of the Grand Duke. At present, I am in urgent need of his assistance. Please inform me of his whereabouts." The old man glanced at Nezha and, noticing his apparent disinterest in further stories, responded, "Finding him may prove challenging, for the Grand Duke has been appointed as Chancellor by the West B, and he is likely situated in the Chancellor's residence at this very moment." Nezha inquired, "And where might the Chancellor's residence be?" The old man replied, "It is not far from the West B's estate within the city." Grateful, Nezha thanked the elder, cast a spell, and transformed into a gust of gentle wind as he departed. The old man, witnessing Nezha's metamorphosis, was profoundly astonished. A celestial being, yet another celestial being. He promptly bowed in reverence. Upon arriving at the Chancellor's residence, Nezha found Jiangxia seated in the hall, engrossed in military strategies. Revealing his true form, he called out, "Master Uncle." Jiangxia looked up and, spotting a young boy, thought to himself, "Nezha, you have finally returned." Nezha said, "I appreciate your concern, Master Uncle. I have come back with some companions and wish to know if you would be willing to take them in." Jiangxia responded, "What are you saying, my nephew? Just bring them along." Nezha replied, "They did not accompany me, and I need you to personally welcome them." Jiangxia, puzzled, asked, "Who are they?" Nezha replied, "Wuqing Wang Huang Feihu, my fatherly Jing, and some troops that have rebelled against the Shang dynasty." Jiangxia was taken aback. "I heard rumors of Wuqing Wang rebelling against the Shang. I never expected him to seek refuge in Shiqi. Quickly, let us go." Nezha smiled. "Master Uncle, do not be hasty. Wuqing Wang and my father have set up camp 70 miles outside Shiqi to avoid stirring trouble. We can send someone ahead while we prepare to welcome them here." Jiangxia slapped his forehead. "Indeed, I have been a bit too eager." Wu Ji. Jiangxia called for his newly accepted disciple to step forward, relaying the situation while also making arrangements for the welcoming ceremony. Noticing Jiangxia's enthusiasm, Nezha interjected, "Master Uncle, I have something to inquire." Sensing Nezha's serious demeanor, Jiangxia understood the gravity of the matter. "What is it?" Nezha cast a spell, enveloping them both. "Master Uncle, I have heard of an elder brother whom no one has ever mentioned. Do you know of him?" Jiangxia furrowed his brow. "I have heard whispers, yet I have never known of Taiyi Zhenren taking on a disciple." Realizing Jiangxia spoke truthfully, Nezha pressed on. "Is the feng shin intended to diminish the power of immortals in the mortal realm?" Upon hearing this, Jiangxia's expression shifted noticeably. "Who has conveyed this to you?" Nezha replied, "Master Uncle, you need only answer my question." Jiangxia scrutinized Nezha, his mind grappling with the instructions from the primordial heavenly master, caught in a dilemma, uncertain of how to respond. Perceiving Jiangxia's discomfort, Nezha discerned the answer within himself. "Master Uncle, I have been impolite." Nezha dispelled the spiritual barrier, turning to leave. Jiangxia remained frozen in place, his heart unsettled for a long while. Nezha sat atop an unnamed mountain, gazing down at the scenery below. Nezha was unaware of the immense capabilities possessed by his senior brother, yet he felt dwarfed in comparison to his master, Taiyi. Even one as powerful as his master seemed helpless in the face of certain challenges. "Master, I will diligently cultivate my skills. You need not worry," Nezha assured him. This was one of the rare occasions Nezha indulged in alcohol. Although he typically abstained from grains due to their impurities that could hinder his cultivation, at this moment, he chose to partake in wine. In his past life, whenever he was beset by sorrow, he often sought solace in drink. In this life, though faced with difficulties. He might still resort to alcohol for comfort, yet he vowed never to forsake his life. He had resolutely determined to fight for his aspirations and fulfill the expectations placed upon him. The following day, King Wuqing, Huang Feihu, along with Li Jing, led their troops to the gates of Shiqi under the guidance of Wu Ji. They were met not only by Jiang Zia, but also by the Western Prince, Ji Chong, who personally came to greet them. Upon witnessing the Western Prince's personal welcome, Huang Feihu knelt in gratitude, saying, "We are profoundly grateful that the Western Prince is willing to accept us, mere bandits." Ji Chong quickly helped him up, stating, "We serve in the same court. Today, with the tyrant destined misrule, we must heed the will of heaven and rise against him. Our gathering here is fate. How could I possibly bear such a great honor from King Wuqing?" Huang Feihu replied, "The Western Prince is now a regional overlord. Your willingness to accept us fills us with immense gratitude, and we dare not speak of future official matters." Ji Chong continued, "As King Wuqing in the Shang, you are also King Wuqing here in Shiqi. Should we overthrow Chengtang, it would mark the establishment of the Shiqi kingdom under King Wuqing. If a general cannot utter a single honest word, how are we any different from that tyrant Dxin? Dxin's misrule must not be emulated by Shiqi." Huang Feihu felt a surge of gratitude, proclaiming, "Feihu is willing to dedicate himself entirely to repay the kindness of the Western Prince." Ji Chong supported Huang Feihu, saying, "I have arranged a banquet to welcome King Wuqing and the esteemed generals. I hope you will not find it lacking." Huang Feihu did not decline, and they all proceeded to the feast. As the guests exchanged toasts and engaged in lively conversation, Yin Shenyang noticed that Nezha was conspicuously absent. Concerned for him, she tugged at Li Jing's sleeve, asking, "My lord, where is Nezha?" Li Jing surveyed the surroundings, but could not find Nezha. Indeed, where could Nezha be? He is related to Minister Jiang as a disciple and should be here among us. What mother does not cherish her son? Since Nezha's return from the Sisui Pass, Shenyang had sensed a heavy burden on her son's heart. Now, with this significant banquet underway, her worry deepened. Meanwhile, Nezha, having sought solace in drink the previous night, found that mere earthly wine could not intoxicate him. Troubled, he soared towards Qianyuan Mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, he beheld a dense shroud of black light, blocking even the sun's rays. Calling out for his master yielded no response. In his desperation, he struck the black light with his Qiankuan circle. However, the dark barrier remained unyielding. Even as Nezha's spiritual energy waned, the recoil from the impact split his palms, leaving them bloodied. Yet he could not breach the darkness even a fraction. Nezha, feeling physically weak, sat at the foot of Qianyuan Mountain, his heart aching at the thought of his master. Overwhelmed with emotion, he cried out, calling for his master, his voice echoing through the heavens and the earth. Taiyi, sensing the turmoil, felt his eyes redden at the mention of his master's name. However, with the soul-slaying banner sealing Qianyuan Mountain, Taiyi could only sigh in helplessness. "Nezha, you must diligently cultivate," he thought, offering silent encouragement to Nezha. Throughout the night, Nezha's cries became hoarse as he gazed at the darkened Qianyuan Mountain, vowing silently, "Master, I will certainly rescue you." Chapter 38, The Conquest of Shiqi. Nezha's return on that day, upon hearing that Huang Feihu planned to rebel against the Five Passes. Emperor Xin dispatched Master Wen to apprehend him. Master Wen was the backbone of the Shang dynasty, a formidable figure despite being a disciple of the Jie sect's third generation. Armed with the Yinyang whip and accompanied by the Ying Qilin, he was also a trusted minister of Emperor Yi. However, when he mobilized 30,000 troops to capture Huang Feihu, he faced interference due to Huang Tianhua's involvement. His master, the celestial virtue of Qingshu on Qingfeng Mountain, employed the primordial golden dipper and divine sand to thwart Master Wen's army. At this moment, news spread that Huang Feihu had slain Qin Tong and Qin Wu, and Huang Gun had joined him, along with reports of bloodshed at the Sisui Pass, all of which reached Master Wen's ears. Anger surged within him as he deduced that Huang Feihu had already arrived at Shiqi. "I shall gather more troops to march against Shiqi," he declared. One of Master Wen's generals, named Chao Tian, stepped forward to advise him. "Master, beyond the Ghost Pass, the eastern Marquis Jiang Wanhuan has already revolted, and the southern Marquis Yishun is causing trouble outside the Sand Mountain Pass, giving Zhang Guifang a headache. Although Shiqi has taken in Huang Feihu, they have not yet drawn weapons. Allow me to lead an army to scout the situation. If possible, we can persuade the Western Marquis to surrender Huang Feihu." Hearing Chao Tian's words, Master Wen could not help but smile wryly, reflecting on his position as a veteran official entrusted by the late Emperor Yi, now embroiled in conflict. With Emperor Xin listening to the slander of Feizhong and Yuhan, along with the internal strife caused by the enchanting Daji. He found himself beset by troubles. Resigned, Master Wen replied, "Very well, you may lead these 30,000 troops." Chao Tian, accompanied by his brother Chao Lei, set up camp at the western gate of Shiqi City with the army. Meanwhile, Jiang Zia was in the state residence, listening to Nezha recount his recent experiences. However, Nezha refrained from mentioning the events at Qianyuan Mountain, for he knew that, had he been the primordial supreme, he would have kept such matters to himself. Suddenly, a scout rushed in, reporting, "Chancellor, a large force from Chaoga has stationed 30 miles outside the western gate of our Shiqi City, but their intentions remain unclear." Jiang Zia responded, "You may leave now." As the scout exited, Jiang Zia turned to Nezha, his expression revealing his uncertainty. Nezha smiled and remarked, "The arrival of troops from Chaoga must be due to King Wuqing's rebellion against the Five Passes and his defection to Shiqi. What better pretext could they have for mobilizing their forces?" Jiang Zia replied, "Even so, we cannot surrender King Wuqing." Nezha insisted, "Now is not the time for us to attack Zhou, but rather to resist the attack from Zhou. Allow me to take the field, I will surely defeat them." "Alas, dear nephew, such is not feasible." Before Nezha could finish speaking, Huang Feihu had already donned his armor and entered the hall. Observing Huang Feihu's attire, Nezha inquired, "Do you intend to accompany them back?" Huang Feihu replied with a bitter smile, "Naturally, that cannot be. However, both Chao Tian and Chao Lei are formidable warriors. If we can persuade them to submit to the Western Zhou, would that not be a splendid achievement?" Nezha, although lacking in martial experience, thought that if such a feat were attainable, who would begrudge an additional capable subordinate? Does King Wu Cheng have confidence in this endeavor? Jiang Zia, noticing Nezha's agreement, addressed Huang Feihu. Huang Feihu was taken aback that Jiang Zia would heed Nezha's opinion. Though astonished, he still responded, "Of course." Jiang Zia, filled with joy, declared, "Then I shall rely on the diligence of King Wu Cheng. This is my token of trust. You may mobilize troops as you see fit." He then removed a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Huang Feihu. With Jiang Zia's token in hand, Huang Feihu proceeded to muster the troops and set out from the city to confront the Chao brothers. Nezha remarked, "Master, do you truly place such trust in Huang Feihu?" Jiang Zia replied, "One should not doubt those they employ. Furthermore, he was brought here by you, so what have I to worry about?" Nezha nodded. "Thank you for your trust, Master. The people of Shiqi rally against Zhou. Success is surely within our grasp." Jiang Zia gazed at Nezha, pondering the child's enigmatic transformation. Has he truly only reached the age of 7? Jiang Zia contemplated, unaware that many of his current strategies had been influenced by Nezha. "Nezha, it appears you have changed significantly since your return," Jiang Zia observed. Nezha responded, "People inevitably evolve." Jiang Zia inquired, "Did you encounter any incidents during your absence?" Nezha chuckled, "Let us not dwell on it. At least I am now alongside you in the campaign against Zhou, standing as a rebel of the realm." Jiang Zia, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Nezha's words, refrained from probing further, knowing that Nezha's capabilities were hardly inferior to his own. As Jiang Zia approached the door, he turned back and said to Nezha, "Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to speak to me." Nezha smiled, "Thank you, Master Jiang." Huang Feihu entered the fray and, within merely 20 exchanges, captured Chao Lei. Upon arriving at the place of confinement, Huang Feihu earnestly persuaded Chao Lei, who, acknowledging the turmoil and instability in the realm, agreed to submit to Shiqi. Huang Feihu then urged Chao Lei to convince Chao Tian, who surprisingly acquiesced as well. However, upon Huang Feihu's arrival at Chao Tian's camp, Chao Tian glared furiously, exclaiming, "You treacherous rebel! Today, I shall capture you and deliver you to Chaoga." Chao Lei, taken aback by Chao Tian's treachery, implored, "Elder brother, did you not promise to surrender to Shiqi?" Chao Tian retorted, "One who eats the king's provisions must share the king's burdens. Surrendering to Shiqi brings shame upon us as brothers in front of the Grand Master and the king." Chao Tian commanded that Huang Feihu and Chao Lei be bound and, without delay, set off for Chaoga. This matter, of course, reached Jiang Zia's ears, prompting him to urgently dispatch Huang Biao and the Huang family warriors to intercept them. 3 days later, Huang Feibiao, accompanied by Chao Tian and Chao Lei, arrived at the residence of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister stated, "I have faithfully fulfilled my duty, intercepting these two at Longshan Pass and capturing them alive for your judgment." Chao Lei, in a state of panic, shouted, "This is unjust." Jiang Zia scoffed, "You plotted against others first. Now that you are captured, do you still have the audacity to cry injustice?" Chao Lei replied, "Prime Minister, I am willing to surrender to West Qi, but what will happen to my parents at home? I am in West Qi, but my parents are in Chaogu." If the king learns of my brother's surrender, they will surely perish. Jiang Zia was taken aback and turned to Huang Feihu, asking, "Are both his parents in Chaoge?" Huang Feihu nodded. Jiang Zia said, "As he is a filial son, let their bodies remain intact, and you shall ensure the safety of your parents." At this moment, Nezha felt a stir in his heart and interjected, "Wait, Master Uncle, allow me to ask him a few questions." Jiang Zia gestured for those around to step back, allowing Nezha to approach. Nezha looked at Chao Lei and asked, "Do you wish to die?" Chao Lei responded, "Naturally not." Nezha continued, "Then if we were to rescue your parents, would you be willing to surrender to West Qi?" Upon hearing this, Chao Lei nodded eagerly. "Of course. With my parents safe, my heart would be at ease. What difference does it make whether I serve West Qi or the Great Shang?" Nezha was enlightened. Indeed, if those he cared for were safe, all his efforts would not be in vain. If he could facilitate the Fengshen, then the troubles of the impending calamity would be alleviated, bringing his master's wishes closer to fruition. "Very well, I shall assist you in rescuing your parents," Nezha declared. Chao Lei, moved by Nezha's willingness to save his parents, felt gratitude swell within him, yet he hesitated at Nezha's youthful stature, resembling a mere child of 7 or 8. He turned to Jiang Zia and bowed his head. "Thank you, Prime Minister." "Thank you." Jiang Zia, with a wry smile, replied, "You should thank Nezha for his intervention." Nezha, however, said, "No need for thanks. Master Uncle, bind Chao Tian as a hostage. I will take him to Chaoge. If he dares to play tricks again, I will not hesitate to strike him down." With that, he led Chao Lei out of the Prime Minister's residence. Ao Ling had been waiting outside. "Are you going to Chaoge again?" Nezha remained silent, but nodded. Ao Ling said, "I know you are troubled. I wanted to accompany you, but I fear I might hinder you. Yet, my concern for you is profound." Nezha smiled at Ao Ling. "Silly girl, I will be fine. Just wait for my return and remember to practice diligently." Nezha harbored deep feelings for Ao Ling, despite her youth. She had caused significant trouble for him and had fallen out with Ao Guang, making her return to the East Sea impossible. "Be careful on your journey," Ao Ling urged. Nezha nodded, conjured his cloud, lifted Chao Lei, and set off towards Chaoge. Chao Lei finally understood why Jiang Zia urged him to write to Nezha. This child was no ordinary person. Accompanied by Nezha, he found his parents and then proceeded to Wenzhong's residence. Under the pretext of urging supplies, he requested 3,000 loads of grain. As Nezha and Chao Lei emerged from the residence of Master Wentai, they encountered an individual approaching them. With a goat-like beard and a sharp, monkey-like visage, it was none other than Shen Gongbao. A cold smile crept upon Nezha's lips. Truly, he had traversed the iron shoes in vain, only to find his quarry effortlessly. He instructed Chao Lei to proceed ahead while he stealthily approached Shen Gongbao from behind. "Shen Gongbao, it has been quite some time." Upon hearing Nezha's voice, Shen Gongbao trembled and turned his head, only to find Nezha gazing intently at him. "Nezha, how dare you come to Chaoge?" Shen Gongbao's heart ignited with unbridled fury upon recognizing Nezha. Nezha chuckled, "Fear not, I shall not slay you today, for you are hardly worthy of my efforts." Shen Gongbao, incensed by Nezha's blatant disdain, retorted, "Then allow me to witness your prowess." Observing the growing crowd around them, Nezha performed a hand gesture, transforming into a gentle breeze, leading them to a secluded grove on the outskirts. Shen Gongbao followed closely behind. Nezha turned, the Qiankuan circle in his hand radiating golden light as he prepared to strike at Shen Gongbao. "Hold on," Shen Gongbao called out, halting Nezha. With interest, Nezha regarded Shen Gongbao. "What? Do you now believe my words hold truth?" Shen Gongbao was fully aware of the Qiankuan circle's formidable power, not to mention Nezha's other treasure, the misting silk, yet his own prized sword had been shattered in their last encounter and remained unrepaired. "Nezha, you merely rely on your treasures. Without them, would you dare to act so brazenly before me?" Shen Gongbao scoffed, his sleeves billowing dismissively. Nezha, however, discerned Shen Gongbao's underlying intentions, retracting the Qiankuan circle, deciding instead to test the effects of his physical cultivation technique. "Very well, I shall not employ my treasures, nor even my spiritual energy," Nezha declared with a smile. Shen Gongbao's eyes glinted with cold amusement. "Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The Taiyi Zhenren was indeed formidable, unleashing a tempestuous force. Shen Gongbao gathered his spiritual energy and launched an attack at Nezha. The first layer of the physical cultivation technique was inherently designed for resilience. Nezha, having refined his body with spiritual energy daily, had long since become impervious to ordinary blades. As Shen Gongbao's fist approached, Nezha closed his eyes, allowing the blow to strike his chest. Shen Gongbao, infuriated by Nezha's apparent contempt, unleashed his spiritual energy in full force. each punch reverberating with increasing intensity. Nezha felt pain, but realized that his physical strength seemed to be subtly enhancing. With each successive punch from Shingongbao, Nezha appeared to enter a realm of enlightenment. His flesh felt as though it had transformed into countless minute particles, which, under the relentless assault of Shingongbao, expelled impurities, rendering his body tighter and more robust. Shingongbao, witnessing Nezha's unwavering stance, became even more agitated. With a hand gesture, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his fists, warping the space around him. Sensing the imminent danger, Nezha swiftly retracted his wandering consciousness. Clenching his fists, he retaliated against Shingongbao's oncoming blow. As two fists collided, one infused with profound spiritual energy and the other a body as resilient as gold, SHNGNGB winced in pain and hastily retreated. NZH, however, felt a tingling numbness in his arm, as if his very bones were fracturing. He mused inwardly that his physical form still required fortification. Meanwhile, SHNGNGB furrowed his brow, astonished that NZH possessed not only an abundance of treasures and the enhancement of the fire spirit pearl within, but also such formidable physical prowess. With the Qiankuan circle shimmering in his grasp, NZH proclaimed, "I have already stated that you are no match for me. I have no desire to slay you. However, should you wish to take my life, I fear your capabilities fall short. Perhaps you should inquire whether your master would be inclined to assist you in this endeavor." With those words, NZH soared into the air and departed. SHNGNGB dared not pursue him, for NZH had brandished the Qiankuan circle. Yet, the humiliation of his defeat was difficult to swallow. How could he, of all people, be worthy of his master's direct intervention? Upon arriving at NZH's residence, he informed him that NZH had come to CHOG. NZH, upon hearing this, quickly retrieved 7 large coins, employing the divination of Fushi, and struck his thigh in frustration. "This CHO dares to deceive me, and that NZH has audaciously arrived at my abode without my knowledge." SHNGNGB remarked, "NZH is quite formidable. Even I, a celestial immortal of the Taiyi, could not best him. I wonder if my esteemed nephew has any strategies." Hearing the term esteemed nephew, NZH felt a wave of disdain. Perceiving SHNGNGB as someone who had strayed from the righteous path, yet still had the audacity to claim kinship. "You need not concern yourself with this. I have my own methods." With that, he dismissed SHNGNGB and commanded his messenger to utilize his token to summon the commander of the Qinglong Pass, Zhang Guifeng, to march against XQ. NZH and CHO, laden with provisions, journeyed day and night until they reached the outskirts of XQ, where they were met with the thunderous sounds of battle. "This area is too close to the southern gate. Take the provisions through the northern gate via the back road. Here's my token." NZH produced a jade pendant from his waist. Obeying NZH's command, CHO led the troops transporting the supplies through the concealed path. NZH deftly maneuvered through the clouds to approach the battlefield, soon spotting a man clad in armor, mounted upon a striking blue steed, exuding an air of authority, with a large character for wind embroidered in red thread upon his banner. "Who is this? I have never encountered him before." Observing the southern gate of XQ, he noted the conspicuous display of a truce banner, with no forces emerging to engage in combat. NZH, channeling his energy, transformed into a gentle breeze and entered the city, arriving at the residence of the minister. To his surprise, he found Huing FIH nearby, yet the esteemed Jing Zy was conspicuously absent. "Uncle Huing, what transpired? Where is my uncle?" NZH inquired. Huing FIH, finally noticing NZH's return, replied with a sense of resignation, "The Prime Minister has gone to Kunlun Mountain to seek reinforcements." NZH pondered. Jing Zy has cultivated his path for over 40 years and possesses the god-slaying whip. Why would he need to journey to Kunlun for aid? Nezha inquired. "Uncle Huang, what strategies does the adversary possess that he has managed to hang a truce banner over Shichi City?" "My uncle Jiang has no choice but to seek reinforcements from Shichi." Huang Feihu sighed. "My dear nephew, you are unaware that Zhang Guifeng and his deputy, Fenglin, are practitioners of the dark arts. Fenglin can exhale black smoke, rendering one unable to see. The 12th son of King Wen, Ji Shuqian, perished due to this sorcery. Zhang Guifeng's skills are even more formidable. During our confrontation, he boisterously declared, 'Huang Feihu, if not now, then when will you dismount?' I was left in a daze, inexplicably descending from my divine steed. Fortunately, the Chancellor intervened, or I might have been captured, and my life would have been forfeit. It is as simple as that." If he were to shout hundreds of times, Would not all the generals be compelled to dismount and surrender? Nezha replied, perplexed. Huang Feihu chuckled bitterly. We dare not engage in battle, which is why we have hung the truce banner, awaiting Chancellor Zhang's return from Kunlun Mountain. Nezha asserted, there is no need to wait. We shall array ourselves for battle. I wish to witness his capabilities. Huang Feihu cautioned, dear nephew, this may not be wise. Observing Huang Feihu's lack of faith in him, Nezha insisted, let us form ranks. I alone shall engage in battle. Simply provide your support. Should the Chancellor be displeased, I shall bear the blame. With the enemy at our doorstep, how can we dare not fight? It would be a source of ridicule. Seeing Nezha's resolute demeanor, Huang Feihu ceased his counsel and reluctantly took down the truce banner, preparing for battle. Fenglin, noticing the banner had been lowered, sneered, General. It seems Jiang Zia is aware of his impending defeat and intends to surrender. Zhang Guifang cautioned, do not underestimate the adversary. Observe their approach. Fenglin looked and saw a young lad walking through the air, wielding an extraordinarily long spear, a comical sight. Yet, his ability to traverse the air compelled Fenglin to be on high alert. As Nezha emerged from the city, he beheld Fenglin, clad in silver armor and cloud-piercing boots, atop a snow-white steed, with a bright heart-protecting mirror upon his chest. Are you Zhang Guifang? Nezha asked. Fenglin replied, I am Fenglin, the advance officer under General Zhang. Nezha then noticed beside Fenglin a figure adorned in a silver helmet and white phoenix wings, girded with a jade belt and astride a fiery steed, brandishing a white spear, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Are you Zhang Guifang? Nezha inquired. Zhang Guifang regarded Nezha and calmly replied, indeed. Nezha stated, you invade Shiqi. Do you comprehend the consequences? Zhang Guifang responded. The Ji family has renamed Shiqi city to Zhou, one declaring himself King Wen and the other King Wu, while also harboring the traitor Huang Feihu. I come on the orders of Grand Tutor when to subdue you. Who are you to obstruct me? Nezha declared, I am Li Nezha, son of Li Jing of Qintang Pass. You are no match for me. Let Wen Zhong come personally. Before Zhang Guifang could utter a word, Fenglin interjected, you infuriate me. How dare a mere child speak so boldly? Witness my might. The white horse leaped forward, and the silver spear darted like a serpent, agile and precise, aimed directly at Nezha. Nezha, wielding the fiery spear, had received this technique from Taiyi. Due to his infrequent use of the spear, he had little experience with it. However, after his recent battle with Shen Gongbao, he comprehended the significance of the physical body, which was why he refrained from utilizing treasures such as the Qianquan circle. He leaped forward, his spear, a formidable length of over 8 feet, clashed against the long spear of Fenglin. As Fenglin withdrew his weapon to strike again, Nezha's spear began to dance with precision. Their combat ensued for over 20 exchanges, culminating in Nezha unseating Fenglin from his horse with a single thrust. The warriors of Shiqi erupted in cheers, their drums resounding in support of Nezha. When Fenglin saw Nezha's spear aimed at his throat, he exhaled a plume of black smoke. Yet, Nezha's gaze remained steadfast as he sheathed the fiery spear, only to find the Muntian Ling had materialized in his left hand. With a sweeping motion, he enveloped the black smoke entirely. Following the dissipating smoke, a red orb, roughly the size of a bowl, surged towards Nezha. Understanding the strategy behind Fenglin's earlier defeat of Ji Shuqian, Nezha recognized that the black smoke had first obscured his vision, allowing the red orb to strike. With a swift thrust, Nezha shattered the orb into fragments, his fiery spear unrelenting as it aimed for Fenglin's throat, blood splattering forth. Zhang Guifang, astonished by Nezha's prowess, seethed. You have slain Fenglin. Your fate is sealed. Anger surged within him as he raised his spear to attack. Nezha's resolve only intensified, purging impurities from his body with each clash and steadily augmenting his physical strength. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, surpassing 40 rounds. Although Zhang Guifang's spear technique was exquisite, fatigue began to weigh upon him. Seizing the moment, Nezha brought his fiery spear crashing down upon Zhang Guifang's head, who hastily raised his weapon in defense. To his dismay, his white spear was cleaved in two. Zhang Guifang was compelled to abandon his horse, retreating over 2 yards as he struck the steed, narrowly escaping with his life. The fiery steed was, astonishingly, severed in half. Zhang Guifang, filled with trepidation, bellowed, Li Nezha, if you do not dismount now, when will you? Simultaneously, Huang Feihu shouted, Nezha, be cautious. As these words reached him, Nezha felt a momentary dizziness. But he quickly regained his composure. Reaching out with his celestial perception, he sought to discern the peculiarities of Zhang Guifang's techniques. Alarmed, Zhang Guifang realized that his method, a trick passed down from his master, had never failed him in his many battles. Yet, Nezha stood undaunted. He urgently repeated, Nezha, if you do not dismount now, when will you? Upon connecting with Zhang Guifang's consciousness, Nezha discerned that the so-called capturing technique was merely an amalgamation of Zhang's own intent, momentarily disturbing the minds of others. How dare such underhanded tactics be wielded against him? Nezha smirked coldly, raising the fiery spear above him, which instantly erupted in flames. At this moment, Zhang Guifang was in a state of panic. His incantation was utterly ineffective against Nezha. As he beheld the flames surging towards him, he hastily performed a hand seal and attempted to escape using an earth evasion technique. Witnessing their commander's retreat, the soldiers of Chaoga became increasingly agitated and scattered in disarray. Nezha hurled his Qinkuan circle, a beam of golden light crashing down to the ground. The earth quaked, dislodging Zhang Guifang from his hiding place. Recognizing that the situation was dire, Zhang Guifang closed his eyes. Nezha scoffed, declaring, I shall not kill you. I have already stated that you are no match for me. Send for Wenzhong and inform him that Nezha awaits him at Qiqi. Should he lack the courage to come, do not blame me for laying waste to Chaoga. Zhang Guifang, affronted by such humiliation, gritted his teeth and drew his sword, poised to take his own life. However, at that moment, an inexplicable wind surged forth, and by the time Nezha opened his eyes again, Zhang Guifang had vanished. Nezha mused to himself, is there yet another practitioner of the Tao? As Zhang Guifang was on the brink of suicide, he was whisked away by an unnamed wind, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself within a grand encampment. There stood 4 individuals beside him, one with a red face and long beard. Towering at around 15 feet, clad in a pale yellow Taoist robe, adorned with a fish-tailed golden crown, none other than Li Xingba, one of the 4 saints of Jiulong Island. Beside him was another, a towering figure with a blue face and red beard, sporting a full set of fangs, Gao Yuqian. Wang Yimou, donned in a water-repellent suit, wore a yellow scarf, his complexion as pale as the moon. Yang San, with a dark countenance and red beard, sported 2 long golden eyebrows, his head bound with a turban, resembling a wandering ascetic. Who are you, and why have you rescued me? Zhang Guifang inquired, observing that none of the 4 bore a normal appearance. We are the 4 saints of Jiulong Island, summoned by Wenzhong to assist you, Wang Yimou replied nonchalantly. Zhang Guifang forced a bitter smile. Assist me? What capabilities do you possess to aid me? Wang Yimou, incensed by Zhang Guifang's apparent disdain for their abilities, felt a surge of anger. Yet, Yang Sun restrained him, saying, though you are a practitioner of the left path, you are still a cultivator. I perceive that you are injured. Why not take this elixir? You shall see the extent of our powers. After speaking, Yang Sun produced a crimson pill. Zhang Guifang seized the pill and consumed it. Upon entering his body, a surge of spiritual energy radiated within him, and his injuries began to mend. Sighing, Zhang Guifang conceded, you 4 do possess some skill, but I fear it may not be sufficient to contend with Qiqi. Wang Yimou sneered, a dignified commander. Reduced to such fright, it is truly laughable. Reveal to me the whereabouts of Jiang Zia, and I shall retrieve him at once. Zhang Guifang sighed again. One Jiang Zia is hardly a concern. However, he has a young subordinate named Nezha, wielding a fiery spear measuring 18 feet in length, along with a treasured artifact, a golden ingot capable of immense power. Even my earth evasion technique was rendered futile against it. Wang Yimou retorted with anger. Do not bolster the confidence of others while diminishing your own. Absurd. My brothers and I shall not be daunted by a mere child. Meanwhile, within the city of Qiqi, Jiang Zia had returned and, upon learning of Nezha's victory, felt an immense joy. He prepared a celebratory feast in honor of Nezha's triumph. Ah, my esteemed disciple, your prowess is truly remarkable, having defeated a master of the left-hand path like Zhang Guifang, said Jiang Zia, raising his cup. Nezha replied, Uncle, you flatter me. However, I wonder what treasures you have acquired on your journey to Kunlun Mountain. Seeing Nezha's inquiry, Jiang Zia responded, Indeed, there are treasures. My master bestowed upon me 2 invaluable items, a divine beast known as the Nun of the Above and a celestial flag of apricot yellow, both rare and precious. Realizing the presence of many people around, Nezha chose not to press further, saying, Uncle, your fortune is commendable. As the wine flowed and the gathering began to disperse, Nezha gazed at Jiang Zia and slowly spoke. Uncle, you must be aware of my master's situation. Jiang Zia sighed. I did not foresee this. My stay in Kunlun has been brief, merely over 40 years, and I cannot speak much about the matters concerning Brother Taiyi. Nezha asserted, I shall rescue my master. However, regarding the list of deities, I seek your honest counsel. Jiang Zia looked at Nezha, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Nezha, this matter is one we must merely execute. Without further inquiry, Nezha smiled. The list of deities should comprise 361 names, correct? Jiang Ziya's expression darkened. He was taken aback by Nezha's extensive knowledge. Nezha continued, Uncle, there is no need for such wariness. Whether one is ordained on the list or not, the West Qi will inevitably confront Zhou, as it is the will of heaven. The extent to which deities and monsters will be drawn into this is uncertain. The list merely serves as a pretext for the heavenly court. Since you are unwilling to share, I shall refrain from further questioning. Everything shall be addressed post-ordination. Jiang Ziya was astonished by Nezha's profound understanding, even to the precise number on the list, which he had never shown to anyone. Nezha knew some things and was oblivious to others. He could not comprehend why Taiyi was so intent on fulfilling the wishes of Zhuanqiu for a celestial connection. What would be the outcome of such success? He had assumed Jiang Ziya would be aware, but he was not. What Nezha could accomplish remained uncertain. He could only proceed step by step. The following dawn, Zhang Guifeng led the 4 saints into battle, calling out at the front lines. Jiang Ziya mounted the none of the above, leading Huang Feihu and Huang Feibiao's contingent, ready to engage. Upon noticing that Zhang Guifeng was still the commanding general, Jiang Ziya proclaimed, Zhang Guifeng, my disciple shows mercy. He offers you a chance for survival, yet you dare to advance and challenge us. Zhang Guifeng retorted, victory and defeat are but the nature of warfare. Moreover, do you presume I would come unprepared? Jiang Ziya pondered. Could it be that Zhang Guifeng possessed some hidden strategy? Wang Mo, known for his fiery temperament, interjected, Jiang Ziya, do you truly believe that child can be invincible in this world? Only then did Jiang Ziya take note of Wang Mo and the others, whose appearances were unlike ordinary folk, and their mounts were extraordinary. Wang Mo rode a lion, Yang's son a swani, Gao Yuqian a floral leopard, and Li Xingba a ferocious beast. As the 4 advanced, their mounts roared in unison, causing all the horses on Jiang Ziya's side, save for the none of the above and the 5-colored divine cow, to collapse to the ground. With a resounding laugh, Wang Mo exclaimed, Jiang Ziya, do you dare to call such a ragtag group the Wei's true disciples? Ao Ling stood atop the city wall, gazing at Nezha from a distance. However, when the 4 beasts emerged, a blue thread flickered across his forehead, causing an involuntary tightening in his chest. Although the Bian and Swan Ni bore no connection to the Eastern Sea, their veins coursed with dragon blood, stirring a sense of urgency within him to take flight and rescue them. Seeing Ao Ling suddenly take to the air, Nezha swiftly grasped Ao Ling's arm, exclaiming, what do you intend to do with those 4 grotesque figures? Ao Ling replied, that Bian and Swan and I seem to share a bloodline with me, and I feel compelled to save them. Nezha scrutinized Ao Ling. The offspring of dragons each possessed distinct traits. And while it was evident that the Bian and Swan and I carried dragon lineage, they had no ties to the Eastern Sea. They have no connection to the aquatic clans of the Eastern Sea, Nezha stated. Yet Ao Ling insisted, I do not know why, but my heart is unsettled, as if I am destined to rescue them. At that moment, Nezha noticed the flickering blue thread upon Ao Ling's forehead and mused inwardly. Could this be the essence of dragon blood? Do not worry, I will go to their aid. You stay safe, he assured Ao Ling, reassured by Nezha's words. Ao Ling nodded in agreement. As Ao Ling returned, Nezha summoned the Qianquan circle, placing the Muntian silk atop his head, casting a crimson glow that illuminated the entire battlefield. Wang Mo and his companions were taken aback, exchanging glances and nodding in tacit understanding. The 4 fierce beasts soared through the air, charging toward Nezha. Gripping the Qianquan circle, Nezha surged forward, confronting the foremost Yang senator. The clash of the Qianquan circle against Yang Sen's sword sent forth a shower of spiritual energy. Wang Mo and Gao Yuqian followed closely behind, their swords aimed at Nezha's heart. Nezha smirked coldly, uttering a chant as he declared, with 3 heads and 8 arms, I am invincible. This incantation was the 3 heads and 8 arms technique bestowed upon him by the great master Taiyi. A white light soared into the heavens as 2 additional heads sprouted from Nezha's shoulders, and 6 arms emerged from his back and chest, while 2 more hands materialized beneath his original arms. As the 3 heads and 8 arms manifested, Nezha's true form swelled to an imposing height of 16 feet before stabilizing. What extraordinary power is this? Huang Feihu exclaimed in utter terror. Jiang Ziya, helpless, remarked, what I hear is unprecedented, and what I witness is beyond comprehension. My disciple possesses unparalleled abilities. Nezha wielded the Qianquan circle in one hand, the Muntian silk in another, a golden brick in one hand, and 2 fire-tipped spears in the other. As he utilized this technique for the first time, he felt somewhat uncoordinated. Nevertheless, He adeptly maneuvered his weapons to deflect every assault from the four adversaries. The four saints gazed at Nezha in astonishment, marveling at his formidable prowess. This is an astonishing skill. How can he be so powerful? Wang Imo pondered. Li Xingba sighed wryly. It seems Zhang Guifeng spoke true. We four must exert our utmost strength. With a decisive motion, Wang Imo patted the bien and summoned a sword from his mouth. Yang Sun reached to his waist, revealing a heavenly pearl in his hand. Gao Yuqian held the primordial pearl, while Li Xingba wielded the earth-splitting pearl. The four descended upon the ferocious beasts, which immediately transformed, revealing their true forms. The quartet and their respective beasts charged at the three-headed, eight-armed Nezha. In Nezha's grasp, the Qianquan circle radiated golden light for dozens of miles, confronting the king demon Bian, while the Mengtian Ling danced against Yang Sen Suani. Two fiery spearheads aimed at Gao Youqian's leopard and Li Xingba's fierce creature. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and where the forces clashed, the sounds of metal and thunder echoed, as spiritual energy surged and the air cracked, causing the surrounding space to warp. Nezha, with his 3 heads and 8 arms, stood valiantly against 8 foes, leaving both side soldiers in awe. However, Nezha underestimated the resolve of his opponents. Despite nearing true celestial cultivation, his internal spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. The 4 saints exchanged glances, formed a joint technique, and struck together. The Qianquan circle shimmered with golden light, crashing against the 4 weapons, while the Mengtian Ling's red glow aimed to envelop the 4, only to find Nezha suddenly drained of energy, reverting to his original size. The backlash of spiritual energy sent Nezha tumbling backwards. Jiang Ziya's expression turned ashen as he rode the 4-faced beast, soaring forward to catch Nezha. Yet, Li Xingba reacted swiftly, hurling the earth-splitting pearl towards them. Realizing he had no time to evade, Jiang Ziya shielded Nezha behind him, taking the blow to his chest. Blood gushed from Jiang Ziya's mouth as he fell, but fortunately, the 4-faced beast caught him. Huang Feihu, seeing that both Jiang Ziya and Nezha could no longer fight, urgently shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" Just as the city gate closed. Jiang Ziya coughed blood and tumbled from the 4-faced beast. "Master! Master!" Nezha rushed forward, attempting to rouse Jiang Ziya. Suddenly, a soldier approached, reporting, "General, there is a young man blocking the entrance to Shiqi City, preventing the 4 saints from entering." Huang Feihu was puzzled. "A young man? Who possesses such power?" The soldier replied, "I do not know. Take the Prime Minister away to recover. I will go see this brave warrior and rally support." Huang Feihu commanded before preparing to exit the city. At that moment, Li Jing suddenly called out, "Is it my son, Jinja?" Nezha, startled, realized his elder brother had arrived. Suddenly, a blue light descended from the heavens as a figure landed gracefully. "Who are you?" Nezha inquired, attempting to summon the Qianquan circle, but his depleted energy left him only with caution. The figure smiled, "Do not be alarmed, my dear nephew. I am the Manjushri of Wulong Mountain." Hearing this, Nezha breathed a sigh of relief. "So it is my esteemed uncle. I beg your pardon for my rudeness." The Manjushri took out a purple golden gourd from his sleeve. Retrieving 2 pills, he handed one to Nezha and inserted the other into Jiang Ziya's body. "You and my disciple are brothers. Why do you not go and aid him?" The Manjushri instructed. Upon hearing this, Nezha finally grasped the situation, consuming the pill in his hand, feeling his strength rejuvenated and a hint of spiritual power returning. He dashed towards the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, Wang Mo and his companions, witnessing Nezha's 3-headed, 8-armed form dissipate and Jiang Ziya being wounded by Li Xingba, recognized that this was the perfect moment to breach the city's defenses. They were about to pursue when a young Taoist descended from the sky. His hair elegantly coiled and adorned in a pale yellow robe. Those instinctively poised to attack were halted by this young figure. Wang Mo, infuriated, exclaimed, "You insolent wretch! Do you dare to obstruct us for?" The young Taoist replied, "I am Jinja, disciple of the great law of Manjushri from Wulong Mountain." "Wulong Mountain's disciple? Your master would address us as thou brother upon seeing us. You should hastily vacate." Wang Mo interrupted Jinja. Jinja remained unperturbed, stating, "Emperor Xin is tyrannical. The people of the world deserve retribution. Why do the 4 of you still lend your support?" Just then, Nezha emerged. "Elder brother," Nezha called out. And Jinja turned to see a child wielding a golden weapon, exuding an aura of ferocity. His heart surged with joy. "You are Nezha. I have only heard of you in letters from our parents. I did not expect you to have grown so much." Nezha replied with a smile, "Elder brother, having taken on the teachings of the great law of Manjushri at Wulong Mountain, how could you return home without proper cultivation?" Wang Mo derided. "A defeated foe dares to assist now?" Jinja, incensed, retorted, How dare you bully my younger brother? Wang Mo, taken aback to discover their kinship, sneered. It is a pity he was not slain. Only Jiang Zia was injured. Jin Jia, already furious, felt his anger intensify upon hearing Wang Mo's words. As he began to chant incantations, suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, striking Wang Mo's back. Wang Mo scoffed, dismissing the golden light, and brazenly declared, "If you have the ability, crush me." The other three, witnessing the golden light merely land on Wang Mo's back, breathed a sigh of relief, believing Jin Jia lacked the courage to slay Wang Mo. However, as the incantation was completed, 3 additional beams of golden light erupted into existence, intertwining with the initial one on Wang Mo's back. These 3 beams coiled around Wang Mo's neck, waist, and legs, binding him securely to the original golden light. As the brilliance faded, Wang Mo found himself firmly ensnared, the treasure bestowed by the great law of Manjushri, known as the Dragon Escape Post. With Wang Mo captured, Jin Jia's expression darkened. He drew his Wu Hook sword and severed Wang Mo's head. Gao Yuqian and the others were incensed, exclaiming, "How dare you kill him?" Jin Jia responded, "Having harmed my younger brother, he sought to live." Upon witnessing Wang Mo's demise, the ferocious beast beneath Nezha erupted in a cloud of dark energy. As his body lay on the ground, a surge of blue blood flew towards the city walls, directed at Ao Ling Jin Jia. "Do not create further bloodshed." Suddenly, the great law of Manjushri emerged from the city. Gao Yuqian glared at the venerable figure, his eyes glinting with malice. "Dao brother, what is the meaning of this?" Chapter 42. Slaying the 3 saints. As Ao Ling lay unconscious, the Grand Master Guangfa observed the 3 men, Gao Yuqian, Yang Sun, and Jin Jia, eyeing him with intent. He smiled faintly, saying, "You should be diligently cultivating on 9 Dragons Island, yet you insist on meddling in worldly affairs. Now that Wang Mo has met his demise, I advise you to tread carefully." Yang Sun laughed heartily, retorting, "Your disciples have already begun their slaughter, and yet you speak of cultivation? How hypocritical." Jin Jia, filled with rage, exclaimed, "You have harmed my brother and insulted my master. Prepare to meet your end." Drawing his sword from his waist, he charged forward to engage in battle. The Grand Master Guangfa, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Foolish child, you cannot sever the ties of the mortal realm. Go assist your uncle Ziya in challenging Zhou at Shiqi." With that, he turned his gaze away from the fight and ascended into the clouds. Nezha observed the fleeing figure of the Grand Master and chose to remain silent, sensing his aversion to entanglement in earthly matters. Noticing Jin Jia struggling single-handedly against Li Xingba, Yang Sun, and Gao Yuqian, Nezha feared that Jin Jia, like himself, might soon exhaust his energy. Grasping the Qinkuan circle, he swiftly entered the fray. Upon Nezha's arrival, Jin Jia felt a considerable alleviation of pressure. However, at that moment, Nezha's spiritual energy had yet to fully recover, preventing him from manifesting his 8-armed Nezha avatar. The 2 brothers, one wielding the Qinkuan circle and the other the Wu Go sword, managed to subdue Yang Sun and his allies effectively. Suddenly, Nezha recalled the body refinement technique, relinquishing the Qinkuan circle and engaging barehanded. His fists surged with formidable energy, causing Yang Sun and his companions to recoil in trepidation. Seeing Nezha's ferocity, Li Xingba and Gao Yuqian exchanged glances and united their efforts against him. The Hunyuan Pearl and the Pity Pearl radiated brilliantly, fusing into one. Channeling their spiritual power, the combined orb emitted a vivid green light, hurtling toward Nezha's chest. Nezha, not daring to underestimate the attack, reached for his waist and produced a golden brick. Observing Yang Sun alone, and with Li Xingba and Gao Yuqian preoccupied with their fusion, Jin Jia chanted a spell. The Dune Dragon Stake, radiating golden light, soared behind Yang Sr. Following Jin Jia's incantation, 3 beams of golden light ensnared Yang Sun tightly. Armed with his sword, infused with potent spiritual energy, Jin Jia struck down Yang Sun's head once more. Meanwhile, Nezha, wielding the golden brick, summoned his energy and hurled it at the green orb. The space trembled, dust swirling, as both parties were violently repelled. In that moment, Li Xingba and Gao Yuqian finally comprehended the dire situation. Yang Sun had been slain. As Yang Sun fell, his mount, like the ferocious beast Payan of Wang Mo, erupted in a cloud of dark energy, and a drop of blue blood burst from his body. Hurtling toward Ao Ling, realizing the tide had turned, Gao Yuqian and Li Xingba hurriedly ordered Zhang Guifang to sound the retreat. Nezha, eager to seize the opportunity for pursuit, was interrupted by Li Jing's urgent shout from the city walls. "Nezha, Miss Ao Ling has fainted." Owling, the Achilles heel of Nezha, fainted at the mere mention of her name, prompting Nezha to soar to the city wall in haste. Upon witnessing the blue thread on Owling's forehead thickening, he realized she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Huang Feihu, observing Nezha's lack of desire to continue the battle, especially with Zhang Guifeng, Gao Yuqian, and Li Xingba, 3 cultivators, on the opposing side, had no choice but to call for a retreat after Nezha's exhausting duel, during which he had utilized the dragon escape technique twice, depleting his spiritual energy significantly. As Jin Jia approached the city wall, he found Nezha cradling a woman in his arms and glanced at Li Jing, inquiring, "Father, what has transpired with Nezha?" Li Jing replied, "This is Owling, the daughter of the Dragon King of the East Sea, and Nezha's betrothed." Jin Jia, upon hearing this revelation, experienced a moment of clarity. He approached Owling and observed the blue thread on her forehead, now the width of a finger. He reassured Nezha with a gentle pat. "Do not fret, dear brother. I noticed that the blood of the swan and I has unexpectedly integrated into Owling's being. This signifies the awakening of the ancestral dragon's bloodline." Nezha, feeling somewhat relieved, asked, "Brother, is the ancestral dragon different from the East Sea dragons?" Jinja responded, "I am uncertain, but the present dragon clan seems to be merely the aquatic beings of the Dragon Gate, with little connection to the ancestral dragon. Why then does Owling possess the bloodline of the ancestral dragon?" Nezha pondered, realizing he could not be careless regarding her condition. Jinja, with a wry smile, admitted, "I too do not know. Perhaps she has encountered her own fortuitous event, or there may indeed be a link between the dragon clan and the ancestral dragon." Seeing that Jinja could not provide clarity, Nezha refrained from further questioning, asking instead, "When will she awaken?" Jinja reassured him, "You need not worry. Once she has refined the drop of essence blood, she will regain consciousness." Unbeknownst to Jinja, who had arrived late, Owling had previously acquired a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood from the body of a Bayan. Within her, a conflict brewed between the ancestral dragon's blood and her own. However, the ancestral dragon's blood was particularly domineering, allowing only a limited space for her own lineage while resisting the expansion of the ancestral blood. Owling's consciousness remained vigilant over the ancestral dragon's blood, sensing its terrifying nature, and was reluctant to make contact. Yet, she needed to suppress this blood with her own awareness. For as soon as her thoughts returned to her core, the blood seemed poised to surge and permeate her entire being. Meanwhile, Nezha had kept vigil at Owling's bedside for 3 days. In Shenyang, unwilling to witness her son in such a state of sleeplessness and despair, approached him softly, saying, "Nezha, your second brother, Mu Jia, has arrived. He has aided us in escaping the Four Saints." Nezha glanced at In Shenyang and replied, "I understand, mother. I will meet my brother shortly." As In Shenyang contemplated offering further encouragement, Nezha's heart was solely occupied with Owling. "Mother, there is no need for further words. I must wait for her to awaken." Outside, Jin Jia and Mu Jia had already arrived. Mu Jia pointed at Nezha, inquiring, "Is this our third brother, Nezha?" Jin Jia nodded. "Indeed, though our third brother is young, he possesses an overwhelming capacity for affection." Mu Jia approached Nezha, gazing at the 7-year-old child. He had anticipated him to be a carefree little one running about, yet he was taken aback by the immense responsibility the boy exhibited. Hearing the voice, Nezha turned his head, and, upon noticing In Shenyang and Jin Jia nodding at him, he spoke, "Second brother." Mu Jia nodded and smiled, saying, "You guard her. She will not awaken until the time is right. If you fail to guard her, she will awaken when destined." Nezha understood his brother's intentions. Though discontent brewed within him, he still smiled and replied, "You speak the truth, second brother, yet I yearn to witness her awakening." Mu Jia, a disciple under the guidance of the esteemed Master Puxian from the White Crane Cave on Nine Palaces Mountain, shook his head after observing Nezha's demeanor. "The affairs of the mortal realm are numerous. You cannot remain entangled in such concerns. How can a practitioner of the way become ensnared by worldly tribulations?" Nezha fell silent, the smile fading from his face. "If you have come to admonish me, I would prefer you leave." "Nezha, how can you speak to your brother in such a manner?" In Shenyang interjected. Yet Mu Jia replied, "Mother, fret not. Since Nezha is so infatuated with the mortal world, as his elder brother, I cannot stand idly by." Jin Jia, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. "Do you have a plan?" In the ensuing chapter, titled Ascending Kunlun, Mu Jia glanced at Jin Jia and then at In Shenyang. "Nezha, the matters concerning the ancestral dragon are largely unknown to our generation of disciples. If you truly seek answers, you must inquire with the second or first generation." "What do you mean?" Nezha asked, puzzled. Mu Jia continued, "Perhaps someone on Kunlun Mountain possesses knowledge. Are you suggesting I ascend Kunlun Mountain to seek the primordial supreme being?" Nezha pondered. Not everyone can ascend Kunlun Mountain. Jing hastily intervened. Addressing Nezha, do not take this seriously. Your second brother speaks in haste. However, Nezha was unconvinced, looking at Muzha. Is what you say true? Muzha responded. If even the primordial supreme being is unaware, do you think we would possess such knowledge? In Shenyang observed the apparent discord between the brothers. Noticing Muzha's persistent provocation towards Nezha, Muzha, you must not speak to your brother in such a manner. You shall kneel before our ancestors' spirit tablets to reflect on your words. Jinja, take good care of your brother, she instructed as she pulled Muzha away. Seeing Nezha remain silent, Jinja patted him on the shoulder. Nezha, do not take it to heart. Your second brother does not wish to see you fall. That is why he speaks so harshly. His temperament is impulsive, do not hold it against him. Nezha declared, Elder brother, I intend to ascend Kunlun Mountain. Jinja was taken aback. Absolutely not. How can we, the third generation of disciples, recklessly venture to Kunlun Mountain? Nezha reassured him. Do not worry, elder brother. I shall return. Please take care of her in my absence. Jinzi urged further, yet Nezha had lost interest in listening. Regardless of Ao Ling or Taiyi, he felt compelled to ascend Kunlun Mountain. Stepping outside, Nezha performed a gesture, and in an instant, he arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Regarding Kunlun, Nezha dared not act recklessly. He had heard from Taiyi that even he had to walk up the mountain upon arrival. Before him lay Kunlun Mountain, shrouded in mist and adorned with colors, while the sun and moon shimmered. Thousands of ancient cypress trees stood tall, and myriad bamboo stalks swayed gracefully. The ancient cypress, draped in rain, rose softly into the sky, while the bamboo, veiled in mist, painted the valley in hues of deep green. Exotic flowers flourished outside the gates, and fragrant herbs blossomed by the bridge. The stone cliffs rose abruptly, adorned with lush green moss, and the hanging walls were vibrant with emerald growth. At times, the call of celestial cranes echoed, and the sight of phoenixes soaring was a marvel to behold. When the cranes cried, their voices resonated across the vast skies, while the phoenix took flight, its feathers shimmering like clouds of many colors. As Nezha observed this ethereal realm, he crossed over the Chilan cliff and arrived at the entrance of the Yushu Palace. At the gate stood 2 celestial crane youths and 8 yellow-robed warriors. The crane youths exuded a celestial aura, while the warriors radiated formidable power. Nezha approached the celestial crane youths and performed a gesture of respect, stating, Esteemed immortals, I am Nezha, disciple of the Taiyi Zhenren of Qianyuan Mountain, and I wish to request an audience with the venerable Yuanshi Tianzuan. I kindly ask you to relay my request. The white crane youth, puzzled, replied, I have not heard of your name. But since you are a disciple of Taiyi, why have you come directly to Kunlun Mountain? Before the white crane youth could finish his question, a yellow-robed warrior emerged from the Yushu Palace. The master wishes to see this junior, the warrior announced. The white crane youth promptly bowed, saying, I shall obey the master's decree. The yellow-robed warrior led Nezha through the palace, arriving at the grand hall. There, Yuanshi Tianzuan sat upon a cloud of 8 treasures. The deity gestured for the yellow-robed warriors to withdraw, leaving only the 2 of them in the hall. Nezha, do you not bow upon seeing me? Yuanshi Tianzuan inquired. Nezha, momentarily dazed, quickly regained his composure and performed a gesture of respect. Third-generation disciple Nezha greets the venerable ancestor. Yuanshi Tianzuan smiled. Among my 12 golden immortals, none have performed such a gesture, except for you, a disciple from Qianyuan Mountain. Today, your courtesy reflects the grace of your lineage. Nezha, puzzled, asked, If they do not perform such a gesture, what do they do? Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand dismissively. No need to discuss that. I am already aware of the circumstances surrounding your arrival. How may I assist you? Nezha replied, I am uncertain how you can assist, but I hope Ao Ling can awaken. Yuanshi Tianzuan chuckled. Everyone who comes to Kunlun seeks my aid with a clear purpose. Yet you do not even know what you desire. This is indeed a first. After a moment of contemplation, Nezha spoke, the daughter of Ao Guang from the East Sea. She has fallen into a coma due to the blood of the ancestral dragon. I wish to beseech you to awaken her. Yuanshi Tianzuan responded. The blood of the ancestral dragon is exceedingly rare. Tell me, do you know where you are? Nezha replied, Kunlun Mountain, within the Yushu Palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan affirmed, correct. But this Kunlun Mountain once bore another name, Buzhou Mountain. Nezha's heart trembled. Was not Buzhou Mountain the very pillar of heaven that Gonggong had shattered? The Kunlun Mountains were once known as the Buzhou Mountain. The primordial heavenly sovereign then inquired, Are you aware of the origins of Buzhou Mountain? Nezha replied, I do not know. I humbly ask for your guidance, ancestor. The primordial heavenly sovereign explained, In the beginning, Pangu separated heaven and earth. However, the heavens and earth were reluctant to part, so Pangu, with his head in the sky and feet on the ground, held them apart. Yet, this act led to his demise, and thus, Buzhou Mountain was formed from his vertebrae. Nezha nodded, expressing gratitude for the ancestors' teachings. The primordial heavenly sovereign seemed to have not heard Nezha's response, and continued. Pangu had a close friend named Zhu Jiuyin, who could illuminate the heavens with his eyes open and shrouded in darkness with his eyes closed. After Pangu's death, even though his spine transformed into Buzhou Mountain, which continued to support heaven and earth, one must wonder how long such a structure could endure. Therefore, Zhu Jiuyin, in a bid to fulfill his friend's legacy, clung to Buzhou Mountain, ensuring the heavens and earth remained perpetually upheld. Sensing his impending demise, Zhu Jiuyin transformed his essence into the Dragon Gate, granting the ability to become a dragon to any who crossed it. However, after the aquatic beings of the Eastern Sea transformed into dragons, the spiritual power of the Dragon Gate diminished, and those who subsequently crossed it became lesser serpents, with the gate eventually ceasing to manifest. Nezha was astonished, as his mind churned with tumultuous thoughts. Yet, he remained puzzled and inquired, what is the connection between Ao Ling's blood and Zhu Jiuyin? Why do the Suani and Bianliang also possess the bloodline of Zhu Jiuyin? The primordial heavenly sovereign chuckled. The first dragon to cross the Dragon Gate was the ancestor dragon, who received the most essence from Zhu Jiuyin. However, his frivolous nature led to the reckless use of that essence, resulting in the creation of several fierce beasts. As for the Zhu Jiuyin blood within Ao Ling, I cannot ascertain its origins, but it is likely due to some form of inheritance. Yet, the fact that the Suani and Bianliang would rather perish than relinquish their essence indicates a profound legacy. Nezha suddenly recalled his encounter with Ao Ling and Jiang Zia at the towering mountains of 100,000, where he had also learned his body refinement techniques. Could it be that even the primordial heavenly sovereign is unaware of such a presence? Who could this individual be, and why are they being pursued? Second update, Chapter 44, Disciples of Kunlun, the Frozen Qishan. Nezha couldn't help but ponder the identity of this mysterious person, whose existence seemed to elude even a saint like the primordial heavenly sovereign. Noticing Nezha's silence, the primordial heavenly sovereign spoke again. Do you wish for me to rescue that young girl? Nezha was pulled back to reality by the sovereign's voice and replied, Ancestor, your compassion is boundless. I humbly request your assistance. The primordial heavenly sovereign responded, Since you are a disciple of Qianyuan Mountain, you must understand that my relationship with Qianyuan Mountain is merely superficial. Taiyi is not truly my disciple, and you are certainly not my grand disciple. Why, then, should I intervene? Nezha was taken aback. Indeed, why would the illustrious leader of the Chan sect, the primordial heavenly sovereign, extend his hand to assist him? He had clarified that his connection with Taiyi Zhenren was merely nominal. What must he do to earn such assistance? The primordial supreme being was quite taken aback by Nezha's remarkable composure. However, in the eyes of the primordial supreme being, it was a trifling matter. He soon smiled and remarked, Your origins are entwined with the innate treasure, the fire spirit pearl, which rightfully belongs to either myself or my disciple, Tongtian Taoist. Upon hearing this, Nezha recalled that Master Taiyi once proclaimed that even in the face of death, he would rather destroy the fire spirit pearl within him. While the exact power of the pearl remained unknown, Taiyi's willingness to sacrifice himself for its preservation indicated its immense significance. Nezha's nerves were taut as he slowly replied, You wish to obtain the fire spirit pearl within me? The primordial supreme being chuckled softly, No, treasures of heaven and earth possess their own destiny. Even if I were to forcibly seize it, I would suffer a backlash. The fire spirit pearl within you holds boundless potential for the future. However, should you desire my assistance in saving that young girl, you must agree to 3 conditions. 3 conditions? Nezha exclaimed, perplexed. The primordial supreme being maintained his calm demeanor. You may choose to decline. After all, I understand the tradition of the disciples of Qianyuan Mountain, who are reluctant to bow their heads. Nezha was astonished that this exalted leader of the Chan sect, a sage of considerable power, would take an interest in his potential. Nevertheless, he could not abandon Ao Ling in her time of need. Speak freely. What are the conditions? If I can comply, I will certainly agree. The primordial supreme being smiled. A commendable disciple of Qianyuan Mountain. The first condition is that I wish to take that young girl as my apprentice. Nezha was incredulous that the primordial supreme being would utter such words. The opportunity to become a disciple of the primordial supreme being, or even one of the 12 golden immortals, was an unfathomable blessing for an ordinary person. Yet, the primordial supreme being had explicitly expressed a desire to take Ao Ling under his wing. However, Nezha then considered the bloodline power within Ao Ling. If she indeed possessed the lineage of the Zhulong, it would not be surprising. This matter cannot be decided by me. It is her choice. Nevertheless, Nezha declined, as he respected Ao Ling's desires. The primordial supreme being reassured him, "You need not worry. If you are willing, she will naturally be inclined as well." Nezha asked, "Are you interested in her Zhulong bloodline?" The primordial supreme being, seeing that Nezha had laid bare the matter, no longer concealed his intentions. "Indeed, it is her Zhulong bloodline that captivates me. However, rest assured, I will not harm her in the slightest. Should she wish to descend the mountain to seek you, I shall not impede her. I merely wish to discern the true extent of the power that this Zhulong bloodline can unleash." Nezha, recognizing the sincerity of the primordial supreme being, understood that such a revered figure would not deceive a mere junior. Moreover, in order to aid Ao Ling's awakening, he could only nod in agreement. "What are the other two conditions?" "Speak," Nezha urged. The primordial supreme being replied, "I have yet to determine them." Nezha gazed at the primordial supreme being. "If you have not yet deliberated, how can we discuss conditions?" The primordial supreme being chuckled, "There is no need for your vexation. I can save her first, and as for the other two conditions, even if I were to disclose them now, you would be unable to fulfill them. It would be wiser to reconvene when you are capable of meeting them." Upon encountering the primordial heavenly sovereign, Nezha was informed that he would indeed rescue Ao Ling. He responded with a resolute affirmation, "Very well, yet should I fail to meet these two conditions, let it not be a source of regret for you regarding your act of salvation today." The primordial heavenly sovereign replied, "That is only natural." Grateful for the affirmation, Nezha performed a gesture of reverence, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed master." With their agreement established, the primordial heavenly sovereign dispatched the yellow turban warrior to accompany Nezha to Shichi City to retrieve Ao Ling. Observing Nezha's retreating figure, the primordial heavenly sovereign silently mused, "I hope you, a disciple of the Qianyuan sect, will not disappoint me. At the very least, you must perform better than your senior brother, who did not possess your advantageous beginnings." Upon exiting the cave, the yellow turban warrior halted Nezha's steps, stating, "This is a gift from our master." Nezha beheld a black ring materializing in the warrior's hand. "A gift from my master?" he questioned, perplexed. The yellow turban warrior nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Our master instructed me to present this to you." Nezha accepted the ring, noticing its size was somewhat large for his 7-year-old form. Yet, as he adorned his finger, the ring unexpectedly shimmered with a dark light, contracting until it fit perfectly. Inspecting the ring, Nezha discerned that it bore only the characters Zhuansu. Understanding its significance, he realized this was his senior brother's ring. Though uncertain of its purpose and why the primordial heavenly sovereign had bestowed it upon him, Nezha felt compelled to accept it, for it was an artifact of the Qianyuan mountain. Recollecting his thoughts, Nezha led the yellow turban warrior as they soared towards Shichi. After more than 10 days of travel, they were still over 30 miles from the city when a chilling wind swept through the air. "It is summer. How can it be so cold in Shichi?" inquired the yellow turban warrior. Nezha, equally baffled, observed the entire area blanketed in snow, evoking the desolation of midwinter. Could it be that someone is employing nefarious sorcery? Nezha speculated. The yellow turban warrior, concentrating as he performed calculations, eventually spoke. "How audacious of Jiangshang to conjure snow in June, resulting in the frostbite of over 3,000 souls, a calamity of the mortal realm." Nezha was taken aback, realizing that the wintry conditions in Qishan were the doing of Jiangxia. "Do not be angered, senior brother. Let us proceed to Shichi together and consult our uncle," Nezha urged hastily. After all, the yellow turban warrior was a figure of significance to the primordial heavenly sovereign, and should a report be made against Jiangxia, the latter would surely find it intolerable. The yellow turban warrior, visibly displeased, continued his incantations and ascended into the air. Nezha quickly followed, exclaiming, "Senior brother, allow me to guide you." They advanced toward the chancellor's residence in a swift pursuit. Within Shichi City, the ice measured 3 feet thick, and the streets were devoid of any citizens. As they approached the chancellor's manor, the yellow turban warrior forcefully entered, exclaiming, "Jiangshang, you have the audacity." Jiangxia, engrossed in military texts at his desk, looked up to find Nezha and the yellow turban warrior before him. He promptly rose, asking, "What brings my nephew to Shichi?" Chapter 45. Entangled in tribulations. Although the yellow turban warrior is a junior to Jiangxia, he addresses him directly, saying, "Jiangshang, why has the human race, amidst its conquests, inexplicably frozen Mount Qishan, entangling itself in such worldly misfortunes?" Upon hearing this, Jiangxia, already with a grim countenance, bowed his head even lower. He had hoped to conceal the incident of Mount Qishan's freezing for a while longer, thinking that when the higher-ups sought accountability, he could balance the scales of merit and fault. However, he was taken aback to find that Nezha had accompanied the Yellow Turban Warrior. Seeing Jiang Ziya's silence, the Yellow Turban Warrior declared angrily, "Nezha, bring Owling here at once. I must return to Kunlun Mountain immediately to report this matter to the Celestial Master." Realizing the Yellow Turban Warrior's resolute stance, Jiang Ziya cast a glance at Nezha behind him, understanding that there was no escaping this confrontation. "I shall accompany you to Kunlun Mountain to seek forgiveness," he said. The Yellow Turban Warrior replied, "Your willingness to do so is commendable." Jiang Ziya then addressed Nezha, saying, "After I depart, let the affairs of the army be managed by King Wuqing, Huang Feihu." Nezha nodded and entered Owling's chamber, lifting her and handing her over to the Yellow Turban Warrior. As they prepared to return to Kunlun, Nezha grasped Jiang Ziya's arm and said, "Master, should the Celestial Master refuse to pardon you, you might recount that fortuitous encounter. That powerful being has considerable influence." Jiang Ziya nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Rest assured." Subsequently, the Yellow Turban Warrior, along with Jiang Ziya and Owling, made their way to Kunlun Mountain. In the aftermath of the victory at Shiqi, Zhang Guifang had met his demise, falling outside the city of Shiqi. Yet, Jiang Ziya was absent, leaving the soldiers bewildered, while Huang Feihu and the others were fully aware of the circumstances. Nezha and Jin Jia observed Huang Feihu, who hung his head in contemplation, unsure of what to say. It seemed that only Jiang Ziya's return could restore peace to Huang Feihu and the others. However, as days turned into weeks and the snow melted, ushering in autumn, Jiang Ziya still had not returned. Meanwhile, in Chaoga, following Zhang Guifang's defeat and death, the old General Lu Xiong was appointed as commander, with Fei Zhong and Yu Han supervising the military. As a result of Jiang Ziya's freezing of Mount Qishan, Fei Zhong and Yu Han were literally frozen to death in the summer heat, and Lu Xiong, with the remaining troops, retreated back to Chaoga. Hearing this, Wen Zhong could only shake his head in dismay. Yet, Shen Gongbao had never been idle. Ever since Nezha had humiliated him, he secretly vowed to eliminate Nezha. Upon learning of Chaoga's defeat, he hurried to inquire about Wen Zhong's stance. Seeing Shen Gongbao's arrival, Wen Zhong smiled wryly. "Have you come to witness my misfortune, National Master?" Shen Gongbao replied, "How could I? However, our Chaoga is strong and formidable. We cannot allow Shiqi to run rampant." Wen Zhong felt a sense of frustration. "In a few days, I shall meet with the king and lead the expedition myself." Shen Gongbao chuckled. "There is no need for such measures, Grandmaster. You are the pillar of our Shang dynasty. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I have a candidate in mind, though I wonder if you would agree." Wen Zhong responded, "The 4 saints of Jiulong Island have all fallen to the forces of Shiqi, and Lu Xiong has suffered heavy losses. Who else could possibly bear this grave responsibility?" Shen Gongbao remarked, "The 4 saints of Jiulong Island are merely the lesser disciples of the Taiyi immortals. Their defeat is quite expected. However, should the Grandmaster manage to mobilize the 4 generals of the Demon Clan at Jiaming Pass, conquering Shiqi City would be an effortless endeavor." Wen Zhong, wearied, responded, "The 4 generals of the Demon Clan? They only remain at Jiaming Pass due to the previous king's goodwill. They hardly heed the king's words, let alone mine." Shen Gongbao countered, "I shall accompany the Grandmaster. I am certain I can persuade them." Wen Zhong furrowed his brow. "Are you confident in your ability to convince the 4 generals?" Shen Gongbao smiled. "If the Grandmaster does not believe me, let us go together and witness the outcome." Seeing Shen Gongbao's unwavering confidence, Wen Zhong refrained from further discussion. "As you wish, National Master." The two ascended on clouds and soon arrived at Jiaming Pass. Upon learning of Wen Zhong's arrival, the 4 generals of the Demon Clan prepared a banquet to welcome him. Mo Liqing raised his cup. "Grandmaster Wen, your visit to Jiaming Pass is a grand honor, and I apologize for not extending a proper welcome." After speaking, he downed his drink in one gulp. Mo Li Hong, Mo Li Hai, and Mo Li Ho followed suit, each consuming their cups entirely. Wen Zhong, witnessing their toast, could not afford to be negligent and drank as well, yet he was at a loss for words. Observing Wen Zhong's hesitation, Mo Li Ho inquired, "Does the Grandmaster have something troubling him?" Wen Zhong slapped his thigh, gritted his teeth, and slowly spoke. "In the land of Shiqi, Ji Chong has declared himself king, proclaiming the Western Zhou. Recently, I dispatched Zhang Guifang from Qinglong Pass to subdue the rebels, only to find that he was tragically killed. I then sent Lu Xiong, and as a result, half of my 100,000-strong army was lost." Mo Li Ho reassured, "There is no need for the Grandmaster to blame himself. With your capabilities, pacifying Shiqi should not be overly difficult. My brothers and I shall raise a toast in your honor." As he spoke, The other three raised their cups in celebration. Yet Shen Gongbao let out a cold laugh. I fear this wine is not for celebration, but rather a farewell. Mo Liqing retorted. Who are you to speak such arrogance? Do we not know the prowess of Grandmaster Wen? Shen Gongbao continued to smirk. Indeed, Grandmaster Wen possesses great skill. Yet the methods of Shiqi are not to be underestimated. 2 months prior, Jiang Shang utilized his sorcery to freeze Mount Qi, and the practitioners slaughtered the common folk. What does it matter how formidable the Shang army is? They too suffered immense losses. Mo Lihong's countenance darkened. Is this truly the case, Grandmaster Wen? Wen Zhong nodded. It is indeed true. Mo Lihong seethed. This is outrageous. How can practitioners treat mortals in such a manner, committing endless atrocities? Observing Mo Lihong's fury, Shen Gongbao added. Jiang Shang has 3 disciples, the sons of the former commander of Qintang Pass, Li Jing. One is apprenticed to Taiyi Zhenren, another to Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, and the last to Puxian Zhenren. All are practitioners aligned against the Shang. The 4 generals of the demon clan, who loathed evil, had remained stationed at Jiaming Pass for over 40 years due to a single word from the former king, Di. Mo Liqing clenched his fists, striking the table. This is intolerable. Shen Gongbao further fueled the flames, stating, the late King Di entrusted several of you to assist our great Shang. However, at present, rebels are wreaking havoc everywhere. Jiang Wenhuan, Yishan, and Ji Chang are all provoking the limits of our great Shang. Why do the 4 generals remain indifferent? Today, I have come with the Grand Master to witness the renowned 4 generals of the Mo family and their capabilities. Mo Lihai, typically composed, found it difficult to contain his agitation. Elder brother, the late king has shown us kindness, and moreover, Jiang Shang indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. We should follow the heavenly mandate. Jiang Shang deserves to perish. Mo Lisho added, indeed, elder brother, with an army of 100,000, over half have been lost. What a grave sin this is. We cultivate our path precisely to enact the will of heaven. Mo Liqing, with clenched teeth and fury, declared, Grandmaster, my brothers and I wish to lead troops to attack West Qi and take down that wretch Jiang Shang. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhong was greatly astonished. Excellent. With the assistance of the 4 generals of the Mo family, our great Shang will surely conquer West Qi. Wen Zhong raised his cup and shared a drink with the 4 men. Chapter 46. The 4 generals emerge. A relentless struggle. The 4 generals of the Mo family demanded 80,000 troops from Wen Zhong, now encamped 30 miles east of West Qi City. Huang Feihu sat in the hall when a scout reported that the troops from Chaogu were already at the city gates. With Jiang Zia absent, Huang Feihu dared not engage recklessly and ordered his subordinates to hang a truce banner outside the city. He summoned Nezha, Jinjia, Muzha, Li Jing, Huang Feibiao, Chao Lei, and other generals to discuss the situation. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, largely due to the infamous reputation of the Mo family generals, each possessing formidable magical arts and a treasured artifact. Nezha, sensing the silence, felt a surge of defiance. I shall go into battle. You all can follow as support. Huang Feihu replied. Nezha, are you certain? With the prime minister absent, we must not act recklessly. Nezha countered. If we do not engage, we may not endure much longer. Moreover, our soldiers are already filled with trepidation. If we do not fight, they may lose heart. Jinjia stepped forward and said, Nezha speaks the truth. If we refrain from battle, our soldiers may lose confidence in themselves. After a moment of contemplation, the others began to step forward to request to join the fight. Seeing the fervor of his generals, Huang Feihu resolved to lead them out of the city to confront the enemy. The 4 generals of the Mo family, each endowed with unique teachings of the mystical arts, prepared for battle. The eldest, Mo Liqing, had a visage like a living crab, with a beard resembling copper coins. Wielding a treasured sword called the Qingyun sword, marked with seals from great masters, inscribed with symbols of earth, water, wind, and fire. The earth seal could cleave mountains and split stones. With a single strike, it could unleash tremendous force, causing the earth to quake. The water seal could stir rivers and seas, parting waters with ease. The wind seal could summon a fierce black wind, perilous and deadly, slicing through all in its path, reducing foes to mere dust. The fire seal unleashed countless fire serpents, enveloping the area in thick smoke that blinded the eyes before igniting true flames. The second brother, Mo Lihong, held a primordial umbrella. The umbrellas are crafted from exquisite pearls, adorned with emeralds, verdant gems, luminous night pearls, dust-repelling jewels, water-repelling gems, fire-repelling pearls, cooling orbs, winding beads, and face-setting gems that control the winds. The pearls are strung together to form 4 grand characters, embodying the universe. when the umbrella unfurls. It casts a shadow over heaven and earth, rendering the sun and moon devoid of light. With a mere turn, the cosmos sways. The third demon, Lihai, wields a pipa, its 4 strings symbolizing earth, water, wind, and fire. Once played, the elements surge forth, captivating the soul. The fourth demon, Li Shou, brandishes 2 iron whips, excelling in martial prowess. Even more fearsome is the pouch he carries, housing a floral ferret that, when released, resembles a white elephant with wings, consuming demons and spirits alike. Huang Feihu, having once battled alongside the 4 demons in the Eastern Sea, addressed his fellow generals regarding their distinct characteristics. Upon hearing that the West Qi had lifted its truce, Li Qing promptly led his army forward. Huang Feihu, mounted on a divine bull, was flanked by the youthful duo, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, attired as Taoist boys, riding a green horse. The martial generals, including Nan Gong, Fei Biao, and Wu Ji, followed closely behind. At the forefront, a young lad wielded an 8-foot-long fire spear, treading the air with confidence. Huang Feihu, bowing from atop the divine bull, expressed his regrets to the 4 generals. I cannot extend a proper welcome. Li Shou scoffed coldly. As a minister of the Shang, you forsake the great benevolence of the Shang and instead side with West Qi, betraying the Shang. Should you not be punished for this? Huang Feihu replied. West Qi was bestowed by the Shang and belongs to Shang territory. We too are subjects of the Shang. Yet, I know not why the king has repeatedly sent emissaries to seek our subjugation. Li Qing interjected. As a minister of the Shang, why did you slay the guards Chun Tong and Chun Wu during your passage through the 5 passes? I suspect you harbor treachery and seek to seize the world. Li Hong added, Elder brother, cease this idle chatter. First, compel him to surrender Jiangshang. Only then did Li Qing recall his purpose. Huang Feihu, recalling our shared battles, if you hand over that sorcerer Jiangshang and dismount to submit. My brothers promised never to set foot in West Qi again. However, Huang Feibiao could no longer contain his fury. This is intolerable. I shall advance. With a long spear in hand and his white horse whinnying, he charged at the 4 demons. Seeing Huang Feibiao break through, Lihai gripped his dual whips tightly, and the 2 engaged in combat. As the vanguard, Nezha, witnessing Huang Feibiao's advance, wasted no time. Gripping his fire spear, he surged towards Li Qing. Leading the charge, Huang Feihu commanded Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Wu Ji to follow closely. In an instant, the 2 sides clashed in a fierce melee. Nezha faced Li Qing, their weapons clashing fiercely. Jin Jia's dragon escape technique illuminated the scene with golden light, aiming to bind Li Hong. Li Qing parried the fire spear with a cold smirk. You are but a mere child. Even with Taiyi's celestial cultivation, I could effortlessly crush you. However, I have no desire to kill you, so do not press me further. Upon hearing this, Nezha was instantly filled with fury. He sheathed his fire-tipped spear. Yet the universe circle had already materialized in his grasp, its golden radiance illuminating the area within a Tianzhong radius, as a terrifying spiritual force enveloped the entire circle. Mo Liqing, noticing Nezha's sudden surge in aura, couldn't help but feel a twinge of wariness. He bit his finger, allowing blood to drip onto his sword, imbuing it with a wind rune. A gust of black wind swept through, instantly reducing the soldiers surrounding Nezha to mere powder. Nezha hastily raised the mysterious sky silk above his head, a crimson halo descending upon him. As the black wind approached, Nezha perceived within it a fierce gale, akin to a multitude of steel blades, slicing left and right. He traversed the air, skillfully evading the onslaught, while the universe circle continuously struck at the steel blades. Witnessing Nezha caught in the black wind, Jin Jia felt a surge of anxiety and swiftly summoned the escaped dragon stake, which descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Mo Liqing's head. In response, Mo Lihong quickly unfurled the primordial umbrella, and Jin Jia suddenly felt his mind spin, his vision darkening before collapsing onto the battlefield. Observing Jin Jia fall, Missouri Lihong seized a nearby sword and aimed to strike him down. Nezha, fully aware of the unfolding events, swiftly formed a seal with his mouth. 3 heads and 8 arms, invincible is my might. Nezha's form expanded dramatically, transforming into a formidable demon king. Just as Mo Lihong's blade was about to cleave Jin Jia's head, Nezha extended his hand, producing a golden brick. Dare you, he bellowed, flinging the brick, striking Mo Lihong squarely on the shoulder. Mo Lihong winced in pain, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Mo Liqing, witnessing Nezha's sudden transformation into a colossal figure with 3 heads and 8 arms, sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Meanwhile, Mo Lihai battled Mu Jia, plucking at his pipa with relentless fervor. Though Jing was safeguarded by his sword, he lacked the strength to retaliate. Mo Lihai focused his spiritual energy, slicing his thumb against his middle finger to pluck the wind strings, summoning another black wind on the battlefield, aimed at Nezha. As Nezha struggled to cope, Mo Lihai directed the pipa towards Nezha, his fingers still stained with fresh blood, plucking the fire strings. In a moment, thick smoke billowed forth, flames flickering amidst the haze, igniting beneath Nezha's feet. The two joined forces to attack, and with Nezha's 8 arms wielding for weapons, he struck and defended with grace. Ascending into the air, his movements ceaseless. Nezha's 3 heads and 8 arms, with the golden red light of the universe circle and mysterious sky silk, cast an imposing shadow, crashing down upon Mo Liching. Meanwhile, Mo Lihong, having been struck on the shoulder by Nezha, felt a surge of rage. Despite the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy, the urge to kill surged within him, and he could not let Nezha escape. Channeling his energy, he rotated the primordial umbrella 4 times towards Nezha. Nezha felt his consciousness waver, yet 2 of his heads remained alert. The overwhelming spiritual force shook the heavens and the earth, deepening the golden hue of the universe circle under its formidable influence. With a resounding crash, despite Mo Liching's attempt to fend off the blow with the Qingyun sword, he was still sent flying. Witnessing the heavy casualties among the Western Qi army, Jing lay unconscious, while Nezha struggled to keep up. At that moment, Nezha, with all 3 of his heads bellowing in unison, commanded a retreat. Huang Feihu, having felled a soldier from Chaoga, heard Nezha's thunderous order and quickly echoed, "Fall back! Fall back!" The Western Qi forces hastily withdrew. Observing this, Mo Lihai unfastened a pouch at his waist, releasing a colossal beast resembling a white elephant with wings, which appeared on the battlefield. With a gaping maw, it devoured several Western Qi soldiers whole. Beast, seeking death, Nezha muttered darkly as he soared into the air, lashing the beast's leg with his mixed celestial silk, while the Qingyun circle was poised to strike. The creature fell to the ground under the force of the silk, but, as if endowed with sentience, shrank its form upon seeing the Qingyun circle approaching, evading the assault and leaping onto Mo Lihai's shoulder. Mo Liching smirked coldly. "I did not expect such a peculiar being from Western Qi. My brother's journey is not in vain. Forward!" He led the charge, wielding the Qingyun sword. Nezha, noticing the Western Qi soldiers retreating into the city, reached for his waist, producing a small bell. This bell, as translucent and lustrous as white jade, was etched on the inside with 9 fiery dragons. Chanting a spell, Nezha expended his spiritual energy, causing the bell to ascend and enlarge. This artifact, bestowed by Taiyi Zhenren, was the exclusive 9-dragon divine fire shield of Zhuanqiu. Under Nezha's command, the shield expanded immensely, descending from the heavens to envelop himself and the 4 generals of the Mo family, impervious to the assaults of the Chaoga soldiers, who were unable to breach its defenses. Nezha, separated from the Chaoga forces, brandished the Qingyun circle, mixed celestial silk, golden brick, and fire spear in his 8 hands. The 4 generals, taken aback by Nezha's fierce countenance, exchanged glances, startled. "I underestimated him. I did not foresee that the Taiyi scattered immortals possessed such prowess," Mo Liching remarked. Nezha issued a low growl. "Come to your doom." The treasures in his hands glowed brilliantly, surging toward the 4 adversaries. In that moment, Nezha's formidable presence momentarily subdued them. However, with the 4 being true immortals, they were not easily intimidated, even in the face of Nezha's multitude of treasures. Mo Lihai parried the golden brick wielded by Nezha and turned to Mo Liching. "Brother, let us use the formation." Mo Liching, gripping the Qingyun sword, wore a grave expression. "Very well." The 4 devised a strategy to escape Nezha's onslaught and positioned themselves beside the 9-dragon divine fire shield. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded. Mo Liching sliced his finger, igniting the seals on the Qingyun sword. Mo Lihong unfurled the mixed primordial umbrella, causing various pearls to cascade down and land upon the Qingyun sword. Meanwhile, Mo Lisho plucked at his pipa, channeling a continuous stream of spiritual energy, while his flowered ferret grew larger, sprouting wings and standing upright. This was the formation of the Mo family generals. Although they were all true immortals lacking the ability to manifest external avatars, they were guided by an extraordinary being, combining their powers into the form of the flowered ferret and controlling it through the melody of the pipa. Though the flower ferret could not seize the Qingyun sword, the sword remained ever looming above. With each step the flower ferret took, immense waves of spiritual energy surged forth. The Qingyun sword radiated a brilliant azure light, strong enough to pierce through the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. In stark contrast, Nezha, possessing only the cultivation of a Taiyi Zhenren immortal, found his spiritual power lacking compared to the 4 adversaries. Coupled with the burden of controlling the 3 heads and 8 arms, along with numerous treasures, he was now at the brink of exhaustion. Even his imposing aura faltered under such overwhelming pressure. The fatal intent resonated within the hearts of the 4 generals of the demon clan, who, having unleashed their true flames, resolved to eliminate Nezha today. Beneath the weight of this terrifying force, Nezha's spiritual energy gradually dwindled, his 3-headed, 8-armed form disintegrating, and the 9 dragons' divine fire shield transforming into a small bell. Having collected various treasures, Nezha clutched the Qinquan's circle tightly in his grasp, yet its radiance paled in comparison to that of the Qingyun's sword. Akin to a firefly beside the full moon, he recalled his master, the Taiyi, whispering a heartfelt apology. "Forgive me, master, it seems I may meet my demise." Within Nezha, the fire spirit pearl awakened under the oppressive force, relentlessly striking against the seals left by the Taiyi. Despite his efforts to endure, an internal struggle caused him to taste blood, which he spat forth. He gripped the Qinquan's circle tightly with his right hand, the black ring still adorning his finger. Bringing his right hand, holding the Qinquan's circle, to his forehead, he kissed the ring, saying, "Forgive me, dear brother whom I have never met." At that moment, the flower ferret had already arrived before Nezha. He looked up at the colossal creature, reminiscent of a mountain, and laughed heartily, firmly clutching the Qinquan's circle, expending his final reserves of spiritual energy as he shouted, "Come." Just as Nezha prepared to launch himself into a collision, a pair of massive hands seized his feet. He sensed the formidable spiritual energy of the individual, causing his body to sink. Upon glancing upward, he saw the giant claw of the flower ferret descending from above. While the Qingyun's sword relentlessly approached his brow, Nezha's body descended into the depths for an indeterminate duration before suddenly transforming into a streak of silver light, traversing underground until he re-emerged in Shichi City. Outside the city, the 4 generals of the demon clan, after a combined onslaught, caused the earth to tremble, leaving a deep pit of over 10 zhang nearby. Mo Liso remarked, "Merely a Taiyi Zhenren immortal, yet he has managed to force our formation. He is indeed a worthy opponent." Mo Liching added, "Let us return to camp for now. It seems my brothers and I must devote ourselves to training after this battle." Nezha looked up to see a figure adorned with a fan-shaped cloud crown, dressed in flowing water garments, with a silken belt at his waist and straw sandals on his feet. "Brother Yang," Nezha exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy. The newcomer was none other than Yang Jian, a disciple under the Jade Taiyi Zhenren of the Golden Xia Cave on Yuling Mountain. Yang Jian smiled slightly. "Brother, you possess remarkable skills, facing the 4 generals of the demon clan single-handedly, without faltering. Were it not for the formidable formation, you might have defeated them one by one." Nezha, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Yang, are you mocking me? If it were not for your timely intervention today, Nezha would have surely met his demise just moments ago." Chapter 48. The Battle of Yang Jian. The profound arts of the 9 heavens. Yang Jian chuckled and said, "Dear brother, you flatter me. The 4 generals of the demon clan are indeed of true celestial cultivation. With your status as a Taiyi Zhenren immortal, to confront 4 opponents alone is inherently disadvantageous. Yet, you compelled them to resort to formations, which speaks volumes of your extraordinary capabilities, far beyond that of the ordinary." Upon hearing this, Nezha felt a profound shock. Not only could Yang Jian discern his cultivation level, but he also perceived the strength of the 4 generals. "Brother Yang, what is your current cultivation level?" Nezha inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. With a smile, Yang Jian replied, "I owe much to your fortuitous assistance, dear brother. I have now attained the level of a golden immortal." The mention of golden immortal made Nezha unconsciously swallow hard. He recalled that the 12 disciples of the primordial lord were all at the Taiyi golden immortal level. Although his own master, Taiyi, stood at the threshold of quasi-sainthood, Yang Jian had undoubtedly emerged as the foremost among the 3rd-generation disciples, even rivaling some of the 2nd-generation disciples. Overjoyed, Nezha exclaimed, "Brother, you must join me in confronting the 4 generals of the demon clan. I cannot let this affront go unpunished." Noticing the gravity in Nezha's tone when he mentioned the demon clan, Yang Jian surmised that one of them would surely perish. "Certainly, dear brother. My master has sent me down the mountain to assist Uncle Jiang in his campaign against the tyrant, and once I have met with him, I shall join you in battle to vanquish the demon clan." Nezha then recalled that Uncle Jiang had not returned from Kunlun for 2 months. With a wry smile, he said, "Uncle Jiang is not here." Yang Jian, perplexed, asked, "Is Uncle Jiang not in Shichi? Is he not the leader of the campaign against the tyrant?" Nezha sighed. Uncle Jiang has been frozen in Mount Qishan and taken to Kunlun by the Yellow Turban warriors for 2 months now. Yang Jian's heart sank. Dear brother, do you know when Uncle Jiang will return? Nezha shook his head in resignation. Though he did not voice it, Yang Jian grasped the bleak reality. Dear brother, take me to the current military supervisor. I shall assist you in eliminating the 4 generals of the demon clan first, and then we will devise a plan to rescue Uncle Jiang. Upon hearing this, Nezha was filled with elation and promptly led Yang Jian to the Prime Minister's residence to meet Huang Feihu. Upon learning that Yang Jian was a disciple of the Jade Purity Mountain's Heaven Zhenren, who had come to aid Jiang Zia in the campaign against the tyrant, Huang Feihu was immensely thrilled and immediately sought to host a banquet. However, Yang Jian politely declined, stating that they needed to discuss urgent matters before the battle the following day. With no other choice, Huang Feihu acquiesced to Yang Jian's wishes. Yang Jian temporarily resided at Nezha's home, and that night, he sought to reminisce with Nezha. Dear brother, today I observed your confrontation with the 4 generals of the demon clan. They are disciples of thee. Yet the formations they employed did not seem to originate from that sect, Yang Jian stated directly. Nezha replied, I know nothing of formations. I merely sensed that when the formation was activated, it exuded an oppressive force that instilled fear in the heart, evoking a desire to submit. And its spiritual energy was profoundly dense, beyond description. Yang Jian nodded and remarked, although I am unaware of the origin of this formation, I implore you, my brother, not to act rashly tomorrow. Allow me to engage in battle with it first. Nezha inquired, why is that, brother? Do you doubt my abilities in the way? Yang Jian smiled wryly. My brother, after our fierce battle today, your spiritual energy will not have fully recovered by tomorrow. Moreover, they have wounded you. And since you refer to me as elder brother, how could I not seek vengeance for you? Upon hearing this, Nezha felt a warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated such loyalty and righteousness from the man before him. The two conversed for a long while, until the moon had risen above the willow trees, at which point they each retired for the night. The following day, as Jing Jia was injured and unable to fight, Yang Jian and Nezha led Mu Jia and Wu Ji, taking their positions at the forefront of the Chaogu army, awaiting battle. Upon hearing that the soldiers from the West Qi dared to provoke them, Liqing felt puzzled. However, reflecting on the fact that even the formidable Nezha had been defeated by him, he dismissed any fear of their capabilities. The 4 brothers donned their armor and stepped out to confront their adversaries. Noticing the addition of a new figure in the position where Nezha had stood the previous day, someone who seemed both ethereal and mundane, clad in straw sandals and a Taoist robe, Liqing inquired, who are you? Yang Jian replied, I am Yang Jian, disciple of the Heaven Zhenren from the Golden Cloud Cave on Mount Yuchuan. You have injured my brother's kin and nearly taken his life. Today, I seek an explanation. Liqing, already incensed upon seeing that Nezha had survived, became even more furious at Yang Jian's words, bursting into laughter in front of both armies. You seek an explanation? Very well, I shall grant you one. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression darkened, and he unfurled his primordial umbrella. Seeing that Liqing had no intention of further dialogue, Yang Jian felt no need for pleasantries. Brother, simply observe the battle from the sidelines, he instructed Nezha. As a glimmer of silver light flashed in his hands, revealing the silver-tipped spear ready for combat. What a formidable figure Yang Jian was. As his spiritual energy surged, he stepped forward, creating an almost palpable tremor in the air. Witnessing Liqing spin his umbrella, Yang Jian's gaze sharpened like a bolt of lightning as he soared into the air, the ground beneath him cracking open as if struck by thunder, leaving a Tuzhong deep crater caused by his unleashed spiritual power. Yang Jian would not allow Liqing to escape, advancing through the air with his silver-tipped spear aimed directly at Liqing's head. Liqing was taken aback by Yang Jian's prowess. Realizing he could even evade the umbrella's attack, he hastily drew his Qingyun sword to shield Liqing. Hai, observing this, swiftly played his pipa, seemingly attempting to disrupt Yang Jian's focus. However, Yang Jian paid him no mind. With his left hand, he condensed his profound spiritual energy into a sphere the size of a bowl. With a swift motion, he hurled this energy towards Hai. Despite his true immortal cultivation, even a casual strike from a golden immortal was beyond his capacity to withstand. The energy struck him on the shoulder, sending him flying several dozen zhang away and toppling 6 or 7 soldiers from the Chaogu army. Liqing was not in a favorable position either. Although he managed to block the silver-tipped treasure spear, at that moment, Yang Jian had vanquished Hai. The spear in his hand was suffused with spiritual energy, which directly shattered the limbs of the steed beneath him. Liqing was sent rolling over 2 zhang away. Yang Jian planted the silver-tipped treasure spear into the ground and clenched his fists together at his chest, emanating a formidable spiritual power that caused the very heavens and earth to change color. Dark clouds loomed ominously above, and a tempest raged. Nezha, observing the battle from the sidelines, trembled in fear. The last time he had seen Yang Jian, he had not exuded such overwhelming pressure. He thought to himself, is this the prowess of a golden immortal? Meanwhile, Yang Jian stood with his fists converged at his chest, his Taoist robe billowing without wind, while the sheer density of his spiritual energy caused his upper garment to burst open. His skin glistened like white jade, a testament to the mastery of the 8-9 profound art he cultivated. Come forth, let me witness your abilities, Yang Jian declared, his voice not loud, yet resonating in the ears of those present like thunder, amplified by his spiritual force. Unexpectedly, Mo Lihong realized that this young individual possessed such profound cultivation. Despite her brothers having attained true immortal status, the celestial phenomena accompanying their actions were astonishing and beyond their comprehension. In a rush, Mo Lihong hastily unfastened the pouch at his waist. This was no time for bravado. They were facing a genuine powerhouse. Mo Lihong released the flower ferret, shouting, "Quick, form the array." At this moment, the three brothers finally reacted and hurriedly gathered together. Mo Lihong cut his finger, letting his blood fall onto the talisman, while Mo Lihong unfurled the primordial umbrella, imbuing it with various divine pearls to empower the Qingyun sword. Yang Jian remained unperturbed, watching them as if waiting for their formation to be completed before engaging in combat. The flower ferret had now grown to a colossal size, resembling a small mountain, and with each step, the ground trembled. Nezha had previously been defeated under such immense pressure, yet Yang Jian stood unwavering throughout. The claws of the flower ferret were suffused with concentrated spiritual energy, resembling silver hooks as they lunged toward Yang Jian. Yang Jian scoffed, "Is this your best beast?" The claw of the flower ferret stretched 6 or 7 zhang long, overshadowing Yang Jian as he stood beneath it. With a resolute fist, he struck out at the claw. Despite the vast difference in size, his punch elicited a mournful wail from the flower ferret, sending it flying backward and crushing several soldiers from the Morning Song army beneath it. The four brothers, witnessing this, urged the Qingyun sword forward, aiming for Yang Jian's brow. With a swift motion, Yang Jian brushed his forehead, forming a seal with his fingers, and shouted, "Heavenly eye." Suddenly, a single eye, devoid of a pupil, sprouted from his brow, emitting a brilliant light that shot forth. The Qingyun sword halted just inches from Yang Jian's forehead. After a moment, the spiritual energy enveloping the sword began to wane, and moments later, the various divine pearls adorning it fell away, leaving the Qingyun sword to crash to the ground like a piece of scrap metal. The four generals of the Mo family simultaneously spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Mo Lihong gazed at the overcast sky and could not help but lament, "As the Mo family's four generals, we have devoted ourselves to cultivation. Yet today we find ourselves on the brink of death in Shiqi." Yang Jian drew the silver-tipped halberd that stood beside him, declaring, "Dixie, your tyranny knows no bounds. You insist on defying heaven's decree, and you shall pay the price." With that, he prepared to wield the silver halberd to strike down the four. At that moment, the flower ferret, who had long been loyal to Mo Lihong, could not bear to see its master in peril. Despite its recent injuries, it soared into action, opening its mouth wide and swallowing Yang Jian whole. Mo Lihong and the others stared in disbelief, astonished that they had been saved by a mere flower ferret. Nezha, witnessing Yang Jian's fate, felt an uncontrollable rage surge within him and brandished his Qinkuan circle, ready to retaliate. In a moment of panic, Mo Lihong removed a bracelet from his wrist, a treasured item known as the diamond carving. Yet, how could this trinket compare to the Qinkuan circle? Under Nezha's strike, it was reduced to dust. Although heartbroken, Mo Lihong understood that their lives were at stake and could not afford to mourn a bracelet. He hastily ordered a retreat, and the four of them used earth escape techniques to flee. "Nezha, do not pursue any further," Huang Feihu urged, seeing Nezha consumed by fury. Nezha, however, would not be swayed. "Yang Jian and I are like brothers. How could I not avenge him?" Muzha stepped forward, adding, "Revenge must be timed. Although we have the upper hand, we suffered heavy losses yesterday, and the soldiers of Chaoga are numerous. If they retaliate, we cannot withstand it." Nezha scoffed coldly. "Then let you withdraw. I alone can avenge Brother Yang." With that, he summoned the Muntian Ling, and, with the Qinkuan circle shimmering in his grasp, charged into the fray. Muzha, feeling helpless yet unwilling to let Nezha act recklessly, formed a seal and summoned countless sleep insects. As Nezha fought valiantly, He was unexpectedly surrounded by the sleep insects, which emitted a scent that induced slumber. Caught off guard, Nezha succumbed to sleep. Nezha swiftly approached, carried him on his back, and retreated towards the city of Shiqi. Observing this, Huang Feihu immediately ordered a withdrawal. Meanwhile, the 4 generals of the Mo family, seething with anger in their camp, lamented their losses. Not only had they lost 5,000 soldiers in this battle, but half of their remaining forces were also injured. Eldest brother, do not despair, Mo Lihong said to Mo Liqing, who was pacing anxiously. In Shiqi, there are many capable individuals. Had it not been for the flower ferret today, we might have perished on the spot. Mo Liqing furrowed his brow. Indeed, Shiqi is rife with talent. Yesterday there was Nezha, today there is Yang Jian. Who knows who will appear tomorrow? Each more formidable than the last. Perhaps my brothers and I should seek an island and cultivate in peace. In the realm of the magical journey, Master Mo Lihai remarked, Brother, there is no need for such concern. Consider that even the enigmatic Yang Jian was devoured by the cunning Huadiao of our 4th brother. How many individuals of comparable prowess can be found in the city of West Qi? Should another arise, it would likely be one of the 12 golden immortals under the command of the primordial one. In such a case, we could simply summon our esteemed master to aid us. Master Mo Lisho interjected, We have made a promise to Grand Master One. How can we betray our word? However, Mo Liqing was filled with trepidation, lamenting, This battle will not be easily won. Among us 4, aside from the 4th brother Huadiao, our magical artifacts have all been destroyed. I believe Grand Master One will understand our plight. Mo Lihai countered, What does it matter if we lack magical artifacts? All 4 of us possess the cultivation of true immortals. Moreover, Yang Jian had the opportunity to vanquish these 4 today, yet inexplicably found himself consumed by the Huadiao. He intended to burst forth from its belly, but was met with a peculiar energy within the beast. Although it did not wound him, the yin and yang energies are invaluable, especially since Yang Jian requires them to refine his profound skills. Thus, he has chosen to cultivate within the creature. Meanwhile, Nezha lay in a deep slumber, with Yin Shenyang vigilantly watching over him, tears streaming down her face. Jing Jia and Mu Jia stood silently by, their expressions solemn. In the Prime Minister's residence, Huang Feihu furrowed his brow in contemplation, his heart heavy with anxiety. He mused to himself that should Nezha awaken, he might act impulsively. Yet if Nezha remained unconscious, the Mo family generals would be unable to contend with the situation. As midnight approached, Huang Feihu found himself at an impasse, his head aching with worry. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing a young man clad in white robes before Huang Feihu. This youth was none other than Huang Tianghua, the eldest son of Huang Feihu and a disciple of the Taoist master of Xiang Cave. Upon seeing his son, Huang Feihu's heart surged with emotion. My son, you have returned from your journey. Are you not leaving again? Huang Tianghua responded, I shall not depart. My master has sent me to assist West Qi in overcoming the Mo family generals. Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu was overwhelmed with joy, tears welling in his eyes. Huang Tianghua, noticing his father's distress, urged, Father, you must rest. Tomorrow at noon, I will take to the battlefield and resolve the crisis posed by the Mo family generals. Chapter 50. The return to battle. Huang Feihu was elated at Huang Tianghua's return and his promise to address the imminent threat. The father and son had been apart for 13 years. Even their last meeting at Tongguan had been fleeting, interrupted by the celestial Taoist master Qingxiu. Despite the years of separation, the bond between them remained strong, and they spent the entire night in conversation. As dawn broke, Huang Tianghua, though reluctant to part, urged his father to rest, for he would soon face the Mo family generals. Although autumn had arrived, the midday sun was still fierce. At this moment, Huang Feihu led Huang Tianghua, Wu Ji, and others to the front of the camp at Chaoga to challenge their adversaries. A scout reported back, noting that Mo Liqing's face was ashen, his brow furrowed. Is Nezha present at the front lines? The scout replied, Nezha is not here. But there is a young man clad in white. Upon hearing this, Mo Liqing sighed in resignation. I never imagined that the esteemed figures of West Qi would be so numerous. First, there was Nezha, then Yang Jian. And now yet another youth has appeared. Mo Lihao retorted, What is there to fear? We, as brothers, possess the cultivation of true immortals. How can we be intimidated by the younger generation? That would be a source of mockery. Mo Lihong added, Elder brother, let us engage in battle. Since we have pledged our support to Master Wen, we must see this conflict through. If we meet our demise, we shall only blame ourselves for our lack of strength. Mo Liqing gritted his teeth and sighed. Very well, it seems fate has decreed this. We shall take to the battlefield. The 4 brothers, though devoid of treasures, still possessed formidable true immortal cultivation, exuding an impressive aura. As they approached the front lines, they beheld a young man clad in white garments, riding a jade qilin and wielding a precious sword at his waist. Mo Liqing inquired, "Who are you? Just days ago, both Nezha and Yang Jian fell at the hands of my brothers. Do you seek to meet the same fate?" Huang Tianhua sneered with disdain. "I am Huang Tianhua, disciple of the celestial virtue of Qingshu in the Xiang cave of Qingfeng Mountain. I have come under my master's orders to subdue you." Upon hearing this, Mo Liqing's heart sank as he mused that the esteemed disciples of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school were all taking action. Could it be that King Qingtang truly faced annihilation? Noticing Mo Liqing's prolonged silence, and recognizing the conflict within his brother's expression, Mo Lihong promptly addressed Huang Tianhua. "Ignorant youth, we are here to eradicate traitors. If you wish to step forward, then prepare to meet your end." With that, Mo Lihong brandished his halberd and charged at Huang Tianhua. The other three brothers, seeing Mo Lihong take the lead, cast aside their reservations and joined the fray. Though lacking magical artifacts, their true immortal cultivation rendered even ordinary weapons extraordinary in their capable hands. Huang Tianhua urged his jade qilin forward, drawing the treasured sword Mo Xie from his waist to engage in fierce combat with Mo Liso and Mo Lihong. The three exchanged strikes, their halberds and swords clashing in a whirlwind of action, and soon had fought over 20 exchanges. As Mo Lihong parried a downward strike from Huang Tianhua, Mo Liso seized the opportunity to draw forth a pouch from his waist, releasing the flower weasel. Upon its release, the weasel immediately grew in size. Launching itself at Huang Tianhua, the young man quickly retreated, pivoting the qilin to evade the assault. At that moment, a sly smile crept across Mo Lihong's face as he produced a fire avoidance pearl, a surplus from the creation of the primordial umbrella. Channeling his spiritual energy, he propelled the pearl from his hand, striking Huang Tianhua in the back, just as he had narrowly avoided the weasel's claws. Huang Tianhua felt a wave of darkness engulf him, his consciousness fading as he fell from the qilin. Mo Lihong, now grinning with satisfaction, thought to himself, "First Nezha, then Yang Jian. I anticipated a formidable opponent today, yet he proved so easily vanquished." Just then, Nezha appeared, striding through the air with his Qiankuan circle radiating brilliance. "You have harmed my elder brother Yang and my master. You seek death." At the sight of Nezha's furious approach, Mo Lihong's expression shifted dramatically, recognizing the wrath etched upon Nezha's face. "Retreat. We must flee." Mo Liqing, too, perceived Nezha's arrival and hastily issued the command. Nezha raised the Qiankuan circle high, preparing to strike at the malevolent Lihong. Li Shou, wielding a whip, hastened to assist in the defense. Yet, the flowered weasel stood before them, its gaping maw ready to devour Nezha. Yang Jian was cultivating within the body of the weasel, but sensed an anomaly. "Fellow cultivators of Shiqi, retreat at once. We shall return in 3 days." Yang Jian, unable to extricate himself, resorted to a secretive method of communication. Upon hearing this, Nezha paused, recognizing Yang Jian's voice, and then felt a surge of joy. "Brother Yang," he instinctively called out, but received no response, only the fierce roar of the weasel. As the menacing maw aimed at him, Nezha quickly retreated. The army of Chao Gu withdrew to their camp, while Huang Feihu had already reached the side of Huang Tianhua, tears streaming down his face. my son, we just met yesterday, and today he has been slain. Alas, my unfortunate child." Learning that Yang Jian was still alive initially uplifted Nezha's spirits, but upon witnessing Huang Tianhua's demise, rage surged anew within him. Surrounding Huang Feihu, the crowd dared not approach to console him, merely watching as he cradled Huang Tianhua and slowly made his way into the city. Upon arriving at the Prime Minister's residence, Huang Feihu encountered a familiar figure, the celestial master Qingshu, who had taken Huang Tianhua away the previous day. Seeing the celestial master, Huang Feihu knelt while holding Huang Tianhua. "Please, immortal, save my son's life." The celestial master, incensed, responded, "This wicked disciple, I sent him down the mountain to aid Jiang Shang against Zhou. Yet he first broke his vow of abstinence and then shed his Taoist robe, forgetting his true nature. These are his sins." Despite perceiving the celestial master's wrath, the bond of father and son was profound. Huang Feihu set Huang Tianhua aside and prepared to bow in humble supplication. Yet, before his forehead could touch the ground, the celestial master lifted him up. Wuqing Wang need not be so formal. This wayward disciple must face his trials. I shall save him now. With that, he laid Huang Tianhua upon the bed, removed his garments, and exposed his back, which was darkened. The celestial master retrieved a gourd from his waist and produced a pill. Fortunately, The malevolent Li Hong's cultivation is shallow, otherwise, your soul would have been lost. As he grasped the pill, spiritual energy swiftly coalesced into a true flame, which he used to dissolve the pill and apply the elixir to the darkened skin. As the potion was applied, the discolored flesh transformed back to its original state. After completing this task, the celestial master turned Huang Tianhua over and pressed his fingers at the center of his brow, channeling dense spiritual energy mixed with his celestial consciousness into Huang Tianhua's mind. After this, he took a luminous pearl and, placing it at the same spot, intoned, "If he does not awaken now, then when?" Nezha observed in astonishment as the celestial master completed his incantation, and indeed, Huang Tianhua opened his eyes. Nezha's heart swelled with awe. Could this be the power of the 12 golden immortals? Upon seeing his master, Huang Tianhua hastily rose to kneel. "Master, why am I here?" The celestial virtue Taoist master, filled with wrath, proclaimed, "Drinking and exchanging garments. Had it not been for King Wuqing's presence today, you wretched disciple would have been cast into the cycle of reincarnation." Huang Tianhua fell silent upon hearing these words. Recalling the previous night's revelry with Huang Feihu, and now clad in white armor, he dared not utter a word. Observing the awkward expressions on the faces of the Huang father and son, the celestial virtue Taoist master gently supported Huang Tianhua, stating, "Were it not for the esteem I hold for King Wuqing and Jiang Shang, I would show you no mercy." He then retrieved a treasure box from his robe. As the box opened, a radiant light emanated, revealing a nail measuring 7 inches and 5/10, engraved with the characters Cram Heart. The celestial virtue Taoist master, exuding authority without anger, addressed Huang Tianhua, "Wretched disciple, I bestow upon you this treasure, so you may atone through merit. Do you accept?" Huang Tianhua knelt, extending his hands. "Naturally, I am willing." The Taoist master replied, "Excellent. Then tomorrow you shall take your place in battle, redeeming your faults." Nezha, upon hearing this, rushed forward. "Uncle Master, you must not. My brother Yang Jian has commanded that we refrain from battle for 3 days. Huang Feihu and the others gasped at this news, with Huang Feihu urgently inquiring, "Wasn't Yang Jian consumed by that flower weasel yesterday?" Nezha chuckled, "My brother Yang, possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal, likely rivals even the celestial virtue master. How could a mere flower weasel be a match for him? However, the reasons behind my brother's actions elude me." The celestial virtue Taoist master, startled, realized that among the 3rd generation of disciples, one had already attained golden immortal status. "Nephew, who is this Yang Jian you speak of?" Nezha replied, "He is a disciple of the Jade Ding master from the Golden Mist Cave on Yusha Mountain." The Taoist master, upon hearing this, turned pale, recalling a day when the Jade Ding master spoke foolishly, inciting the wrath of the primordial heavenly venerable, leading to his expulsion from Kunlun Mountain. The Jade Ding master had boasted, "I shall cultivate a saint in the future." Contemplating this, the celestial virtue Taoist master was taken aback to learn that the Jade Ding's disciple had already achieved golden immortal status. He said nothing more, simply nodding. "Since Yang Jian has made such a declaration, we shall wait 3 days before challenging again. This will also allow Tianhua to familiarize himself with the Cram Heart nail. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As the others bid farewell to the celestial virtue Taoist master, Huang Tianhua hurriedly returned to change into his Taoist robes, while the others awaited the day they would venture forth to battle once more. At this moment, Yang Jian, within the body of the flower weasel, diligently absorbed the dual energies of yin and yang contained within. He had anticipated a swift fusion, yet he was astonished by the sheer magnitude of these energies. However, after 2 days of effort, he finally succeeded in merging them entirely. Just as he intended to depart, he overheard the 4 generals of the demon clan in conversation, prompting him to first approach the flower weasel's body, where he extracted its heart and lungs. After the weasel perished, he employed the 8-9 profound art to control the creature's remains with his celestial awareness. Liso sensed something amiss. He unfastened the skin pouch, and the flower ferret flew out. Upon detecting no anomalies, he intended to coax the flower ferret back into the pouch. However, the creature lay aside, seemingly unwilling to return. Frustrated by the flower ferret's disobedience, Liso approached to strike. Yet, Liching interjected, "Fourth brother, let it be. This ferret has been of great assistance to us these past few days. If it prefers to remain outside, allow it that liberty." The other 2 also restrained Liso's hand. Little did they know, the flower ferret had already perished, and the being lying nearby was none other than Yang Jian. Observing that Liso had calmed his rage, Liching spoke again. "I have dispatched someone to report our situation to Master One. Currently, there is no one in Shichi City who can engage in battle. My brothers might seize the night to strike Shichi. Mo Lihong remarked. Yet, Shichi City flies the banner of truce, and the defenses on its walls are formidable. It may prove challenging to conquer. Mo Liqing continued. We brothers had no desire to partake in this conflict, yet our hands are stained with blood from the past days. Since it has come to this, we might as well lend a hand to master one. Under the cover of midnight, we shall use true celestial energy to force our way into Shichi City. Mo Lihai, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression, but Nezha is not dead, and his cultivation is formidable. Mo Liqing reassured him. Nezha is but a minor concern. There is no need for fear. Our 4 brothers possess true celestial cultivation. Although Nezha wields many treasures, he is ultimately just a Taiyi scattered immortal, lacking sufficient spiritual power. We can exhaust him until he is powerless, and then he will be easy to capture. Mo Lihong praised. Elder brother, what a brilliant strategy. With their plan established, the 4 summoned their respective vice-generals and began discussing the operation. Yang Jian, upon hearing of the imminent night raid, was taken aback. He promptly performed a technique, revealing another wondrous application of the 9 mysteries, allowing his primordial spirit to exit his body. While the Mo brothers deliberated their strategy, none noticed a radiant light departing the city, heading towards Shichi. Arriving at Nezha's residence, Yang Jian found him immersed in cultivation and quickly called out, Nezha, Nezha. It is Yang Jian. Startled by Yang Jian's voice, Nezha opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings, only to find no one present. Elder brother Yang Jian, where are you? Realizing he was in a primordial spirit state and unable to possess anyone, Yang Jian spoke again. I have projected my primordial spirit to seek you. The Mo brothers plan to raid Shichi tonight. Prepare for battle at once. I cannot remain here for long, or I will be discovered. Remember, ready yourself immediately. Upon learning of the Mo brothers' impending night raid, Nezha did not dare to delay and nodded. I understand. Elder brother Yang Jian, be cautious as well. I must depart. Yang Jian concluded, and his primordial spirit swiftly vanished. Nezha hurried to Huang Feihu to inform him, prompting an immediate order for the forces of Shichi to assemble rapidly. Just past the midnight hour, Nezha led his troops to await at the inner gate of the city. The Mo brothers arrived at the city entrance, exchanging nods before employing the earth escape technique to enter Shichi City. Yet, as they ceased their earth escape and emerged from underground, a chilling laughter echoed around them. As Nezha cast a cold smile, he beckoned to Mo Liqing, saying, Long time no see, my 4 friends. Suddenly, countless torches illuminated the city walls, casting a light as bright as day. The faces of the 4 generals of the Mo family turned ashen. Even a fool could comprehend that they had fallen into an ambush. Huang Tianhua emerged from the troops, drawing the treasured sword Moi at his waist. Surprised, aren't you? I am still alive. The 4 were taken aback. After all, they had witnessed Huang Tianhua fall from the Jade Qilin. Yet here he stood, vibrant and full of life. Mo Liqing gritted his teeth and declared, In that case, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, he unleashed his spiritual power, enveloping the area with an aura befitting a true immortal. Step back. I shall personally slay our enemy. Huang Tianhua shouted, and the soldiers lying in ambush withdrew. Mo Jiahong laughed. Ignorant child, so arrogant. The other 3 also projected their true immortal auras, creating a formidable pressure that, while not causing the heavens and earth to react as Yang Jian did, nonetheless caused the soldiers of Shichi to suffer greatly, with even those in the front beginning to bleed from their 7 orifices. Chapter 52. The fall of the 4 generals as Nezha witnessed the Shichi soldiers being injured. He reached for the 9-dragon divine fire hood at his waist. Tianhua, I shall lend you a hand. Channeling his spiritual power, the hood expanded, enveloping the 4 generals of the Mo family and Huang Tianhua within its confines. Huang Tianhua nodded lightly to Nezha, raising the Moi sword high, standing alone against 4 opponents. Yet, the 4 generals of the Mo family were indeed true immortals, and Huang Tianhua found himself steadily retreating. Observing Huang Tianhua struggle, Nezha entered the 9-dragon divine fire hood, tightly gripping the Qian Kuan circle, and joined the fray. Upon his entry, Mo Liqing and Mo Lihai advanced. Although they wielded no treasures, their spiritual force surged, and their fists, akin to refined steel, managed to withstand the Qian Kuan circle. The Qian Kuan circle, a treasured artifact of the Qianyuan mountain, made Nezha smirk coldly upon witnessing Mo Liqing and Mo Lihai bravely withstand it with mere flesh. As he channeled his spiritual energy, the Qian Kuan circle radiated a splendid glow, illuminating the entire 9-dragon divine fire hood in resplendent gold and jade. Before he soared into the air, aiming to smash it down upon Mo Liqing. Sensing Nezha's murderous intent, Mo Liqing realized he could not withstand this blow and hastily sought to evade. Noticing Mo Liqing's attempt to escape, Nezha swung the Qian Kuan circle wide, drawing forth the Hunyuan silk to strike at him. Meanwhile, as Nezha entered the battlefield, Huang Tianhua felt a significant reduction in pressure. Facing only Mo Li Hong and Mo Li Shou, with the Moi sword in hand, he countered with renewed vigor. Mo Li Shou and Mo Li Hong found themselves being pushed back by Huang Tianhua's strikes. Mo Li Hong, bewildered, could not comprehend why, despite their true immortal cultivation, they were being so thoroughly outmatched by these younger opponents. In a fit of frustration, Mo Li Shou, upon seeing Huang Tianhua wield the Moi sword, reached for his waist, unfastening a pouch to release a flower ferret. However, upon its release, the ferret did not attack Huang Tianhua. Instead, it bit into Mo Li Shou's hand as it landed. In a moment of desperation, he inadvertently severed his own pinky finger, causing Mo Li Shou to wince in pain, ready to retaliate against the Huahu Jiao. Yet, the Huahu Jiao transformed, revealing Yang Jian in his true form. Huang Tianhua, unable to suppress his thoughts, suddenly produced an object in his hand, the heart-piercing nail bestowed by the celestial virtue Taoist. With a flick of his wrist, flames erupted from the nail, and in an instant, it pierced through Mo Li Shou's heart. Before he could react, he collapsed, his life extinguished on the spot. "You are Yang Jian?" Huang Tianhua addressed him. "Indeed," Yang Jian replied. "Since you have vanquished Mo Li Shou, congratulations are in order." Huang Tianhua smiled, deftly performing a hand gesture to summon the heart-piercing nail back into his grasp. Upon witnessing Mo Li Shou's demise, Mo Li Hong was consumed by rage, unleashing his spiritual power to seek retribution against Huang Tianhua. With another wave of his hand, Huang Tianhua sent forth the heart-piercing nail once more, which pierced through Mo Li Hong's chest as well. With another foe felled, Huang Tianhua felt invigorated, an involuntary smile of battle anticipation gracing his face. Meanwhile, Nezha lashed out with the mystic ribbon towards Mo Liqing, binding his hands. Huang Tianhua seized the opportunity to launch another nail, striking down Mo Liqing. Only Mo Li Hai remained, yet in that moment, his fury dissipated. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. "The 4 generals of the Mo family have fallen at Shiqi. Wenchai, remember to avenge my brothers." With his spiritual power coalescing, he struck his own forehead, a true immortal choosing to end his own existence, blood spilling from his lips as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Nezha, witnessing this, felt a surge of admiration. Yang Jian remarked, "My friend, today you have triumphed over the 4 generals of the Mo family. Such a commendable feat, Nezha. Quickly rally the troops and charge forth to seize their main camp by nightfall." Nezha then withdrew the 9-dragon divine fire shield, shouting, "Relay my order. Open the city gates and charge out." Yang Jian, armed with his silver-tipped treasure spear, joined the fray alongside the others. In a single night, the forces led by the 4 generals of the Mo family, totaling 80,000 troops from Chaoga, suffered countless casualties and were utterly defeated. At the border with Shiqi stood the Sisui Pass, where the newly appointed commander Han Long, upon hearing of the 4 generals' defeat, hastily dispatched a messenger to report to Wenchai and Chaoga. Upon receiving the report from Sisui Pass, Wenchai's complexion turned ashen. When he learned that the 4 generals had been slain, a surge of fury overwhelmed him, causing him to spit blood. The deputy commander rushed forward. "My lord, what troubles you?" Wenchai patted his chest, regaining his composure before speaking slowly. "The 4 generals of the Mo family have perished." The deputy was taken aback, unable to fathom the news. The Mo generals, seasoned in countless battles, had been the right and left arms of the former king, irreplaceable warriors of the Shang dynasty. How could they have fallen to Shiqi? The deputy exclaimed, "My lord, this cannot be. The Mo generals possess unparalleled skills. How could they be defeated by Shiqi?" Wenchai handed the bamboo scroll he received to the deputy. According to reports from the fleeing soldiers, Shiqi is teeming with exceptional talents. First, there are Nezha, Jing and Mu Jia, followed by Yang Jian, and then Huang Tianhua. These are all disciples of the 3 generations of the Chan sect. How could ordinary soldiers withstand such formidable assaults? As Yang Jian made his move, the heavens and the earth transformed, as if he possessed the prowess of a golden immortal. Meanwhile after diligently cultivating for 50 years within the confines of Bo Palace, have only attained the level of a profound immortal. The conquest of Shiqi City will not be an easy feat. The deputy commander, having perused the bamboo slips, found himself rendered speechless. Wen Zhong, with a sigh of resignation, declared, "Tomorrow, I shall seek an audience with the king to lead the army into battle." Upon hearing this, the deputy commander advised, "Lord, you must not leave Chaoga. The king has only just begun to take governance seriously. Your departure may bring unforeseen consequences." The deputy commander refrained from expressing further concerns, fearing to invoke disaster. Wenzhong raised his hand, signaling the deputy to cease his objections. "My mind is resolute. There is no need for further discussion." The deputy, having accompanied Wenzhong in numerous campaigns over the years, understood his temperament well, and, with a heavy heart, took his leave. Meanwhile, in Shiqi, Nezha, along with Yang Jian and Huang Tianhua, engaged in a night battle against the 4 generals of the demon clan, successfully vanquishing them. Huang Feihu was elated and ordered a grand feast to celebrate. After the revelry, Yang Jian and Nezha took to the clouds, arriving at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. "Brother, is Master Jiang truly on Kunlun Mountain?" Yang Jian inquired cautiously. Unlike Nezha, whose relationship with Taiyi and Yuanshi Tianzuan was merely nominal, Yang Jian was a genuine disciple of the Sandai of the Chan sect. Thus, as he stood at the base of Kunlun Mountain, he couldn't help but feel that their actions were somewhat reckless. Nezha, perceiving Yang Jian's apprehension, promptly reassured him, "Brother Yang, there is no need for you to ascend the mountain. Wait for me here. Once I have located Master, we shall return to Shiqi together." Yang Jian understood Nezha's intent. Though fear lingered in his heart, he recognized his brother's determination and resolved not to hesitate any longer. "We shall face any consequences together." Without further ado, the 2 brothers ascended Kunlun Mountain. Upon arriving at the Yushu Palace, Nezha encountered the celestial crane boy and the yellow-turbaned strongman once more. He performed the customary greeting. "I am Li Nezha, disciple of Qianyuan Mountain, and this is Yang Jian, disciple of Yushuan Mountain, here to seek the Heavenly Lord." The celestial crane boy stepped forward and replied, "Esteemed brothers, please return. The master is not present." Nezha and Yang Jian exchanged glances, both taken aback by this unexpected outcome. "Where has the Heavenly Lord gone?" Nezha inquired again. The boy remained silent, producing a brocade pouch and handing it to Nezha. As Nezha received the pouch and was about to pose another question, the celestial crane boy had already retreated. "Let us see what lies within," Yang Jian urged. Without hesitation, Nezha opened the brocade pouch. Inside, he found a bamboo slip. "Jiangshang has committed grave sins. He shall be entrusted to the 3 sovereigns of the Fire Cloud Cave." Chapter 53. The Fire Cloud Cave and the 3 great sovereigns. Nezha and Yang Jian exchanged glances once more. Who exactly are the 3 sovereigns of the Fire Cloud Cave? Why would our master entrust Uncle Jiang to them? Nezha shook his head. "I do not know, but we must certainly head to the Fire Cloud Cave." Seeing Yang Jian nod in agreement, Nezha stepped forward to inquire of the celestial crane boy regarding the location of the Fire Cloud Cave. The celestial crane boy informed them that the Fire Cloud Cave was, in fact, the Fire Cloud Palace, which enlightened Nezha. The 2 then made a decision, riding the clouds toward the Fire Cloud Palace. As the Fire Cloud Palace drew near, the 2 hastily descended upon the clouds. For the 3 sovereigns of the Fire Cloud Palace had compelled even the primordial supreme being to surrender his disciple, and thus, they dared not delay. Upon arriving outside the Fire Cloud Palace, they beheld a scene of mist rising from all directions, with towering cypress and gracefully bending pines, truly a splendid locale. The fragrant herbs exuded their essence, and the smoke from the incense swirled like a crane in flight. Above, the illustrious figures of Shun and Yu offered prayers, while jade tablets and golden scripts adorned the space. Pavilions soared with azure phoenixes, and gazebos were veiled in violet mist. The earth was dotted with majestic mountains that dominated the cosmos, and the heavens unveiled a celestial realm that revealed the 3 pure ones. Blossoms of peach and plum were in full bloom, and the mountains were adorned with the vibrant hues of jade grasses. Dragons lurked at the bottom of the ravines, while tigers lay in wait at the cliffs. The melodious calls of distant birds seemed to converse, and the gentle deer approached with ease. White cranes accompanied the clouds above ancient cypresses, and azure phoenixes sang joyfully in the sunlight. This was no mere dwelling. It was evidently a place of the 33 heavens. At the entrance stood a young boy, even smaller than Nezha, who was engrossed in play. Nezha, taken aback, wondered how a child could be frolicking in such a hallowed place as the abode of the 3 sovereigns. Approaching, he asked, "Little brother, do you not fear incurring the wrath of the 3 sovereigns while playing here?" The child glanced at Nezha and, noticing their similarities as mere children, took hold of Nezha's arm and exclaimed, "Come play with me." Nezha, intent on finding Jiangxia, had no inclination to indulge the child and attempted to free himself from the boy's grasp. However, he soon realized that he could not break free. The child looked at Nezha and said, "Brother, you possess quite a bit of strength. If you can escape, I shall let you go." Nezha pondered that given the child's residence outside the Fire Cloud Palace, it was reasonable for him to possess a bit more strength due to daily cultivation. Thus, he exerted more force, yet still found himself unable to escape. Fear gripped Nezha's heart as he considered that not even seasoned warriors like Huang Feihua could match his strength. Yet this child remained unfazed, smiling back at him. "Do not blame me," Nezha declared. The child remained silent, continuing to smile playfully. Nezha began to gather his spiritual energy, preparing to break free from the child's grip. Yet, to his astonishment, the child suddenly unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that tightened its hold on Nezha's arm once more. Nezha resolutely intensified his own spiritual force, but the child's energy seemed to match his own. Even with the power of a Taiyi Zhenren immortal, their positions remained unchanged, with Nezha's arms still firmly held. Panic surged within Nezha. He had managed to contend with the 4 generals of the demon clan, yet this child alone could effortlessly nullify all his spiritual might. What kind of cultivation did this child possess? Yang Jian, sensing the unusual exchange, performed a gesture of respect and said, "Esteemed younger brother, I am Yang Jian, a disciple of Yuling Mountain. The one you hold is Nezha, a disciple of Qianyuan Mountain. We have come today to seek an audience with the 3 sovereigns." Upon hearing Yang Jian's courteous and calm words, the child's spiritual energy gradually dissipated. 3 sovereigns, he chuckled. "Do you know who resides in this cave to refer to them as such?" Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, but replied truthfully, "I do not know." The child responded, "Very well, I shall inquire whether the 3 esteemed grandfathers are willing to see you." The child spoke and then proceeded towards the Fire Cloud Palace. Nezha shook his wrist, the spot where he had been seized evidently discomforting him. "Brother Yang, could this be a monster? He appears no older than I, yet possesses such profound cultivation." Yang Jian replied, "Hush, we seek his favor. We must tread carefully. Furthermore, he merely bears the guise of a child. Appearances can be deceiving. Even if he is but a child, this vast world is replete with wonders, and your prowess, brother Nezha, is not to be underestimated." Upon hearing this, Nezha fell silent, acknowledging Yang Jian's wisdom. After all, at merely 8 years of age, he could contend with those who had cultivated for decades like the 4 generals of the demon clan. It was not surprising for the Fire Cloud Palace to harbor such a child. Before long, the boy emerged, announcing, "Grandfathers say you may enter." Both Nezha and Yang Jian felt a surge of joy and prepared to step inside. Yang Jian turned back to the child and performed a respectful bow. Nezha, observing, hurriedly followed suit. The child smiled and said, "Brother, remember to play with me later." Nezha, feeling somewhat helpless, thought it unwise to engage in play with such a peculiar being, and thus hastened towards the Fire Cloud Palace. Upon entering the grand hall, they beheld 3 figures seated. In the center sat one with 2 horns atop his head. To the left was one clad in the skins of tigers and leopards, and to the right, one donned in imperial robes. Nezha and Yang Jian were enlightened, realizing that the 3 sovereigns were indeed 3 individuals: the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, the earthly sovereign Shinno, and the human sovereign Qianyuan. It was inappropriate to refer to them as mere lords. They were, after all, saints of humanity, with Fuxi's position even surpassing that of Nuwa. Nezha and Yang Jian hastily knelt, proclaiming, "Disciples pay their respects to the 3 sacred sovereigns." The central figure, Fuxi, acknowledged their courtesy, saying, "Rise." Nezha and Yang Jian complied, though they dared not speak further. Fuxi continued, "I am aware of your concerns. However, Jiangshang has misused his powers, encasing Mount Qishan in ice, resulting in great calamity, a grave offense indeed." The one clad in animal skins, Shinno, added, "The mortal realm has its own order. Since you have engaged in the path of cultivation and partaken in earthly conflicts, leading to countless casualties, we, as the human sovereigns, must provide an account to the human race." Nezha was taken aback by the gravity of the situation and immediately knelt again, saying, "I acknowledge my mistakes. My master, Jiangshang, acted impulsively. I beseech the 3 sacred sovereigns to show mercy." Fuxi responded, "What fault is yours regarding Jiangshang's actions in encasing Mount Qishan? Do you wish to bear his punishment?" Nezha replied, "I am but a humble disciple. If I could truly take Jiangshang's punishment upon myself, I would gladly serve as a beast of burden to atone for his sins." Yang Jian also knelt, stating, "The 3 sacred sovereigns may not be aware, but my master, in accordance with the heavenly mandate, sought to subdue Chengtang. Without him, the common folk would suffer greatly. If we 2 disciples could bear the punishment in his stead, I too would willingly serve as a beast of burden alongside brother Nezha to cleanse the sins. Acting in accordance with the heavenly mandate to subdue Chengtang, do you think we 3 are senile?" At this moment, The previously silent human sovereign, Xianyuan, finally spoke, witnessing the sudden fury of the human emperor. Though Nezha did not comprehend the reason behind such wrath, his heart quivered. It appeared that Zhang had not incurred the ire of the three sovereigns, but rather that of the human emperor. However, neither dared to voice their thoughts. Under the oppressive aura of the sage, they could only bow their heads in resignation, awaiting their fate. In Chapter 54, the death of Tu and Zhang Ziya's descent, upon hearing the human emperor speak and observing the two juniors prostrated on the ground, too fearful to raise their heads, Fushi slowly addressed the emperor. "Brother, do not be angered. I shall cast an oracle forth." To this, Shenong interjected, "Brother Emperor, there is no need for divination. Jiangshang has already endured 3 months of punishment here. It would be better to allow him to descend the mountain." Though Nezha remained bowed, he attentively listened to the words of the three sovereigns, who seemed to hold differing opinions rather than exhibiting the unity one might expect. He glanced at Yang Jian, who lay on the ground with utmost reverence. After some contemplation, Nezha perceived that the matter was perhaps not as insurmountable as he initially thought. At least it appeared that Shenong wished for Jiang Ziya's release. Raising his prostrate form, Nezha spoke slowly. "All three sovereigns have once been earthly emperors, guardians of the human race. Yet, Xin, in his tyranny, has wrought suffering with his cruel inventions, such as the cauldron of suffering and the torment of the iron furnace. He is surrounded by the likes of the fox demon Daji, having long abandoned hope for the future of humanity. Although my master, Jiangshang, may have erred, his intentions were for the greater good of vanquishing tyranny." Silence. "A mere Jiangshang cannot bear the weight of the human endeavor," Xianyuan interrupted, his voice sharp. Yet Nezha rose defiantly, proclaiming, "Xin's tyranny warrants the wrath of all. Even should Jiangshang be executed today, tomorrow there shall be others like me, Nezha, should I too meet the same fate. The countless citizens of humanity and the warriors of Shiqi shall remain." Xianyuan glared fiercely, his eyes ablaze, and Nezha felt the very air around him thicken. In haste, he summoned his entire spiritual energy, yet it was as if it recoiled in fear from the overwhelming pressure, leaving him utterly powerless. Pain coursed through his body, his knees buckling to the ground, and he became aware of blood trickling from his 7 orifices. At that moment, Yang Jian raised his head and, seeing Nezha drenched in blood, urgently implored, "Sovereigns, Nezha is but a youth, unguarded in his speech. I beseech you to spare him." Nezha, gritting his teeth, felt blood mixed with saliva dripping continuously, yet even so, he resolutely declared, "Xin's tyranny must be punished by all." Xuanyuan's gaze pierced through him, and Nezha felt the flames of his internal organs ignite. The blood in his mouth began to congeal, and in a mere moment, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Will you not depart?" Xianyuan remarked nonchalantly. Yet Yang Jian understood that this remark was directed at him. Anxious and fearful, he contemplated retreating, but upon witnessing Nezha's lifeless form, he could only force a bitter smile. "Sovereigns, I pledged brotherhood with Nezha, vowing to share in both fortune and misfortune. I implore you, grant Yang Jian a death as well." As Xianyuan prepared to speak, Shenong hastily interjected, "You wretched being, aware of your transgressions, yet unrepentant. However, considering your profound brotherly affection, I present you with this poison, consume it." Upon uttering these words, Shenong revealed a pill in his hand, which, at a mere glance from him, soared towards Yang Jian. Yang Jian accepted the pill, casting a glance at Nezha, silently reassuring him, "Fear not, my dear brother. I shall come to your aid." He then turned to the three sovereigns, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you." After expressing his thanks, he swallowed the pill, only to feel an immediate paralysis enveloping him, akin to a thunderous strike. His vision dimmed, and he succumbed to death. Fushi gazed upon the lifeless forms of Nezha and Yang Jian, a sigh escaping his lips. "Brother, during our reign, we delineated the 8 trigrams and established rites and music. You, too, took on the mantle of celestial justice, vanquishing the Qiyu clan, which ushered in an era of peace and prosperity. Yet, your descendants have indeed erred. Even in your fury, you should not have jeopardized the lives of these 2 young ones." By this time, Xianyuan's anger had dissipated, and he regarded Nezha and Yang Jian with deep remorse, exclaiming, "Alas, my brother speaks the truth. My unworthy progeny deserves reprimand." Shenong refrained from further discourse, instead instructing the attendants to carry Nezha and Yang Jian's bodies away. As one of the attendants began to transport Nezha from the Fire Cloud Palace toward the rear mountain, he noticed a ring upon Nezha's hand, emanating an ominous glow. Intrigued, the attendant attempted to remove it, but regardless of his efforts, it remained steadfast. The ring's dark radiance intensified, Alarmed, the two attendants exchanged glances, with one declaring, "You stay here, I shall inform the sovereign." Fushi, lamenting the fate of Nezha and Yang Jian, was interrupted by the attendant's frantic entrance. "Sovereign, sovereign, there is a ring on the corpse," glowing ominously and enveloping the smaller figure. Fushi observed the expressions of his companions, noting their confusion, and said nothing further as the three followed the attendant out of the Fire Cloud Palace. Upon their exit, they beheld that the dark light had nearly consumed Nezha, leaving only his head visible. "What is happening?" Shen-Nong pondered in bewilderment. Fushi waved his hand, conjuring forth a diagram of the 8 trigrams, the very essence he had refined during his enlightenment. This 8 trigram, resembling iron yet not quite, pulsated with a similar dark light to that which enveloped Nezha. Xianyuan, filled with trepidation, questioned, "Brother, what is this phenomenon?" Fushi remained silent, as the dark light of the 8 trigrams began to converge with that surrounding Nezha. Yet, Fushi soon regained his composure, retracting the 8 trigram. "Brother, is there a chance to revive these two?" Shen-Nong inquired, to which Fushi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. But it requires your intervention, third brother." Xianyuan chuckled ruefully. "I have erred once. Must second brother continue to witness my folly?" Shen-Nong replied with a smile. "Then it is settled." From his animal skin attire, Shen-Nong retrieved 2 pills, directing them towards the mouths of the two, and with a flick of his finger, the pills entered their mouths. He retrieved another gourd, dipped his fingers inside, and 2 droplets resembling dew materialized in his palm. With a flick, he sent these 2 divine droplets into the mouths of the 2 individuals. In but a moment, Yang Jian awakened. Opening his eyes, he beheld 3 figures before him and immediately knelt in gratitude, proclaiming, "I am eternally grateful to the 3 holy emperors for sparing my life. However, my heart is set on death, so I beseech the 3 holy emperors to bear no malice." Fushi chuckled. "Oh, child, your heart is so steadfast. Should you perish, your brother would awaken to find you gone and may seek to end his own life. It is better for you to remain alive." Yang Jian, having heard Fushi's words, bowed deeply once more, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed holy emperors." Shen-Nong smiled. "Silly child, go to the back mountain and descend with Jiangxia. Your brother has sustained internal injuries and must rest here before he can descend." Hearing that he could accompany Jiangxia down the mountain filled Yang Jian with indescribable joy, and he bowed again to the 3 figures, saying, "Thank you, esteemed holy emperors." Fushi encouraged, "Go forth." Yang Jian glanced at Nezha, enveloped in dark light, feeling reluctant but understanding the stature of the 3 emperors. Thus, he followed the child to find Jiangxia and descend the mountain. As Xianyuan observed Yang Jian's departure, he spoke, "Can this child truly survive?" He was well aware that Shen-Nong had bestowed the medicine to ensure Yang Jian's future salvation, yet Nezha had personally intervened. How could he not comprehend Nezha's condition? Chapter 55. The Sacred Stone Treasure. Nezha awakens. Shen-Nong remained silent, merely nodding. Fushi assured, "Rest easy. This child will surely pull through. However, I am perplexed as to how he possesses the sacred stone." Shen-Nong's face twitched. The sage had already severed the ties to the 3 corpses and 9 worms, yet the mention of the sacred stone stirred him. "Brother, the sacred stone has long been lost. Are you certain you are not mistaken?" Fushi produced once more the seemingly iron, yet not iron Xiangtian bagua, and spoke softly. "This bagua was crafted from the sacred stone. Observe the radiance. Is it not akin to that which envelopes him?" Shen-Nong examined the flickering dark light of the Xiangtian bagua. Although shrouded in darkness, it was remarkably pure. He then turned his gaze to Nezha, whose surrounding dark light mirrored that of the bagua perfectly. Xianyuan too noticed the 2 beams of light, remarking, "Though the sacred stone is rare, it should not possess such protective qualities." Fushi replied, "He undoubtedly bears a treasure forged from the sacred stone, perhaps even surpassing my Xiangtian bagua. Moreover, this treasure possesses a consciousness to protect its master. A revelation I never anticipated." Seeing Fushi at a loss regarding the nature of the item Nezha bore, Shen-Nong slowly suggested, "In that case, let us await the awakening of this child." Shen-Nong's medicine safeguarded Nezha's heart pulse and released his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Nezha hastily began to assess his internal state. Within Nezha's body, his organs lay in disarray from the true fire of Xianyuan, and his 3 souls and 7 spirits were imprisoned within the mud ball palace, with even his sea of consciousness nearly desiccated. The divine water of Shen-Nong coursed through Nezha's body, its single drop flowing like a stream, rejuvenating him exponentially. Vitality surged within him, revitalizing even his internal organs at an astonishing rate. Nezha gazed at his dantian, where the fire spirit pearl lay undisturbed, the seal of Taiyi remaining intact, granting him a sense of relief. Though his inner spiritual energy was nearly depleted and his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, he required a moment longer to awaken fully. Meanwhile, Yang Jian was guided by a young boy to the back mountain to meet Jiang Zia. He observed Jiang Zia, burdened by two golden mountains, moving at a pace that could scarcely be described as slow. Each step seemed to take an eternity. "Senior brother, what is the matter?" Yang Jian inquired, perplexed, of the boy leading him. The boy replied, "This is Mount Jindo. The Holy Emperor has commanded him to carry these two golden mountains. Only when he reaches the endpoint shall he descend." Yang Jian noted the 30-mile stretch before Jiang Zia, yet he seemed to have advanced scarcely 100 meters. With each step Jiang Zia took, his feet sank deeper into the earth, reaching up to his calves. "Is there a way to break this seal?" Yang Jian asked. "Naturally," the boy responded. "The Holy Emperor has already agreed to allow him to descend, and I shall reclaim these golden mountains." Upon finishing his words, the boy gestured, and the once massive golden mountains suddenly shrank to the size of luminous pearls, flying into his outstretched hands. "Hasten your descent. The Holy Emperor does not take kindly to disturbances from outsiders." As the boy finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Suddenly, Jiang Zia felt a lightness on his back and found himself sitting on the ground. Seeing the boy had departed, Yang Jian hurried to Jiang Zia, saying, "Uncle Jiang, I am Yang Jian, here to pay my respects." Although Jiang Zia had never met Yang Jian, he recognized the latter's courtesy and inquired, "Who are you?" Realizing Jiang Zia did not know him, Yang Jian introduced himself. "My master is the Jade Emperor of Yushuan Mountain, and I am Yang Jian." Jiang Zia's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. "Ah, you are the esteemed disciple of my brother Hoarding. But what brings you to the Fire Cloud Palace?" Yang Jian recounted the circumstances of his and Nezha's visit to the palace. Jiang Zia's heart sank at the mention of Nezha. "Is Nezha still here?" Yang Jian nodded. "Nezha is gravely injured. The three holy emperors have instructed him to rest here before descending." No longer wishing to speak further, Jiang Zia felt a wave of guilt wash over him for Nezha. Noticing Jiang Zia's lowered gaze, Yang Jian added, "Uncle, we should descend. With the 4 generals of the demon clan slain, it is likely that Chaoga will send stronger forces. Without your leadership, the troops may lack the will to fight." Jiang Zia sighed. "Nezha, I am truly sorry. Once I assist King Wu in overthrowing Cheng Tang. If you are not yet descended, I shall come to accompany you." The two performed a respectful gesture towards the Fire Cloud Palace and utilized Earth Escape to descend the mountain. 3 months later, Nezha had nearly completed his meditation, his spiritual energy abundant, and his internal organs restored. At that moment, his 3 souls and 7 spirits returned to their rightful places as he opened his eyes. Upon awakening, Nezha noticed a child dozing at the door. He rose quietly without disturbing the young one, instead checking his waist, where all his treasures remained intact. What could this mean? Have I perhaps arrived at the Hall of Yama? Nezha pondered to himself. Just then, a figure entered. Looking towards the entrance, he saw the child had vanished, and the newcomer, clad in animal skins, was none other than Shinnong. Seeing Nezha awake, Shinnong was not taken aback, but simply smiled and remarked, "The resurrection is indeed marvelous." Upon hearing this voice, Nezha looked up and, astonished to see Shinnong, hurriedly knelt, saying, "Nezha pays respects to the Earth Emperor." Shinnong helped him to his feet with a chuckle. "You are quite courteous, a fitting return for my rescue." Realizing that Shinnong had saved him, Nezha bowed again, expressing, "Disciple thanks the Earth Emperor." Shinnong replied with a smile, "We are neither sovereign and subject, nor father and son or teacher and student. There is no need for such excessive formality." Nezha, sensing Shinnong's amiable demeanor, relaxed his formality yet maintained a respectful demeanor. Shinnong then inquired, "I have a question for you." Nezha, puzzled by the sudden interrogation after awakening from his unconscious state, felt a mix of confusion and obligation. Knowing Shinnong had saved his life, "Please, Earth Emperor, ask away." Shinnong continued, "From where did the sacred stone treasures upon you originate?" Nezha, bewildered, responded, "Disciple possesses no sacred stone treasures." Shinnong, skeptical, replied, "If it were not for the protection of the sacred stone treasures, your soul would have surely scattered. Do not attempt to deceive me." Nezha hastily asserted, "I would not dare to lie, but I truly know nothing of any sacred stone treasures." As Nezha bowed in submission, Shinnong's gaze fell upon the ring on Nezha's hand. "What you wear upon your finger is clearly a sacred stone treasure. Do you still wish to deceive me?" Shinnong stated. Looking at his hand, Nezha realized it was indeed the ring bestowed upon him by the primordial supreme. "Earth Emperor, forgive me. This ring is a relic of my senior brother, but I genuinely did not know it was the sacred stone treasure you speak of." Upon realizing Nezha's ignorance of the ring's significance, Shinnong spoke, Rise, child. This is not your fault. However, you mentioned that this sacred stone treasure belonged to your senior brother. To whom do you belong, and who is your senior brother? Nezha replied. Disciple hails from Qintang Pass and is a disciple under the Taiyi Zhenren of the Qianyuan Mountains Golden Light Cave. Nezha did not raise his gaze, but he could sense a hint of astonishment crossing Shinong's face. You are a disciple of Taiyi Zhenren? Indeed, Nezha affirmed. Shinong instructed, wait here and regain your strength. I must inform my elder brother of your awakening. With that, Shinong departed, leaving the child, who had been sleeping, once again dozing at the entrance. Nezha remained oblivious to the secrets that Shinong was concealing, nor was he aware of the current state of Yang Jian and Jiangxia. Despite his growing anxiety, he understood that he was in the Hall of Fire Clouds, where he could not roam recklessly. Approaching the sleeping boy, he attempted to rouse him for answers. But no matter how loudly Nezha called, the child remained undisturbed. With no other option, Nezha chose to stretch his limbs in the meantime. Shinong entered the Grand Hall, where the other two emperors had already entered a state of deep meditation. Unfazed, Shinong spoke up. Do you know who that child is? He is a disciple of Qianyuan Mountain, a student of the great Master Taiyi. The two who had been meditating were disrupted by Shinong's words and could no longer remain in their trance. Fushi inquired, a disciple of Taiyi? Has Taiyi taken on new students? Shinong replied, the sacred stone ring is in that child's possession. At that moment, Qianyuan could no longer maintain his composure. Are you saying that the child's treasure is the sacred stone ring? Shinong said, whether it is true or false, you will know upon seeing it. Without further ado, the three approached Nezha's dwelling. Although the sleeping child still appeared to be in slumber, he seemed to possess a degree of awareness, for upon seeing the three emperors, he gradually faded from view. The emperors stood outside, watching as Nezha practiced a series of spear techniques, moving with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. His spear danced through the air, creating 36 afterimages in an instant, each thrust seamlessly blending reality and illusion, as spiritual energy continuously overflowed, with flames occasionally erupting from the spear's tip. The three exchanged knowing smiles, and Fushi remarked, the fire-tipped spear, indeed a creation of Taiyi's disciple. After a considerable amount of time, Nezha completed his display, and Qianyuan could no longer contain his eagerness, approaching Nezha directly. Nezha held a certain disdain for the Emperor of Humanity, for it was he who had sought to extinguish his life. However, with the three emperors present, Nezha dared not act recklessly, especially with Shinong, the one who had saved him, also in attendance. He knelt and said, disciple pays respects to the three holy emperors. Fushi raised his hand. Good child, rise. Might I see your sacred stone ring? Nezha was puzzled, but upon noticing Shinong's nod, he replied, it is my late master's relic. I asked that the holy emperor return it to me after examination. Fushi found himself both amused and exasperated by this statement, as he, a dignified heavenly emperor, was being perceived as a treasure seeker. Rest assured, I shall not take your belongings. With Fushi's promise, Nezha no longer hesitated and removed the ring from his finger. With a wave of his hand, Fushi took possession of the ring. Upon grasping it, he infused it with his spiritual energy, causing a surge of dark radiance to emanate from the ring. Fushi's expression remained unchanged, but the surrounding spiritual energy began to coalesce, drawing in the very essence of the Fire Cloud Palace into Fushi's hands. Nezha had never witnessed such palpable natural spiritual energy before. Was this the essence of a sage? As words became actions, Nezha found himself entranced. The energy continued to gather, merging within the ring, causing the dark glow to intensify, illuminating the entire room. The radiance grew ever more profound, with flickers of golden light beginning to shimmer within the dark glow. Fushi, with unwavering focus, continued to channel spiritual energy into the ring. The obsidian hue seemed to have transformed entirely into a dark golden shade. However, Fushi's hand no longer infused spiritual energy. Instead, it was the ring that began to absorb the ethereal essence. In the sky above, a vortex of spiritual power materialized, continuously pouring its energy into the ring. The color of the ring, initially black, gradually began to change to a lustrous dark gold. Shinong, witnessing this celestial phenomenon, was taken aback and exclaimed, Your Majesty. Yet, Fushi merely waved his hand and replied, This sacred stone ring has suffered damage and is currently utilizing this influx of spiritual energy to restore itself. Qianyuan gazed at the ring, a hint of tenderness glimmering in his eyes. This ring once belonged to him. He had gifted it to his most beloved grandson, named Zhuanqiu. The vortex persisted until nightfall, and the four of them beheld the unfolding events. The dark light emanating from the ring ceased, replaced by a radiant white glow, which revealed a phantom image. This apparition was imposing, clad in imperial robes, with a forehead as broad as a shield, long beard, and elongated ears, adorned with a golden cord at the waist, embroidered with the characters for holy virtue. Zhuanxiu, Fuxi, and Xinnong spoke almost in unison, while Xianyuan remained transfixed by the apparition, his gaze filled with affection. The spectral figure spoke with quiet authority. Those who inherit my teachings must fulfill my last wishes in this life, transcending all obstacles, ensuring the survival of humanity. This simple yet commanding statement resonated like the blazing sun illuminating the vast heavens. Fuxi regarded the phantom with a silent thought. Child, you have done enough. Xinnong too looked upon the apparition, saying, Child, you have endured much. Only Xianyuan remained in a daze, fixated on the spectral image. During Nezha's previous battle against the 4 generals of the demon clan, his blood had already stained the ring, and a kiss had left behind his essence. Had it not been for the lack of spiritual energy, the ring might have been fully restored by now. Yet, Nezha did not dwell on these matters. He merely sensed a connection between the apparition and his own bloodline. With a wave of his hand, countless specks of light surged into Nezha's mind. Observing this, Fuxi, alarmed, also waved his hand, directing a stream of spiritual energy towards Nezha. Suddenly, Nezha's mind was flooded with myriad points of light, each enveloped by a seal. Your Majesty, this is the lineage. Why intervene? Xinnong questioned, perplexed. Fuxi replied, Do you believe this child can bear the weight of such lineage with his current cultivation? It is better to allow him to discover it gradually. Nezha, gazing at the points of light, finally noticed one that was not encased in a seal. His celestial awareness touched the light, revealing a phantom demonstrating a method of cultivation. Nezha recognized this technique as the Qi gathering method from Mount Qianquan. However, as he observed further, he realized this method was extraordinarily formidable, surpassing even what his master, Taiyi Zhenren, had imparted. Could it be that his senior brother had perfected the Qi gathering method? Nezha found it hard to believe. His master, Taiyi, had already attained half-step quasi-saint status. Yet his senior brother had seemingly surpassed him long ago. Nezha, adhering to the Qi aggregation method left by Zhuanxiu, discovered that the speed of cultivation with this technique surpassed that taught by Taiyi Zhenren significantly, even doubling the pace. However, Nezha understood that this was not the moment for cultivation. Thus, he chose to cease his practice while firmly committing the method to memory. After imprinting the luminescent points into Nezha's mind, Zhuanxiu's ethereal form vanished. The ring, however, had already returned to Fuxi's grasp. The once black ring had transformed into a hue of dark gold, with the characters for Zhuanxiu now inscribed in gleaming gold. This ring is yours, Fuxi proclaimed. Returning it to Nezha. Kneeling upon the ground, Nezha bowed deeply 8 times, expressing his gratitude to the sacred emperor for the opportunity to encounter his elder brother. Fuxi chuckled. I too did not foresee this, but this sacred stone ring was originally a treasure of your third brother. For its true purpose, you must inquire with him. Chapter 57, Descent from the Mountain. The 10 Absolute Formation. Nezha glanced at the human sovereign beside him, but did not bow again, stating, To have the lineage of my elder brother is a tremendous fortune. This ring appears to be a relic of his, not merely a magical artifact. Fuxi seemed to understand Nezha's reluctance to engage in further conversation with Xianyuan, saying, Since you are unwilling, then descend the mountain. Jiang Shang and Yang Jian have already been down for some time. It is time for your return. Upon hearing that Jiang Zia and Yang Jian had left earlier, Nezha's heart swelled with joy, and he expressed his gratitude to the sacred emperor. Fuxi and the others waved their hands dismissively, and Nezha felt a force repelling him, instantly transporting him outside the Fire Cloud Palace. At that moment, a young attendant emerged, holding a gourd. Elder brother, this divine medicine is given to you by the sacred emperor. He said it would be of great use to you. Nezha gazed at the gourd in his hand, feeling deeply grateful to Xinnong, and bowed 8 times outside the Fire Cloud Palace, not daring to linger any longer. He performed a cloud maneuver and headed towards the West Qi. In an instant, Nezha had arrived at West Qi, where he first visited his parents, Li Jing and the madam, before proceeding to the prime minister's residence. Upon entering, he found Jiang Zia lying in bed, with Wu Ji, Yang Jian, and others standing beside him. As soon as Nezha entered the room, Yang Jian and the others took notice. Yang Jian hurriedly approached. Nezha, you have returned. Nezha nodded. Elder brother Yang, what has transpired? Yang Jian's brow furrowed as he spoke. Alas, my dear brother, you may not be aware, but the army from Chao Gu has come again, and their commander is Wenzhong. Nezha was taken aback. Wenzhong? Yang Jian affirmed, Indeed. It is none other than Grandmaster Wen himself. Although our master had already defeated him and even broke one of his dual whips. Zhao Ge was on the verge of a great defeat. However, who would have anticipated that when Zhong had called upon the disciples of the and set up the 10 Absolute Formation? The 10 Absolute Formation? What is that? Nezha inquired, perplexed. Yang Jian explained, the 10 Absolute Formation is a strategy devised by the disciples of our master, and when Zhong have wagered on breaking this formation. The 10 Absolute Formation encompasses the Qin Wantian Absolute Formation, filled with boundless mysteries and utilizing the innate art of divination to harness primordial clear energy, with chaotic energy concealed within. The formation's core consists of 3 banners, merging the heavens, earth, and humanity into a singular essence. Any individual who enters the formation will be reduced to dust wherever the thunder strikes. The formations of Zhaojiang are intricate and ever-changing, shrouded in layers of mystery. Within the array, thunder rumbles above, and fire blazes below, exhibiting an utter lack of mercy. Even with the mastery of the 5 elemental arts, one cannot escape the fate of being reduced to mere ash. This formation, governed by the principles of the earth, conceals a dense essence within, revealing its subtle transformations. At its core lies a crimson banner, where thunder roars above and flames erupt below. Should one venture into the formation, there exists no chance of resurgence. The wind howl array of Dong Quan is replete with unfathomable intricacies, harboring profound mysteries. Within this array, fierce winds whip about like a multitude of steel blades, concealing enigmas akin to a celestial net. Not only mortals, but even deities, if ensnared, would find their sinews and flesh obliterated. This formation draws upon the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, infused with primordial energy. The winds and flames, akin to true fire, unleash a torrent of blades. Should one enter, the convergence of wind and fire would render limbs to mere powder. Even with extraordinary abilities to shift mountains and seas, escape from such a fate remains elusive. The cold ice array of Yuan Jiao is a formidable barrier. Should a celestial being encounter it, they would vanish without a trace, flesh and bone alike. This formation is the culmination of a century of diligent cultivation by Yuan Jiao, whose inner spiritual energy is frigid beyond measure. Though named for ice, it is in truth a mountain of blades. Concealed within are the mysteries of wind and thunder, with ice formations that resemble wolf fangs above and shards akin to swords below. Should one enter, the clash of wind and thunder would result in limbs being pulverized. Even possessing unique skills, one cannot evade death. The golden light array of the Holy Mother of Gold harnesses the essence of the sun and moon, concealing the energies of heaven and earth. Within it lie 21 precious mirrors, each suspended from tall poles, forming a singular set. Should one enter this formation and grasp the set, the mirrors would resonate with thunder, and a golden light would burst forth, instantly transforming the intruder into a mass of viscous blood. The blood transformation array of Sun Liang conjures raging winds that sweep up a storm of dark sands, plunging the world into darkness with a palpable aura of menace. Even one with the power to fill seas would find their garments stained with blood, unable to return. This array employs primordial spiritual energy, infused with wind and thunder, and conceals numerous grains of black sand. Should one enter, the sound of thunder would invoke a whirlwind of sand, and upon contact, they would be turned to blood. Even a being of golden immortal caliber would find it difficult to escape unscathed. The white flame array conceals 3 fires, the true fire of Samadhi, the fire of the sky, and the fire of the stone, all merging into a singular essence, accompanied by 3 crimson banners. Should one step into this formation, the banners would unfurl, and the 3 fires would soar, reducing the intruder to ashes in an instant. Even with incantations to evade fire, evading the true fire of Samadhi proves to be a formidable challenge. The soul-snatching array of Yao Bin is no trivial matter. It seals the door to life and opens the gate to death, embodying the formidable energies of heaven and earth. Within it lies a piece of white paper inscribed with mystical symbols. Regardless of whether one is mortal or immortal, entering the array would cause the white banner to unfurl, leading to the dissipation of one's soul, resulting in instantaneous demise, regardless of divine status. The red water array of Wang Bian features an 8-trigram platform, upon which rest 3 gourds. Any person or deity entering the array may cast a gourd downwards, releasing a deluge of red water. Should even a drop of this water touch the skin, it would quickly transform into blood. The red sand array of Zhang Shao is structured upon the principles of heaven, earth, and humanity, divided among 3 energies, concealing 3 measures of red sand. It appears as mere red sand, yet it harbors lethal blades, rendering the intruder oblivious to the heavens above, the earth below, and humanity in between. Should a mortal or celestial being charge into this array, the winds and thunder would unleash flying sand, instantly reducing them to powder. Our master has barely tested the formation and has already succumbed to unconsciousness for 3 to 4 days. We dare not recklessly attempt to break the array. Upon hearing this, Nezha was filled with astonishment. The 10 absolute formation possessed the formidable power to slay demons and annihilate immortals. Nezha produced a pill from his waist, which was the divine medicine given to him by Shinong through Tong. Approaching Jiang Ziya's bedside, he dissolved the pill in water and administered it to him. After consuming the medicine, Jiang Ziya awoke within a brief moment. Master, you are awake. Wu Ji was the first to step forward, supporting Jiang Ziya. The others gradually followed suit. Upon Jiang Ziya's awakening, Yang Jian also felt immense joy. The medicine of the Holy Emperor? Nezha nodded, confirming that it was the divine elixir bestowed upon him by the Holy Emperor Shinong before his descent. Yang Jian marveled. The 3 holy emperors are not only benevolent, but also extraordinarily powerful. As Jiang Ziya regained consciousness and saw Nezha sitting at his bedside, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Nezha, you have finally returned. Noticing Jiang Ziya's slightly reddened eyes, Nezha nodded. I have caused Master Uncle much worry. Jiang Ziya repeatedly murmured, It is good that you are back. It is good that you are back. Nezha advised, Master Uncle's injuries have yet to heal. It is best to rest well. I am already aware of the situation and will devise a way to assist you in breaking the 10 absolute formation. Jiang Ziya nodded. And as he saw Nezha approaching the door, he gritted his teeth and said, Nezha, thank you. Nezha smiled and replied, Master Uncle, please rest well. I will discuss the method to break the formation with Brother Yang. Yang Jian followed Nezha outside, unable to contain his joy. Brother, have you fully recovered from your injuries? Nezha, seeing Yang Jian and the others, felt a wave of happiness. I have healed completely. Thank you for your concern, Brother Yang. Chapter 58, Exploring the 10 Absolutes. The appearance of Qi Jingzi Nezha cheerfully said, Take me to the 10 absolute formation. If it remains unbroken, it seems we brothers will be unable to converse freely. Yang Jian nodded, then performed a hand gesture to summon the clouds, with Nezha closely following. Upon arriving at the formation, they were met with flying sand and rolling stones. And a chilling wind howled amidst the incessant cries of ghosts and wolves. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. Nezha felt a twinge of apprehension. This formation is indeed perilous. Yang Jian smiled wryly. Even with my golden immortal cultivation, I dare not rashly enter the formation. Nezha replied, We may have no choice but to enter. Yang Jian inquired, Why is that? Nezha explained, Brother Yang. I discovered when I awakened Master Uncle Jiang that his mind seemed clouded. He muttered continuously without discussing anything else. It was only when he thanked me that I used the secret art of Qianyuan Mountain to observe him, and at that moment, I realized that Master Uncle's Niwen Palace contained only 1 soul and 2 spirits. Yang Jian was somewhat incredulous. Are you certain you did not misinterpret? Nezha asserted. I have never misinterpreted, and look over there. He pointed to a location, which was precisely where Yao Bin's soul snare formation lay. Yang Jian saw a figure leaping within the soul snare formation, barely discernible to the naked eye. He then channeled his spiritual energy, formed a seal, and uttered, Heaven Vęh. A golden light flashed across Yang Jian's forehead, revealing an eye without a pupil. The celestial eye gazed upon the soul-capturing formation, this time revealing everything with clarity. Before Yao Bin lay a table, upon which rested a dim and mournful lamp, alongside a straw figure and a gourd. He stood firmly in the Tiansha Beidu stance, wielding a whisk. What is happening here? Yang Jian inquired with confusion. Nezha replied, It is the secret technique of the soul-summoning ritual. Yang Jian asked, Do you know this technique, dear brother? Nezha responded, I am not entirely certain, but it has been mentioned in my elder brother's teachings. Although Nezha inherited the lineage of Zhuanqiu, much of Fuxi's seals were related to methods of cultivation, yet Nezha has fully embraced this knowledge. Yang Jian gritted his teeth. What are we to do? Nezha sighed, I do not know, but I wish to enter the formation and see if I can retrieve the lost soul. Yang Jian insisted, Absolutely not. This 10 absolute formation is fraught with danger. Every movement affects the whole, and I cannot allow you to risk your life. Nezha countered, Is there any other way? Yang Jian wanted to argue, yet found himself at a loss for words. Very well, I shall accompany you, Yang Jian declared. Nezha cautioned, Brother Yang, this is a serious matter. I do not wish for both of us to perish. Moreover, I possess the 5-colored lotus from my master, which allows for revival even in death. It is better if you remain outside to assist me. Yang Jian was about to speak, but Nezha had already begun the incantation to enter the formation. Yao Bin sensed an intruder within the formation, and upon weaving an incantation, he appeared before Nezha. Who dares to enter my soul-capturing formation? Nezha coldly scoffed. I am Nezha of Qianyuan Mountain. You employ dark arts to bind my master's soul, and today I have come to confront you. Upon hearing this, Yao Bin laughed heartily. Ignorant child. Suddenly, he produced a handful of black sand, which Nezha recognized as perilous. Contact with it would dissolve his body into putrid liquid. Cautious not to underestimate the threat, he swiftly summoned the 9-dragon divine fire shield to envelop himself. Yao Bin, seeing his attack miss, revealed a talisman in his hand, invoking a spell that illuminated the formation's core. White banners fluttered as countless vengeful spirits surged forth from all directions. The chilling winds howled, and the anguished cries of the spirits reverberated, shaking Nezha's very soul, threatening to disperse his essence within the mud pill palace. Nezha performed a hand gesture, retracting the 9-dragon divine fire shield, gripping the Qinquan's circle tightly, radiant golden light erupting as he aimed to strike Yao Bin. Yao Bin sneered, foolish. With a movement of the talisman, a multitude of vengeful spirits surrounded Nezha completely. The misting heavenly silk flickered as Nezha swung it repeatedly, yet for every spirit he vanquished, more appeared, seemingly endless. His spiritual energy dwindled rapidly. Unwilling to linger in battle, he wielded the misting heavenly silk once more, carving a path to escape from the formation. As he reached the outskirts, Yang Jian noticed Nezha's pale visage, saying nothing as he invoked his escape technique, whisking Nezha to safety. Did you succeed? Yang Jian asked. Nezha sighed in resignation. There were too many vengeful spirits within the formation. My energy was exhausted before I could eliminate them all. How could I speak of breaking the formation and reclaiming the soul? Yang Jian remarked. Let us do our utmost. We shall return and devise a new plan later. The two ascended on clouds, making their way back to Shichi City. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens and, upon seeing Yang Jian and Nezha traversing the air, contemplated the identity of these fellow Taoists. Approaching them, he inquired, esteemed Taoists, where might you be headed? Yang Jian halted. Observing the newcomer, who bore an air of celestial grace, donned in a purple robe, crowned with clouds, and exuding righteousness. We are disciples of the Chan teaching's 3rd generation. I am Yang Jian, and this is Nezha, he replied. The stranger, however, retorted sharply, I have not heard of two among the 3rd generation of my Chan teaching. Pray tell, what is the meaning of your impersonation of my Yushu disciples? Yang Jian responded. You are a disciple of Yushu? I am a disciple of the Jade Cauldron real person, alongside my brother, the Grand Master Taiyi, both of whom serve under Yushu. Might I inquire as to your esteemed identity? The stranger's expression shifted slightly. I am Qi Jingzi, one of the 12 disciples of the primordial supreme being. Recognizing him as a senior uncle, Yang Jian queried, might I ask, dear uncle, why you have detained us? Qi Jingzi recalled Taiyi and Jade Cauldron, one merely a nominal figure, the other having been expelled from Kunlun. He reasoned that it was not surprising for their disciples to have entered Yushu. Since you are disciples of my junior brothers, I shall not withhold information. I am en route to Kunlun Mountain to seek guidance from my master. What brings you here? And it appears that your companion has sustained injuries? Yang Jian performed a respectful gesture. Esteemed uncle, you may not be aware, but my uncle Jiang Shang is leading an assault against Cheng Tang for King Wu. However, Cheng Tang has summoned the 10 immortals of the to set up the 10 absolute formation. The formation master, Yao Bin, has even ensnared the soul of Uncle Zia with sorcery. My brother and I attempted to breach the formation to reclaim the soul, which led to our injuries. Qi Jingzi, incensed, proclaimed, such impropriety. I shall go forth to dismantle the formation and reclaim Zia's soul. He was well aware of his junior disciple's prowess, especially as Jiang Zia currently wielded the Fengshen Bang, holding a significant position among the disciples of Kunlun. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, stating, esteemed uncle, you may not comprehend. The 10 absolute formation is exceedingly perilous and requires careful contemplation. Qi Jingzi countered, how can one allow another's ambition to undermine one's own reputation? You should escort your injured companion to Shichi City and await my return. Once I have shattered the formation and retrieved the soul, we shall confer. Having spoken, Qi Jingzi performed a hand seal and soared toward the location where the two had come from. Nezha urged, Brother Yang, my spiritual power has been depleted. I fear it may take some time to recover. Kindly set me down while you assist our uncle. Yang Jian replied, my esteemed uncle possesses immense abilities. You would likely emerge unscathed. Nonetheless, I shall first escort you back to Shichi City. Chapter 59. The First Defeat. The quest for treasures. Yang Jian and Nezha returned to Shichi City, where Nezha hastily endeavored to replenish his waning spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Qi Jingzi ascended to the heavens above the 10 absolute formation, where he observed the outer perimeter of the formation. A mournful wind howled, cold mist swirled, and the wails of countless specters echoed incessantly. Realizing the danger of the formation, Qi Jingzi thought to himself, "This formation is indeed perilous. No wonder my 2 junior disciples have suffered here." He pondered further. I had warned beforehand. Should I falter now, I would surely be scorned by the younger generation. With that, he descended from the clouds, commencing his search for the soul-seizing formation. A gust of chilling wind swept through, accompanied by the ceaseless wails of restless spirits, prompting Qi Jingzi to resolve his determination. With a series of hand seals and incantations, he transformed his gestures into 2 radiant lotus flowers, which blossomed with a pure white light, embodying a protective technique. Stepping upon the lotus petals, Qi Jingzi entered the soul loss formation. At that moment, Yao Bin was in distress. The incantation had already ensnared Jiang Ziya's 2 souls and 5 spirits, yet the final soul and 2 spirits remained dormant. As he stood before a straw effigy, casting his spells, he sensed another presence intruding upon the formation. Just as he was about to execute his incantation, he discovered Qi Jingzi had appeared before him. "Who are you, and why do you dare to trespass in my soul loss formation?" Yao Bin demanded sternly. "From the Jade Cloud Cave of Mount Taiyi, I am Qi Jingzi." A formidable entity indeed, to wield such malevolent sorcery, Qi Jingzi retorted upon noticing the straw effigy before him. Yao Bin smirked coldly. "The 12 immortals of the Chan sect. Are they? Since you have arrived, you shall not depart." With a handful of black sand, he hurled it at Qi Jingzi. Aware of the black sand's potency, Qi Jingzi hastily retreated, forming seals once more, and in an instant, he reappeared at the table. However, upon glancing back, he found the 2 precious lotuses ensnared within the formation, their brilliance extinguished. A wave of alarm washed over Qi Jingzi. Those lotuses were his treasured possessions, now rendered devoid of vitality by a mere handful of black sand. Fearing further confrontation, he lunged at the straw effigy on the table. Yao Bin, shaking his talisman, summoned countless vengeful spirits that surged toward Qi Jingzi, who quickly withdrew his hand. With relentless hand seals, he unleashed his spiritual energy, vanquishing the advancing phantoms. Yet, akin to Nezha, for each group he dispatched, another appeared, seemingly endless. Despite his golden immortal cultivation, Qi Jingzi found himself in an exceedingly precarious situation. His physical and spiritual energy dwindled rapidly. Meanwhile, Yao Bin conjured another handful of black sand to hurl at Qi Jingzi, who dared not take chances. Employing earth-escaping techniques to flee in haste. Exiting the soul loss formation, Qi Jingzi ran more than 30 miles before finally pausing. Trembling with trepidation, he murmured, "What a formidable soul loss formation this is. Had I hesitated for even a moment, I might have perished on the spot." As he contemplated the situation, a throbbing headache ensued. He had thought to display his prowess before the younger generation, thereby earning a favor from Jiang Ziya. Yet now, he found himself in a position of disgrace. With his face in shame, returning to Shichi seemed impossible. Qi Jingzi surmised that Jiang Ziya was in peril and assumed his master would not remain idle. Thus, he summoned his cloud and directly headed towards Kunlun Mountain. Upon arriving before the Yushu Palace, he sent a message through the celestial crane attendant. Shortly thereafter, the attendant emerged, saying, "Uncle Master, please wait here, my master is on his way out." Moments later, an elderly man clad in resplendent Taoist robes, leaning on a coiling dragon staff, emerged. Upon seeing the elder, Qi Jingzi dared not act rashly. The figure before him was none other than the vice-headmaster of the Chan sect, the Nanjing Immortal. "Master," Qi Jingzi acknowledged. The Nanjing Immortal furrowed his brow and sternly remarked, "You have caused quite the mess." Qi Jingzi, rendered speechless, realized that the Nanjing Immortal was already privy to the events that had unfolded. Noticing Qi Jingzi's silence, the Nanjing Immortal pressed further, "Do you have nothing to say?" Qi Jingzi said, "I have boasted excessively, yet I never anticipated that the soul-absorbing array would be so terrifying, rendering my treasures devoid of their spirit. Thus, I am compelled to seek assistance." The celestial elder of the South Pole replied, "Do you truly believe that the 3rd generation of disciples is unoccupied? The student of Hoarding possesses skills that match your own, and Nezha is a disciple of Qianyuan Mountain. Do you think that the students of Taiyi are mere trifles?" Qi Jingzi found himself at a loss for words in the face of the celestial elder's remarks. The celestial elder continued, "My master is currently instructing Ao Ling, and I must attend to trivial matters here. I am unable to descend the mountain with you." Upon hearing the celestial elder's refusal, Qi Jingzi began to feel anxious. Master brother, Jiangshang has already lost a significant portion of his soul. If you do not intervene, I fear for Zia's life. The celestial elder responded. You still worry for Jiangshang? Very well, he must face this tribulation. I shall point you towards a clear path. You may go to the 8 Scenic Palace. With that, the celestial elder returned to the Yusu Palace. Qi Jingzi felt troubled. The 8 Scenic Palace is located within the Deluo Palace, and is indeed the sanctum of the Supreme Lord Laojun. However, he understood the gravity of the celestial elder's words. He had now taken it upon himself to handle this matter. Regardless of his intentions, he must save Jiang Zia's life. And since Yusu sect could not assist him, he had no choice but to venture into the Deluo Palace. With a determined resolve, Qi Jingzi took to the clouds and arrived at the Deluo Palace. Upon reaching the entrance of Xiandu Cave, he halted, hesitant to intrude, and could only wait. As dawn broke, the Grand Master Xiandu emerged from the 8 Scenic Palace, and, upon seeing Qi Jingzi at the entrance, expressed his confusion. Fellow Taoist, do you have business here? Qi Jingzi hastily performed a salute, saying, if there were no matter of concern, I would not dare to approach the Deluo Palace. However, my junior brother Zia has had his soul captured by someone through sorcery, and I have come to seek the esteemed Lord's aid. Upon hearing this, Xiandu quickly said, please wait here. I shall report to my master. Qi Jingzi bowed again. Thank you for your kindness. Shortly thereafter, Xiandu returned from the palace, urging Qi Jingzi to enter promptly. Qi Jingzi hurried inside and knelt upon the mat, proclaiming, disciple wishes the esteemed uncle endless longevity. The Supreme Lord said, child, why can you not extricate yourself from the mundane world, making such empty promises? Qi Jingzi replied, esteemed uncle, I am but a dullard. I implore you to save Zia. The Supreme Lord responded, Jiangshang must face this tribulation upon descending the mountain. However, the soul-absorbing array is particularly insidious. Xiandu, fetch me the Taiji diagram to save Jiangshang's life. Xiandu complied and went to the 8 Scenic Palace. Qi Jingzi quickly bowed. Thank you, esteemed uncle. The Supreme Lord cautioned, once Jiangshang is saved, remember not to make further promises. Xiandu retrieved the Taiji diagram and handed it to Qi Jingzi, who bowed 5 times before departing. Exiting the Deluo Palace, he soared towards the soul-absorbing array. Upon reaching the summit of the 10 deadly array, he saw Yaobin still prostrated. Qi Jingzi gripped the Taiji diagram in his hands, a surge of unnamed joy filling his heart. Entering the array, he lunged towards the altar, intent on seizing the straw man. Seeing someone attempt to take it, Yaobin gathered his spiritual energy and aimed a punch at Qi Jingzi's hand. Qi Jingzi transformed his grasp into a palm and countered Yaobin's strike, both of them retreating a considerable distance. Yaobin steadied his stance upon recognizing the newcomer, a surge of anger swelling within him. Qi Jingzi, it is you again, he exclaimed. Qi Jingzi responded with a smile. Indeed, your wicked curse will likely fail this time. Enraged, Yaobin retorted coldly, you seek death. Chapter 60, The Second Defeat. Ascending Taiyi Mountain, Yaobin clenched a handful of black sand and flung it towards Qi Jingzi. However, Qi Jingzi did not exhibit the same trepidation as before. He swiftly produced the Taiji diagram bestowed upon him by the old lord. This revered treasure could differentiate clarity from turbidity and stabilize earth, fire, water, and wind. As the Taiji diagram unfurled, a brilliant golden light erupted, instantly dismantling the black winds conjured by the black sand. Observing this, Yaobin wasted no time and waved his command flag, summoning a legion of spirits that surged towards Qi Jingzi. In response, Qi Jingzi formed a hand seal, transforming the Taiji diagram into a magnificent golden bridge, radiating divine light that illuminated half the sky. Under this radiant glow, the myriad spirits were evaporated in an instant. Qi Jingzi collected the straw man and gourd from the altar, overturned the table, and stepped onto the golden bridge, exiting the formation. Once outside the Solos formation, Qi Jingzi gazed at the straw man and gourd in his possession, elated, and secured the Taiji diagram to his waist. Just as he was about to conjure clouds to depart, 3 vengeful spirits charged towards him. In a flurry, Qi Jingzi summoned his spiritual power and retaliated with a punch, preparing to escape with the Taiji diagram. However, unbeknownst to him, Yaobin had stealthily taken the Taiji diagram from his waist. Clutching the diagram, Yaobin sneered. Now that your treasure is gone, let us see how you escape. With the loss of the Taiji diagram, Qi Jingzi felt a surge of panic, only to be struck on the shoulder by Yaobin's palm. He staggered back several steps, regaining his balance, and murmured to himself, realizing the gravity of his situation. Having lost the Taiji diagram, if he were to lose Jiang Zia's soul as well, it would be a disastrous consequence. He hastily molded the earth for escape, fleeing towards Shiqi. Upon entering Shiqi, he spotted Nezha and Yang Jian standing atop the city wall, scanning the surroundings. Qi Jingzi dispelled his earth escape technique and approached the city below. Upon seeing Qi Jingzi return, Nezha promptly exclaimed, "Uncle Master." As he leapt down to join him, Qi Jingzi urged, "Quickly, take me to Zia. I must return his soul to him." Nezha complied and led the way, with the three of them proceeding directly to the government office. Jiang Zia remained in bed, mumbling, "Nezha has returned. Nezha has returned." Upon Nezha's arrival, Qi Jingzi shook his head, reached for the straw man and gored at his waist, and performed the necessary incantation to return Jiang Zia's soul to his Niwen palace. Jiang Zia stretched languidly, murmuring, "What a delightful slumber." Yet, upon noticing Qi Jingzi still present, he quickly rose and bowed, asking, "Why are you here, senior brother?" Nezha explained, "Uncle Master, you were ensnared in a curse by Yao Bin, and it was my Uncle Master who retrieved your soul, allowing you to recover." Jiang Zia sighed, "Alas, I can only blame my insufficient cultivation. I am grateful to you, senior brother." Qi Jingzi managed a wry smile. "Your matter is resolved, but I find myself in trouble." Nezha, filled with confusion, inquired, "Master, what troubles you? Do share, and perhaps we may assist in finding a solution." Qi Jingzi, with a resigned smile, recounted his experiences. Upon hearing his tale, everyone gasped in disbelief. Nezha remarked, "Such a treasure as the Taiyi diagram has unfortunately fallen into the hands of Yao Bin. This 10 absolute formation will surely be even more formidable to breach." Jiang Zia, also smiling wryly, expressed his remorse, saying, "Alas, it is all my fault." Within the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, Taiyi was deep in contemplation when an ominous premonition suddenly struck him. He hurriedly performed a divination. After a thorough analysis, Taiyi's brow furrowed, for he discerned that Nezha was on the verge of peril. Emerging from the cave, Taiyi gazed at the towering Lucian banner raised high upon Qianyuan Mountain, pondering for a considerable time. "Nezha, you are my disciple of Qianyuan Mountain. I shall spare no effort to ensure your safety." Resolute in his determination, Taiyi unleashed his spiritual power, radiating an endless brilliance. Primarily white, the light bore subtle hints of red, yellow, blue, green, and violet. Confronted by the encroaching darkness, Taiyi wielded his whisk, sending forth a beam of multicolored light toward the looming barrier. The Lucian banner, a precious artifact of the Primordial One and imbued with the authority of a sage, retained its formidable might even in the absence of its master. As the five-colored radiance met the black barrier, the Lucian banner began to whirl, emanating a dark aura. Withdrawing his whisk, Taiyi produced a sword from his hand, launching it forth with a low command, "Break for me." The Lucian banner blazed with light, causing the entirety of Qianyuan Mountain to tremble. However, as the tempest subsided, the banner fell before Taiyi. He picked it up and tucked it into his sleeve, then performed a spell to summon clouds, soaring directly to the entrance of the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. The Xinhe boy, upon seeing Taiyi, hurried forward to pay his respects, inquiring, "Master, what brings you down the mountain?" Taiyi replied coolly, "I seek the celestial master." The Xinhe boy, aware of his role as the doorkeeper of Yushu Palace, refrained from further questioning and promptly entered to report. The Primordial One was instructing Ao Ling when he noticed the boy's flustered demeanor and admonished, "Why are you in such a hurry, child?" The Xinhe boy paused, quickly stating, "Taiyi Zhenren requests an audience with the master." Startled by this news, the Primordial One was taken aback. After all, Taiyi had promised not to descend the mountain, and he had specifically placed the Lucian banner atop Qianyuan Mountain. Nevertheless, seeing the boy's anxious countenance, the Primordial One chose not to dwell on it. "Let him wait for me in the hall." The boy conveyed the message to Taiyi, who, without hesitation, proceeded into the hall. Upon entering the grand hall, he beheld the Primordial One seated upon a lotus throne of exalted height. Taiyi bowed in respect, proclaiming, "May the master enjoy everlasting longevity." The Primordial One replied, "No need for that. You promised me you would not descend. So how could you take it upon yourself to come down?" Taiyi withdrew the Lucian banner from his sleeve, now devoid of spiritual essence. "Here is your treasure, master." The Primordial One closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. "You have damaged my artifact and descended without permission. Your abilities truly seem to be growing." Taiyi said, "I beg your pardon, master, but my disciple is currently enduring great suffering, and I wish to request your assistance." Yuanshe replied, "Why does Nezha not seek help for his own plight, but instead relies on you?" Taiyi explained, "My student is inexperienced and unaware of the formidable nature of the 10 absolute formation. to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I have taken it upon myself to descend the mountain and seek your aid. Yuanshi scoffed coldly. You wish for my assistance? Is this how you plead? Or are you attempting to coerce me? Taiyi responded, I would never dare. Yuanshi retorted angrily, dare not? What else do you lack the courage to do? Taiyi remained silent, standing to the side and awaiting Yuanshi's outburst. Yuanshi continued, you seek my help for your disciple, but what if I choose not to intervene? Taiyi replied, if you are unwilling, I must seek help elsewhere. Elsewhere? Who else could possibly assist? Taiyi promptly answered, glancing skyward, Nezha is of the human race. There are others among the humans who will come to his aid. Yuanshi regarded Taiyi, his heart unable to find tranquility. You dare to press me, Taiyi? Taiyi responded, I would never. Yuanshi sighed, I can offer my help, but you must ensure that Nezha joins the Yushu sect. Chapter 61. Master and disciple meet the 12 golden immortals. Taiyi pondered for a moment before raising his head. Master, I cannot dictate this matter. Whether Nezha joins the Yushu sect depends solely on his own willingness. Yuanshi seethed, Taiyi, do not push your luck. Taiyi replied, I seek your understanding. But this truly must depend on Nezha's wishes. However, if you agree, I am willing to join the Yushu sect. Yuanshi looked at Taiyi. If you enter the Yushu sect, how will you explain it to those above? Perhaps it is better to remain a nominal disciple, as you have been for so many years. Taiyi did not linger on Yuanshi's words, for it was evident that those above would never permit him true entry into the Yushu sect. After much contemplation, Yuanshi slowly spoke. Remember, this is not me helping you, and I will not descend the mountain. Those brothers of yours have known you for years. You must seek their assistance. Taiyi, moved by Yuanshi's concession, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. Yuanshi said no more, merely gesturing for Taiyi to depart. Once Taiyi had left, Yuanshi murmured, whether you can overcome this tribulation depends on your own fortune. Taiyi exited the Yushu palace, harnessed his spiritual power to craft 11 invitations, and infused them with magical seals. He then found 11 celestial cranes on Kunlun Mountain and entrusted them with delivering the invitations to the 12 golden immortals. Once his task was complete, Taiyi conjured a cloud and traveled to Shichi City. Zhang and others were gathered in the hall, strategizing on how to break the formation, unaware that Taiyi had already entered. Upon seeing Taiyi, Nezha's eyes brimmed with tears, his heart quivering. Master. Upon hearing this, Taiyi paused and turned towards the door, just as Nezha rushed in. When Taiyi turned his head, Nezha had already dashed forward, burying himself in Taiyi's embrace. Taiyi, touched, held Nezha close. Nezha, I am sorry. I have let you suffer. Nezha remarked, no, it is entirely my fault. My cultivation is insufficient, and I should have descended the mountain to rescue my master much earlier. At that moment, the bond between the master and disciple appeared more akin to that of father and son. Yang hurriedly approached and bowed respectfully, saying, Are you the esteemed Uncle Taiyi? My master has been quite concerned about you and wishes for you to visit Yuling Mountain when you have the opportunity to reminisce. Nezha had already departed from Taiyi's embrace, as the presence of others required attention, and Taiyi had pressing matters to attend to. Observing Yang respectful gesture, Taiyi placed a hand upon Yang shoulder, channeling his spiritual energy to discern Yang cultivation level. Indeed, Brother Yuding did not choose unwisely. What is your name? Yang replied, I am Yang. Taiyi noted, a remarkable name indeed. Yang, slayer of demons and immortal. My brother's aspirations are truly lofty. I hope you do not disappoint him. Zhang gazed at Taiyi and slowly spoke. Brother, you have come down from the mountain. Taiyi nodded. The 10 absolute formation is exceedingly perilous. I have come to assist you in breaking the formation. The crowd erupted in joy upon hearing this. King Wu Gfa stepped forward and clasped his fists, exclaiming, The immortal truly possesses the means to dismantle the 10 absolute formation. Taiyi replied, In but the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, you shall see. With that, he ceased to engage with the crowd and took Nezha to a secluded mountaintop. Have you been diligently cultivating? Taiyi inquired. Nezha nodded. Disciple has been striving earnestly. Taiyi, after a moment's contemplation, spoke again. Nezha, would you be willing to light your destiny lamp in the Jade Void Palace? Nezha was taken aback. Such monumental decisions were typically made by Taiyi without consultation, yet now he was being asked for his input. To light my destiny lamp in the Jade Void Palace means I would become a disciple of Jade Void? Nezha questioned. Taiyi regarded him intently and affirmed, Indeed. Do you wish to take your vows under the Jade Void sect? Nezha responded, As a disciple of Qingwei, I cannot serve 2 masters. How could I also pledge myself to the Jade Void? Taiyi was profoundly moved, for he had not anticipated Nezha would remember his words so steadfastly. Nezha, This matter is for you to decide. I shall not interfere. Nezha resolutely stated, I am indebted to my master. Just days ago, I received my brother's legacy. How could I be ungrateful? Taiyi asked, you have received your brother's legacy? Nezha removed a ring from his hand and presented it to Taiyi, saying, this is my brother's relic, and by the benevolence of the heavenly sovereign Fushi of Huiyun Palace, I have obtained my brother's legacy. Taiyi was overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly exclaiming, excellent. He continued, Nezha, your brother's aspirations were immensely challenging. Even in his time of sanctity, he did not succeed. Having inherited his legacy, you must be prepared. Nezha smiled and reassured him, rest assured, master. If I fail, I shall leave my legacy behind for future generations to carry on the Qingwei aspiration. Taiyi exclaimed, a splendid aspiration indeed. My master has not erred in his judgment. Nezha then asked, Master, will you truly be able to dismantle the 10 absolute formation? Taiyi smiled gently and replied, indeed, it shall be resolved. Let us return. In the city of Shiqi, after a brief interval, individuals began to arrive at the gates of the Xiang residence. Jiang Zia, GFA, and Huang Feihu, among others, had been awaiting their arrival. Suddenly, a radiant light appeared in the sky, and figures descended gracefully. Among them were Guang Qingzi from the Peach Blossom Cave of the 9 Immortals Mountain, Huang Long Zhenren from the Ma Gu Cave of the 2 Immortals Mountain, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan from the Yunshao Cave of the 5 Dragons Mountain, Xihang Zhenren from the Luojia Cave of the Putuan Mountain, Daohang Tianzuan from the Yuwu Cave of the Jinting Mountain, Qi Jingzi from the Yunshao Cave of the Taiwan Mountain, Zhu Lusun from the Feiyun Cave of the Jiayun Mountain, Lingbao Dafa Master from the Yuanyang Cave of the Kongtong Mountain, Yuding Zhenren from the Jinxiao Cave of the Yuchuan Mountain, Puxian Zhenren from the Baihe Cave of the Jiugong Mountain, and Qingshu Dao Tianzuan from the Xiang Cave of the Qingfeng Mountain. Along with Taiyi Zhenren, they constituted the 12 golden immortals under the command of the primordial supreme being. What a magnificent assembly this was! What a grand display of power! Brothers, I, Zia, extend my greetings, Jiang Zia said as he approached to pay his respects. Guang Qingzi, the first to strike the golden bell among the 12 golden immortals, and thus the highest in status, stepped forward and replied, Zia, there is no need for excessive formalities. We have been invited to assist you in breaking the 10 absolute formation. Simply direct us as you see fit. Jiang Zia quickly interjected. I have only practiced for 40 years. How could I possibly compare to my esteemed brothers? My knowledge is limited, and I fear I may not be up to the task. I humbly request that Brother Guang Qingzi take charge instead. As Jiang Zia conversed with Guang Qingzi, a sudden deer call echoed through the air, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. Looking up, they saw an elder riding a deer, descending amidst auspicious light. Taiyi, upon recognizing the newcomer, murmured, Randang. Who is the Randang Taoist? He is a peer and friend of the primordial supreme being. Although officially listed under the Yusu sect, he seldom concerns himself with formalities. Even the 12 golden immortals regard the Nanji elder as their senior disciple, often forgetting that Randang was the first to bear the title of disciple. As Randang alighted from the clouds, a ripple of surprise stirred within the hearts of the 12 golden immortals. Upon landing, they hastily paid their respects. Randang regarded them, approached Taiyi with a gentle smile, and then turned to Jiang Zia. May I assist you in this endeavor? At this, Jiang Zia naturally had no further words to add. In that case, I thank you. Brother, Randang replied, since that is settled, my thanks to you. He then addressed the gathered assembly. Today, I come not only to aid in breaking the formation, but also because each of you faces calamities. Moreover, I am here to repay a favor. At the mention of favor, Randang's gaze briefly fell on Taiyi and Nezha. Taiyi understood the implication, yet Nezha remained perplexed. Nezha tugged at Taiyi's robe and inquired, Master, what do you mean? Taiyi, choosing not to elaborate, merely offered a vague response. You will understand in due time. Seeing that Taiyi was reluctant to elaborate, Nezha refrained from pressing further. Randang continued, Zia, please hand me the talisman, and once the formation is dismantled, I shall return it to you. Jiang Zia promptly unfastened the talisman from his waist and passed it to Randang. In the Hall of Enlightenment, the gathered assembly was beckoned by Randang to enter. For this was not a place for deliberation. As he stepped forward, the others followed him into the official residence. Upon entering the hall, Randang had already taken the seat of honor. Noticing that everyone had settled, he spoke slowly. The 10 absolute array is perilous beyond measure. Even a golden immortal may find their demise within its confines. If one wishes to break this formation, it may very well cost the lives of 10 individuals. His initial proclamation sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Randang continued, I understand this may seem incredulous, a notion I too wish were otherwise. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room as the attendees found themselves at a loss for words. Turning to Nezha, he commanded, Nezha, disciple of the Taiyi sect. You shall be the first to issue a challenge. Nezha looked up, surprised that Randang recognized him. Noticing Nezha's hesitation, Randang urged, do not delay any further. Coming to his senses, Nezha exited the grand hall. As he pondered the implications of Randang's familiarity, he speculated whether it stemmed from an acquaintance with his master, Taiyi, and an unfulfilled debt of gratitude. Yet, with countless hypotheses swirling in his mind, he decided to cast aside his musings. Nezha summoned his cloud and soared to the military camp of Chowga, where he encountered a soldier exiting the encampment. Nezha alighted, inquiring, who are you? The soldier replied, I am Deputy General Deng Zhong, serving under Master One. And who might you be? Nezha retorted, your identity is of no consequence. What matters is that you return to your camp and inform Wen Zhong that we are about to breach the 10 absolute array. Deng Zhong laughed heartily. Breach the array? If your West Chi could break the formation, you would have long displayed a truce banner. Such dreams are the folly of fools. Nezha, incensed, replied coldly, do you seek death? Sensing Nezha's wrath, Deng Zhong summoned an invisible aura of pressure, yet refrained from further provocation. If you come to battle, do you possess a challenge letter? Nezha responded, a challenge letter, you say? Allow me to prepare one for you. With that, he summoned his Qingquan circle, which shone with golden brilliance, and hurled it towards Deng Zhong. Before he could evade, a thunderous crash echoed, reverberating like a storm. Moments later, the dust settled, revealing a deep pit over 2 yards in depth. Looking up, Nezha had already vanished from sight, fear gripping his heart. Deng Zhong hurried back to the camp to report to Wen Zhong. After issuing his challenge, Nezha returned to the official residence, where the assembly had concluded their discussions, leaving only Randang in the hall. Just as Nezha was about to withdraw, Randang called out to him. You are Nezha? Randang inquired. Nezha, puzzled, replied, did not my master instruct me to issue a challenge? How is it that you do not recognize me? Randang smiled. Indeed, I am familiar with your name, but not your visage. A mere 8-year-old child possessing such cultivation is indeed commendable. Nezha asserted, if you have something to convey, please do so without reservation. Randang responded, excellent, I appreciate your forthrightness. Your father, Jing, and I share a bond of fate. Here, I possess a 7-treasure Linglong pagoda. I would like you to deliver it to him. In Randang's hand rested a resplendent golden pagoda, glimmering with brilliance. Nezha hastily interjected, if you intend to gift my father such a treasure, why not present it to him directly instead of entrusting it to me? Randang smiled gently and remarked, if I were to present a gift to you in the presence of Taiyi, would he be pleased? Your father was originally a disciple under the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren of the Western Kunlun, so how could I directly bestow it upon him? At this moment, Nezha comprehended that Randang was concerned about Taiyi Zhenren's potential misunderstanding. He accepted the Linglong Tower and stated, Nezha expresses gratitude on behalf of my father to the teacher. Randang continued, you, my child, are indeed courteous, yet your temperament requires some refinement. Nezha found Randang's words to be quite profound, leaving him entirely perplexed as to their true meaning. He implored, please enlighten me, esteemed teacher. Randang responded, do you understand why Taiyi and I are affiliated with the Yusu sect? Nezha shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Randang elaborated, if we were not to seek refuge under the Yusu sect, we would likely face relentless pursuits daily. This world is not as tranquil as you imagine. In battling the heavens and the earth, one must cultivate invincible skills. Mere possession of numerous magical artifacts is insufficient. You must recognize that there are always those who surpass you, many stronger than your master and me, and certainly many who surpass your senior brother. Do you grasp this? Nezha understood Randang's intent, but pondered the identity of the individuals lurking behind the shadows. He gazed at Randang, hoping for further hints, yet Randang advised, you must learn to endure. When you have sufficiently honed your skills, it will be others who cannot remain still. Nezha nodded and expressed, thank you for your guidance, teacher. Randang gestured dismissively. You may leave now. Our meeting was merely a fleeting encounter, and we have yet to converse deeply. Do you understand? Nezha nodded and departed. As Nezha left the mansion, he returned home and knocked on Jing's door. Come in, Jing called out. Nezha pushed the door open to find his father seated at a table, partaking in strong liquor alone. Father seems troubled, Nezha observed. Jing forced a smile and replied, not at all. Why do you think of me at this hour? Nezha continued, I am aware that since our family's arrival in the West Chi, you have not stepped onto the battlefield. This was due to my concerns, which led Master Jiang to refrain from making arrangements. I did not anticipate you would resort to solitary drinking. Li Jing chuckled. I have lived a life of warfare, and I am but 40 years of age. What harm is there in fighting once more? Nezha replied. I have been remiss. I have worried too much. Li Jing reassured him. My son cares for the world and still remembers his parents at home. Such loyalty and filial piety cannot be faulted. Nezha then revealed a golden tower from his waist, saying, Father, this is the golden tower that teacher Randang entrusted me to convey to you. Upon seeing the shimmering golden tower radiating with spiritual energy, Li Jing exclaimed, This cannot be accepted. My child should keep this treasure for self-defense. Nezha insisted, Father, there is no need to decline. This was specifically entrusted to you by teacher Randang. Moreover, I possess ample artifacts already, such as the Qianquan circle and the Muntian silk. Along with the Qianquan bow and the Zhentian arrow, I have more than enough. Seeing Nezha's determination, Li Jing could no longer refuse and reluctantly accepted the gift. Chapter 63. Breaking the two arrays and borrowing the wind pearl. Li Jing took the Linglong Tower and gazed at Nezha, his eyes brimming with affection. Nezha, the 10 absolute array is exceedingly perilous. I have heard that your master has arrived. Do you have confidence in breaking it? Nezha shook his head and replied, I do not know, but Master Randang is quite assured. It should not pose much of a problem. Upon hearing this, Li Jing nodded and smiled, saying, My son has grown and possesses remarkable skills. Nezha, feeling somewhat bashful at Li Jing's words, responded, Father, please do not jest about Nezha. Li Jing chuckled, Very well. Tomorrow we shall break the array. You must also prepare your spirit. Even if you do not require sleep, you should meditate and cultivate. Nezha nodded and exited Li Jing's chamber. Once Nezha departed, Li Jing resumed drinking alone. The next day, Randang led the group to the front of the 10 absolute array. Qin, seeing the assembled crowd, flew out from the formation, proclaiming, 12 golden immortals. Do you intend to break my array? As Nezha stepped forward, he was abruptly restrained by Taiyi, who urged, he'd master Randang's arrangements. Nezha, feeling helpless, held back his impatience. Randang sat atop a reindeer, furrowing his brow as he looked upon the assembled immortals, uncertain of how to begin. After all, it had been stated that breaking the 10 absolute array could result in the loss of life. Just as Randang was at a loss, a gust of wind swept down from the heavens, and a figure descended. The individual, wielding a Fangtian Huaji, bowed respectfully to the crowd. Introducing himself, I am Deng Hua of the Yushu sect, sent by my master to assist the immortals in breaking the 10 absolute array. Randang, with a look of resignation, replied, Are you aware that this endeavor is fraught with peril, and may even cost you your life? Deng Hua smiled slightly. No matter. I only ask that Master Zia inscribe my name upon the Fengshan Bang. Jiang Zia affirmed. Those who meet their demise in today's battle shall indeed have their names recorded upon the Fengshan Bang. Grateful for Jiang Zia's promise, Deng Hua bowed deeply in gratitude. Observing that the crowd had deliberated for a long time without anyone daring to engage, Qin declared, Do any of you dare to challenge me? Deng Hua stepped forward resolutely, declaring, Do not be arrogant. Your grandfather Deng Hua is present. Qin retorted angrily, What are you, to speak so presumptuously? Deng Hua replied, What a disaster you are. Let us see if your grandfather can dismantle your array. With that, he brandished the Fangtian Huaji and entered the array. Seeing Deng Hua enter, Qin smirked disdainfully and followed him into the array. Upon reaching the center, Qin picked up a 3-headed banner from the altar and gently shook it. Suddenly, thunder roared within the array, and Deng Hua was obliterated by the lightning's force, reduced to mere dust. Qin sneered and bellowed, Is this the extent of the prowess of those from Kunlun Mountain? The disciples present, regardless of their generation, were incensed by his words and clamored to engage in battle to break the array. Randang roared, Stop! Deng Hua has perished. The array can indeed be broken, but it shall be entrusted to the venerable Manjushri. Manjushri stepped forward, received the talisman, and without further ado, soared into the array. Qin, witnessing Manjushri's entry, scoffed, You, a carefree immortal, dare to attempt to dismantle my array? Manjushri, filled with righteous indignation, responded, Qin, is it your sect's doctrine to lay such a vicious array that takes lives? You shall pay for the harm inflicted upon my Yushu disciples. As he spoke, the venerable Manjushri, master of profound teachings, formed a mudra with his hands, uttering incantations with deft precision. With a subtle gesture, 2 golden lotuses emerged beneath his feet. Anchoring his form, Qin, with a cold smirk, declared, Regardless of your golden lotuses or celestial radiance, today marks your demise. Upon finishing his words, Qin waved a 3-headed banner, unleashing a tempest of thunder, the sound of explosions echoing relentlessly. Unperturbed, Manjushri once again formed the mudra, chanting incantations, and from his lips emerged a 5-inch golden lotus. As the lotus appeared, it radiated golden light, and the spiritual energy in Manjushri's hands surged, transforming from formless to a tangible white spiritual thread. This energy infused the golden lotus, causing it to emit a brilliant white light, and subsequently manifest 5 identical golden lotuses. The resplendence enveloped Manjushri's limbs and crown, creating a protective barrier. Seeing that the thunder was ineffective against Manjushri, Qinhuan summoned a handful of black sand, conjuring a whirlwind of dark fury to clash with the white lightning. Yet, Manjushri remained calm, continuing his incantations as he pressed the mudra down upon the golden lotus, which blossomed to reveal 5 golden lamps. Though the flames flickered faintly, they effectively shielded Qinhuan's assaults. Continuing his incantations, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, aimed at Qinhuan. He hastily attempted to evade it, only to find 3 golden ropes materializing from thin air. For Jinjia had bequeathed the dragon escape stake to Manjushri. Bound tightly by the ropes, Qinhuan sensed the gravity of his situation. My fellow cultivator, we are both practitioners of the Tao. How can we forget the sanctity of life? Taken aback by his words, Manjushri performed a solemn gesture towards Kunlun Mountain, stating, Master, I must take this life. After the matter is resolved, I shall atone. Transforming his palm into a blade, he swiftly severed Qinhuan's head, unleashing a stream of spiritual energy that shattered the items upon the table, causing the heavenly extermination formation to collapse in an instant. Holding Qinhuan's severed head, Manjushri approached the lamp of illumination, saying, Elder brother, the formation has been breached, and I have taken a life. I must seek penance in Kunlun. The lamp nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him, Rest easy, Master will not hold you accountable. With Qinhuan's demise, the distant observer, Wenzhong, was filled with fury. Riding his black qilin, he advanced to the forefront, exclaiming, Manjushri, do not flee. You have broken 1 formation, but I still possess 9. Do you dare to challenge me? Before Manjushri could respond, Zhao Jiang interjected, Manjushri, what Windfire says is true. Breaking the heavenly extermination formation is commendable. But do you dare to traverse my earthly flame formation? Without allowing Manjushri a chance to speak, the lamp interjected, My junior brother has just emerged from a fierce battle. Would Zhao Tianjun take advantage of his exhaustion for an unfair fight? Annoyed by the lamp's remark, Zhao Jiang retorted, Very well, I shall spare Manjushri for now. However, any among you who dares to enter my earthly flame formation shall meet certain death. Stepping forward, Han Julong said, Master, I am but a foolish disciple. Fearing that my celestial aspirations may not come to fruition, venturing into this trial may still yield fortune. Looking at Han Julong, the lamp replied, Well said. There is no escaping calamity. You are a forthright individual, and your name shall surely be inscribed upon the divine list. Upon witnessing the promise made by Randang, Han Dulong promptly leaped forth, declaring, I shall shatter your earthly fiery array. Zhao Jiang, observing Han Dulong, erupted in laughter, exclaiming, You, a mere mortal devoid of any Taoist cultivation, dare to speak of breaking an array? Out of respect for your audacity, I shall grant you a complete corpse. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhao Jiang entered the array, awaiting the confrontation. Han Dulong bowed respectfully to the assembled immortals, stating, Disciple shall proceed. He rode forth to the front of the array but halted, dismounting his steed. Addressing the horse, he said, Today, I fear I may meet my demise. You may depart and seek a new master, for I shall have no more ties. With a pat on the horse's rear, it galloped away. Han Dulong let out a hearty laugh and stepped into the earthly fiery array. The moment he entered, he sensed a stark difference. As if he were treading upon air, with thunder and fire above and swirling clouds below. However, in the blink of an eye, he collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing Han Dulong's demise, Randang immediately called out, The head of the array has been breached. Zhu Lu's son, you may now proceed to dismantle it. Zhu Lu's son received the talisman and traversed the air, swiftly entering the array. Zhao Jiang, seeing Zhu Lu's son enter, prepared to move the array's flags and command the 5 directions. Yet, Zhu Lu's son did not afford him the opportunity. As soon as he entered the array, he completed his incantation. His spiritual power erupted forth as he stepped upon the swirling clouds, raising his left hand to command the thunder and fire. A beam of golden light shot forth from his sleeve, and in an instant, Zhao Jiang was bound like a rice dumpling. Zhao Jiang summoned his spiritual energy, attempting to free himself, yet he was unaware that Zhu Lu's son had already approached the altar. Do not waste your strength. This binding rope can restrain even the great Luo golden immortals, let alone you. Struggling, Zhao Jiang twisted his body, but Zhu Lu's son remained undeterred, striking the altar and destroying the array's core. He seized Zhao Jiang and, stepping upon the air, brought him before Ran Deng, where he forcefully cast him down. You dare treat me this way? Zhao Jiang seethed. Ran Deng regarded Zhao Jiang, stating, you were once a disciple of the Chan sect, and we of the Yusu sect could be considered as brothers. Did you not consider that your actions against Han Dulong might lead to this very moment? Moreover, you are not dead yet. I have merely tossed you aside. Zhao Jiang retorted, how can a person without any cultivation be compared to me, a heavenly sovereign? Ran Deng replied, you consider yourself a heavenly sovereign? Guards, take him away and give him a beating. 2 soldiers appeared from behind, dragging Zhao Jiang away, leaving him battered and bruised. Wen Zhong, witnessing Ran Deng dismantle 2 arrays, felt a surge of anxiety and addressed the 8 individuals behind him, esteemed colleagues. 2 formations have been breached. What shall we do now? Dong Quan responded, since they possess such prowess, we would accept our defeat gracefully. Yet I fear we might betray the loyalty owed to our Grandmaster. I am willing to engage once more in the wind howling array for the sake of our Grandmaster. Wen Zhong, hearing this, felt a deep sense of helplessness. Ran Deng, observing Wen Zhong and others, chuckled, when Tai Shi, the day is drawing to a close. We have breached 2 arrays today, yet both the Chan and Jie sects have suffered losses. I feel rather remorseful. Perhaps it would be better to wait a few days. Once the heavenly sovereigns reinforce the formations, we may engage in battle again. Wen Zhong, upon hearing this, looked to the others. They remained silent, their resolve shaken by the successive defeats inflicted by Shi Qi. With a sigh, Wen Zhong conceded, very well, if that is the case. We shall reconvene here tomorrow to contest the arrays and exchange doctrines. 2 groups of individuals returned to their respective camps. Upon their return, Nezha gazed at the master on the throne and inquired, is master concerned about being unable to break the wind howling formation? The master, burning lamp, smiled and replied, indeed. Nezha, you are perceptive. To shatter the wind howling formation, one must possess a specific item, the wind stabilizing pearl. Nezha, puzzled, asked, the wind stabilizing pearl? Burning lamp affirmed, precisely. This pearl can quell all winds and waves. With it, our chances of overcoming the formation would significantly increase. Zhang Zia then inquired, might I ask where this wind stabilizing pearl can be found? Burning lamp responded, it resides within the 9-tripod iron altar mountain, specifically in the 8 treasure cloud-like cave. Taiyi murmured, is it in the possession of Dui? Burning lamp confirmed, indeed, but he does not belong to the Kunlun sect. It may prove difficult for us to procure it. Nezha suggested, my father once apprenticed under Master Dui. Perhaps he could assist us. Burning lamp cautioned, your father's connection with him is well known. It may be as challenging as climbing to the heavens to borrow it. Yang Jian stepped forward and proposed, perhaps I should venture forth. Burning lamp interjected, no, anyone associated with the Kunlun lineage must not attempt to borrow it. Zhang Zia urged, brother, please speak plainly. Burning lamp explained, this matter is rather simple. As long as King Wu seeks to borrow it in the name of the Western Zhou, success is assured. Zhang Zia queried, why is that? Burning lamp shook his head, in matters that align with the heavenly mandate, how could he refuse? However, our Kunlun disciples cannot act as intermediaries this time. Hearing this, GFA stepped forward, saying, I understand the immortal's intention. I shall send someone immediately. GFA commanded Sen Yixing and Chao Tian to journey to Iron Altar Mountain to procure the wind-stabilizing pearl. Once arrangements were made, everyone returned to their quarters. Just past midnight, Nezha was meditating when he was awakened by Burning Lamp. Master? Nezha queried, perplexed. Burning Lamp smiled. Once those 2 procure the wind-stabilizing pearl, they will be ambushed. You should wait at the ferry and retrieve the pearl when the time comes. Nezha, confused, asked, if you know they will be ambushed, why not have King Wu send troops? Burning Lamp replied, you are not a disciple of the Yushu sect, so you would not incite DES disdain. Moreover, since you are not directly borrowing it, even if they succeed, they will likely return only by tomorrow afternoon. Nezha nodded, and after Burning Lamp departed, he made his way to the ferry. Nezha mused, they set off at the hour of the rooster. It is now the hour of the tiger. So they should have arrived by now. Just as he was contemplating, a boat docked at the shore. Nezha noticed 2 individuals disembark, and in the moonlight, he recognized them as Fang Yun and Fang Xiang. Nezha intended to call out to them but recalled his pressing matters, so he refrained from speaking. After Fang Yun and Fang Xiang departed, thick smoke began to billow from the boat, which quickly ignited into flames. Captivated by the spectacle, Nezha suddenly heard cries for help. Alarmed, He thought, someone is on board. He swiftly flew onto the vessel, only to discover San Yixing and Chao Tian bound within the cabin, with San Yixing's mouth stuffed with cloth, emitting muffled sounds. Nezha lifted one person by the back and leaped onto the shore. How could this happen? Upon noticing Nezha's confusion, Chao Tian explained, we borrowed the wind-settling pearl to return, but unexpectedly encountered villains who seized it and bound us tightly, intending to burn the ship and erase all evidence. Nezha inquired, is it Fang Bin and Fang Xiang? Chao Tian was taken aback. Although he did not understand how Nezha recognized them, he nodded vigorously, indeed. It is those two. With a swift motion, Nezha drew his blade and severed the ropes binding Chao Tian and San Yixing. I shall pursue the wind-settling pearl. You both return to Shiqi City at once. Chao Tian cautioned, young general, be careful, those two practice dark arts. Nezha reassured him, do not worry. Although he regretted not stopping Fang Bin and Fang Xiang earlier, now was not the time for remorse. He summoned the clouds and took flight in pursuit. Fang Bin and Fang Xiang were elated. Brother, we have acquired a treasure. If we present it to the king, we might regain our former positions, Fang Xiang remarked. Fang Bin replied, indeed, I never expected to find such a treasure in this desolate wilderness. As they conversed, Nezha had already caught up on his cloud. How about you hand it over to me? I shall spare your lives. Fang Bin, growing impatient, retorted, who do you think you are? But upon turning, he saw Nezha gliding through the air, already standing before them. And Nezha, Fang Xiang stammered upon seeing him. Nezha smiled and said, did you think you could escape after taking my wind-settling pearl? Chapter 64, Breaking the 10 Absolutes. The disciples of Taiyi Fang Bin and Fang Xiang exchanged glances, having thought their fortune was secured, only to unexpectedly encounter Nezha, the harbinger of doom. Young general, spare us. We acknowledge our mistakes and are willing to return the wind-settling pearl, Fang Bin hastily pleaded. Nezha replied, you two consider yourselves cultivators. How can you be so cowardly? You deserve punishment. With that, Nezha raised his chinko in circle, preparing to strike. Fang Bin and Fang Xiang both knelt simultaneously. Please, young master, spare us. Though we are cultivators, our master deemed us lacking in wisdom and expelled us for acquiring the treasure. Otherwise, we would not be robbing in this wild place. Nezha recalled the duo's troublesome abilities. Their multicolored brilliance indeed a headache, yet now they knelt before him, awaiting their fate. Has your treasure been taken? Nezha asked. Fang Bin quickly replied, we would not dare deceive you, young master. It was precisely because our treasure was reclaimed that we were driven from the palace by King Zhou. Now, we beseech you for guidance. Observing the two kneeling before him, Nezha was reminded of the words of the Lantern Master. Death is certain. If there is an opportunity for transcendence after death, it would indeed be a boon for you. The two were puzzled by Nezha's words, and Fang Bin inquired, what do you mean, young master? Nezha let out a cold snort and declared, my Western Qi army is impeded by the 10 Absolute formation. To breach this barrier, a life must be sacrificed. My master once stated that those who assist in breaking the formation and perish shall have their names inscribed on the divine list. Are you both willing to accept this fate? Fang murmured to himself, what my young master said is indeed true. Nezha replied, is there any need for me to deceive you? It would be far simpler to strike you down right now. The two exchanged glances and nodded, then bowed deeply to Nezha, expressing their gratitude for his decision. Observing the two on the ground, Nezha sighed, very well, follow me. Fang and Fang Xiang, being practitioners of the Tao, naturally possessed some knowledge of its arts. They promptly shaped clay into a means of escape, while Nezha stood guard behind them. As dawn broke, the trio had entered the city of Western Qi. Nezha bound the two with the mystic silk and cast them before the gates of the residence, instructing the guards to watch over them, while he himself entered the grand hall alone. Within the hall, Randang and others had already gathered. Nezha reached to his waist and produced the calming wind pearl, saying, Master, the calming wind pearl. Randang nodded in acknowledgement. Report, the army of Chao Gu has assembled 30 miles outside the city and inquired when our forces shall engage. Randang smiled and replied, form the ranks. Let us march to battle. As the sun began to rise, both sides had completed their formations, banners fluttering majestically in the wind. Dong Quan stepped forward and proclaimed, who dares to breach my wind hell formation? Please, step forth. Nezha brought Fang and Fang Xiang to the front of the formation and asked, which one of you will go? Upon hearing this, Fang looked at Fang Xiang and said, brother, I shall go first. Fang Xiang appeared reluctant, but said nothing further, for he knew the next turn would be his own. Fang stepped forward and declared, your grandfather is Fang. Let us begin. As Fang entered the formation, Dong Quan showed no mercy. Waving his command flag, unleashing a tempest that was laced with countless steel blades. Feng attempted to use his clay escape technique, but he was swiftly torn apart. Ran Ding glanced at the compassionate master and urged, "Will you not enter the formation? What are you waiting for?" The compassionate master, stepping on a lotus, gracefully flew into the fray. Not wishing to lose any time, Dong Quan unfurled his command flag, summoning a black wind that surged towards the compassionate master. Unfazed, the compassionate master retrieved the calming wind pearl from his waist and shouted, "Stop." The calming wind pearl can quell all tempests, let alone Dong Quan's wind howl formation, and the black wind dissipated instantly. The compassionate master, with a dismissive glance, wielded a jade bottle, forming seals with his fingers to direct the bottle's opening towards Dong Quan. A gust of black wind emerged from the vial, ensnaring Dong Quan within. Gathering his spiritual energy, he transformed his palm into a blade, smashing a table and reclaiming the calming wind pearl before approaching Ran Ding, stating, "Brother, I have broken through." The wind howl formation was shattered, yet within the ice-cold formation, Yuan Jiao remained unperturbed, exclaiming, "Impressive skills. You even managed to borrow the calming wind pearl. I wonder how you will deal with my ice-cold formation." Nearby, Feng Xiang trembled with fear, while a man beside him remarked, "Master, I, Shuehu, practice the Tao of Wu Wei. Grant your disciple a chance today." Ran Ding nodded but refrained from speaking, seeing Ran Ding's tacit approval. Shuehu was filled with joy and turned to declare, "Do not be arrogant. Your grandfather from the Shui family is present here." Yuan Jiao paid no heed, and at the moment Shuehu entered the formation, he waved the formation flag. Instantly, Shuehu was transformed into an ice sculpture. With a flick of his hand, Yuan Jiao unleashed a burst of black sand, shattering Shuehu into oblivion. "Pu Xian, step forth," commanded Ran Ding sternly. Pu Xian advanced with a decisive step, his spiritual power erupting forth, his robe billowing without wind. As he soared into the formation, he declared, "Evil one, today I shall break the seal and take your life." Yuan Jiao scoffed, "Is that so? Then come at me." No sooner had Pu Xian entered the formation than Yuan Jiao brandished the formation flag, causing an enormous iceberg to crash down upon him. In response, Pu Xian summoned a radiant white light, launching a torrent of spiritual energy that shattered the iceberg into fragments. Without hesitation, Yuan Jiao once more waved the formation flag, causing the surrounding air to chill significantly. The white light in Pu Xian's hand intensified, and he executed a sealing gesture, uttering a low incantation, "Three methods golden lotus, swift." Suddenly, a celestial cloud appeared above his head, from which a golden lotus flower erupted in brilliance, adorned with dangling jewels. The lotus expanded to an impressive height of over 3 meters. "Crush it," Pu Xian commanded. The golden light flashed, descending upon Yuan Jiao and reducing him to a bloody pulp, extinguishing his life on the spot. A large pit formed where he fell, dust swirling and lingering in the air. The golden light Holy Mother, witnessing Pu Xian's ruthless methods, was consumed by fury and shouted at the assembled crowd, "What a noble sect, preaching benevolence and virtue, yet my junior brother has committed no wrong to warrant such brutality." Pu Xian retorted, "Brutal methods? This Yuan Jiao is no human. He has only cultivated for 200 years, yet he has transformed into human form and possesses profound mastery. If he were not a flesh-eating spirit, how could he advance so rapidly?" The golden light Holy Mother exclaimed, "You speak falsehoods." Pu Xian coldly snorted, "The life of my disciple, Kaiyun, was claimed by whom? Today, I merely seek vengeance for my young apprentice." With an enraged roar, the golden light Holy Mother charged at him with her flying sword. Beside her, Xiaojin confronted her wielding a long spear. They clashed fiercely for 30 rounds. But sensing his inadequacy, Xiaojin bellowed, "Master Uncle, grant me a boon." With that, he molded the earth into a means of escape and plunged into the golden light formation. The golden light Holy Mother followed closely, upon seeing Xiaojin enter the formation. She waved her command flag, and a beam of golden light shot forth, instantly incinerating him. "Guangqingzi, step forward," Ran Ding intoned. Guangqingzi accepted the talisman and stepped forth. As the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, Guangqingzi was composed and approached the golden light formation with careful scrutiny. He observed the golden light Holy Mother standing atop a towering stone pillar adorned with 21 mirrors. "Fellow Taoist, if you turn back now, you may escape the fate of death." The golden light Holy Mother scoffed, "After slaying so many of my junior brothers and fellow Taoists, do you truly expect me to believe your good intentions?" Guangqingzi replied, "Zhu Peinyang, are you truly so obstinate?" The golden light Holy Mother gasped, astonished that Guangqingzi knew her secular name. Who are you? Guangqingzi remarked. You siblings have been sent to the sect of interception to learn the ways of the Tao, and this is how you repay your benefactor? The Golden Light Holy Mother, gazing at Guangqingzi, recalled how she had been struck by lightning at home, saved by an immortal, and subsequently placed on Golden Ao Island to learn under a master. Are you that immortal? She inquired. Guangqingzi replied, whether I am or not is irrelevant. Zhu Peinyang, if you turn back, I can guarantee your survival. The Golden Light Holy Mother responded, it is futile, having already pledged my loyalty to Master Wen. Turning back is impossible. Let my benefactor witness the skills I have acquired. With that, she waved her command flag, and 21 mirrors suddenly emitted a radiant golden light, intermingled with lightning, aimed directly at Guangqingzi. Unfazed, he summoned the protective golden lotus from atop his head, shielding himself. Despite the brilliance, not a single thread of his garments was torn. Guangqingzi stated, this 8 trigrams purple robe can withstand the fire of the golden crow for an hour. How could your golden light compare? Observing Guangqingzi, the Golden Light Holy Mother offered a bitter smile. Your abilities are indeed celestial, yet I still feel unworthy of my benefactor. Upon saying this, she sent her flying sword to shatter her own 21 mirrors. The sword did not cease but pierced through the Golden Light Holy Mother's brow, causing her to tumble from the pillar. Guangqingzi caught her lifeless body, sighing, what was the need for this? Witnessing this scene, Wenzhong felt a sense of foreboding. Abandoning his observation of the formation and mounting his ink qilin to depart, suddenly, a white light streaked across the sky, revealing a figure exuding an ethereal presence. A wandering immortal named Qiao Kuan from Baiyun Cave on Wui Mountain. Why does Master Wen depart? Such a battle between the sect of interception and the sect of propagation is a rare sight, Qiao Kuan began. Wenzhong, hearing this, appeared helpless. Do you assist me today, or aid Randang and his ilk? Qiao Kuan replied, I am merely a newly initiated wandering immortal. I come seeking an opportunity. Randang asked, what opportunity do you seek? Qiao Kuan performed a gesture of reverence towards Randang. My master is well aware. I only wish for Lord Jiangshang to inscribe my name on the list of deification. Randang laughed heartily. If that is the case, I thank you, my friend. Sun Liang, incensed, retorted, a mere wandering immortal dares to speak so boldly. Prepare to meet your end. Unperturbed, Qiao Kuan formed a seal with his hands and struck out at Sun Liang. Their clash revealed Sun Liang at a disadvantage, prompting him to hastily retreat into the blood transformation formation. Dare you enter? Qiao Kuan chuckled. My master has already granted permission. What do I have to fear? With that, he calmly stepped into the formation. Enraged, Sun Liang brandished a handful of black sand towards Qiao Kuan, unleashing his spiritual energy to counter, but it was futile. Even a single grain of black sand struck true, reducing Qiao Kuan to a pool of blood in an instant. Such a venomous technique, Nezha mused silently. Taiyi, overhearing, laughed. Nezha, hand me the 9 dragons' divine fire, and I shall teach you its application. Nezha swiftly retrieved the 9 dragons' divine fire from his waist and presented it to Taiyi. With a single step, Taiyi advanced. Yet due to the earlier interference by Qiao Kuan, he deftly pressed his fingers against the ground, summoning 2 azure lotuses that bore him into the blood transformation formation. Oh, you dare to enter the formation? Then prepare to meet your demise. Sun Liang seethed inwardly. He flung a handful of black sand towards Taiyi, who merely flicked his dust whisk, causing the black sand to fall harmlessly aside. Your tactics are futile against me. I am merely instructing my disciple on the use of magical artifacts, Taiyi remarked with a smile. Sun Liang, incensed by Taiyi's words, unleashed another handful of black sand toward him. Taiyi shook his head and smiled, declaring, overconfidence may not be a virtue. As the black sand approached, Taiyi did not even flinch, too lethargic to even stir his dust whisk. When Sun Liang saw the black sand strike Taiyi without causing any harm, his resolve crumbled. Impossible. This cannot be. Observing Sun Liang's fury, Taiyi shook his head with a wry smile. Nezha, pay attention. Taiyi shouted, addressing Nezha directly. By my command, I summon the 9 dragons. This was the incantation for the 9-dragon divine fire shield, which Taiyi boldly recited before all present. He began to form intricate hand seals. Moving slowly, deliberately, after completing a single gesture, he urged Nezha, are you not learning? At this, Nezha finally reacted, following Taiyi's movements to form the seals. Taiyi taught at a measured pace, yet Nezha executed the gestures deftly. The crowd was in an uproar. Taiyi is teaching his disciple at such a moment. What is he thinking? Huang Long remarked. Yuding responded, he possesses that capability. Huang Long, initially dismissive, regarded Yuding with newfound respect. For Hoarding had received the personal guidance of the primordial one, yet had stagnated at the golden, immortal level. However, upon seeing Yang Jian behind him, he fell silent, recognizing that his own disciple had already attained golden immortal status. After completing the hand seals, Taiyi proclaimed, "Swift, Sun Liang." Realizing that he was no match for Taiyi, while witnessing him teach his disciple, contemplated retreating via earth escape. Yet, as Taiyi's voice resonated, the nine-dragon divine fire shield unexpectedly inverted, soaring upward and ensnaring the already fleeing Sun Liang within its confines. The nine-dragon divine fire shield, now towering thousands of feet in the air, rendered escape impossible for Sun Liang. The grand shield, visible to all, showcased 9 fire dragons spiraling within, each positioned according to the 8 trigrams, with one weaving through the air above. As the aerial fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, the surrounding 8 dragons followed suit, erupting in a blaze. Nezha recognized this flame. Azure, orange, and crimson, the 9 fire dragons released the true fire of Samadhi, once resembling the finest mutton fat. The 9-dragon divine fire shield now blazed brilliantly red. By my command, the 9 dragons can traverse the seas. By my command, the 9 dragons can vanquish earthly immortals. By my command, the 9 dragons can annihilate celestial beings. By my command, the 9 dragons can extinguish countless spirits. Nezha, do you comprehend? Taiyi's voice echoed through the heavens and the earth, and how could Nezha fail to hear it? As for Sun Liang within the 9 dragons' divine fire hood, he has long since turned to ashes. Randang gazed into the distance at Taiyi, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused. Do you believe such figures still exist? Naturally, Taiyi could not hear him. However, he solemnly presented the treasure of Zhuan, Su to Nezha. After imparting his teachings, Taiyi retrieved the 9 dragons' divine fire hood and approached Nezha, handing the artifact over, stating, "From this moment forth, this treasure belonging to your senior brother is entirely yours." Nezha nodded earnestly in response. Yet, Windfire and the others were so intimidated by Taiyi that they dared not advance a single step. The presence of such a formidable figure within the Chan sect rendered the 10 absolute formation a mere farce. Windfire remarked, "The day is waning. Perhaps we should reconvene tomorrow to discuss the array and its principles." Randang was well aware of Windfire and the others' sentiments. However, having spared Windfire's pride yesterday, he was inclined to reciprocate today. With a smile, Randang replied, "That sounds splendid, truly splendid." Chapter 65. Zhao Gongming, the countenance of a semi-saint Windfire, having gathered his army, sat within the grand tent, observing the remaining 4. That Taiyi, a half-step towards semi-sainthood, could single-handedly withstand 1,000 troops. "I do not wish for the 4 celestial lords to perish here. It would be best to return to Golden Ao Island." Bai Li, Yao Bin, Wang Bian, and Zhang Xiao exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a cloud descended from the heavens, and a figure entered the tent. Wearing a broad smile, "It is good to see you, Grandmaster." Upon recognizing the visitor as Shen Gongbao, Wenzhong sighed. "The 10 absolute formation has been breached by 6 arrays. I fear I can no longer withstand Jiangxia's forces." Shen Gongbao chuckled. "There is no need for such distress. It seems the disciples of the Chan sect have tacitly permitted their second-generation students to join the fray. You could certainly seek assistance from my teacher at the Jia sect." Wenzhong inquired, "Who do you speak of?" Shen Gongbao responded dismissively, "You may summon Zhao Gongming." Upon hearing this, Wenzhong suddenly realized, "Of course, how could I have overlooked that?" He promptly instructed Shen Gongbao to remain and guard the camp, mounted the Ink Qilin, and made his way to Amei Mountain. At the peak of Amei Mountain, within the Luo Fu Palace, Zhao Gongming was strolling near the precipice. Spotting a fierce tiger amidst the cliffs, Zhao Gongming's heart leaped with joy. "I have devoted myself to cultivation daily, yet have yet to acquire a steed. Your arrival is most fortuitous." With a thunderous roar, Zhao Gongming declared, "Beasts, why do you not submit? What do you await?" With the might of a semi-saint, his roar caused the tiger to weaken, instantly collapsing to the ground, utterly still. Zhao Gongming chuckled. "Come, let us form a pact as rider and mount. There is no need for you to lose your life in vain." The black tiger, appearing almost sentient, though unable to speak, promptly approached Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming mounted the black tiger, his heart swelling with elation, unaware that Wenzhong had already arrived. "What a delightful spirit you possess, esteemed uncle," Wenzhong remarked with a grin. Zhao Gongming turned to him and asked, "Who are you?" Wenzhong replied, "I am but a disciple of the Golden Spirit, Sacred Mother." Zhao Gongming responded, "I see. You ought to devote yourself to your training. What brings you here? Is there something you do not comprehend?" Wenzhong explained, "Esteemed uncle, you may not know, but I have descended the mountain for half a year, serving as Grand Master in the court of Chengtang, Zhao Gongming remarked. If that is the case, then it is indeed a commendable task. Wenzhong sighed and replied, however, my esteemed uncle, you are unaware that I am tasked by the great king to conquer the Western Qi. To my dismay, I was obstructed by the disciples of the Chan sect, and despite summoning 10 celestial lords from Jinao Island and setting up the 10 absolute formation, I have suffered the loss of 6 fellow disciples. Zhao Gongming was infuriated, exclaiming, the 3 teachings are fundamentally equal. Why do they unjustly hinder you and slay my 6 disciples? This truly enrages me. Wenzhong continued, had it not been for such circumstances, I would not have sought you out, my uncle. Zhao Gongming reassured him, do not fear, dear nephew. I shall accompany you to see who has harmed my disciples of the Jie sect. The following day, Zhao Gongming mounted his black tiger and arrived at the formation's front. There stood the 12 golden immortals, including Ran Deng, along with the 3 generations of disciples, such as Nezha. Who are these individuals? I do not recall seeing them a few days prior, Nezha questioned. Ran Deng, with keen insight, gazed at the man atop the black tiger and murmured, Zhao Gongming. Nezha, well aware of Zhao Gongming's stature as the foremost disciple of the Jie sect, declared, Master, allow me to take the lead. I have not engaged in battle these past few days, and my eagerness is mounting. Ran Deng cautioned, exercise caution, you should proceed alongside Yang Jian. Nezha and Yang Jian stepped forward to confront Zhao Gongming. Are you Zhao Gongming? They inquired. Zhao Gongming replied, since you know my name, why do you not withdraw? Nezha, gripping the universe ring tightly, exclaimed, I wish to test the prowess of the foremost disciple of the Chan sect. Upon witnessing Nezha's provocation, Zhao Gongming refrained from further words, stating, you impudent youth, state your name. I do not slay nameless brats. Nezha boldly proclaimed, I am Li Nezha. With that, he raised the universe ring and struck at Zhao Gongming's head. Yang Jian also advanced, wielding his silver-tipped precious spear, aimed directly at Zhao Gongming's brow. Zhao Gongming sneered coldly, ignorant of your own mortality. With a flick of his golden whip, he effortlessly parried the weapons of Nezha and Yang Jian. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, sending both Nezha and Yang Jian hurtling backward from the backlash. Nezha turned to Yang Jian, saying, allow me to handle this. Nezha formed a seal with his hands and chanted, 3 heads and 8 arms. I am invincible. Instantly, the 3 heads and 8 arms unfolded, grasping various magical treasures such as the fire-tipped spear and the golden brick. Zhao Gongming lightly sprang into the air, standing in the void. You young one, though you possess numerous treasures, you show no respect for your elders. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, Zhao Gongming unleashed his full spiritual power, causing the heavens to tremble, dark clouds to gather. His form expanded mightily until he reached a height of over 2 meters. Nezha suddenly sensed an unseen force that filled his soul with trepidation. Yang Jian observed Nezha's unsteady stance and slow movements, realizing the gravity of the situation. He planted his silver-tipped spear into the ground, his clothing billowing without wind, as he unleashed his own spiritual power, revealing his golden, immortal prowess. Yet, even as Yang Jian stepped forward, he felt a stirring in his soul. He intended to open his heavenly eye, but found that his internal spiritual energy could not be summoned. As Ran Deng gazed upon the golden form of Zhao Gongming in the sky, he murmured, has he attained the status of a quasi-saint? Brother, what shall we do? Beside him, Zhang Zia hastily inquired. Ran Deng urged, quickly, save them. Hearing this, Qi Jingzi swiftly advanced, with Guang Qingzi following suit. The two were poised to take Nezha and Yang Jian away when Zhao Gongming sneered coldly. How can you leave so easily? Stay. With those words, the law was enacted, and both Qi Jingzi and Guang Qingzi found themselves immobilized. Realizing the situation, Yu Dingzhenren, Huang Longzhenren, and Ling Bao de Fa Sure attempted to withdraw, but Zhao Gongming had already perceived their movements. You shall remain as well. With a single utterance, the 3 were similarly bound, unable to move. Witnessing Zhao Gongming's overwhelming power, Ran Deng felt a surge of indignation rise within him. He struck the ground with his hoofed deer and formed a gesture with his hands. Suddenly, an ancient bronze lamp emerged from within him, casting a gentle light that illuminated the world around them. Ran Deng, do you wish to involve yourself? Zhao Gongming demanded sternly. Unfazed, Ran Deng stood his ground. While Huang Longzhenren spoke up, Zhao Gongming, your presence indicates you too are entangled in the calamity of 1,000 deaths. What have we to fear? From Zhao Gongming's waist floated a set of luminous pearls, the 24 sea-calming pearls bestowed by Haoyan. The yellow radiance of Ran Deng clashed against Zhao Gongming's dark glow. akin to fire and water, locked in a fierce standoff. Zhao Gongming unleashed the 24 sea-calming pearls, clearly intending to strike a lethal blow. At that moment, Taiyi stepped forward, unleashing a formidable power that enveloped the realm in his azure lotus light. Taiyi, having lain in wait for so long, are you truly resolved to act now? Zhao Gongming sensed the peril and spoke urgently. Chapter 66, The Divine Whip. The Celestial Duel. Taiyi replied calmly. You have harmed my disciple. How could I refrain from intervening? Understanding Taiyi's character, Zhao Gongming quickly proposed, Brother Taiyi, take your disciple away. Should he suffer any harm, I shall personally seek forgiveness. Acknowledging Zhao Gongming's words, Taiyi waved his hand, summoning a colossal hand from the sky that lifted Nezha out from the oppressive force. Taiyi Zhenren, witnessing this, summoned his spiritual energy, but was forced to spit blood. Taiyi, save my disciple. Taiyi glanced at Zhao Gongming, who recognized the necessity of stabilizing Taiyi, otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits. Take away all 3 generations of disciples. We shall resolve our grievances ourselves. With a sweeping motion, Taiyi rescued Jinjia, Muzha, Huang Tianhua, Wu Ji, and others. Nezha, regaining his senses, asked, Master, why do we not assist teacher Randing? Taiyi halted him, saying, Zhao Gongming's willingness to release you signifies his desire to prevent me from acting. Since he has achieved this, I cannot intervene. You must not act recklessly. To do so would endanger your lives and squander the efforts of your master. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the 3rd generation lowered their heads, dejected and silent. As Nezha surveyed the battlefield, the venerable Huang Long Zhenren was struck by a crimson orb, spewing forth blood, while the Bagua Zisho robe of Guang Qingzi lay in tatters. The eminent Puxian Zhenren, adorned with a golden lotus atop his head, prepared to engage in a battle to the death. Yet to Zhao Gongming, this golden lotus appeared merely as a child's toy. Nezha observed the 12 golden immortals, each faltering in their stance, their strength waning. A sense of urgency filled his heart. Master, is there no way? Zhao Gongming is far too formidable, Nezha exclaimed anxiously. Taiyi shook his head. The pressure of a Xuanxing cannot be resisted by a golden immortal. Unless one possesses a powerful artifact, a treasure capable of contending with such might, which would not easily manifest in this realm. Nezha queried, what of the fire spirit pearl within me? Taiyi was taken aback. Nezha, do not act recklessly. The fire spirit pearl is your essence. If you were to unleash it, even I might not be able to save your life. Desperate, Nezha implored, Master, I cannot stand idly by while so many face death. I have failed Qianyuan Mountain. Resolute, he resolved to use his spiritual power to shatter Taiyi's seal on the fire spirit pearl. Although the seal was immensely constraining for the pearl, Nezha believed that with a mere flicker of spiritual energy, he could destroy a corner of it, leading to its collapse. He seated himself in a meditative posture, preparing to break the seal and release the fire spirit pearl. Observing from the sidelines, Jiangxia appeared to have an epiphany. He placed a hand on Nezha's shoulder. Fear not. Upon hearing Taiyi's words, I recalled an item. Nezha, puzzled, asked, what is it? Jiangxia reached to his waist, producing a golden whip. Behold this. Taiyi, astonished at the sight of the object in Jiangxia's hand, urged, quickly, summon its power. Without hesitation, Jiangxia activated the golden whip. As it ascended into the air, it shimmered like a dragon entering the sea, radiating an array of dazzling 5-colored lights. Watching this extraordinary manifestation, Randing rejoiced. Xia, aim for his Niwen palace and strike. Jiangxia, undeterred, formed a seal with his hands and chanted incantations. The whip surged forward like a golden needle, targeting the colossal Zhao Gongming's head. Seeing that the object could not be restrained, Zhao Gongming reached for a measuring ruler at his waist, which expanded with the wind, standing tall between heaven and earth. The blow from Jiangxia's whip collided with the ruler, reducing it to a mere 3 inches in length, landing on the ground. Elated by the immense power of the whip, Jiangxia pressed on with his assault. Noticing that the ruler could not withstand the strike, Zhao Gongming unleashed 24 Dinghai pearls, which struck the 11 golden immortals. He withdrew his divine form, effortlessly grasping Huang Long Zhenren. Observing this, Jiangxia hurriedly retracted the golden whip. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, witnessing Zhao Gongming's return to his divine form, unfastened a gourd from his waist, from which emerged a small black dog. In a swift motion, the shadowy creature lunged, biting Zhao Gongming's left hand. With a seal in his hand, Yang Jian unleashed his celestial prowess, channeling spiritual energy throughout his being. The formidable techniques cultivated from the 8-9 mysteries transformed into a colossal hand. Although not as grand as that of Taiyi, It was powerful enough to grasp and extract Guangqingzi, Qi Jingzi, and the Jade Dingzhenren. Zhao Gongming, having summoned his divine powers, was unexpectedly bitten by a dog, not an ordinary one, but a creature bestowed upon him by Yang Jian from that great creation. Feeling pain in his left hand, he noticed the dog gnawing at his foot. He kicked out, but the dog, seemingly endowed with intellect, darted swiftly to Yang Jian's side. Seeing this, Nezha clenched the nine-dragon divine fire shield and proclaimed, "By my command, I summon the 9 dragons." Instantly, the shield expanded to over 30 zhang, descending from the heavens. "By my decree, the 9 dragons shall slay the immortals." 9 fiery dragons erupted, unleashing blazing flames, the true fire of Samadhi, annihilating all malevolence in existence. Just as the flames were about to descend, Zhao Gongming once more summoned his spiritual energy, wielding the sea-subduing divine whip, which began to radiate power, astonishingly safeguarding tens of thousands of troops from the inferno. He then stepped upon the chest of the yellow dragon Zhenren, who cried out in agony, his wail echoing across the heavens. The yellow dragon, fearing for his life, hastily commanded a retreat. Zhao Gongming's voice resonated just as powerfully. "Randang Daoist, you, a once great immortal of the Jiejiao, resort to such despicable tactics?" Zhao Gongming retorted, "Despicable? A multitude of immortals encircles me alone, and I am labeled as such? Is this the doctrine of the Chan teaching?" At that moment, Randang found himself at a loss for words. Acknowledging his own shortcomings in the face of Zhao Gongming's assertions, "Let us retract our treasures and divine abilities and return to the city," Randang conceded. Nezha yearned for further battle, yet Randang shook his head in disapproval. Reluctantly, Nezha retracted the 9-dragon divine fire shield. Observing this, the other immortals also relinquished their powers and followed Randang back to the city of Western Qi. "Master, we have clearly turned the tide," Nezha protested. Randang replied with a wry smile, "But your uncle Yellow Dragon's life remains in his hands. Are you certain he will not retaliate?" Nezha sought to argue further, but was interrupted by Taiyi. "It is no longer as simple as vanquishing Chengtang. The situation has reverted to one reminiscent of that bygone era." "Indeed," Randang concurred. "I too did not foresee the events unfolding thus." Nezha inquired, "Master, what do you mean by that bygone era?" Neither Taiyi nor Randang offered a response, nor did any of the golden immortals. Frustrated, Nezha surveyed the elders, his anger simmering, yet he could do nothing but acquiesce in their presence. Chapter 67. The inevitability of Taiyi's might as they made their way back to the city. Zhang Zia suddenly coughed up blood, his body weakening. The god-subduing whip, capable of withstanding the pressure of quasi-saintly might, exacted a considerable toll, necessitating the sacrifice of his own soul, a detail Zhang Zia had withheld from Nezha. Having endured the burning of his spirit, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Within the grand hall of the Shiqi city, a palpable gloom enveloped all present. The formidable prowess of Zhao Gongming loomed heavily. And even with the intervention of the burning lamp, Zhao Gongming retained considerable strength. With a mere utterance of his will, he could immobilize numerous disciples of the 2nd and 3rd generations. Now, with Zhang Zia in a deep slumber, unable to wield the divine whip, the assembly found themselves at a loss. Nezha surveyed the despondent faces around him, feeling equally helpless. He ventured into Zhang Zia's chamber, only to find him lying motionless on the bed, teetering between life and death. With a bitter smile, Nezha murmured, "In my previous life, I wandered alone, forsaken and unnoticed. In this life, with parents and esteemed elders around, rest assured, uncle, I shall procure the head of Zhao Gongming and present it to you." Having spoken, Nezha rose to depart, preparing to ascend on his cloud. Yet, Taiyi had silently positioned himself behind Nezha, raising a hand to halt him, declaring, "You must not touch the fire spirit pearl." "Master, I cannot simply stand by and watch," Nezha protested. Taiyi retorted, "How can you be so certain that no other solutions exist? If there were alternatives, then Zhao Gongming would not have harmed our esteemed uncles and aunts today," Nezha replied. "Child, how can you be so obstinate?" Taiyi admonished. Nezha shook his head, a pained smile gracing his lips. "Master, in my previous life, I was solitary and adrift. Now, with so many placing their hopes upon me, I am filled with trepidation. How can I bear to witness their suffering? With the fire spirit pearl in my possession, if I do not act now, when will I?" Taiyi's anger flared. "Is that your sole reasoning? Do you understand the weight of the hopes placed upon you? Do you know how it felt for me to witness Xuanxu's demise? Yes, you possess the fire spirit pearl and could shatter the seal now. But have you considered what might become of you afterward? What of the aspirations you once fervently voiced? If I were selfish, would we have come to this dire juncture?" Why have Yuan Shi and Tong Tian remained uninvolved? Taiyi, gazing at Nezha, found his thoughts drifting to another disciple, his heart filled with a bittersweet smile. Nezha, unable to bear the sight, implored, Master, is there no other way? Taiyi responded, Tomorrow, I shall engage Zhao Gongming once more in battle, and from that encounter, we shall discern his capabilities. We can devise a strategy thereafter. Nezha understood that Taiyi's intervention was meant to safeguard him, deepening his distress. Master, thank you. Remember, your true adversary has yet to reveal themselves, so you must not take reckless actions, Taiyi cautioned. Nezha nodded solemnly. Master, I have erred. The following day, Zhao Gongming arranged his forces while the burning lamp, resigned, approached on his deer. Flanking him were the Taiyi Zhenren and 11 golden immortals, with Nezha, Yang Jian, and other third-generation disciples positioned behind them. Zhao Gongming, mounted on a black tiger, proclaimed, If none among you dare to battle, then return to Yushu Palace, allowing Wen Taisher to seize Ji Chong, and we may coexist in peace. Taiyi stepped forward, reaching the forefront of the formation. Today's affair bears no relation to the teachings of either the Chan or GS section Sai. Taiyi merely wished to witness the prowess of Brother Gongming. The burning lamp observed Taiyi's stance. You need not go to such lengths. In the realm of Taiyi, the master pondered. If I cannot fulfill my disciples' desires, how can I maintain my dignity? Nearby, Nezha lamented deeply, for he had not anticipated that Taiyi would truly confront the formidable Zhao Gongming, a being on the threshold of sainthood. Zhao Gongming, noticing Taiyi's approach, inquired, Have you made your decision? Taiyi responded with a cold smile, Do not presume that I regard you with any measure of respect. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming's fury ignited. Very well, let me witness your abilities. With that, he struck his black tiger, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Grasping the sea-calming divine whip tightly, he launched an attack towards Taiyi. In response, Taiyi gently waved his whisk, which billowed in the wind, resembling myriad silver threads as it surged towards Zhao Gongming. In an instant, 30,000 silver threads ensnared Zhao Gongming, wrapping him tightly like a colossal cocoon. Clenching the sea-calming divine whip, Zhao Gongming infused it with spiritual energy, striking with great force. Within the cocoon, the energy clashed violently, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, as if on the verge of rupture. Taiyi swiftly channeled his spiritual power, forming seals with his hands and continuously reinforcing the cocoon. Zhao Gongming, like a lumberjack, swung his whip relentlessly, hacking left and right. Yet, with each seal applied to the cocoon, he grew increasingly aware of his waning strength. Recognizing the futility of his current approach, Zhao Gongming ceased his attacks. By my decree, I will measure the heavens and earth. His originally 3-inch measuring rod expanded dramatically, piercing through the cocoon with a resounding crack. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Gongming erupted with spiritual energy, revealing a form towering at 16 feet. Taiyi, with a swift step, summoned a blossoming azure lotus, which instantaneously enlarged into a lotus platform, radiating a brilliant blue light across the expanse. Zhao Gongming unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy directed at Taiyi, who stood resolute, gathering his own energy and countering with a formidable strike. Witnessing this, the burning lamp hurriedly manifested his golden lantern, enveloping the armies of Shiqi in a protective barrier of spiritual power. Wen Zhong and Yao Bin, among others, immediately unleashed their own powers to withstand the ensuing shockwaves. A cataclysmic spectacle unfolded. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and fierce winds howled. The mountains crumbled, dust swirled, and immense waves of spiritual energy fractured the earth, causing the surrounding space to splinter. After their initial clash, Zhao Gongming was astounded. He had not expected Taiyi, wielding the powers of a golden immortal, to not only withstand a blow from a quasi-saint, but to do so with such ease. Taiyi, we harbor no enmity. Why must you take this stand? I have assured you that I would not harm your disciple, Zhao Gongming implored. Taiyi retorted, Do I owe you an explanation? Must my actions be justified before you? His final words erupted in a roar as he unleashed a relentless barrage of spiritual strikes towards Zhao Gongming, manifesting a staggering 49 threads of spiritual energy in an instant. Zhao Gongming, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, initially intended to evade but, upon seeing the vast army behind him, resolved to endure the onslaught. Each strike inflicted upon Zhao Gongming was a source of considerable vexation, and his hand did not cease its incantations. The sea-subduing divine whip he summoned seemed on the verge of shattering. Are you mad? Must you commit murder and mayhem? Zhao Gongming exclaimed in fury. Taiyi scoffed. Murder and mayhem? How laughable! Which of you has not committed such acts? If you truly wish to avoid it, you would not have come here. Unfazed, Taiyi continued his incantations, and a lotus flower gradually materialized from his spiritual energy, though it was formed from ethereal power. The moment Taiyi bit his middle finger and let a drop of his blood fall upon it, the lotus transformed into a vivid green, coming to life. Have you lost your mind? Zhao Gongming gazed at the emerald lotus in Taiyi's grasp, feeling a surge of trepidation within. Chapter 68. The Might of Gongming. At this moment, Taiyi could no longer concern himself with Zhao Gongming's words, disregarding them entirely. Beneath the azure lotus, the mysteries of heaven and earth shall divide, by my decree. Smite the immortals. A radiant light erupted from above the azure lotus and descended upon Zhao Gongming with great force. Zhao Gongming hastily retrieved 24 sea-subduing pearls from his waist, launching one after another in rapid succession, forming a line of gleaming orbs. Each pearl possessed enough power to injure the golden immortal Huang Long, and now, all 24 were unleashed simultaneously. The impact between the two forces sent sand and stone flying, leaving a desolate expanse for 1,000 miles. Devoid of life save for the two opposing forces enveloped in spiritual energy. Following their clash, the spiritual energy dissipated swiftly, compelling even Zhao Gongming to retract his divine form. Taiyi's lips bled, and he gasped for breath. Master. Nezha soared forward to support Taiyi. Taiyi, looking at Nezha, managed a faint smile and said, just watch closely. How could Nezha not feel anguish? Taiyi was now at his limits. Despite being a half-step into the quasi-saint realm, the disparity with a true saint was significant. Master, allow me to take over, Nezha declared, and with a flick of the mixed sky ribbon, he bound Taiyi and forcefully pulled him into the protective barrier of the burning lamp. Teacher, please take care of my master. A furious shout followed. With that, Nezha formed a seal, 3 heads and 8 arms. I am invincible, swift. The 3-headed, 8-armed Nezha stood amidst the battlefield, his spiritual energy surging like a formidable deity. Upon witnessing Zhao Gongming retreat, Master Wen understood the latter's precarious state and spoke, you may engage in battle. With a decisive step forward, Yao Bin proclaimed, I shall take on the challenge. Wielding the primordial staff, Yao Bin struck down towards Nezha. Yet Nezha merely smirked. After all, he had ascended to the true immortal realm just the previous night. A faint aura of the 3 flowers began to manifest atop his head. Yao Bin, being among the 3rd generation of the Jie sect to enter the true immortal stage, had long since attained a level of power akin to Taiyi's scattered immortals. However, he had devoted himself to the study of his soul loss array, causing his cultivation to stagnate. Although the battle between the 2 true immortals was fierce, it paled in comparison to the clash between Taiyi and Zhao Gongming. Yet, Yao Bin was no match for the might of the 3-headed, 8-armed Nezha. Nezha thrust his fiery spear forward, followed closely by the golden brick raised high, as all 8 hands moved in unison, leaving Yao Bin in deep distress. Confronting a true immortal was already a formidable challenge, and now, with Nezha possessing 3 heads and 8 arms, Yao Bin, caught unawares, was struck on the back by the golden brick and lost consciousness. Zhao Gongming, observing the remaining trio of Bai Li, merely shook his head and said, you may remain here. With that, he stepped forward, though his quasi-saintly aura was not fully unleashed. The natural flow of spiritual energy emanating from his body was beyond what Nezha could aspire to. Young one, as a disciple of Taiyi, I wish not to harm you. Thus, I advise you to withdraw. Zhao Gongming's demeanor was calm, yet commanding. At this moment, Nezha found himself enveloped by an oppressive force. This was the inherent pressure that accompanied Zhao Gongming's quasi-saint status. Nezha retorted coldly, let us see then. The treasures in Nezha's 8 hands ignited in brilliance simultaneously. Yet, Zhao Gongming merely shook his head. Taiyi, I had no intention of becoming adversarial with Qianyuan Mountain, but your disciple has repeatedly obstructed me. Very well, I shall teach him a lesson. With those words, the sea-stabilizing pearl reappeared in Zhao Gongming's hand. A formidable artifact capable of incapacitating even golden immortals, let alone Nezha, who was merely a true immortal. Nezha attempted to summon the spiritual energy within him. But as Zhao Gongming's aura continued to manifest, Nezha's inner energy seemed to crystallize, rendering him unable to draw upon it even by a fraction. Without the support of spiritual energy, Nezha's form gradually diminished, reverting to his original appearance. As the sea-stabilizing pearl approached, Nezha, seeing no means of escape, closed his eyes, bracing himself for the afterlife and the emergence of the fire spirit pearl. Taiyi, witnessing this, felt tears welling in his eyes. No, he exclaimed, attempting to rush forward to save Nezha. However, given the distance, it was impossible for Taiyi to reach Nezha before the sea-stabilizing pearl struck. Just as Nezha closed his eyes, Two hands suddenly rested on his shoulders, lifting him into the air. Sensing something amiss, Nezha opened his eyes to find himself before the burning lamp. Looking back at the battlefield, he noticed two new figures had appeared, clad in peculiar attire, one in a blood-red robe and the other in a dark green garment. Under Zhao Gongming's oppressive presence, even golden immortals were rendered immobile. Yet these two were evidently capable of rescuing Nezha, suggesting their cultivation was no less than that of ordinary golden immortals. Zhao Gongming's heart tightened as he tentatively inquired, "Esteemed friends, may I ask which mountain you hail from?" The figure in the red robe chuckled. "We are free-roaming practitioners from Wui Mountain. I am Qiao Bao, and this is my brother, Xiao Sheng. Nothing of great significance, really," Zhao Gongming proposed, "since you two have no sect. Why not join me in the religion of interception for some wine and a game of chess? It would be delightful." However, the figure in the green robe interjected, "My brother and I are accustomed to our freedom and have no desire to join a sect. Moreover, we have matters to attend to." Zhao Gongming responded, "If you have matters to attend to, please carry on." Qiao Bao grinned. "The affairs we are engaged in are somewhat related to you, esteemed friend." Xiao Sheng added, "Indeed. There is a connection." Zhao Gongming remarked, "I am uncertain how I may assist you both. Please feel free to speak. As long as it does not involve enmity towards me." Qiao Bao replied, "My brother and I have no intention of opposing anyone. We merely wish to borrow your 24 sea calming pearls for a brief time." Zhao Gongming's anger flared. "What did you say?" Xiao Sheng, maintaining a stoic expression, reiterated, "We seek to borrow the sea calming pearls for a while." Zhao Gongming's ire surged uncontrollably as he retorted, "Since you have resolutely chosen to be my adversaries, there is no need for further discourse. If you wish to take the sea calming pearls, let us see what means you possess." Although Zhao Gongming had expended much of his spiritual energy in his recent battle with Taiyi, he could not underestimate these two. He chanted a spell, and the laws of the universe unfolded once more, gathering his spiritual power and transforming the very colors of the heavens. Qiao Bao glanced at Xiao Sheng and smiled. This technique is surprisingly adept at imitation. Xiao Sheng, devoid of emotion, merely replied, "Indeed." Zhao Gongming, incensed by the exchange, summoned a celestial measuring rod, which expanded dramatically in the wind. Qiao Bao chuckled, "Go on, brother." Xiao Sheng stepped forward without a hint of spiritual fluctuation, yet moved effortlessly under Zhao Gongming's quasi-saintly pressure. What else could he rely upon, if not his own strength? He regarded the approaching measuring rod with disdain, forming a fist and striking out, shattering the rod effortlessly. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers gasped in awe, and even Ran Ding expressed astonishment. What sheer physical power! Nezha observed Xiao Sheng, seemingly recalling something, murmuring, "Body refinement technique." In Chapter 69, The Quest for Treasures, Nezha dared not contemplate the extent of Xiao Sheng's physical prowess, which was so overwhelmingly dominant. Even though the body refinement technique claimed that a single punch could shatter the Tao, Nezha had always considered it mere bravado. However, after witnessing Xiao Sheng's strike, his perspective shifted profoundly. Zhao Gongming, staring at the fractured measuring rod, felt an increasing sense of alarm and trepidation. Qiao Bao grinned. "My brother and I harbor no desire to harm. We simply request that you hand over the 24 sea calming pearls." Zhao Gongming, torn between fury and astonishment, questioned, "Why do you insist upon my 24 sea calming pearls?" Qiao Bao responded with a sly grin, "Rest assured, they serve a purpose. We hope for your cooperation." Noticing that Qiao Bao showed no inclination to relent despite his cheerful demeanor, Zhao Gongming took a deep breath. "Prepare yourself." One by one, Zhao Gongming struck forth the 24 sea calming pearls, aligning them in a single line, channeling his spiritual energy to conjure extraordinary phenomena in the heavens. The winds howled fiercely, and the dust upon the ground never settled. Zhao Gongming, unwilling to relinquish them freely, thought to himself, "Should you fail to catch them, do not blame me." Qiao Bao stepped forward, positioning himself before Xiao Sheng, and a crimson light suddenly appeared in his hand, devoid of spiritual fluctuations, yet it soared into the sky, aimed directly at the 24 sea calming pearls. "Fall," Qiao Bao declared with a smile. As the crimson light descended in unison with the pearls, Qiao Bao shed his outer garment, and, with a flourish, enveloped all the sea calming pearls along with the crimson light. Qiao Bao chuckled, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend." Xiao Sheng also echoed, "Thank you." Zhao Gongming, witnessing Qiao Bao truly securing the sea calming pearl, felt an urgent pang in his heart and immediately summoned the dragon binding rope. With a swift stride, Qiao Bao deftly captured the approaching dragon binding rope. "Why must you be so courteous, sending yet another gift?" "Thank you," Qiao Bao remarked with a smile. Xiao Sheng, however, did not follow Qiao Bao's light-hearted tone. Instead, he appeared somewhat incensed, declaring, "Ambushing is truly disgraceful." Zhao Gongming, already in a state of great distress from the destruction of the celestial measuring ruler and the loss of both the sea-calming pearl and the dragon-binding rope, found his temper flaring further at Xiao Sheng's words, ready to retaliate. However, when Zhong hastily interjected, "Master Uncle, they are numerous. We should deliberate further." At that moment, Ran Dang also retracted his golden lamp from above and summoned another treasure, the Qian Kuan ruler. Zhao Gongming retorted, "Do you rely on your numbers? Very well. Let us return to our camp and resume our battle tomorrow." Qiao Bao smiled, "Safe travels, my friend." Xiao Sheng added, "Take care." Hearing their voices, Zhao Gongming seethed with anger but could only endure, fiercely striking his black tiger and returning to camp. Qiao Bao approached the crowd, clasping his fists in greeting, "Esteemed friends." Ran Dang stepped forward, bowing, "I am grateful for your assistance just now." Qiao Bao replied, "It was of no consequence. I wonder if you all recognize who we seek." Xiao Sheng interjected, "Nezha." Upon hearing the name, the expressions of the crowd tightened with unease. The prowess of these two was well acknowledged, and should they turn against Nezha, it would likely spell doom for him. Observing the pallor on their faces, Qiao Bao chuckled, "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. We merely wish to discuss a matter with Nezha." Xiao Sheng affirmed, "A matter, not a fight." Taiyi stepped forward, "What business do you have with Nezha?" "I am Nezha's master." Qiao Bao replied with a smile, "Dear friend, we seek Nezha, not his master." Xiao Sheng then declared, "Nezha, present." Nezha approached, saying, "I am Nezha. Do you have business with me?" Upon hearing Nezha's acknowledgement, Qiao Bao exchanged a glance with Xiao Sheng. The two nodded at each other, their hands simultaneously reaching out to rest upon Nezha's shoulders. Taiyi, sensing their movement, gathered his spiritual energy in preparation. However, Randing swiftly restrained Taiyi, asserting, "This does not seem malevolent." Although Taiyi refrained from action, he remained poised for any eventuality. Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng grasped Nezha's shoulders, their hands gliding down his arms, then returning to his shoulders, chest, and waist, exploring without restraint. Once he finished his examination, Qiao Bao's smile vanished. It was noteworthy that he had maintained a cheerful demeanor while battling Zhao Gongming, yet now his expression had turned serious. At his waist, a crimson glow emerged, enveloping himself. "Xiao Sheng and Nezha," Qiao Bao inquired, "you have not practiced your physical cultivation?" Xiao Sheng remarked, "This is troubling." Nezha replied, "I possess my sex cultivation methods and have not paid much attention to physical training." Hearing this, Qiao Bao stated, "My master instructed my brother to deliver the latter half of the physical training manual. To think you have yet to begin your training is disheartening news." Xiao Sheng remarked, "Very bad." Nezha, bewildered, inquired, "Who are you?" Qiao Bao did not respond to Nezha's question. Instead, he continued to speak to himself. "Your body training technique only has 2 layers, reaching a maximum of the bone tempering method. I did not expect you to have completed it even now." Xiao Sheng added, "Too slow." Qiao Bao extended his finger, emanating a formidable aura that was neither demonic nor celestial, which felt oddly familiar to Nezha, reminiscent of the energy from the great mountain that had taken flight. As his finger touched Nezha's forehead, a torrent of immense information surged into Nezha's mind, gradually coalescing into a vivid image. This image aligned alongside the body training technique in Nezha's consciousness, with the text on the image remaining unchanged. However, the illustration had transformed. The previously marked skeletal acupoints had now morphed into a diagram of meridians. After completing this, Qiao Bao gazed at Nezha, saying, "The master awaits the 3 of you. Remember, practice diligently." Xiao Sheng added, "Practice well." Nezha looked at them, recalling the great mountain, and asked, "May I know who you are?" Qiao Bao replied, "If you train well, you will come to know one day. Knowing too much now may not be beneficial." Xiao Sheng concurred, indeed. Seeing the two reluctant to divulge their identities, Nezha ceased his inquiries. However, he continued, "What was that treasure you just knocked from Zhao Gongming? Is it this?" Nezha pointed to the item that had been consecrated, which was merely a copper coin. Upon Nezha's mention, Qiao Bao's demeanor brightened as he reached out, grasping the copper coin and offering it to Nezha. Nezha examined the coin, finding it quite ordinary, save for the peculiar inscription, "Money falls to the ground." Qiao Bao chuckled, "This item is of no use to you. I might as well gift it to you." As he spoke, he handed Nezha the dragon-binding rope he had just collected. Nezha quickly responded, "I cannot accept this." Qiao Bao reassured him, "No worries, just take it." Xiao Sheng echoed, "Take it." With their insistence, Nezha no longer hesitated and accepted the dragon-binding rope. Qiao Bao turned to Nezha and asked, "There were 4 of you that day. What of the other 3? Where are they now?" Nezha replied, "My master uncle has been injured and is in a coma. Ao Ling is currently studying in Kunlun Mountain, and my senior brother Yang Jian is that one." Nezha gestured towards Yang Jian, who stood beside him. Chapter 70. The Celestial Eye Technique. The rejection of the treasure. Xiao Bao approached, standing before Yang Jian. While Xiao Sheng again grasped Yang Jian's shoulder, inspecting his physical form. Xiao Bao smiled. Though you have not practiced the body training technique, your physical prowess is commendable. Xiao Sheng affirmed. Indeed, very good. Yang Jian, perplexed by their discussion, hurriedly bowed, asking, What guidance do you have, esteemed seniors? Xiao Bao chuckled. We do not dare to claim such a title. Since you have awakened a portion of the celestial eye, it signifies a remarkable talent. You now face a choice. Either accompany us immediately or wait for your brother to join us later. Yang Jian queried. Leave? Where to? Xiao Bao chuckled. Go to the places where you ought to be. Yang Jian, with a puzzled expression, replied, I truly do not comprehend what you two are referring to. May I request a clearer explanation? Xiao Bao furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, stating, Since that is the case, I shall not press you further. My brother and I will return to escort you two at a later time. Xiao Sheng remarked, Very well, continue your cultivation. After their exchange, a crimson light flickered again in Xiao Bao's hand as he pointed at Yang Jian's brow, bestowing upon him the technique of the heavenly eye. Having completed his task, Xiao Bao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect to the crowd, saying, My brother and I have other matters to attend to, so we shall not linger here. I hope you will excuse us. Ran Deng replied, Safe travels, fellow Taoists. Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng exchanged no further words but shared a smile with Nezha and Yang Jian before striding away. After just 3 steps, their figures vanished before the eyes of all present. These two are not to be underestimated, Guang Qingzi sighed. Ran Deng agreed. Indeed, they are formidable. However, I cannot discern their true intentions. Send word to the 3 armies to return to the city and rest. And we shall hang the truce banner and deliberate our next steps. Logically, Zhao Gongming should have seized the opportunity to capture the camp of Chaoga after losing his treasure. But Ran Deng understood that the Heaven Zhenren was also in Zhao Gongming's possession, which naturally deterred any rash actions. Taiyi turned to Nezha. You have acquired further legacies. Nezha did not deny it and merely nodded. Taiyi continued, Considering their cultivation, they are certainly above me. I have not witnessed you employing that technique. Are you concerned about my reproach? Nezha remained silent, yet Taiyi discerned his thoughts. You may practice, as long as you do not forget your aspiration for purity. After imparting his wisdom, Taiyi followed the army back to the city. Once the troops retreated, only Nezha and Yang Jian remained on the battlefield. Nezha inquired, Brother Yang, do you find this situation surreal? Yang Jian responded, In this vast world, there is no shortage of wonders. As brothers blessed by fortune, we ought to make the most of it. Nezha gazed at Yang Jian and smiled, I understand. Zhao Gongming, seething with anger after losing his treasure, sat within the central military tent, contemplating the gathered officials. He wished to speak, but restrained himself, resorting instead to pounding the table in frustration. Wen Zhong, observing Zhao Gongming's ire, had long abandoned any thoughts of an offensive. Master, perhaps we should cease our pursuit, he suggested. Zhao Gongming retorted angrily, Cease? They have destroyed my measuring rod of heaven, taken my binding dragon rope and calming sea pearl. How can we simply give up? Remain here. I shall return shortly. Before Wen Zhong could respond, Zhao Gongming had already exited the grand tent and mounted his black tiger, soaring into the sky. In a brief moment, he returned to a Mei mountain, this time arriving at the Sanshao cave in the southwest of the mountain. Dismounting from the black tiger, he found the entrance devoid of even a child. Zhao Gongming cleared his throat, waiting at the door. Before long, a young attendant emerged from the cave and, upon seeing Zhao Gongming, rushed forward. My lord, what brings you here? Zhao Gongming inquired. Are my 3 junior sisters present? The attendant replied, Yes, indeed. The 3 ladies were just enjoying some wine, and I was in attendance. I did not expect your esteemed arrival, for which I apologize for the delay in welcoming you. Upon hearing the presence of the 3, Zhao Gongming chose not to engage in further conversation with Tong'er and directly proceeded into the cave dwelling. Upon reaching the grand hall, he found Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Xiongxiao indulging in wine and merriment. Without uttering a word, he unceremoniously seated himself upon a nearby stone chair. The 3, taken aback by Zhao Gongming's demeanor, were filled with curiosity. Yunxiao approached and inquired, Brother, what troubles you? Zhao Gongming cast a glance at Yunxiao, sighed deeply, and lifted the wine jug from the table, taking a sip. Yunxiao remarked, Brother, you often tell us that wine is a means of distraction. Why then do you drink alone today? Zhao Gongming lamented, Sister, you are unaware that my heavenly measuring ruler has been shattered, and the dragon binding rope along with the sea calming pearl has been seized. Yunxiao was taken aback. Who possesses such audacity? Zhao Gongming explained. That master one sought my aid against the Western Qi. I descended the mountain, subdued the 12 golden immortals, and repelled lantern light, when unexpectedly, 2 formidable individuals appeared. With a single punch, they shattered my measuring ruler and cast forth a crimson object. Before I could discern its nature, 24 sea-calming pearls lost their spirit, and even the dragon-binding rope was taken. Yunxiao replied, "Brother, what connection do we have to Master Wen's expedition against the Western Qi? The Chan sect has overstepped their bounds and committed grave offenses. Why are you so perplexed?" Zhao Gongming expressed his frustration, "Yet I have lost my treasures, and my heart is filled with discontent." Yunxiao queried, "What do you intend, brother?" Zhao Gongming stated, "I wish to borrow your golden mantis scissors, or perhaps the primordial golden dipper will suffice." Yunxiao responded, "Brother, why this foolishness? Having lost your treasures, I shall ascertain the identities of those two and personally retrieve what is yours. You seek to borrow a treasure out of resentment, do you not?" Zhao Gongming's suppressed anger flared further at Yunxiao's words. "I come to borrow your treasures, and you fear I will not return them?" Yunxiao observed the cloudiness in Zhao Gongming's thoughts, noting the fading brilliance upon his crown, an indication of his waning cultivation. "If you choose to perceive it this way, so be it. Tonger, take the elder back to the Luo Fu Palace." As Tonger stepped forward, Zhao Gongming's anger surged. "Very well. It is indeed true that others possess treasures for their own use. How difficult it is to ask for help." With a flick of his sleeve, he sent Tonger stumbling aside. "Step aside." In a fit of rage, Zhao Gongming stormed out of the Three Clouds cave. Bixiao glanced at Yunxiao. "Sister, why are you so obstinate?" Yunxiao replied, "Am I the obstinate one? Is it not our brother who is being unreasonable?" Xiao interjected, "Sisters, let us not quarrel. I shall go check on brother." As Zhao Gongming emerged from the cave, his fury palpable, Xiao called out, "Brother, do not be angry." Zhao Gongming retorted, "This esteemed Three Clouds cave is not a place for me. I shall seek refuge elsewhere. I cannot wield the golden mantis scissors or the primordial golden dipper, and I shall find other means to borrow treasures." Xiao implored, "Brother, do not speak thus. Sister merely believes you have lost your senses, which is why she has refused. Come back with me. I shall help persuade her." Zhao Gongming dismissed her. "Let it be." Xiao grasped Zhao Gongming's arm and led him toward the Sanxiao cave. Upon contemplating the formidable powers of the golden cicada scissors and the primordial golden dipper, Zhao Gongming sighed. "Very well, I shall enter with you and clarify matters with her." Chapter 71. The golden cicada scissors. As Zhao Gongming and Xiao re-entered the cave, they observed Yunxiao and Bixiao seated opposite each other, exchanging not a word. Xiao stepped forward and addressed her elder sister. "Dear sister, our brother has arrived. Shall we not engage in discourse as siblings should?" Zhao Gongming interjected, "Sister, I merely wish to use the golden cicada scissors to reclaim the Dinghai pearl. I have no intention of misusing it." Bixiao chimed in, "Sister, our brother has treated us well. Lend him the golden cicada scissors." Yunxiao remained silent, deep in thought. After a considerable pause, she gazed at the three of them, ultimately conceding, "Very well, I shall lend it to you. But brother, do remember to reclaim the Dinghai pearl and refrain from involving yourself in the mortal conflicts." Zhao Gongming reassured her, "Sister, rest assured, I will return to Amei Mountain as soon as I retrieve the Dinghai pearl." Yunxiao nodded and, reaching for her waist, handed a pouch to Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming accepted the pouch, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sister." With the golden cicada scissors in hand, he exited the Sanxiao cave, mounted his black tiger, and returned to the main camp. Upon Zhao Gongming's arrival, Wen Zhong's previously furrowed brow transformed into a look of relief, and he exclaimed, "Master, your journey was fruitful." Zhao Gongming replied, "I just visited the Sanxiao cave and borrowed my sister's golden cicada scissors. Tomorrow, I shall engage in battle and confront Randang." Hearing this, the Grand Master felt a surge of joy within and promptly ordered his subordinates to prepare a feast. The following day, Randang was in Jiang Ziya's chamber, growing increasingly anxious as he noticed that Jiang Ziya had yet to awaken. Suddenly, a messenger reported that the troops from Chaogo were outside the city, issuing a challenge. Randang's brows furrowed tightly. How can Zhao Gongming, having lost his treasures, still dare to issue a challenge? Guang Qingzi urged, "Brother, let us engage in battle. It may take some time for Ziya to awaken. We should address the Zhao Gongming situation first." Randang agreed. "In that case, Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Nezha, Yang Jian, Huang Tianhua, accompany me into battle." The Western Qi army was ever ready, and upon receiving the command, they marched out of the city in formation. Randang observed Zhao Gongming atop his black tiger, and rather than displaying sorrow, he exuded a spirited demeanor, which sparked doubt in Randang's mind. "Friend Gongming, Yesterday you lost 3 treasures. Yet today you still venture into battle. Are you not afraid of my Qianquan ruler? Zhao Gongming retorted angrily. Randang, had you not mentioned yesterday's events, I would not have expected you to dredge up my wounds today. Will you return the binding dragon robe and the Dinghai pearl that you took from me? Randang replied. The binding dragon robe and the Dinghai pearl are not in my possession. Thus, how could they be in my hands? It seems you've mistaken the debtor. Zhao Gongming exclaimed. You and your ilk are in cahoots. Do you take me for a mere child? Randang insisted. The treasures are indeed not with me. Why would I deceive you? Zhao Gongming bellowed. Since you possess no compassion, do not blame me for lacking righteousness. Upon uttering this, his legal visage manifested. Not daring to be negligent, Randang immediately summoned his own legal visage, with a golden lamp appearing above his head as he raised the Qianquan ruler. Zhao Gongming, do not allow a moment of impetuosity to obliterate your hard-earned cultivation, nor should you provoke a rift between the Chan and Jie sections. Zhao Gongming retorted angrily. What I do today is unrelated to the Jie sect. It is solely to reclaim my treasure. Unbeknownst to him, the 3 flowers atop his head dimmed at that moment, indicating that his cultivation had faltered due to his wrath, and the 9 insects he had severed had returned. Zhao Gongming felt a backlash, tasting blood at the corner of his mouth, and his cultivation plummeted, fueling his fury further. He wiped the blood from his lips and glared at Randang, coldly declaring, Do you truly believe I lack the means to kill you? If so, prepare to meet your demise. With that, he reached for the pouch given to him by Yin Xiao, and a flash of rosy light erupted as Zhao Gongming produced the golden Jiao scissors. Randang, seeing the golden Jiao scissors in Zhao Gongming's grasp, was struck with alarm and quickly instructed his disciples, None of you are to engage in battle. He possesses the golden Jiao scissors. As Randang, realizing the gravity of the situation, brandished the Qianquan circle towards Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming scoffed. Is this even worthy of being called a treasure? He raised the golden Jiao scissors, which were transformed from the 2 Jiao dragons that had leaped over the dragon gate, having absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and the spirit of heaven and earth. As they were manifested in the air, they resembled a dragon entering the sea, enveloped in auspicious clouds, radiating brilliance, their heads and tails entwined, far surpassing Jiangzia's god-slaying whip in might. Randang felt a shiver run down his spine. However, thinking of his companions, he retracted his manifestation, summoned his mount, a deer, wielded the Qianquan, and advanced towards Zhao Gongming. Witnessing Randang retract his manifestation, Zhao Gongming smirked and bellowed, You seek death. The golden Jiao scissors descended towards Randang. Seeing the radiant light above him, Randang hastily dodged. But the golden Jiao scissors were swift. He hastily formed a wind escape, yet the deer was brutally severed in 2. Panic surged within Randang, and he shouted, Retreat to the city. Zhao Gongming, still seething with rage, would not allow Randang to escape so easily. He retracted his manifestation and wielded the golden Jiao scissors, aiming them at Randang. With no means of evasion, Randang had no choice but to muster his courage and raise the Qianquan once more, prepared to engage Zhao Gongming in a desperate struggle, determined to protect his companions as they sought refuge in the city. Just as Randang's spiritual power coalesced, a sliver of black light suddenly materialized in the heavens, small yet opportunistic, striking Zhao Gongming in the back when he was unprepared. Struck by the black light and simultaneously hit by Randang's, Zhao Gongming felt pain radiate through his body as he fell to the ground. Fortunate enough that the black tiger caught him. Roaring in rage, Zhao Gongming exclaimed, Who dares to use such despicable means? Suddenly, a Taoist appeared amidst the chaos, with a refined appearance that, were it not for his Taoist robe, would suggest he was a wealthy gentleman. The Taoist smiled and inquired, Zhao Gongming, do you recognize me? Zhao Gongming, looking at the newcomer, responded, Who are you? The Taoist, upon realizing that Zhao Gongming did not know him, seemed somewhat displeased. You do not even know me. Despite your long years of cultivation, Zhao Gongming, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Who are you to utter such reckless words? Just because I do not recognize you, does that make any difference? The enigmatic figure replied, I am neither immortal nor saint, merely a whimsical wanderer, unpredictable in my movements. I have gazed upon the full moon in the east, ridden the ancient dragon in the South Sea, traversed the 3 mountains on my steed, and trodden upon the azure phoenixes of the 5 peaks. It is surprising that you do not know me, Luya, the recluse of the Western Kunlun. Zhao Gongming retorted. After all your grandiloquence, it turns out you are just a recluse. Let us see how I shall deal with you. Luya addressed Randang. You all may return to the city. I shall join you shortly. Although Randang was perplexed by Luya's intent, he could only comply, seeing Liu Ye's confidence. As Zhao Gongming noticed Ran Deng's retreat into the city, he was compelled to pursue him. Liu Ye swiftly drew his treasured sword, hastening to confront him. In less than 3 exchanges, Liu Ye's sword was severed by the golden cicada scissors. Observing Zhao Gongming approaching with the scissors, Liu Ye roared, "Come forth." Yet Zhao Gongming merely sneered coldly, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, just as the golden cicada scissors neared, Liu Ye vanished, leaving behind only the echo of 2 words, "Farewell." Chapter 72. Capturing Souls. Zhao Gongming, taken aback by Liu Ye's cowardice, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, with Ran Deng and the others having retreated, he could not help but curse, a shameless scoundrel, yet he dares to call himself a Taoist lord. Upon returning to the city, Liu Ye approached the makeshift pavilion erected by Ran Deng and the others, smiling as he inquired, "Have any of you been injured?" Ran Deng replied, "We are grateful for your assistance, dear friend, but we are unharmed." Liu Ye continued, "I have heard that Zhang has fallen unconscious. Perhaps I might assist in reviving him?" The others gasped at Liu Ye's words, for Zhang's affliction was neither external nor internal, but rather a spiritual injury. Aside from some divine elixirs, he would likely need time to recover on his own. Ran Deng asked, "Is it truly possible for you, Dao Lord, to awaken my junior brother?" Liu Ye smiled, "If I say it is possible, then it is." Seeing Liu Ye's unwavering assurance, Ran Deng hurriedly led the way to the residence, followed by the disciples of the Golden Immortals, including King Wu, GFA, and San Yixing. Liu Ye gazed at Zhang, who lay upon the bed, and chuckled softly. He retrieved a violet elixir from his waist, transforming it into a liquid, which he then infused with spiritual energy and directed into Zhang's mud palace. Concentrating his energy, he propelled the elixir through 12 layers of barriers. "Zia, are you not awake?" Liu Ye commanded sternly. Suddenly, Zhang sat upright, his eyes wide, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. He clutched his forehead, exclaiming, "The pain is unbearable." Liu Ye swiftly pressed his fingers on Zhang's third eye, causing him to cease his lamentations. Noticing the gathered crowd and the presence of Liu Ye, Zhang inquired, "And who might this be?" Ran Deng replied, "We owe our gratitude to Dao Lord Liu Ye. Without his aid, you may have remained in slumber for a while longer." Zhang rose to bow, saying, "Thank you, Dao Lord." Liu Ye, however, replied with a smile, "To be candid, I descended the mountain intending to assist you in overcoming the 10 absolute formation, yet I was unprepared for the upheaval that ensued upon my arrival." Ran Deng queried, "Were you indeed here for the 10 absolute formation?" Liu Ye said, "Indeed, it is a pity that my true form is absent. I am unable to assist you in confronting Zhao Gongming. The golden mantis scissors he wields happen to be my nemesis. The only course of action available to counter him is a singular method." Ran Deng inquired, "Please, share your insight, my friend." With a flick of his fingers, Liu Ye conjured a flower basket from thin air. Upon unveiling the basket, it revealed a straw effigy, a talisman, and 2 lanterns. Ran Deng exclaimed, "This is sorcery of the left path, not to be employed by the righteous." Liu Ye chuckled, "Every villain has their match. Since you are Zhao Gongming's adversary, I shall not impede you. Furthermore, I am merely repaying a favor. The decision to use it rests with you." Zhang gazed at the straw effigy and recalled Yao Bin, who had previously used sorcery to capture his own soul. If Liu Ye possesses such sorcery, why not utilize it? He pondered aloud. Ran Deng looked at Zhang Zia, "Are you certain?" Zhang replied, "If Yao Bin could employ sorcery to ensnare his soul, causing brother Qi Jingzi to lose the Taiji diagram, how can we hope to reclaim it without addressing Zhao Gongming?" Liu Ye stated, "I will not partake. I shall await the outcome in 21 days. Zhang commanded, "Wu Ji, light the incense and prepare the altar. I intend to capture Zhao Gongming's soul." Zhang instructed the forces of Shi Qi to display a ceasefire banner, awaiting the results in 21 days. Wu Ji established a camp in the southwest. Lighting incense at the altar, Nan Gong affixed Zhao Gongming's name to the straw effigy, placing a lantern above and below it. Zhang with disheveled hair and feet upon the talisman cloth, burned scriptures and prayed for the soul, bowing for 5 days. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming remained blissfully unaware, drifting in a state of oblivion. When Zhong, noticing Zhao Gongming's silence regarding the battle, asked, "Master Uncle, as an immortal with profound cultivation, why do you sleep all day?" Zhao Gongming replied, "I no longer require sleep. Do not speak nonsense." When Zhong felt a surge of displeasure at Zhao Gongming's words, questioning how he could speak so absurdly. At that moment, Li stepped forward, "Do not worry, Master One. I still have 4 formations remaining in the 10 absolute array. Allow me to confront the army of Shi Qi." When Zhong cautioned, Do not act recklessly. Let us wait for my master uncle's command. Bai Li responded. I have 10 siblings, and 6 have already perished in the formation. My brothers should have died long ago. Yet we dare not meet our end until our vengeance is fulfilled. Today, the 4 of us, resolved to die, seek to avenge the fallen. Windfire intended to say more, but Bai Li had already exited the main tent, without a single soldier in tow. The 4 brothers approached the gates of Shiqi. Who are you? Inquired the guards. Bai Li replied, Inform your lord that the 4 brothers Bai Li request Jiangxia to break the formation. The guards hurried to relay the message and soon returned. My lord requests that the 4 heavenly lords wait. He will arrive shortly. Jiangxia was perplexed as to why Bai Li and his brothers dared to challenge without any troops. Yet Ran Deng perceived the whole situation clearly. Windfire was solely focused on Zhao Gongming's prowess, having little time to concern himself with the fates of Bai Li, Yao Bin, and others. The 4 brothers of Bai Li were indeed valiant. Since they sought vengeance, why not engage with them? Ran Deng did not gather many soldiers and approached the 10 absolute array. On the battlefield, only 4 remained, Bai Li and his brothers. Ran Deng remarked, All 4 of you are men of integrity and loyalty. If you are willing, come to the city of Shiqi. King Wu will surely value your talents. Bai Li replied, There is no need for that. I am aware of your numbers and strength. My brothers and I have no intention of returning alive today. Since we cannot exact revenge, we shall accompany our fallen comrades instead. Luya chuckled, You are indeed a man of valor. I shall engage in your formation. Do tell me about it. Bai Li responded, This formation is called the Earthly Flame Array. Dare you to enter? Luya laughed, Since you have the audacity to set up a formation, it must possess its own mysteries and your own stratagems, yet you are rather unfortunate. With a single step, Luya soared into the array. As Bai Li saw Luya enter, he waved the formation flag, and flames erupted all around. Fire raged in the air and on the ground. The Samadhi true fire blazed in unison. Luya, however, smiled and declared, You truly are unfortunate. No fire in this world can consume me. With that, he opened his mouth wide and began to absorb the flames into his belly. Since you are destined to perish, allow me to introduce myself. I am Luya, also known as the Prince of the Golden Crow. Upon finishing his words, he summoned a gourd from his waist, which instantly grew over 3 meters tall, radiating a brilliant light. Within that light, one could vaguely discern a 7-inch figure, complete with brows and eyes, which shone with 2 beams of white light. Luya chuckled. Dear treasure, please turn around. The treasure complied, and in an instant, Bai Li's head rolled to the ground. Luya put away the gourd and shattered the formation flag, causing the array to collapse. I am fortunate to have fulfilled my duty, he stated with a smile. Seeing this, Yao Bin hurriedly exclaimed, Do not flee. Dare you to break my soul-returning array? Before Luya could respond, Qi Jingzi stepped forward. Yao Bin, should we not resolve our grievances? Upon recognizing Qi Jingzi, Yao Bin scoffed, A defeated foe, you even lost the Taiji diagram, yet you still dare to disrupt my array. Qi Jingzi remained unfazed, forming seals with his fingers as a cloud of auspiciousness enveloped him. I initially sought to rescue Zia's soul, yet I inadvertently lost the Taiji diagram. Today, I shall once again enter the array and personally reclaim the diagram. Chapter 73, The Fall of Gongming, Red Sand. Red Water Qi Jingzi was originally the 3rd disciple of the primordial supreme being, possessing profound cultivation and exceptional comprehension. However, his obstinate nature led to 2 failures in breaching the soul-returning array. Yet, after witnessing the prowess of Nezha, Yang Jian, and Zhao Gongming, he shed his arrogance and transformed into a figure of humility. Guang Qingzi stepped forth into the soul-returning array. Yao Bin, not daring to delay, raised a handful of black sand and launched it at Qi Jingzi. Aware of the black sand's potency, Qi Jingzi did not underestimate its danger. He twisted his body and retrieved the 8 treasures cloud-light cloth borrowed from Taiyi, enveloping the black sand entirely within it. As he formed seals with his mouth, a double-sided mirror appeared from thin air, the Yin-Yang mirror, the treasure that guards the entrance of the Yunshao cave in Mount Taiwa. One side represented life, the other death. Holding the Yin-Yang mirror, Qi Jingzi aimed it at Yao Bin. Wherever the light reached, Yao Bin, who clutched a handful of black sand, found himself unable to unleash it ever again. Yao Bin's corporeal form was utterly vaporized, leaving only the Taiji diagram behind. Qi Jingzi collected the Taiji diagram, dismantled the formation flags, and exited the soul loss array. Senior brother, I have borrowed this Taiji diagram for many days. Today I must return it to Master Xuandu at the Deluo Palace, he declared. Upon hearing Qi Jingzi's words, Ran Deng remained silent, tacitly consenting to the matter. At that moment, Zhao Gongming and Windfire, leading their troops, suddenly arrived. When Zhong angrily exclaimed, "What a treacherous Ran Deng! You have brought ruin upon my two comrades." Ran Deng replied, "As loyal and righteous masters, how could I dare to harm lives? It is merely a matter of different camps, and I acted out of necessity." When Zhong retorted furiously, "You all profess righteousness, yet do not consider whether my four comrades have any reinforcements nearby, so you stoop to such despicable acts. I shall return to my camp to regroup and then bring about our mutual destruction." Aware that Zhao Gongming was currently in a daze and unable to act, Wen Zhong could only resort to a delaying tactic. Ran Deng observed Wen Zhong but chose not to respond, for the Taiji diagram had already been retrieved. And aside from the temporary capture of Huang Longzhenren, there were no other pressing matters, thus allowing Wen Zhong to withdraw his forces. As the night reached the third watch, Yuding Zhenren suddenly approached Yang Jian. Yang Jian, puzzled, inquired, "Master, do you have any instructions?" Yuding smiled. "Only one who truly knows me, such as you, Yang Jian, would understand. Your master, Huang Long, has been imprisoned for many days. Surely his captors have grown lax by now. You may project your spirit and rescue him." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian suddenly comprehended, "I understand, master." With that, he formed a seal, and moments later, his spirit left his body, hovering above it. Yang Jian's spirit soared and soon arrived at the grand camp of Chao Go, searching for a considerable time before locating the tent where Huang Longzhenren was held captive. Noticing only two guards nearby, he possessed one and swiftly knocked the other unconscious. Approaching Huang Longzhenren, who was suspended above the tent, Yang Jian called out, "Master, master." Huang Longzhenren opened his eyes and regarded the figure before him. "Who are you? I do not recognize you." Yang Jian replied, "I am Yang Jian, a disciple of Yuding Zhenren. I have projected my spirit and attached myself to another's body. Thus, master, you do not recognize me." Surprised and delighted, Huang Longzhenren exclaimed, "You have such remarkable abilities. Are you here to rescue me?" Yang Jian affirmed, "Indeed, master, I have come to bring you back." Huang Longzhenren continued, "Do you see the talisman on my head? It suppresses my 3 flowers, hindering my spiritual power. All you need to do is remove it." Without hesitation, Yang Jian swiftly tore off the talisman from Huang Longzhenren's head. As the talisman was removed, the 3 flowers converged, and his spiritual power flowed freely. Huang Longzhenren's complexion instantly regained its color. "Let us depart," he commanded, breaking free from his bindings and transforming the earth into a means of escape as he headed toward Shiqi. Yang Jian abandoned the borrowed body, and his spirit raced toward the city of Shiqi. At the 10th watch, the guard who had been possessed awakened, and upon discovering Huang Longzhenren's absence, he frantically shouted. Wen Zhong arrived upon hearing the sound, only to find the true man of the yellow dragon absent. After a moment of contemplation and calculation, he discerned that the people of Shiqi had rescued him. Wen Zhong, striking his forehead, lamented, "How negligent we have been." Meanwhile, Zhang Zia had been venerating the spirit of Zhao Gongming for 20 days. On this particular day, Zhao Gongming suddenly attained remarkable clarity, performing calculations and comprehending the sequence of events. The 7 arrows of the nail head, he mused. No wonder when Zhong inquired about my perpetual drowsiness. As he continued his computations, he realized that indeed, 20 days had elapsed. With a sigh, Zhao Gongming remarked, "Such is the decree of heaven. Had I heeded Sister Yunshao's counsel, how much better it would have been. Yet now, it seems, the tide of fate cannot be reversed." Contemplating this, Zhao Gongming summoned Wen Zhong and recounted the matter of the 7 arrows of the nail head. Wen Zhong, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "How outrageous! To employ such nefarious arts to take another's life. I shall seize his arrows." Zhao Gongming replied, "Enough. Even if we were to reclaim them, they would be of no use, especially since they will undoubtedly be on high alert. It appears that my fate is sealed." Wen Zhong insisted, "Master, you possess the divine essence. Surely there must be some method to alter this predicament?" Zhao Gongming responded, "I must gather my 3 souls and 7 spirits to undergo reincarnation. My pursuit of immortality and enlightenment has led me to this dire outcome due to my involvement in mortal conflicts. It seems the heavenly law cannot accommodate me. After my demise, I shall shed my Taoist robe and wrap it around the golden mantis scissors. My sister, Yunxiao, will surely come to see my remains. You need only present her the robe and the scissors." Upon finishing his words, Zhao Gongming lit 7 lamps, arranging them around him, and gathered his spirit within the palace of his mind to ensure its preservation. Unbeknownst to them, Luya had already arrived at Zhang Zia's side. Observing him as he paid homage to the straw effigy of Zhao Gongming, he chuckled, "This must be the final bow." Zhao Gongming lived with such integrity. Yet he did not anticipate his demise stemming from this incident. You should utilize the investiture of the gods to safeguard his spirit and enshrine him. Zhang, finding it inappropriate to refuse Lu Ye's suggestion, produced the investiture of the gods, channeling his spiritual energy to inscribe the name Zhao Gongming upon it. Just as Zhao Gongming was about to consolidate his spirit for reincarnation, the breath of his physical form extinguished, and his spirit was on the verge of departing when a beam of golden light ensnared him. Zhao Gongming expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Zhang." However, when Zhong, unaware of this turn of events, witnessed Zhao Gongming's body suddenly become still, devoid of breath, and his heart was torn with anguish, igniting a furious wrath within him. Esteemed immortals, let us engage in battle once more with Shiqi. The esteemed immortals he referred to were none other than Wang Bian and Zhang Xiao. One commanded the Red Water Formation, while the other wielded the Red Sand Formation. They had long yearned to avenge their fellow immortals, but had been restrained by Wen Zhong. Now, with Wen Zhong's command, their impatience grew. Wen Zhong assembled his forces, and as dawn broke, he arrived at the gates of Shiqi City to issue his challenge. Upon hearing this, Randang promptly accepted the duel. He saw Wen Zhong, his arm wrapped in white cloth, and furiously declared, "People of the Yushu sect, you have repeatedly harmed those of my Chan sect, and now you have brought misfortune upon my esteemed Master Gongming. Today, I shall seek justice." Chapter 74. Breaking the red water and trapped in the red sand. Wang Bian stepped forward, proclaiming, "Under the Yushu sect, who dares to enter my red water formation?" Fang Xiang has been captured by Nezha for several days. With his elder brother Fang Ban deceased, he felt no more attachments in his heart. Stepping forward, he declared, "I shall go. I have promised Nezha." Observing Fang Xiang's determination, Nezha felt a twinge of conflict. Astonished that Fang Xiang would venture forth knowing it was a path to certain death, Randang, watching Fang Xiang, remarked, "Your brother is dead. Do you intend to follow him?" Fang Xiang replied, "I was born just moments apart from my brother. Now that he has departed, I have no desire to linger in this world. It is better to accompany him." Hearing this, Randang sighed. "Very well, go ahead." Fang Xiang stepped forward, declaring, "I will break your red water formation." Wang Bian, noticing Fang Xiang's inadequate cultivation, scoffed, "You think you can break the formation?" Fang Xiang retorted, "Whether I can or cannot, we shall see once I enter the formation." He molded earth into a form of concealment and, disregarding all, charged into the formation. Wang Bian, seeing Fang Xiang enter, picked up a gourd from the table, lightly tapping it, causing a drop of red water to fall onto his finger. With a flick, the red water struck Fang Xiang's brow, and he immediately transformed into a pool of blood. Wang Bian directed the gourd towards the blood, performing a hand gesture, causing the blood to flow back upwards into the gourd. Randang addressed the 12 golden immortals, asking, "Who among you has the confidence to break the formation?" Dao de Zhenjun stepped forward, stating, "Allow me." With a hand gesture, he unleashed his spiritual power, manifesting auspicious clouds above his head as he entered the formation. Wang Bian, recognizing the profound cultivation of Dao de Zhenjun, did not dare to be negligent. He opened the gourd once more, this time not with a mere drop, but tilting it downwards to pour out all the red water. As a single drop hit the ground, it multiplied into thousands, and soon, the red water surged forth, creating waves reaching dozens of feet in height. Dao de Zhenjun quickly stamped his foot, summoning a lotus flower to support him. Wang Bian, witnessing Dao de Zhenjun traversing the air, realized that his red water formation could not contain him. Dao de Zhenjun stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Addressing Wang Bian, "You assist the Shang dynasty in attacking the Zhou, acting in defiance. Do you understand your sin?" Wang Bian laughed, outmatched in skill. "I shall not be swayed by your eloquence. You have killed many of my brothers. I, Wang Bian, shall seek vengeance even in death." With that, Wang Bian raised a command flag, summoning a fierce wind that stirred the red water into tumultuous waves. Dao de Zhenjun retrieved an item from his robe. The 5-fire 7-bird fan. This fan combined the essence of fire from various sources, fire in the air, wood, stone, and the 3 flames of samadhi, alongside the earthly fire, a synthesis creating this fan adorned with feathers from the phoenix, white crane, swan, peacock, owl, and azure phoenix. The fan bore an inscription, 5 fires. Rare treasures, known as 7 feathers, grant one the power to ascend and traverse the ethereal. Dao de Zhenjun directed the fan towards Wang Bian, unleashing a blaze that transformed into avian forms, assaulting Wang Bian relentlessly. No matter how Wang Bian tried to evade, the fiery creatures pursued him for over an hour, ultimately exhausting him, reducing Wang Bian to ashes. The revered Taoist master turned towards the table once more, and with a swift gesture, the table was consumed by flames, shattering the red sand formation. He picked up Wang Bian's gourd and approached Ran Ding, saying, "Brother, it is broken." Ran Ding nodded in acknowledgement. "It is well that it is broken." Zhang Xiao, witnessing the demise of Wang Bian, lamented the loss of 9 out of 10 comrades who had descended the mountain that day, his heart filled with sorrow and indignation. "Taoist master, shall we not dismantle the red sand formation before we depart?" Ran Ding regarded Zhang Xiao, then glanced at the red sand formation, responding, "This red sand formation may be beyond our capability to breach." The crowd erupted in astonishment after having dismantled 9 formations. The notion that they could not overcome the final one was disheartening. This formation harbors chaotic energy, and without the pure essence of creation, it is indeed insurmountable for us. Jiang Zia interjected, "Brother, do you possess any other means? If this formation remains intact, then Feng Ben, Feng Xiang, Han Dulong, and the others shall perish in vain." Ran Ding furrowed his brows. "The chaotic energy is something we cannot withstand. If only there were a being of immense fortune to assist us in fending it off. I might devise an alternative solution." "What do you mean by a being of immense fortune?" Jiang Zia inquired. Ran Ding sighed. "King Wu, GFA, is a person chosen by the heavenly mandate. If he were to enter the formation, he could surely suppress it for a time." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Only GFA approached Ran Ding, asking, "Is what the immortal says true?" Ran Ding affirmed, "It is indeed true. However, if your fortune is exhausted and I cannot think of another way, your life will be forfeit." GFA addressed the assembly, "Esteemed immortals, do not lose heart. My forces from Shichi have reached this point with the aid of various deities. Today, if I can lend my strength, it is an honor, and more importantly, if I can vanquish Shangtang, what harm is there in my becoming king?" GFA's altruism and dedication to his people were unexpected to all present. He turned to Ran Ding once more, requesting, "Please, immortal, instruct me on how I should proceed." Ran Ding asked, "Are you truly willing to enter the formation to buy us time?" GFA replied, "Of course." Though filled with emotion, Ran Ding recognized this as their only option. He instructed GFA to remove his outer garments and, using his own blood, inscribed protective symbols upon GFA's front and back, one to invoke heavenly blessings and the other to safeguard his life. He then addressed Nezha. "Nezha, with your 9 dragons fire shield, you can isolate the chaotic energies. Are you willing to protect King Wu for a spell?" Nezha nodded, "Rest assured. If King Wu does not return, neither will I." From the side, Lei Jinzi declared, "Brother, I shall accompany you." GFA regarded Lei Jinzi with approval. "Very well. Let us proceed together." Dressed appropriately, the 3 advanced. Zhang Xiao, witnessing GFA's personal involvement, felt a surge of joy, exclaiming, "GFA, you have finally shed your cowardice." Nezha, incensed, retorted, "Do you seek death?" With a flourish, he activated the Qingquan circle and hurled it towards Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, unwilling to confront the attack directly, molded the earth into a form of evasion and hastily entered the formation. Nezha and the others, seeing Zhang Xiao enter, said nothing further and stepped into the formation as well. Upon entering the expanse of red sand, Nezha felt an overwhelming vastness enveloping him, devoid of the sun and moon's radiance, with the world bathed in a sanguine hue reminiscent of fresh blood. Observing the 3 intruders, Zhang Xiao seized a handful of the red sand from the table and flung it forth. Caught off guard, Nezha and his companions were struck by a torrent of red sand, which descended upon them like a miniature mountain. Nezha, sensing a surge of urgency within, looked up to see the sandy mound looming ever closer. Activating the brilliance of his universe ring, he directed it towards the impending mass. Meanwhile, Lei Jinzi unfurled his wings of wind and thunder, swiftly grasping GFA and propelling them several paces away. With a decisive strike, Nezha shattered the red sand mound, unleashing a cloud of crimson particles that enveloped the air, leaving him coated in the substance. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling turmoil within his spiritual energy, as if it had become unrecognizable. In haste, Nezha summoned pure spiritual essence from his spiritual sea to expel the chaotic energy from his body. Approaching GFA, he cautioned, "This red sand harbors chaotic energies. Avoid contact with it." GFA, upon hearing this, was filled with dismay, pondering what to do next. Chapter 75. 100 Days of Peril. The 5 maidens descend the mountain. Seeing his initial attack thwarted, Zhang Xiao clenched another handful of red sand, targeting Nezha and his companions once more. This time, the red sand split into 3 segments, each hurtling towards its respective target. Nezha, quick to react, summoned the cosmic silk and struck at the oncoming sand, while Lei Jinzi, too, prepared to engage. just as they dismantled the 3 segments of red sand. Another wave surged forth, and Nezha and Windfire found themselves unable to defend in time. The red sand struck GFA squarely in the chest. Although he endured the blow, he was fortunate that the protective talisman inscribed by Windfire shielded him from severe harm. However, witnessing GFA spitting blood stirred unease within Nezha. He promptly reached for the 9-dragon divine fire shield at his waist, declaring, "By my command, let the 9 dragons protect us." Swiftly, as he spoke, the shield expanded, enveloping the 3 of them within its protective embrace. "I cannot ascertain how long my spiritual energy will sustain this. I must enter a meditative state to maintain its flow until Master Windfire arrives," Nezha stated. GFA nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for his efforts. Nezha settled into a cross-legged position, forming a gathering spirit seal in his hands to sustain the 9-dragon divine fire shield. GFA sighed, reflecting on the perilous nature of this formation. Recalling how their previous encounters had been aided by numerous celestial beings, feeling a pang of embarrassment. Windfire remarked, "My master, Windfire, once foretold that the phoenix would cry on Qishan, heralding auspicious tidings. I believe we shall endure." GFA responded with a heavy sigh, "Let us hope so." Meanwhile, Windfire and the others displayed a ceasefire banner, and unbeknownst to them, a month slipped by. Windfire, initially confident that Zhao Gongming's intervention would secure victory at Shiqi, grew increasingly anxious over the lack of updates. Utilizing earth manipulation techniques, Windfire arrived at the army's camp in Chaoga, where he found Windfire wearing a troubled expression. "Is Shiqi still unclaimed?" he inquired. Windfire replied, "Shiqi boasts many formidable talents and has raised a ceasefire banner. We cannot penetrate their defenses." Windfire pondered this for a moment before exclaiming, "How could Zhao Shixiang, with his quasi-saintly prowess, fail to breach the gates of Shiqi?" Windfire's heart sank at the mention of Zhao Shibois. Lamenting, "Zhao Shibois has already passed into the realm of immortals." Windfire was taken aback, exclaiming, "Impossible. Even if Windfire took action in Shiqi City, he would not possess the capability to slay a saint." With no other recourse, Windfire recounted the incident of Jiangxia and the 7 arrows of Nailhead in detail to Windfire. Upon hearing this, Windfire reflected on his close bond with Jiangxia from their mortal days as sworn brothers, both having entered the Yushu sect together. The primordial heavenly venerable favored Jiangxia, entrusting him with the list of deities. Now, as they waged war against Shiqi, with so many capable individuals assisting him, Windfire felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. After retrieving Zhao Gongming's relics, he molded Earth into a means of escape and soon arrived at the entrance of the Sanxia cave. When the attendant saw an unfamiliar figure approaching, he inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to Sanxia cave?" Windfire replied, "I am Windfire, a disciple of the Tongtian sect. I urgently need to see the 3 ladies. Please inform them." The attendant said, "Please wait here while I notify the ladies." As the attendant turned to leave, Windfire added, "This concerns your esteemed master. It is imperative to convey the message clearly." The attendant acknowledged and proceeded into the cave. Before long, the attendant returned, "You may enter. The ladies are awaiting you inside." Upon entering the cave, Windfire saw the 3 ladies seated upon lotus thrones and performed a respectful salute, saying, "Greetings, esteemed sisters, it is I, Windfire." Yin upon recognizing him, felt displeasure and asked, "Speak, what message does my brother have for you?" Windfire replied, "Sister, please do not take offense. I must inform you that Brother Zhao has been shot dead by the 7 arrows of Nailhead on Qishan." Yunxiao's anger flared instantly. "Windfire, what nonsense are you uttering? Cursing my brother, are you seeking death?" Windfire coldly retorted, "What merit or ability do I possess to deceive the 3 sisters? If you doubt my words, you may perform calculations." Yunxiao disdainfully glanced at him, then proceeded to calculate. Moments later, her eyes reddened with tears. "Brother." Seeing Yunxiao's distress, Xiongxiao and Bixiao understood that Windfire spoke the truth, and their spirits sank heavily. Windfire then produced Zhao Gongming's robe and the golden mantis scissors, saying, "These treasures and the robe were entrusted to me by Brother Zhao before his passing, to be returned to the ladies." Bixiao, upon seeing Zhao Gongming's robe, was filled with righteous indignation. Without regard for anything else, she rushed out of Sanxia cave, calling for the feathered bird, intent on descending the mountain. Yunxiao followed her out, saying, "Bixiao, my brother disregarded counsel. His fate is sealed." Bixiao retorted, "Fate? Then my destiny compels me to take Jiangxia's head, to honor my brother's spirit in the heavens." With that, she disregarded Yunxiao's attempts to stop her and mounted the feathered bird, departing. Witnessing this, Xiongxiao remarked, "The golden mantis scissors were something I insisted on lending to my brother. Now that he is gone, I shall slay Jiangxia and accompany him into the cycle of reincarnation. With that, Qiongxiao summoned the Honghu bird and took flight. Shen Gongbao stated, Sisters, I have delivered the message. I must take my leave. As he watched the others soar away, Yunxiao was engulfed in sorrow and anger. Pondering to herself, they are without possessions, and their cultivation pales in comparison to my brothers. How can they seek revenge? Resigned, she returned to the cave to retrieve the golden mantis scissors, took the primordial golden dipper, summoned the Qinghuan, and pursued after them. The swift Qinghuan soon caught up with Bai Xiao and Xiongxiao. Yunxiao then said, Sister, walk slowly. I shall accompany you. Bai Xiao replied, Sister, have you forgotten our fates? Yunxiao, sensing Bai Xiao's anger, sighed and said, This descent is solely for vengeance. Do not involve yourselves in other matters. After avenging our brother, you too shall return to the Sanshao cave with me. Just as she finished speaking, another voice called out from behind, Ladies, do not hasten. I too am coming. The three turned to see two women approaching, one adorned in a green gauze skirt and the other in a flowing yellow robe. The woman in green introduced herself. I am Hanji, and this is the fairy of colorful clouds. We have received favors from Brother Zhao and attained enlightenment. Recently, upon hearing of his demise, we have longed to seek revenge. Had it not been for the need to refine treasures, we would have descended to exact retribution sooner. Today, we fortuitously encounter you three ladies and wish to join in your quest. Yun Xiao replied, Very well, let us proceed together. The five celestial maidens journeyed toward Shiqi. When Zhong, observing a flash of light in the sky, anxiously inquired, Who approaches? Yun Xiao responded, It is my brother Zhao Gongming, who is responsible for his demise. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhong's heart grew calm, yet the mention of Zhao Gongming pained him deeply, and he recounted the tale of Zhao Gongming's fate to the five maidens. Enraged, Yun Xiao kicked the Qinghuan beneath her, swiftly arriving at the foot of Shiqi. Who among you dares to face me for the murder of my brother? If none claim responsibility, I shall raise this city to avenge my brother's death. Luya, wandering the streets, noticed the celestial light beyond Shiqi and ascended to the city walls, where he fortuitously encountered Yun Xiao. Harnessing his spiritual power, he floated before her, inquiring, Who are you? Yun Xiao, struck by Lu Ya's handsome demeanor, marveled at the talents of Shiqi. I am Yun Xiao, here to avenge my brother Zhao Gongming. Do you know who is responsible for his death? Chapter 76, Capturing Lu Ya, the battle approaches. Lu Ya, taken aback by Yun Xiao's forthrightness, hesitated before confessing. I am Lu Ya, the one who shot your brother. Just then, Qiongxiao and the other four maidens arrived, and upon hearing Lu Ya's admission, Qiongxiao's fury ignited. You wicked fiend, who harmed my brother, prepare to pay with your life. A surge of spiritual energy erupted as she unleashed an attack. Lu Ya, in a state of alarm, swiftly dodged. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao had summoned the primordial golden dipper, its five-colored radiance bursting forth to strike at Lu Ya. Aware of the dipper's formidable power, Lu Ya dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he performed a hand gesture, hastily forming earth to escape into Shiqi. However, the five-colored light arrived first, and despite Lu Ya's considerable skills, he could not withstand the might of this innate spiritual treasure. The radiance coalesced, and before he could descend, Lu Ya was absorbed into the primordial golden dipper. Bai Xiao, witnessing the dipper's success, sternly addressed the guard, should Lu Ya perish. Tomorrow we shall engage in a decisive battle 30 miles west of the city. The five celestial maidens employed their escape techniques and returned to the main camp at Chaoga. Bai Xiao released Lu Ya from the dipper, held a talisman, and affixed it to the point between his brows, sealing his mud pill palace, and commanded the soldiers to bind Lu Ya to a post. With a bitter smile, Lu Ya looked at Yun Xiao and the others. Do you seek vengeance? Yun Xiao replied, You killed my brother. I must avenge him. Lu Ya chuckled. You should not have become entangled in this, and you cannot defeat me. Bai Xiao interjected. How brazen you are, even in the face of death. I shall witness your prowess. With that, she aimed her golden mantis scissors at him. As the scissors descended to sever Lu Ya's head, he sighed. The golden mantis scissors, you say? In the name of Lu Ya? I command the fire in the sky to transform. Suddenly, the talisman on Lu Ya's mud pill palace ignited, incinerating the ropes binding him, along with his garments. Not only Lu Ya, but flames erupted fiercely underground, in the air, and above. Lu Ya appeared enveloped in fire, as the golden mantis scissors, intended to cut him, were hindered by this true fire. A flame swiftly darted from the sky, leaving only Lu Ya's voice behind. I advise you to return. You possess the Hunyuan golden dipper, which I cannot contend with, but in this realm, no one can slay me. Lu Ya. As Lu Ya soared away, Yun Xiao and the others felt their resentment swell. Yet Lu Ya had vanished from their sight. Luya arrived in Shichi City and donned a fresh set of garments before meeting with Randang. Upon seeing Luya, Randang was taken aback. Aren't you meant to be captured by the Hunyuan Golden Dipper? How have you returned? Luya smiled. No one in this world can restrain me, at least not at this moment. Though astonished by Luya's confidence, Randang marveled. Your cultivation is indeed profound. I truly envy you. Luya replied, you flatter me. However, I have sustained injuries from the Hunyuan Golden Dipper's colorful radiance and will need a few days to recuperate. I cannot join the battle tomorrow. Randang replied, no matter, your recovery is of utmost importance. The next day, 30 miles west of Shichi City, Randang led 12 golden immortals and several third-generation disciples to confront their foes. Upon seeing Jiangzia's arrival, Yun Xiao seethed. Jiangzia, you used treacherous methods to harm my brother, did you not? Jiangzia responded, Zhao Gongming, relying on his quasi-saint cultivation, has injured my brothers and nephews. If I do not slay him, he will continue his rampage. Enraged, Yun Xiao declared, you sharp-tongued Jiang, today I shall take your life to appease my brother's spirit. Jiangzia, undeterred by their fury, stated plainly, if you wish to kill me, then come forth. Qiong Xiao scoffed, he is indeed a man of grit. Drawing her treasured sword, she summoned her Honghu bird and charged at Jiangzia. Huang Tianhua, witnessing Qiong Zhao's advance, urged his jade Qilin to engage. Qiong Xiao smirked coldly. With such meager skills, you dare to face my blade? As Qiong Zhao's sword descended, Huang Tianhua raised his Majia sword in defense. But the disparity in their cultivation was too great. Both he and the jade Qilin were sent flying several dozen zhang away. Seeing this, Jinjia hurried to aid Huang Tianhua. However, Qiong Xiao did not linger after striking Huang Tianhua. She brandished her sword and charged directly at Jiangzia. Jiangzia raised the god-subduing whip, fully aware of its formidable power and the cost it entailed, yet he could not afford to ponder such matters at this moment. The god-subduing whip stood opposed to Qiong Xiao as treasured sword, and as Jiangzia coughed up blood, he fell from the Qilin, while Qiong Xiao was forced to retreat step by step. Observing this, Yang Jian thrust his silver-tipped spear into the ground, channeling his profound 8-9 mysterious arts. Unleashing a surge of spiritual energy in the form of a fist resembling white jade, aimed at Qiong Xiao's abdomen. Bai Xiao, witnessing Yang Jian's attack, concentrated her spiritual power and intercepted Yang Jian's hand with her own. Noticing Yang Jian's hand was as white as jade and his complexion equally pale, she realized he was employing the 8-9 mysterious arts. Yang Jian, however, was unconcerned with such thoughts. With his right hand restrained, he swiftly unfastened a gourd at his waist, releasing a shadow that darted toward Bai Xiao. As the shadow approached, Bai Xiao unleashed a wave of spiritual energy, forcing Yang Jian back as she hastily retreated. Yang Jian, regretting that his canine companion did not reach Bai Xiao, called the dog back into the gourd. Rin Deng stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence without anger, and declared sternly, enough. You and I, from the Chan and Jie sects, should have united in purpose. Yet today we find ourselves embroiled in a relentless conflict. Are we to incite a war between our two sects? Bai Xiao retorted, if you surrender Jiangzia to us, allowing us to avenge our brother, we shall not interfere in any further matters. Yang Jian stepped forward. How can those of you who cultivate the Tao harbor such deep-seated hatred? Qiong Xiao replied, if there were no enmity, why would you protect Jiangzia? Yang Jian seized his silver-tipped spear, declaring fiercely, if that is the case, then let us engage in battle. At this moment, all 12 golden immortals were present, each wielding their magical artifacts, indicating that this clash was inevitable. Fairy Kai Yun, observing the situation, whispered to Yun Xiao, sister, they are numerous and formidable. Although our three sisters possess great cultivation, they have formidable foes such as Rin Deng and Taiyi before them. Yun Xiao understood Fairy Kai Yun's concerns. She felt confident in her own abilities alongside Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao, but feared for the lives of her and Hanji. Initially intending to chastise Fairy Kai Yun for her fear of death, she noticed Rin Deng firmly grasping the Qiankuan ruler, preparing to invoke its power. Yun Xiao then contemplated that her sole aim was to eliminate Jiangzia, and there was no need to cultivate further enmity. Thus, she said, though we are from the Chan and Jie sects, differing in beliefs, our teachings are vastly dissimilar, and our conflict will inevitably affect the innocent. I have heard of your breaking the 9 formations of the 10 immortal lords of Golden Ao Island. You must be a master of formations. If I set up a formation, will you dare to break it? Rin Deng, aware of the capabilities of Yun Xiao and her companions, recognized that although they were not as powerful as Zhao Gongming, they had already vanquished 6 of the 9 worms, nearing the point of severing the 3 worms and 3 corpses to attain sanctity. Understanding Yun Xiao's intent to minimize collateral damage and reduce mortal casualties, he readily agreed. Then please, set your formation. Yun Xiao replied, wait, let me clarify. If you can break the formation, we shall immediately return to the mountain. If you cannot, you must surrender Jiangxia within a month. Ren Deng nodded, affirming, it is a promise. Chapter 77, By the Yellow River. The nine-bend grand formation seeing Ren Deng's agreement. Yun Xiao said nothing further and led the four back to the main camp at Chaoga. When Zhong approached, eager to ascertain the situation, only to be informed by Yun Xiao that 600 robust soldiers had been selected to await in the training ground. Yun Xiao took a seat and began to sketch on paper, the intricate design demanding over 2 hours to complete. The 600 warriors were organized into groups of 120, each led by 5, as they commenced arranging the formation. By the banks of the Yellow River, the assembly drew a formation on the ground with white clay, meticulously marking where to stand, ensuring precision and order. For 3 consecutive days, they rehearsed tirelessly, day and night, until the tasks were finally completed by the night of the 3rd day. Yun Xiao surveyed the completed formation, which boasted an exterior of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, concealing the essence of the 3 talents within, a sight to behold. With a cold smile upon witnessing the formation's completion, Yun Xiao instructed Bai Xiao to activate the Hunyuan Golden Dipper as the focal point of the array. Instantly, a radiant 5-colored glow enveloped the formation, elevating the Yellow River's 9 curves array to new heights, its myriad transformations rendering it seemingly as formidable as 1,000 troops. Auspicious clouds gathered above, creating an ethereal sanctuary. When Zhong, witnessing the formation's power, commended Yun Xiao for such skill, Yun Xiao replied, suggesting that when Zhong dispatch someone to Shiqi to issue a challenge, inviting them to observe the array the following day. Elated by this prospect, when Zhong recognized that this formation could not only avenge Zhao Gongming, but also assist him in conquering Shiqi. On the following day, Ran Deng led the 12 golden immortals and the disciples of the 3 generations to the formation's forefront. The sight of the array left the celestial beings in awe, marveling at Yun Xiao's extraordinary capabilities. Jiangxia, too, recognized the wondrous aspects of the formation and sighed in acknowledgement. Ran Deng expressed a similar sentiment. Master Tongtian is indeed without prejudice, and Bo Palace has amassed numerous treasures. This formation, combined with the Hunyuan Golden Dipper and the Golden Mantis Cutter, is truly formidable. Yang Jian proposed, esteemed uncles and aunts, allow me to venture forth and explore. I possess the 8-9 profound art for protection, and even if I cannot breach the formation, they cannot detain me. Ran Deng cautioned, exercise utmost caution. Yang Jian nodded. Stepping into the void, swiftly approaching Yun Xiao and the others, he noticed a wooden sign at the formation's entrance, inscribed with the words Yellow River 9 Curves Array. Upon seeing the assembly, Yang Jian addressed the 3 goddesses and 2 fairies. May I, your humble nephew, enter the array for inspection? Yun Xiao replied, I am aware of your 8-9 profound art, yet this formation can offer you no guarantees. Yang Jian smiled, no matter, as long as you do not take advantage of my observation to strike from the shadows. Bai Xiao retorted with a cold smile, yesterday, you unleashed your hounds upon me. Do you think we are as naive as you? Yang Jian replied, to preserve one's life is only natural. Bai Xiao countered, those who cultivate the Tao contend with heaven and earth. How can you be so fearful of death? Yang Jian asserted, if I perish, no one will set up the formation to exact revenge on my behalf. Why should I embrace death? Yin Xiao, perceiving the underlying implication in Yang Jian's words, that they were engaging in battle solely for Zhao Gongming, became infuriated. In a sudden motion, a precious sword materialized in his hand. Do not think that because you are my disciple, you will be spared, even if you were my uncle. You shall meet your end today. With that, Yun Xiao lunged at Yang Jian with his sword drawn. In an instant, the silver-tipped spear materialized in Yang Jian's grasp, deftly parrying the blade. As his inner spiritual energy surged with remarkable speed, his complexion gradually transforming to resemble flawless, jade-like luster. Yun Xiao remarked, is it the 8-9 profound art? Then today, I shall shatter your powers. Upon finishing his words, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper within the Yellow River formation suddenly radiated a blinding light, emanating a tremendous force that relentlessly tugged at Yang Jian. Channeling his spiritual energy, Yang Jian bellowed fiercely, aiming the silver-tipped spear directly at Yun Xiao. Yet, Yun Xiao remained unfazed, hurling his celestial sword to intercept Yang Jian's thrust, then producing the golden flood dragon scissors, intent on severing Yang Jian. Yang Jian hastily evaded, but Bai Xiao suddenly activated the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, drawing Yang Jian into its heart within the Yellow River formation. Witnessing Yang Jian's capture, Jing felt a surge of panic and shouted, demonic woman, You dare employ treacherous arts to ensnare my brother Yang Jian? You seek death. Already incensed, Yunxiao's fury deepened upon being called a demonic woman, and she retorted, you seek death. From within the Yellow River Formation, Yunxiao summoned the Hunyuan Golden Dipper and summoned the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors to the center of the formation, forming seals with her fingers. Jing sensed an overwhelming force emanating from the golden vessel. With a thunderous cry, he invoked the escaped dragon stake. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, aimed at Yunxiao. Observing the celestial descent, Yunxiao chuckled, you think such trifles can slay me? With a mere flick of her finger, she dispersed the golden light from the escaped dragon stake, rendering it devoid of spiritual energy, and it fell into her hand. Jing, realizing he had lost the escaped dragon stake, felt a surge of urgency and drew his side sword, preparing to advance. Yunxiao pressed her fingers upon the Hunyuan Golden Dipper and commanded, capture. A fierce wind erupted from nowhere, drawing Jing into the golden vessel, only to release him alongside Yang Jian into the Yellow River Formation. Witnessing Jing defeat, Mu Jia brandished his Wu Hook sword, charging forward. However, Qiong Xiao stepped forth, declaring, is the Wu Hook sword considered a treasure? Your master is rather stingy. With that, she channeled her spiritual energy and conjured a massive hand from thin air, seizing Mu Jia and casting him into the Yellow River Formation. Ran Dang, seeing that three had already fallen without comprehending the formation, hastily interjected, Yunxiao, we are contemporaneous disciples. Why must we trouble the younger generation? Yunxiao responded, your disciple is excessively disrespectful. I shall teach them a lesson on your behalf. Ran Dang replied with a smile. If that is the case, I thank you, junior sister. We have convened here to discuss the formation's dismantling. Let us avoid unnecessary conflict. Yunxiao acquiesced, very well. I grant you this favor. Who among your Yushu sect will challenge my formation? Ran Dang said, please wait a moment, junior sister. While we observe the formation before further discussion. Yunxiao agreed. All right, please proceed. As Ran Dang examined the formation, a radiant spectrum enveloped the area, with the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors positioned at the heart of the formation, surrounded by auspicious clouds, encircled by the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, and infused with the essence of heaven and earth. Each minor formation brimmed with rare treasures, bewildering elixirs, and potent potions. With 600 troops, their might rivaled that of 1,000,000 soldiers. Even celestial beings entering the formation would likely find their souls extinguished, their divine energies obliterated, and their very forms annihilated. In the winding paths of the maze, devoid of any straightness, the culmination of creation intertwines seamlessly. One might fear that even a sage would encounter considerable obstacles herein. After contemplating the scene, Ran Dang could not help but chuckle bitterly. Esteemed brothers, while this formation appears tranquil, it conceals a treacherous intent, seemingly crafted for immortals. As divine beings, I fear you may face great peril upon entering. The other immortals, fully aware, remained silent. Qi Jingzi stepped forward. Yunxiao, why have you devised such a malevolent formation? Yunxiao replied, since the disciples of the Chan school descended from the mountain, how many of my GS sect brethren have perished? Today, I have set this array merely to demand the surrender of Jiangxia. Should you wish to fight to the death, I shall not object. At that moment, Luya descended from the heavens, positioning himself between the two factions. Chapter 78, Capturing the Golden Immortal and Severing the 3 Flowers. Upon seeing Luya, Yunxiao's fury intensified. Luya, how dare you show your face here? Luya responded with a smile. If you seek my life, I will willingly oblige. But do not trouble these fellow Taoists. Yunxiao retorted, do you truly believe you can escape? Luya lowered his head, shaking it with a wry smile. I have said, the one capable of killing me has yet to be born. Yunxiao, enraged, exclaimed, sharp-tongued, be prepared. With that, he summoned the primordial Golden Dipper, and radiant hues immediately enveloped the land. Faced with such an innate treasure, Luya dared not be reckless and hastily proclaimed, by my decree, summon the myriad flames, swiftly. The utterance of swiftly unleashed a conflagration that soared skyward, engulfing Luya entirely. The flames grew increasingly fierce, expanding to several meters in breadth. The true fire wielded by Luya matched the might of the primordial Golden Dipper, resulting in a stalemate for the time being. Noticing Luya's authentic flames, which demonstrated celestial prowess, Yunxiao sought assistance. Why do you hesitate to help? The 4 female immortals behind him finally regained their senses. The immortal Han Ji brandished a banner, shaking it to summon a fierce wind that repelled Luya's true fire. The immortal Kaiyun, wielding a blinding pearl, took advantage of the swirling black wind and hurled the gem, which seemed to possess sentience, aiming directly for Luya's eyes. Observing this, Luya formed a hand seal, unleashing his spiritual force as he shouted, shatter. Seeing Luya's renewed vigor, Yunxiao hurled the primordial golden dipper directly at him. The artifact expanded in the wind, growing over 10 feet in size. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luya hastily fled, transforming into a gentle breeze. Fellow Taoists, the primordial golden dipper is a treasure of chaos. I cannot withstand it, so I must take my leave. Upon witnessing Luya's predicament, Randang sighed. It seems we must press on with determination. Qi Jingzi stepped forth. I shall take on this challenge. Yunxiao, amused by Qi Jingzi's audacity, remarked, Do you dare to enter the formation? Qi Jingzi replied, with boldness, I shall dismantle your formation. As he formed his hand seals, auspicious clouds appeared above him, and he grasped the yin-yang mirror before stepping into the array. Observing Qi Jingzi's entrance, Yunxiao laughed, a 7-foot man. Yet you wield a lady's mirror as if it were a treasured artifact. How disgraceful for an immortal. Upon concluding her words, she placed her hand upon the Hunyuan golden dipper. Despite Qi Jingzi's fervent attempts to summon his internal spiritual energy, it proved utterly futile before this innate spiritual treasure. Helplessly, Qi Jingzi was captured by the Hunyuan golden dipper. Yunxiao, with a talisman in hand, affixed it to Qi Jingzi's Niwen palace, thus consigning him alongside Yang Jian and Huang Tianhua. Seeing Qi Jingzi apprehended, Guang Qingzi bellowed, Yunxiao, how dare you seize my junior brother? Xiong Xiao retorted, Since my sister has set this formation, what is there to fear? At her words, Guang Qingzi unleashed his spiritual power, advancing to reclaim him. Yunxiao scoffed, Is this truly the golden immortal who first rang the bell of Yushu Palace? Hardly impressive. As the Hunyuan golden dipper was summoned, it ensnared Guang Qingzi in but a single exchange. Witnessing this, all present were astounded, unaware that the power of the Hunyuan golden dipper was so formidable. Taiyi stepped forward, declaring, Let us all advance. The gathered immortals nodded, each weaving hand seals and conjuring their treasures to enter the Yellow River Formation. This formation, with its 9 twists and 18 bends, would confound even the most seasoned travelers, and upon entry, the assembly was immediately ensnared in illusions. Just as Taiyi prepared to channel his spiritual energy, the Hunyuan golden dipper preempted him, capturing Taiyi. Yunxiao coldly remarked, With Taiyi captured, do you still wish to resist? Meanwhile, the mystic and bewildering elixirs radiated with brilliant light, leaving the immortals feeling as though their souls were compromised and their spiritual energy waning. The cries of 600 soldiers echoed, engendering panic even among the golden immortals. Yunxiao raised the Hunyuan golden dipper once more, capturing the great master of spiritual treasures and the real person of Hoarding. Shortly thereafter, every quarter of an hour, 2 more were taken, until, before long, all 12 golden immortals under the command of Yuanshi Tianzuan were utterly captured. Emerging from the Yellow River Formation, Yunxiao commanded her soldiers to hoist the 12 along with Yang Jian and the other third-generation disciples upon the mast. Randang, are you convinced? At that moment, the Western Qi camp found itself with but one remaining member, Randang. Witnessing the situation, he felt a wave of discontent, lamenting his decision to engage with this formation. Xiong Xiao suggested, Sister, with the moon now waning, why not seize Randang? And when we seek Jiangxia and Luya, none shall impede us? Yunxiao replied, Very well, I shall take Randang. With that, she summoned the Hunyuan golden dipper, preparing to strike at Randang. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Randang hurriedly summoned the Qian Kuan ruler, transforming into soil to escape as a fleeting breeze. As the dust settled, Yunxiao found Randang had vanished, leaving only the Qian Kuan ruler on the ground. She coldly remarked, Consider yourself fortunate to have fled swiftly. Xiong Xiao added, With the 12 golden immortals in our grasp, I refuse to believe Jiangxia would stand idle. Upon returning to camp, when Zhong hastily approached, welcoming her, Your Majesty, what remarkable prowess. Prepare a feast to celebrate the accomplishments of the ladies. Yunxiao replied, There is no need. I am not here to assist you, but solely to avenge my brother. With that, she approached the mast, and upon seeing the disciples of the Chan teaching, an inexplicable fury ignited within her. Channeling her hand seals, she unleashed an assault upon the 12 golden immortals, shattering their 3 flowers above the head. On the summit of Taiyi, the 3 flowers were scattered, yet the individual awakened, exclaiming, Yunxiao, what remarkable skills you possess. Upon witnessing Taiyi's awakening, Yunxiao replied, I am aware that you may have support behind you. However, I did not take your life. I merely stripped you of your millennia of cultivation. Taiyi chuckled and said, Do you truly believe you can erase my 3 flowers? Yunxiao was taken aback, asking, What do you mean? At that moment, Taiyi gestured with his mouth, and 2 divine birds flew forth, spewing flames that severed the divine cords binding Taiyi. I may not be able to contend with the primordial golden dipper, but you are never a concern for me, he declared. As he spoke, Taiyi's spiritual powers suddenly surged. And auspicious clouds enveloped him, within which gleamed threads of five-colored radiance. Taiyi proclaimed, I do not sever my 3 corpses simply because they are of great utility. You dare to attempt the eradication of my 3 flowers, courting death. With that, a treasured sword materialized in his hand. While the 2 divine birds transformed into wheels of wind and fire, lifting Taiyi aloft. Seeing this unfolding scenario, Yunxiao felt a sense of foreboding and summoned the primordial golden dipper, intending to capture Taiyi. However, upon witnessing the brilliance of the 5-colored radiance, the might of the innate spiritual treasure, Taiyi refrained from direct confrontation. He sent forth his treasured sword, merely to buy time. The wheels of wind and fire seemed to comprehend Taiyi's intentions, swiftly carrying him away. Bixiao, observing Taiyi's formidable strength, remarked, Is he truly only at the golden immortal level? Yunxiao responded, I am uncertain. Among the disciples of Yuxiu, Taiyi and the one known as Randeng are the 2 most enigmatic figures. Qiongxiao added, Sister, do not be afraid. If Taiyi possessed the capability to withstand the primordial golden dipper, why would he not save those individuals instead of fleeing? To my mind, he is merely acting in self-preservation. In that moment, Yunxiao regained her composure, feeling regret over the matter of diminishing the 3 flowers of the others. She sighed, alas. Taiyi's cultivation is unfathomable, and I know not who stands behind him. His failure to rescue others stems solely from fear of the primordial golden dipper. Now that he has fled, I cannot discern if it is a blessing or a curse. Tomorrow, we shall march forth solely to exact revenge on Jiangxia. Once our vengeance is fulfilled, we will return to the mountain. Chapter 79. The 2 heavenly sovereigns, wholly conscientious Randeng, narrowly escaped capture under the primordial golden dipper. Having lost the Qian Kuan ruler and managed to flee using his evasion technique. Arriving in the city of Shiqi, Jiangxia paced anxiously. Upon seeing Randeng's return, he hurriedly approached, asking, Senior brother, has the formation been dispelled? Randeng shook his head with a wry smile. The formation is too formidable. We nearly suffered total annihilation. You should remain here to maintain order while I attend to matters. After speaking, Randeng gestured, summoning clouds as he made his way to Kunlun Mountain. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at Qilin Cliff, descended from the clouds, and hastened towards the Yushu Palace, appearing less like an immortal and more like a hurried old man. Upon reaching the palace, he noticed the celestial crane boy guarding the sedan chair of Qinxiang. Randeng promptly inquired, Master, where do you intend to go? Should you not remain in the palace at this moment? The celestial crane boy recognized him and replied, Senior brother, you should first prepare to welcome the master. He is about to head to Shiqi. Upon hearing this, Randeng wasted no time and hurriedly returned on his clouds. Upon his return to Shiqi, he found Jiangxia in a state of unease. Randeng said, Xia, quickly light incense and prepare decorations. The master is on his way. Upon hearing these words, Jiangxia hastily instructed his subordinates to act. And soon the air was filled with a mystical mist. A moment later, ethereal music resonated from the heavens, accompanied by a chorus of birds. While auspicious clouds enveloped the scene, and radiant hues burst forth, piercing the sky, the primordial one descended upon a fragrant palanquin. Jiangxia and Randeng quickly approached and prostrated themselves in reverence, expressing their unworthiness for not welcoming the esteemed master properly and seeking forgiveness for their transgressions. The primordial one replied, Rise. As Jiangxia stood, he moved forward to greet the palanquin, followed closely by the South Pole elder, who wielded a feathered fan. Jiangxia addressed the master, saying, Esteemed teacher, the 3 heavens of the cave have set up the Yellow River formation, and none of my disciples have escaped unscathed. I implore you to show your boundless mercy and rescue them. The primordial one responded, I am already aware of this matter. Come, let us journey to the Yellow River formation. Upon hearing this, the 2 prepared and set off, arriving at the site of the Yellow River formation. As they approached, Yunxiao noticed the visitors from Shiqi, their cloud canopy appearing as vast as an acre, with multicolored rays of light shimmering continually and numerous golden lanterns floating above the clouds. Yunxiao remarked, It seems our esteemed uncle has arrived. Qiongxiao retorted, He is not the master. Why should we fear him? Bixiao chimed in, Sister is correct. While we honor him as our uncle, we demean ourselves by seeking him out, unafraid of ridicule. The celestial lord approached, and the South Pole elder roared, People of the 3 heavens, why do you not swiftly come forth to greet the master, but instead engage in idle chatter? The 3 of Yunxiao promptly exited the formation, and Yunxiao bowed, saying, Esteemed uncle, I am remiss. Please forgive my disrespect. The celestial lord chuckled, No harm done. I have heard that you 3 have set up the Yellow River formation and captured my incompetent disciples, which is well. However, I have one matter that perplexes me. Yin Xiao replied, "Speak freely, esteemed uncle." The celestial lord continued, "Your master dares not act against the heavens. Why then do you assist the Shang?" Yin Xiao explained, "Esteemed uncle, you are misinformed. We do not aid the Shang. Rather, your disciple Jiang Shang, in collusion with the rogue Luya, caused the demise of my brother Gongming. I set this formation merely to wager with Ran Deng. If he fails to breach this formation, he must surrender Jiang Shang. That is all." The celestial lord, upon hearing this, sighed, "What you say is indeed true, yet to set such a formation before the armies is not in accordance with the celestial order. Since it has come to this, I shall enter the formation for a brief moment." Yin Xiao sighed, "Very well, enter the formation." The three approached the Bagua platform, eager to observe how the Primordial One would navigate the formation. As the words were spoken, the Primordial One's will manifested, and the fragrant palanquin ascended a foot or more off the ground, borne aloft by clouds, with auspicious colors soaring towards the formation. Upon entering, the Primordial One surveyed the scene and beheld 11 golden immortals and others lying on the ground, their eyes closed in slumber. The Primordial One, seeing this, could only lament. If the 3 corpses and 9 worms are not vanquished, how could they be a match for that young girl? Feeling helpless, the Primordial One shook his head, yet noticed the absence of Taiyi among the crowd. However, recalling Taiyi's profound depth of character, he chose not to ponder further. Observing that none had perished, the Primordial One felt a sense of relief and prepared to exit the formation. Suddenly, the celestial maiden of colorful clouds unleashed a beam of light towards the Primordial One, the very eye of injury pearl she had diligently cultivated. Yet, before it could approach within 10 paces, it disintegrated into ashes. Yun Xiao gazed at the celestial maiden, his face pale. "How can you commit such a grievous act?" "In the realm of celestial beings," Kaiyun remarked, "he is your master as senior. What concern is it of mine?" Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao felt an intense desire to strike down the celestial fairy with a single blow, yet, with the imminent battle approaching, he could not afford to lose an ally so frivolously. "You have offended the leader of the Chan religion. Be wary of the consequences," he warned. The celestial fairy replied, "What does it matter if I perish? If I feared death, I would not have descended the mountain to seek vengeance." Meanwhile, as Yuanshi Tianzun emerged from the Huanghe formation, Ran Deng inquired, "Master, have you encountered our fellow disciples?" Yuanshi responded, "Indeed. They have suffered the loss of their 3 flowers, and their celestial bodies have mingled with the mundane. The heavenly gates are closed, and their cultivation is likely to plummet." Ran Deng sighed at this revelation. Why did Master not dismantle the formation while there was still time to rescue them? Yuanshi replied, "To strike them without cause would tarnish my dignity and would be difficult to explain to my junior." Just as Yuanshi finished speaking, a profusion of auspicious clouds enveloped the sky, accompanied by ethereal music and a fragrant mist. He gazed upward, noticing 2 figures approaching, one riding a green ox, the other walking upon the air, both supported by the clouds. Recognizing them, Yuanshi respectfully saluted. "What brings you here, my elder brother?" Lao Jun responded, "If that is the case, why did you descend the mountain with Taiyi to dismantle the 10 absolute formation, only to invite such chaos?" Yuanshi, with a wry smile, replied, "As a leader of a sect, how can I strike against the younger generation?" Lao Jun retorted, "If you are unwilling to take action, why come here at all?" Yuanshi questioned, "What brings you here? Is it not to salvage the legacy of the Western Zhou dynasty, which has endured for 8 centuries? Lao Jun answered, "Taiyi summoned me. I had no choice but to comply." Seeing that the 2 elders seemed to struggle for words, Ran Deng stepped forward. "My master is willing to intervene. The disciples of the Chan religion would be immensely grateful." Lao Jun replied, "If the formation is broken, then that is sufficient. The individuals within are of no concern to me." With that, he mounted his green ox and approached the formation. The Grand Master Xuandu exclaimed, "Why do you not come to greet the ruler?" Upon witnessing Lao Jun descend upon his green ox, Yun Xiao felt a wave of despair, realizing he had inadvertently provoked 2 leaders, leaving him in a state of unease. The celestial fairy, however, stepped forward, asserting, "I do not belong to the human or Chan sects. Why should I greet the ruler?" Grand Master Xuandu glared at her. "How dare you, a lowly creature? Is there any practitioner of the Tao who does not revere Lao Jun? To offend the heavenly visage, do you not deserve death?" Bai Xiao interjected, "We have entered the GS sect and naturally honor its leader. Today, if you intend to slay us, do not expect us to bow in submission. That would be a foolish dream." Lao Jun scoffed, "You believe that the GS sect can protect you? Even if your master were to arrive, he would still need to bow before me. Your lack of decorum is astounding, and it seems I must teach you a proper lesson on behalf of Tong Tian." Xiong Xiao declared, "Even if we perish, we have no regrets. If the formation is to be broken, then let it be so." Chapter 80. Breaking the great formation, Lao Jun laughed. What a noble sentiment. You claim to be without remorse, yet the formation you have established contradicts the heavenly principles. To speak of being guiltless is absurd. If that is the case, I shall venture into the formation. Bai Xiao responded, since my master has made up his mind. There is no need for further words. Witnessing this, Yun Xiao felt profound regret, having previously advised Zhao Gongming to steer clear of worldly affairs, yet here he stood, entangled in the very mundane matters he had sought to avoid. Though they professed that their actions were solely for the sake of avenging Zhao Gongming. Were those 600 soldiers not mere mortals? Qiong Xiao, observing Yun Xiao's prolonged silence, reassured her, Sister, there is no need for concern. We possess the primordial golden pestle, a treasure of chaos, along with the golden flood dragon scissors. Once he enters the formation, you can use the pestle to capture the old lord, and then employ the scissors to deal with Yuan Shi. Yun Xiao offered a bitter smile. Even the most exalted treasures seemed trivial in the presence of these two formidable beings. The old lord, embodying the essence of simplicity, summoned auspicious clouds today. Above him, a cloud canopy spread out, vast as an acre, adorned not with the countless golden lamps of Yuan Shi, but rather a delicate pagoda, 7 stories high, radiant and translucent, exuding a kaleidoscope of colors that enveloped the entire cloud expanse. Riding on his azure bull, the old lord entered the Yellow River formation, with Yuan Shi, riding in a fragrant chariot, closely following. Behind them trailed the southern polar immortal, Master Xiandu, and Jiang Zia, leading an army of 30,000 soldiers into the fray. Upon witnessing the celestial beings suspended from the mast, their essences diminished, the old lord sighed, lamenting the loss of their cultivation, astonished that the girl could wield such ruthlessness. Yuan Shi, observing his beloved disciples, could only sigh. The inability to sever the 3 corpses and 9 insects ultimately leads one to the mundane world. It appears to be their destined calamity. As Qiong Xiao perceived the old lord entering the formation, her determination surged, and laughter was far from her lips. Summoning the golden flood dragon scissors, she launched an attack at the old lord. The scissors transformed into 2 dragon-like figures, their heads and tails intertwined, resembling a colossal golden pair of scissors. The old lord, seated upon his azure bull, remained unperturbed as the scissors approached. He nonchalantly unfurled his robe, and the scissors, akin to a mustard seed in the sea, were quietly absorbed into his sleeve of the universe. Seeing her prized possession taken, Bai Xiao shouted fervently, "You dare seize my treasure? To the death!" With that, she raised the primordial golden pestle and struck down upon the old lord. Noticing the 5-colored brilliance emanating from the pestle, the old lord recognized its value, dismounting his bull to toss the wind and fire mat into the air. This mat, upon which the old lord sat during his enlightenment, was infused with the essence of the heavenly Tao, far from being an ordinary item. As the wind swept over it, the 5-colored light illuminated and rapidly spread across the entire Yellow River formation, rendering the golden flood dragon scissors devoid of spirit, falling helplessly to the ground. Qiong Xiao, Bai Xiao, the fairy of colorful clouds, and the immortal Hanji were filled with regret as they witnessed the old lord effortlessly reclaim 2 treasures in a single exchange. Yet, despite their remorse, the point of no return had long passed. With their treasures lost, they had no choice but to advance with their swords drawn. The old lord, exuding an aura of authority without anger, gradually intensified his pressure, causing the spiritual energy within the 4 to solidify, forcing them to their knees. The old lord proclaimed, "To disregard the precepts and challenge authority warrants punishment." Upon finishing his words, Master Xiandu summoned the Taiji diagram, intending to envelop the 4 within it. Qiong Xiao, sensing this, sneered coldly, "To challenge authority, are you not guilty of bullying the weak?" With that, blood seeped from her lips as she shattered her golden elixir, choosing death as her declaration. The other 3, witnessing the inevitable doom, shattered their own golden elixirs in turn, collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Lao Jun sighed helplessly and remarked, "Why is it that you fail to comprehend the way of heaven? Zia, inscribe these names upon the list of deification. Even in death, their souls may ascend to immortality, as your master uncle instructed." Jiang Zia replied, "I shall abide by your command." Observing that Yun Xiao was still in a daze atop the Bagua platform, Lao Jun beckoned, "Yun Xiao, come forth." Yun Xiao approached and knelt before Lao Jun, confessing, "Disciple acknowledges my error." Lao Jun inquired, "Do you understand your transgression?" Yun Xiao responded, "I was wrong to seek vengeance for my brother." Lao Jun replied, "You are not at fault. Had others sought to harm my disciples, I too would pursue retribution." Yun Xiao was taken aback, surprised that such words came from Lao Jun. Lao Jun continued, Your error lies in your ignorance of the heavenly principles. You should not have stripped others of their 3 flowers. Your methods were excessively cruel. A practitioner of the Tao should harbor compassion and align with the will of heaven. This is your grave misstep. Yinxiao bowed deeply, expressing gratitude for his master uncle's guidance. Lao Jun remarked, Zia indeed employed an improper approach, yet Zhao Gongming also strayed from the heavenly path, succumbing to worldly greed. In seeking vengeance, I shall not hold it against you. Take your sword and strike Zia 5 times, returning him 5 lives. Yinxiao lamented, I am guilty beyond forgiveness and have lost the will for revenge. I only seek a swift end, so that I may accompany my brother into the cycle of reincarnation. Lao Jun pointed a finger, sealing Jiang Ziya's heavenly gate. Since you are reluctant to act, I shall assist you. Ziya's heavenly gate is now closed. In this life, he shall not attain immortality. Come with me, and serve as a woodcutter at the 8th Scenery Palace to atone for your sins. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao was astounded. Lao Jun had spared his life, and even offered assistance. Though uncertain of Lao Jun's intentions, he realized that his life was preserved and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Lao Jun instructed, Xuandu, take this child back to the 8th Scenery Palace and help her acclimate to her surroundings. Xuandu replied, I shall comply with your decree. After bowing, Xuandu enveloped Yunxiao in the Taiji diagram and returned to the 8th Scenery Palace. Yuan Shi remarked, Master, with Zia holding the list of deification, it seems unwise for him to be denied entry into the realm of immortals. Lao Jun countered, in this life, he cannot enter. Should he have a destiny with the immortals, he may do so in his next life. Yuan Shi fell silent upon hearing this. Lao Jun pointed, causing the 11 golden immortals to lose their 3 flowers. Another gesture summoned a clap of thunder, awakening the 11 individuals from their stupor. Upon seeing both Yuan Shi and Lao Jun present, they hurriedly prostrated themselves, followed closely by Yang Jian, Jin Jia, and others of the 3rd generation. Yuan Shi admonished, your 3 flowers have been diminished, and your bodies tainted. You must diligently cultivate in the days to come. Lao Jun's gaze swept across the crowd, and he noticed a disciple amongst them who retained all 3 flowers and whose 5 qi had not dissipated. He mused, I was initially focused on these 2nd-generation disciples. Yet I did not realize there was such a formidable 3rd-generation youth. Intrigued, Lao Jun approached and asked, who are you? That you possess all 3 flowers and have not lost your 5 qi? Yang Jian, unable to meet the divine countenance, bowed his head and replied, I am Yang Jian, disciple of the Jade Spring Mountain. Lao Jun glanced at Yuding before turning his attention back to Yang Jian, stating, even Yuding himself has suffered this calamity. How is it that you remain unscathed? I find it hard to believe. With that, he pressed his finger against Yang Jian's forehead. Yang Jian felt a terrifying pressure surge towards him, causing his spiritual energy to instinctively boil in an attempt to resist this overwhelming force. The old lord sensed this as well. A smile crept across his lips as his finger, glowing with golden light, descended upon Yang Jian's forehead.